Okay, just gonna watch some videos and work, so that is what I'm doing. Let's freaking go.
Welcome back to a series so iconic, even Mario's watching. In today's video, Hassan is now trying to act tough in front of a crowd. He's crashing out on chatters as usual. Streamer XQC has called out Hassan. Tectone wants to box Hassan, maybe knock him out. Hassan Orbiter Froggen might be in serious trouble according to a lawyer. Ethan is beefing with new character Vosh. Destiny is beefing with Asmongold. Subscribe for a series so good, Netflix should send me a $500 million contract. Actual valuation. I'm open to negotiations,
What's up,
Netflix. Come on.
Let's up those numbers!
Now let's begin with Hassan giving a speech in front of a crowd, trying to act tough. Now, if you don't know the lore, the side character here is the #1 simp and hack journalist Taylor Lorenz, the one who is doing very important journalism, like talking about Roblox protests, and, you know, texting kids in order to get a Roblox story. It seems like she's eyeing him up like an old...
You know better is not a pedophile? Hey. Go and find him. Find him and bring him back, dude.
old cat lady, but I don't think he's gonna sleep with you unless you're part of a brothel, of course. Hassan says he doesn't care about the Democratic Party, but understands the need for them to achieve leftist goals.
The reason why I'm saying this is not because, contrary to popular opinion on TikTok from like leftists on Twitter, I'm not a shepherd for the Democratic Party. I don't give a fuck about the Democratic Party, but they are our representatives, and they're supposed to represent us, and they do have a platform, and the media does listen to them, so we have to wield them like a weapon.
Alrighty.
And to the best of our ability.
Already. Fuck, man.
Welcome back to a series so iconic, even Mario's watching. In today's video, Hassan is now trying to act tough in front of a crowd. He's crashing out on chatters as usual. Streamer XQC has called out Hassan. Tectone wants to box Hassan, maybe knock him out. Hassan Orbiter Froggen might be in serious trouble according to a lawyer. Ethan is beefing with new character Vosh. Destiny is beefing with Asmongold. Subscribe for a series so good, Netflix should send me a $500 million contract. Actual value.
I am. This is what I call Slamapol. Slamapol is slop drama politics, so a little bit of Slamapol today. I'm working, alright, so I'm not fucking taking requests. I'm not reacting to fucking links in my Discord. I'm not doing any of that. Just working. I got a whole playlist of shit I need to fucking clear out. So that's what we're doing. And yeah. Did not know you were a OG. I don't know. I don't know that I'm an OG. I don't know that that's the case, but
Valuation. I'm open.
But yeah, that's all I'm doing today. I'm literally just working. So where were we? We got a bunch of Slamapol lined up.
The negotiations, Netflix. Come on.
Let's up those numbers!
Now let's begin with Hassan giving a speech in front of a crowd, trying to act tough. Now, if you don't know the lore, the side character here is the #1 simp and hack journalist Taylor Lorenz, the one who is doing very important journalism, like talking about Roblox protests, and, you know, texting kids in order to get a Roblox story. It seems like she's eyeing him up like an old cat lady, but I don't think he's gonna sleep with you unless you're part of a brothel, of course. Hassan says he doesn't care about about the Democratic Party, but understands the need for them to achieve leftist goals.
The reason why I'm saying this is not because, contrary to popular opinion on TikTok from like leftists on Twitter, I'm not a shepherd for the Democratic Party. I don't give a fuck about the Democratic Party. But they are our representatives, and they're supposed to represent us, and they do have a platform, and the media does listen to them, so we have to wield them like a weapon to the best of our ability. We have to use them to also continue yelling about these things that we care about.
Wow, wonder why he hates the Democrat Party, guys. Maybe because they hit him back, he got kicked out the DNC. Pretty much every regular lefty thinks he's a fucking psycho terrorist supporting freak. Even his favorite news platforms like CNN have completely turned on him. They had the ADL guy on simply to shit on Hassan. Recently, he was crashing out at CNN as well because they asked his good friend if he is a Hamas sympathizer. So just saying, it's no shock that Hassan actually is not very fond of the party. It's pretty obvious that the extreme far lefty hates that they are not as extreme as him and not as insane. And let me just say, you're not cool, bro. You're not tough. This is like when a girl rejects you and you go, I didn't even care, bro. I don't even care about them. Actually, I'm too cool for them. They just happen to be in my vicinity here. I just have to sort of, deal with them, tiptoe around them. But actually, we're way too cool. They haven't come to our level yet. They haven't risen to the political understanding of supporting terrorists, right? Openly supporting terrorists. When they come to that level, then we can be friends. But for now, we're enemies. Friendship ended. Also, can you just imagine the amount of lobotomites in the audience, bro? Imagine showing up for a speech by Taylor Lorenz and Hassan Piker, bro. You gotta be the dumbest mother flipper on the planet. They're literally clapping for him. How brain dead do you have to be? And notice how Taylor was there trying to force out like a fake laugh for her man there. Please, he doesn't care about you unless you're the Twitch CEO or have some sort of that power. He ain't gonna suck your schlong. Hypothetically, of course, in this case. Here's what people are saying. I just laugh at the idea that grown adults actually look up to this regards. Left Joe Rogan, people, and yeah, I can imagine he still wants them to invite him to the next DNC. Yeah, basically people were like trying to assign Hassan as the Joe Rogan of the left, which might be the most laughable statement I've ever heard in my life. He's so creepy, it's almost unbelievable. I don't know if it was the lighting or what's going on, but he definitely got them Diddy vibes there, bruh. The moment Democrats abandon these far left commie fucktards and their ideologies, they could start winning again. As long as they pander to leftists, I won't ever vote for one. I think anytime you want to get across a somewhat reasonable argument, if you are unable to denounce the most extreme parts of it, then you sort of, loop yourselves in with them, right? Anyways, moving on to Hassan crashing out at a chatter who called him toxic.
This is not the same guy. Maybe he has a humiliation kink and he just made him get off, so now he has post-nut clarity. I think it's okay to sometimes make jokes about people who just come in here and their starting point is that I'm like a fucking terrorist, you know what I mean? This chat is low-key so toxic. Yeah, we are. We are, for sure. If you come in here and you fucking call me a goddamn terrorist because I'm fucking criticizing the state of Israel, and then you routinely try to fucking do this wishy-washy, like middle-of-the-road bullshit where you're like, well, Israel's kind of sketch, but Hamas are terrorists. Yeah, of course you're gonna get a little bullied, Don't be a pussy about it. Yeah, if someone comes in here to fucking bully and then they get a little bit of that in return, I think it's fair. There ain't no high road up in this bitch. This isn't a liberal community. It's so funny because like so much of the conservative grievances unironically revolves around like not getting respect from the left. Like they literally want to be pieces of shit and then have people like myself go, oh my God, sir, you're so terrifying. You're so scary. Why do you say those things? I secretly think you're in the right.
I just love how every single time, immediately he assumes that anybody criticizing him has to be some conservative, far-right, right-wing, MAGA grifter fascist. It's just impossible that someone from his own community could call him out or someone reasonable at all. It has to be like the far end, the other end of the political spectrum. Also, the chatter was absolutely right. Your chat is beyond toxic. It's like a fucking nuclear wasteland. Hassan's chat is is the only entity in the entire universe that is worse than Hassan himself. I mean, they literally glaze shooters and terrorists alike.
Oh,
they just
man.
do not give a fuck. And obviously they don't. They're basically Hassan, but without the fact that he needs to show his face and maintain somewhat of a reputation, even though that's, you know, not very good right now. But he still needs to save face a little bit, right? To maintain his audience or whatever. But the chatters, they're all anonymous, so they don't give a single shit. They will say exactly what Hassan is actually thinking, and his chat basically reveals his true beliefs, you know? Also, nobody wants to be praised by you, Hassan. Oh my god, if Hassan actually praised me, I would question my life choices. You can stick to your number one love, you know, terrorist glazing. And holy, imagine a world where Hassan actually admits he's in the wrong, dude. It's just never gonna happen. We've been trying to elicit some form of an apology from this guy for about 50 years now. It's just never happening. People call him a terrorist for supporting actual terrorists. It's a coincidence, guys. It's just a coincidence. Don't come in here and call me what I am, because I will weaponize my chat to harass you because you're incapable of thinking for themselves. Translated for those who don't speak regard. And then we just got this very nice picture here. Totally life-size accurate. Don't be a pussy about it. The mother flipper that cried like a little baby bitch to Ludwig when Ludwig said a freaking joke about him, and Hassan made Ludwig take down the freaking video. We know that you're not a liberal community, dog. You're very illiberal. We get it. It's funny because if you say one thing that goes against Hassan, you get blocked immediately in his chat. He's such a pussy. Anyways, moving on to XQC calling out Hassan. Now, if you missed the last videos, basically Hassan was being openly anti-Semitic. He was saying shit like Israelis are inbred or something. He's just completely unhinged, man.
If you replace any of the places that he's talking about, any of the people with any other country or any other people, you get clapped, you get banned, you get canceled instantly. I don't care what anybody says, bro. You want to test the TOS? Paraphrase the exact thing he said and replace Israel with another country and the people with other people, and you are done. You're banned within an hour, buddy. What are we on about?
That is packed to the fucking gills with the most inbred, uneducated, ultra-nationalist, rabid, Haredi population, and like...
I mean, now to defend it. Now, Chad, do the question mark thing where you defend it, Chad. Do the thing. Because you guys say this about me all the time, right? But the difference with me is that I actually just give takes that don't defend anybody. It's just what... Now defend it.
That was so base, dead. This guy fucking sucks. Classic XQC clip. XQC falls on the line of people, you know, you don't really agree with all their opinions or whatever, but occasionally they have that good take where they're hating on his son and you're like, okay, you know, I kind of like this guy sometimes. He's kind of funny sometimes. He's kind of like Destiny when he's not unhinged, right? But yeah, double standards on Twitch. Color me surprised. I wonder why that is.
Happy birthday, dear Hassan.
This is crazy.
As we've discussed, Hassan will literally never get punished, ever in his entire life. It seems like the only way possible is if Twitch as a platform literally gets completely shut down and he's forced to move to YouTube or something, and then YouTube nukes him. I don't know. I wonder what agreement he made to be this immune from TOS. It has to be something absolutely wild to confer this level of immunity. Guys, I leaked this ages ago. Dan Clancy is latched onto a shalong. He's sucking the life out of that thing, dog. Give it a break, bro. Give it a break. I'm telling you, there is no contract. There is no signed deal. It's simply an appointment at 7 p.m. every night. Not the biggest SCC fan, but this guy's gotta have some of the most natural, intelligent, everyday opinions I hear from any. Okay, this has gotta be a troll, right? XQC is the guy that said you should bomb LA to stop the spread of wildfires. Like, let's not go too far here, all right? XQC is the guy who said that we can solve the Israel-Palestine conflict by making a state called Landia or some shit.
I'm gonna take the whole piece of land, full reset, all the same, and just call it like a Landia. Like, it's just land. And just everybody wins.
XQC is a
Landia.
guy that said we can solve the nuclear bomb crisis by just having an island called Nuclear Island where we put all the world's nuclear bombs, and then if anybody tried to bomb anybody else, you just send a nuke from the nuclear bomb island to them before they got a chance to nuke anybody else. It's like a level of Einstein you would never be able to truly appreciate until you cross the 500 IQ mark where XQC actually is. So after this, Tectone responded to the clip. He wants to box Hassan.
Somebody needs to knock Hassan the fuck out. Like, genuinely. Like, genuinely, bro.
Oh my god.
It.
Yo, what's up, Sparkle? Landia's fucking brilliant. Yeah, Landia, nuclear bomb island. I like it. I like it. This is we're on a good tracker.
It's actually unfucking believable how miserable this piece of shit is. At a certain point, guys, this level of hypocrisy is fucking insane. It's wild. Stop, you're gonna get banned. Well, I can't help it because I'm from
The most inbred, uneducated, ultra-nationalist, rabid, Haredi population, and like,
it's in my blood, guys. It's in my blood. Somebody doesn't need to do it. I need to do it at the next Creator Clash, whenever that happens. That would be great. I'm not gonna lie, man. This guy's entire existence just pisses me the fuck off. This guy stands for everything that is wrong with the world. These clips aren't out of context. This guy is legitimately responsible for ruining so many fucking lives and for ruining an entire streaming platform, bro. It's so pathetic.
Everybody hates Hassan in this house. All my homies hate Hassan. Honestly, boxing match would go crazy though. iDubbbz and Anissa, honestly, we can fish you out of poverty. Okay, you don't need to sell the house anymore. I think everybody will forgive you for everything you've done if you simply set this up, you know? Set up this boxing match. Maybe, you know, Hassan versus Tectone, Hassan versus Sam Hyde. Anybody. All right, we'll take it. It would be absolute cinema. In fact,
No,
I
versus Sam
would
Hyde.
buy a ticket, legitimately.
That's
Get
the
in
one.
line, Tectone. Somebody already has first dibs.
There he
Everyone
is.
wants to see Hassan KO'd. I think that would be the most glorious thing on the internet. Now, there's an animation account called Lazy Shell who was making a video about Hassan, and they got a community guideline strike due to glorification of extremist groups. Wow. Here we got Hassan Piker, Twitch guns, and other stuff from the past couple weeks be like, and we got his animation of Hassan Piker here, and I just find it interesting. So he gets community guideline striked for glorification of terrorist groups or extremist groups. They're obviously talking about terrorists here. But Hassan's channel is just completely fine. Interesting. This is like when Ethan Klein did the content nuke on Hassan and then put it on Twitch, and he got a ban just because of talking about Hassan. You just can't make this shit up.
It got banned for encouraging or glorifying extreme violence. That's Hassan's content that's on your platform that he didn't get in trouble for.
You mean the head way too big, that's why it's flagged? Moving on to Froggen. Quick recap, Ethan Klein sued Casey Denims and Froggen. Casey and Denims both have gotten lawyers now. Now Casey has 3 lawyers for some reason, as we learned last video. No idea what's going on. She's gonna be absolutely buried in expenses. As we know, her and her husband are both broke, so apparently she might be taking money from her dad or some relative, or they're like splitting the bills with Denims or something. No idea what's going on there. Now Denims herself has been served. She took it in person, but interestingly enough, Froggen was actually nowhere to be seen. It appears that Ethan's server actually tried serving her 4 separate times. You know, they went to her house at 2 a.m. when she was like streaming or something like that. They tried to go to her house at 6 p.m. later, but they just absolutely could not reach her, despite her being a literal orbiting body. I don't know how you miss her, but apparently she's the #1 world champion at hide and seek that professionals cannot even find her, right? So somehow that's happening. Nobody knows, but turns out you can't actually just dodge a lawsuit like that, according to lawyer and YouTuber LUS. And Froggen might actually be in some serious trouble real soon, especially if the judge decides to summon her to court. So first she talks about how she's going to default lose the case if this continues going on and she actually just avoids the papers here. Now, technically she has been served according to the law.
Froggen has been served already, meaning she will have to find a lawyer and respond. She's not hiding anymore. The service she received is something called substitute service, which is fine. So if you, different states will have different laws, but if you go there 3 times and you can't find anyone, or you did find somebody and maybe that person wasn't the description for Frogan, but as long as you leave the documents there, as long as you mail. So substitute service, by leaving copies, papers were served on 7/14 to 2025, 6/12. Papers were mailed. And due diligence, I made at least 3 attempts to personally serve the defendant he actually made 4. Now, there are consequences if Frogan doesn't reply. So in my opinion, the processor, who is a official processor, they did everything officially. They have, in my opinion, done the legal necessary thing to be a substitute service. Now, if the home address is incorrect, that would be something interesting. But I'm assuming they have the right home address, and this individual is somehow related to Frogan in some capacity. Once alternative service is approved and done, the lawsuit moves forward with or without you. So even if Frogan disagrees, he has to go to court and say, hey, I disagree, and then they would obviously serve her. If you still don't respond, you will lose by default. What Frogan's doing is incredibly dangerous, and it's clear to me that she doesn't have a lawyer.
Oh, poor Frogan. I mean, just take the papers, bruh. Please just don't go out like this. This is like the most pathetic way to go out, actually not even showing up to the battle. This might be a worse fight than Logan Paul versus Dylan Dennis, and Dylan Dennis literally just showed his crotch to Logan and didn't throw a single punch, right? I would recommend Frogan at least get a lawyer, you know, listen to them. Even if you're going to completely lose this case, it is still worth getting a lawyer just so they can guide you to the least amount of damage humanly possible to you, right? I'm actually being nice here. I'm actually offering some advice here. Maybe even ask your friend Casey and Denims to, you know, share their lawyer if that's a thing. Apparently, that's a little complicated. Now, I think they might like lower the fees or something, or group it under the same category because they're all like the same things. Or they might just charge you all extra. I don't really know. It depends on the lawyer, I guess. But, you know, tell you what, we'll sweeten the deal, all right? We'll add 50 chicken nuggets to the court, all right? We'll put it on there on the court day, right? So if you want it, come get it. Now, this next part, they talk about how if the court actually summons her and she continues dodging the way she has been, she might actually go to jail for contempt of court.
What happens if you ignore? How you can be held in contempt of court, and the court may issue an order to show cause or a motion to compel. The next step could be the judge issues a contempt order. So if you still don't respond, so now it's not just Ethan saying, hey, respond. It's the court stepping in saying, you got to respond to me, regardless of you responding to Ethan, because I believe substitute service has been applied, has been successfully completed. So in that case, then the judge will issue a contempt order, and this can involve fines or even jail time to force your compliance. So they can actually get a warrant for you to put you in jail.
Oh my God. I mean, that would be absolute cinema if it happens. And I'm just gonna say, you know, a quick warning to the wardens or whatever, whoever manages the jail, you're gonna need a bigger cell, all right? You're gonna need a couple blocks, maybe a couple apartment buildings, you know, make sure to rent out the surrounding area. Now, the question remains, is this actually going to happen, right? Now, I would venture, like, probably not. Like, I know these people are stupid as hell, but are they stupid enough to avoid a direct order from the judge? I don't think so. All right. So if the judge orders her to show up after seeing that, you know, Ethan tried to reach her and she didn't respond, then I'm thinking that she will not violate that and risk going to prison. But you can never tell at this point, right? Now, a bunch of people pointed out that dodging Ethan is technically not against the law, right? You're allowed to, you know, have someone else receive the papers or something like that. I don't think you're allowed to say, like, you deny, like, even knowing this person or something, which seems to be what happened here. But it's not technically illegal to avoid the lawsuit because eventually they will just rule that Ethan has won this by default, right? Now, as the lawyer explained, the server has done their part, right? And she is considered served because, you know, they try to reach them at 4 different times. And if you can't reach someone, you can't reach them, all right? You've done your job. And they handed this other person the papers, the African female looking person or whatever, I don't know, some relative of Frogan, who knows, don't really know. But yeah, basically some people are saying that the server might have gotten the wrong place, the wrong address, or maybe got gone at the wrong time. And LES talks about how unlikely that actually is, that the server got the wrong address, considering they are a professional. And that's kind of what I said last time as well, which is like, this is a person paid specifically for this job. So anything that we don't understand, it's likely because it's something related to the case. Like, why are they going at 2 a.m.? Maybe because Frogan is most active at 2 a.m. You never know, right? These people do intense amounts of research. It's unlikely that they're incompetent.
Typically, people will actually just show up once the judge says they need to show up. Important, you wouldn't go to jail for just ignoring the lawsuit. You can go to jail for defying a court when a judge formally tells you to comply. These process servers, they do this for a living. They hunt down these individuals for a living. My experience, my process server is that they are relentless. She went to the hospital. Farina, my daughter, was born on a Thursday, and the process server, even though I was only a witness, I wasn't even the defendant or plaintiff in this case, I was being subpoenaed as a witness, went to the infant care, attempted to get into infant care, right, which is really bad, to serve me papers to be a witness. Now Froggen's got to respond, or Froggen could eventually end up in jail if the judge forces Froggen to, hey, come to court. That gets very serious very fast. This thing is going to get very serious really fast if Froggen doesn't show up with a lawyer very soon.
Dude, just put a Big Mac at the courtroom, bro. It's not that complicated. It's not that difficult. I feel like if this was my job, it would be very easy to lure her out. This isn't like a very devious person. They're not very good at hiding here. I feel like, okay, suppose she's in this area here, right? Just put a salad on one side. She's gonna start running there, and then put a Big Mac on the other side. Immediately, you know exactly where she's going. Set up a little net, a little trap there, and boom, you got her. All right, server the papers, be like, you gotta come to court, you gotta, you've been served this lawsuit, you gotta respond with your lawyer, right? She kind of reminds me of one of those cartoons. You get this like a really slow character in a race, and then you put some food at the finish line, and they just start like sprinting max speed. That's basically Froggen. All right, so that's basically what we can expect there. Now, personally, what do I want here, right, as the resident slop tuber? Okay, I'd like to actually see her go to court and actually fight this case so we have some level of cinema. Okay, I'm running out of episodes here, all right? We need to keep the cinema going. The show must go on. So it'd be very boring if she just straight up got arrested. It would be a banger episode title, not gonna lie. But after that, it'd be pretty boring. So, yeah, I'm hoping they fight this so, we can, like, live stream the trial or shit like that. Unlikely. I don't wanna gas you guys up too much. It's probably just gonna be like a settlement out of court or something, but we'll see. I never expected Ethan to actually sue these people, so unexpected things do happen, so we'll see. Moving on to a new character in the series, lefty streamer Vosh. Now technically Vosh is also, I consider him to be part of the Hassan Goon Squad, although he is a more independent character that doesn't see much conversation in these communities, but he does have pretty similar views. Ethan calls out Vosh and Hassan for getting their start in Destiny's community. So it turns out Ethan is covering some accusations against Vosh for him allegedly having some messages where he kind of looks like a PDF file. Now you might have heard of Vosh before. He is the horse guy, that you might know about for being extremely freaking weird and creepy. Now keep in mind, these are all allegations so far made by Sarah Fields from an anonymous source.
Vosh is a despicable human being. He's a creep. He's a weirdo. Vosh rose to prominence in 2019 after starting his own YouTube and Twitch channels, having previously been part of the streamer Destiny's community under the alias Irish Laddie. How is it that they all come from Destiny? And yet, they love to scream about how I'm so associated with Destiny. I'm sorry to break it to both of you scumbags, Son and Vosh, but I made it without putting Destiny's anywhere near my mouth. All on my own, baby. The only I put in my mouth was my own.
Whoa!
Allegations of sexual harassment surfaced from explicit messages sent to a person named Poppy in Destiny's Discord. Oh, really?
I kind of remember.
It all goes down in Destiny's Discord. Hey, Vosh.
What a good guy. Destiny is a great guy.
You spent a lot of time there?
I mean, that's one of the classic projections from Hassan and the Goon Squad. You're just a Destiny orbiter, right? And it's just hilarious considering Destiny literally made Hassan, gave him a massive boost in his career. They were like really good friends. Hassan would be like, you know, I would love to get Destiny laid all the time, bro. Like they were just buddy, and then they had some sort of a disagreement, something went down, and now they're like mortal enemies, arch nemesis. And Hassan and his Goon Squad can never be intellectually honest about this. Most people criticizing Hassan don't like Destiny either, to be honest, except his community, of course. So it's just a poor defense all around, and they never actually address any of the arguments, right? But anyways, this next part, he talks about some of the leaked messages Vosh was allegedly sending, according to Sarah Fields.
I suggest adhering to a strict sleep schedule. It really helps with chronic fatigue. Second, remember that in all the times you could have been born into, you are living in an era of relative prosperity, and you always have the capacity to better your living situation. The future is full of potential. Also, when you're 18, you can see my dick, and it's pretty rad.
What? Oh. Excuse me?
Yep.
As for the headache,
Bro, you cannot just move on past that.
as for the
fucking
headache, I suggest laying down.
Holy shit. That's like the most incriminating sentence you can do because you're confirming that
Yep.
they're under 18
Yep.
and they can see their dick.
And
his
you've
dick.
offered to show the without before.
When
If
they
this
were
per-
18.
Now, what are the chances that if this person responded by saying, I want to see it now, that Vosh wouldn't have sent it to them?
Yeah, I don't know. Call me memes and my big dick. Yeah? You charmer. Are you flirting with me?
Bro, I'm going to die.
Just
No,
being
this is
honest.
really bad. This is an underage person.
This is grooming.
Yeah.
This is grooming.
Grooming implies
is not
some level of
just-
subtlety.
Yeah, this
I mean,
is
you're right. This is
Wow.
pursuit.
this is
Yeah, this-
sexual.
Haircut, man.
The way I see it, the age of consent exists out of respect for the numerous power imbalances older people have over younger people. As those imbalances, at least some of them, are redressed, though the advent of socialism, the age of consent should therefore be lowered. This motherfucker is a socialist because he wants to f kids.
Oh my god. Basically.
No kidding.
Because he's saying the power dynamic will be different,
When we
so we can
achieve-
change the age consent.
He's saying, in my perfect socialist utopia, adults can f children.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Yeah, very weird messages. Is that really what socialism is? I guess I need to update my knowledge, guys. I just didn't read that in the definition of socialism. How is that anything to do with lowering the age of consent? What? I just think, you know, any sort of justification behind lowering the age of consent is completely insane, and I feel like you need to be investigated. All right, like, why are you arguing this? Why are you sending these messages? Now, if those particular messages, especially the one about the 18-year-old and you can, you know, the dick or whatever, if those messages are true, that is some horribly weird shit. Now, if he comes out and somehow debunks it, fair enough. But yeah, people are calling him a giant weirdo. Well, to be fair, people were calling him that before this as well, with all the horse shit. You know, I will not recap that. It's very, you know, disgusting and shit, so I won't, but you can look it up. Right, anyways, lots of drama going down. Destiny is fighting with Asmongold now. Crashes out over Asmongold's Obama-Russia hoax coverage.
I would permaban this guy if he was on my platform. It's actually, he's so fucking retarded. Like, can't you, you should have to sit down. This would be you want the streamer holocaust? You know what it would be? Here's how this is the streamer holocaust. You give him a book and you give him some paper and then you give him a loaded gun and you say, here's your choice. 1 hour of reading every day or kill yourself. And 95% of streamers and YouTubers that cover the news would be dead in 2 days. It's unbelievable. Like, this stuff is out here everywhere.
my God.
It's so easy to read. It's like, it's such a joke. And then instead we get Asmongold, okay, the fucking Roach King, to tell us through common sense about how it would be impossible to ever have any kind of interference in any kind of election. Because I guess Russia didn't have computers in 2013. What do you say, they didn't have the technology for it to send a fucking email?
Holy shit, this guy needs his meds, bro. Oh my god. Bro, every time I'm watching this guy, he's always just crashing out. Holy shit. Now, I don't really care about the details of the politics here. My guess is that none of them actually know if it's real. Obviously, they're just guessing here. You know, in a perfect world, they both unite against exclusively hating against Hassan. But apparently everybody just has their own beef, okay? You know, they just gotta be talking politics all the time. Must be a pretty miserable life, to be, if you ask me. But hey, do what you gotta do. Destiny's livid over nothing. Who asked for a sucking cock's opinion? Alright, Twitter needs to stop, bro. Destiny crashes out daily, nothing new to the year. Okay, I can agree with that one. My favorite, he doesn't actually dispute what Asmongold said. He just thinks he's wrong, yet the evidence in the document shows a bullshit story. Right, so Asmongold responded,
Be impossible to ever have any kind of interference in any kind of election, because I guess Russia didn't have computers in 2013. What do you say, they didn't have the technology for it?
Yeah, everybody influences everybody's elections. That's never what was asserted. It's that the government did it on behalf of this, and they were doing it in a specific way with a specific goal. If they have evidence for it, then go ahead and post it. But listen, I thought it was bullshit. I did. And I think most people thought it was bullshit. And again, this is the same person. By the way, Destiny is going and trying to say this. These are the people that are trying to, they're trying to say that Biden was somehow mentally sound and mentally, like fucking functional. Yes, I do think that they probably lied about this. Just the same as they lied about the Kamala Harris interview that they falsely, they cut up intentionally to make her look better. And so anyway, it was the last time you read a book, though? Honestly, I've read posts on Reddit that are longer than books. But anyway, maybe like 2 or 3. But I don't read books. Why the fuck could I read a book? The media is obviously fucking biased. If you can't see that, you're delusional. Destiny thinking that, oh, wow, there's no way that they made a hoax up. There's no way they made this shit up. Well, what about Trump making up the bullshit about Obama being from Kenya? It's like this idea that, oh, nobody can ever make anything up. Get the fuck out of here. It's obvious that it happens. And so anyway, what was that? Why did I even go to Twitter? I got totally distracted because Destiny was mad, and I forgot even what he was saying.
Dude, I can't tell if this guy's joking, all right? I think reading books is a good thing, to be honest. You know, you get a lot of knowledge there. Now, technically, you could get that through the internet. In fact, probably more efficient way to do it, but most people don't, end up reading books on the internet. They end up spending time on Reddit and Twitter, and that's definitely not a good source for your information. Now, I can't agree with the part that the media definitely lies all the time, but, it doesn't mean they're always lying in every instance. Again, I don't really care about the details of this. It's some brain rot politics bullshit. I just find the beef funny. Everybody's always screaming at each other. Anyways, click this video or you gotta play a game of hide and seek with Froggen. She's an expert, guys. You have no chance. All right, thanks for watching. Bye-bye.
And they're censoring the protests? So are there actual big protests going on? UK protests? Wait, why is nobody talking about this? What the fuck? They're getting censored? We have it bad here? Well, let's take a look at some of these.
Rain has really dampened things down. Until a short time ago,
they're gonna melt.
There were hundreds and hundreds of people here protesting outside the Brook Hotel. We're on the outskirts of Norwich, very much against the fact that asylum seekers are being put up inside that hotel. Then on the other...
Big mistake, bro. You got people that are homeless, but you're dealing with asylum seekers? You're worrying about asylum seekers? Why don't you give asylum to the people that are living in the country that can't fucking afford shit? Why don't you give them asylum first? Then maybe you can think about the guys that live somewhere else. That's just me.
The side of the road, on the other side of the roundabout, was a group of people very much in support of those people who've come to this country, many of them on small boats. They actually left already. That was a planned ending at 3:15 before the rain really began. But actually, it had been going pretty peacefully. They were separated by the main road until, according to reports, someone from those supporting those inside the hotel crossed the road. They had their face apparently covered in a balaclava, and that caused an enormous surge of fury, with the protesters on this side pushing against the police, shouting.
Surely nothing bad will ever come of this, right? Surely there's no way this is going to turn into a problem, right? There's no way.
And then there was a surge, maybe 100 meters or so up the road, and it appeared that someone was going to be arrested,
good. I thought
and that possibly a decision was made
I was worried for a minute.
To do that. Since then, we've heard people coming past, beeping their horns in support.
It's like Kingdom of Heaven, bruv.
You can hear that now, but far fewer people here than there were. Now, I did have a chance to speak to some people, many reluctant to go on camera, and certainly those supporting those in the hotel, none of those would speak to us. But I did speak to a man called David, a father of an 8-year-old boy. He's from a couple of miles away in Cossey in Norwich. And he said that he's a veteran. He knows a lot of people who are homeless, that they have nowhere to stay. He himself cannot get a dentist. The people in this hotel are able to get a dentist. He said that
they're completely right. There shouldn't be any. If you can't afford to take care of people's teeth, why the fuck are you bussing in people from other countries? What are you doing? What are you thinking? You got homeless people there, and you're dealing with some other random ass people coming in from nowhere. A migrant, a fucking migrant. What the fuck does a migrant got to do with it? They have dentists? Yeah, there's 3 of them.
You rich barged into a central hotel for migrants to expose comfort in which they live in. I saw some stuff yesterday. I was actually watching a live stream of some guy who was driving on the highway following what he thought was a migrant van or like a bus. And they were following him for a while, but it turned out to be like Indian workers who worked at like a chicken plant or something like that. And the guy who runs the plant said it was like a family business. And he was like, look, I've been getting calls, because he was live streaming on YouTube to thousands of people. And they were like, we're following this migrant bus. And we're going to get them. We're going to make sure they don't get to the hotel or whatever. And then they finally get to where they were dropping these people off. And the guy was like, look, first of all, I like what you do, man. I like your work. You know, I'm not all for this whole immigration situation. But at the same time, I'm getting phone calls. People are making death threats to my family. You know, these guys on the bus, they pay their taxes. They have their papers. They're doing the right thing. They just, you know, this is how we get to and from work. You know, you guys are destroying me today. And the guy was like, oh, I'm sorry. My bad. But the thing is that also, while that was going on, there were other people that were streaming from the site of the Britannia Hotel who thought that that bus was going to that it was going to drop off migrants at the hotel. So they were watching the stream of the bus thinking that they were going to show up there at some point. So their people started showing up to the Britannia Hotel. I mean, I think people were already showing up because I think there was a protest there anyway. But people thought that that bus was going to the hotel. It never showed up. They eventually figured out, you know, that it wasn't like what they thought it was going to be. It was a shit show yesterday, basically. So. Said after discovering dirty carpet in one of the rooms. Yesterday was a shit show over in the UK. Like I'd never seen more live streams, IRL live streams in my algo in YouTube than yesterday. Yesterday, everybody in Britain decided to fucking live stream. So it was from the hotels. It's from outside the hotels. It was people following buses. It was all kinds of shit going on.
In the entire country, I mean.
As well as the food that they have inside that hotel.
I always thought that's the reason why a lot of British people watch my stream, is they saw my teeth and they thought I was one of them.
They're given meal tickets, he said, to be able to go to the restaurant across the road, and he just said that simply wasn't right. He also talked about being on the bus.
Why do so many countries worry about asylum seekers and not their own citizens? I'll never understand. The reason why is because it makes Karens feel good about themselves whenever they vote to help these people. But the reason why they feel good about themselves doing it is because they live in a world of privilege where they never have to experience the zero-sum environment of resource allocation. So in their mind, everything is okay and things are fine. So they're okay with giving away other people's money to migrants because it doesn't matter to them, because they're never going to face any consequences on it. And so that's the reason why it gets voted on. And of course, cheap labor, and obviously there's other types of exploitation that occur that way as well. I think that's a good point. Yes. That's not the reason. It absolutely is. It 100% is. Look at any of these weird protests. It's always, not always, but it is primarily Karens.
with his 8-year-old son, and some people he believed to be asylum seekers staring at his son. He said it wasn't right. He said that many of these people abide by different laws, different rules to the kind of thing happening here. So that is what we've been hearing from here, and this, of course, against a backdrop of protests that we've seen in Epping, in
suicidal empathy. Yeah, I don't know how you can avoid that problem. Like, because it would be a really good thing if we could figure out a way that we could just stop people from voting based off of empathy. Like, just stop doing that. It's illogical. It doesn't make sense. It doesn't help people out. It's usually short-sighted. And also, like, by the way, in a lot of cases, it's not really empathy. It's what makes a person feel good in the moment of making the action. That's really it.
That began last week, about 18 arrests.
No, I don't think it's only women. I think that men do this too.
But also
it's mostly women. It's mostly women. All right.
Others in Canary
Can't generalize.
Wharf, also in Southampton, in
Watch me fucking generalize.
Nottinghamshire. But here, certainly things starting to calm down.
This is why I've said many times, I try my best to advocate for less voting, less people being able to vote. And you have this. Oh my God! Wait. So you're telling me? Hold up. Wait a minute. Are you telling me that this happened and is happening right now, and they just randomly happened to do that censorship law on the internet at the same time? Yesterday. Huh.
I think so.
That's crazy. Ooh. Look at that guy. Oh, hold up. That guy's only 2 fingers away. I told y'all it was coming back. And it's 60% back. I said it was 60% back, bro. Like, it's on its way. Nah, he's just a Serbian. Kanye, he's just a fan of Kanye, is that it? Yeah. I don't think something as bad as Hitler would repeat itself. Well, the lucky thing for you is that all of the bad things in history have already happened. Yeah, there are, if you look at history, obviously we've already gone through all of the bad things, all of those horrible moments and everything. This is a thing of the past. Nowadays, maybe you might have a few people killed, it's like a shooting of like 20 people. But other than that, nothing bad could ever happen again. That's it. By the way, I think that if another really bad thing like a Hitler level moment happens, it will be worse than probably anything that we have historically ever experienced. It will be worse than Mao, Pol Pot, Hitler, Stalin. It will not even be close. Yeah, it's in the Bible. Yeah, it's coming. I'm not sure that's possible. Okay, that's just what I'm saying. It's gonna be AI. Yeah, I'm telling you, that's all right. Well, just clip what I said. Clip it again, and we'll see what happens. So in the rest of Europe, the same will happen. Yeah, technology's improved. It's definitely possible. I don't think that you guys understand. There's one thing that a lot of people don't really understand is the systematic. If you look in history, how many times has one group of people systematically murdered and exterminated another group of people? That's like the whole thing. Really. That's like the whole thing. That's pretty much what they do all the time. Yeah, too many to count. Yeah, all the time. Do you really think that that's never going to happen? You really think that's the reason why you teach people is that's the reason why you try to avoid having situations like this happen, because it pushes you closer to having another one of these bad moments happen. That's it. Holding a cross is pretty fucking hilarious considering Christianity. I love people that say that. Holding a cross is oh, well, look at Christianity. As if Christianity, see, you have to understand that the Bible is, like 1,000 pages long or something like that. But there's a few excerpts in it that says you have to love everybody, which means that you're not allowed to have borders. You understand that with any religious text, whether this is the Bible, the Torah, or the fucking Quran, there's going to be statements inside of those books that are violent and that encourage violence, and there are going to be statements inside of these books that encourage peace. Every single one of them is like this. That's how it is. The Romans invented the cross? I don't know. Love your neighbor? Well, you could say these people aren't your neighbor. Anyway, so let's see here. Again, how do you know this is a protest that's not in America? It's crazy, isn't it? It's really crazy. What are the odds? I don't know what the fuck they're saying. I don't speak British.
Thousands of people have gathered in Birmingham, the second largest city in the UK, for one of the most overt displays of discontent in recent years. The participants from all walks of life came together, proudly waving Union Jacks and St. George's flags, making it clear and decisive that they, the usually silent majority, would no longer stay quiet. Shouts of protest against Keir Starmer, along with the slogan "Free Tommy Robinson Now," echoed through the city centre.
I thought he got let out.
Indicating that this was not just a spontaneous protest, but a call for unity from people who feel the country is being stifled by censorship, injustice, and betrayal from its own leaders.
Yeah, I think that's the way a lot of people there feel. This is old.
The issue at hand
is
no
an old
longer
video.
about...
It's a day ago. It says this is from a day ago. This is happening now, right?
Left-wing or right-wing politics, but the voice of the people demanding the right to free expression, fair treatment, and accountability for those in power.
See, this is another big issue, is that there's this sentiment, and I don't live here, so I don't like making sweeping statements. Well, I do it all the time. I just did. But I try to avoid, whenever I know that I'm doing it, making sweeping statements. But it seems very obvious that governments in certain countries in Europe have done things to intentionally obfuscate the amount of crime that migrants are committing in order to make the public not understand that, they are committing crime. It seems very obvious this is happening.
For a long time, concerns about biased media, a justice system operating under double standards, and the erosion of core British values were either ignored or mocked. But that is no longer the case.
Of course.
What is happening in Birmingham is part of a broader awakening spreading across the nation. The truth is, Britain is waking up, while the leadership class is clearly in disarray. Now, let's watch the video. But before we do, don't forget to like and subscribe.
The longer that these people go without getting their needs met, the more of them that there will be. And eventually, there will be enough of them for them to exercise. And also, the longer they go, the more extreme they will be. Like, I'll look at this like, so there will be a point in time where, apparently these people come over in boats. Right now, the statement is turn the boats away. Eventually, that statement will turn into sink the boats. I guarantee you.
Oh, yeah.
I guarantee you, clip it and wait and find out.
You ever seen that clip of that guy that they were interviewing? That black dude with like the backwards taxi hat? And the guy was like, what should we do when the boats come? No boats land on the beach. But what if there's women and children on them? He just has this fucking death stare with ice water running through his fucking veins, looks him dead in the eyes and says, no boats land on the beach. Oh man. That's where they're at right now.
And there it is. And the longer that you go without listening to people like this and giving them a degree of of fucking credibility, the more extreme and radical they will become.
Subscribe to the channel so you won't miss what's coming next.
And also, the more of them there will be.
Tommy Robinson, and I just wanted to say a few words because
the Israeli flag's already assigned. Yeah, I know. So we have neo-Nazis siding with Israel now. I think that in general the sentiment is against primarily, I would say, migrants that are coming from Middle Eastern countries, and so that's going to be that is one point of alignment where a lot of people in Britain and also Israelis are going to have like a concerted viewpoint on.
The difference is I was in prison for 9
Middle East, oh, and Africa too, yeah.
He's in prison for 9 months in solitary confinement. I cannot even imagine or begin to fathom what he is going through right now. So, let's have some chanting in Tommy's honour while he's in prison.
I don't know what Tommy Robinson did. I have no idea. I knew at one point, but I forgot. Sorry, but the Brits deserve this. They're the ones that caused the Palestinian problem with their white paper. They should fix this on their own. You're right that the British were instrumental in drawing the lines of Israel and Palestine. That's my understanding in 1946 or 1947. I think that's definitely true. And they do bear accountability for that. I would say that the majority of, and this is my opinion, right? Is that the majority of interventionism that Europe and America has done around the world has been, I think it has been more of a destabilizing force than a stabilizing force. It's ancient history now. Yeah, and also, by the way, here's another issue. And I agree with you. I agree with you in principle, and I think that it was bad. But you're not going to tell a guy that's 25 that he has to live with a blood debt because his grandfather's, father did something stupid. You're never going to be able to win the hearts and minds of people by categorically condemning them as bad actors because of the nature of their birth. So it's stupid. Yeah, exactly. Like, none of the men in this protest were responsible for drawing the lines of Israel and Palestine. So why should they accept and be okay with, damn, bro, they got slots right there, just like on the street. Holy shit. Not even his grandfather's father, but the aristocrats that ran the country 100 years ago. Yeah, that's also another good point. So a Palestinian child should be left holding the bag? It's not about should or not a should. You're still living inside of the realm of Reddit, of what's justifiable, what makes sense, what's fair to you. This is something that transcends Reddit arguments and Reddit logic. This is survival and preservation of what they believe to be their country and their own existence. It doesn't matter who's holding the bag. It doesn't matter what's fair. All of that stuff goes out the window. It's not real. Punishing citizens for decisions of past kings is beyond retarded. Yeah, has that ever worked? I mean, isn't that the reason, like one of the reasons why I would say, obviously, you know, the Nazis came to power? I think that's a big reason why. It's because Germany was a shithole after World War I. That's it. Yeah, how'd that work out? Not so good, huh? Who's a wanker?
Keir Starmer.
Who's a wanker? Keir Starmer? Oh, yeah, people don't like him.
Grooming gangs, vile predators who prey, they rape, they traffic, and destroy lives.
I think this is one of the big reasons why this movement is gaining a lot of momentum, by the way, is because it's been able to successfully engage a lot of women because they've been able to control the moral high ground of how is it justifiable or acceptable that you have these rape gangs or something like this. Again, I don't live there. I'm not an expert in this, but I hear this a million fucking times, and I hear it enough to where even if it isn't true, to these people, it certainly fucking is. And so if it's happening, they effectively create the moral high ground by being against that stuff. That's the reason why.
The elites overlook it, they look the other way, they provide no protection for English girls.
And I think that's what's really engaged and supercharged this movement. Is usually, you know, a lot of these types of movements, like especially like these nationalist movements, like I'm gonna be honest, they're primarily men. It's like 95% men. And I think still in the case, it is the majority men even now. But the difference is that it has engaged a lot of women now because there has been a compelling argument made for advocating for women's safety. Base, pissed off women at least? Yes, exactly.
English girls don't matter to the elite scum in this country. They matter to us, though. They matter to us.
Yeah.
In Lockburn, Rochdale, Telford, thousands of English girls have been violated, their innocence stolen, their futures shattered by these organised gangs. And what do our so-called leaders do? They cover it up. They silence the truth for their multicultural fantasy. I don't want a multicultural fantasy. It doesn't work. The experiment failed. I want an English for the English. An England for the English. But we say no more. Our daughters deserve safety.
You don't know what's actually happening. The reason most of this started is that Pakistani Muslim men were targeting thousands of girls under the age of 14 and forcing them into prostitution. Well, that's not really what the problem is. And before you clip me, listen to what I'm going to say. It's not the fact that they were doing it. It's the fact that acknowledging, addressing, and talking about it was considered racist, unconscionable.
Oh, yeah.
That's the reason why it was a problem. If it had just happened and then the people who had done it went to jail and it was openly discussed, it was the fact that it was hidden, you weren't able to talk about it, and again, they were told, basically, the implementation, I think, was that it was like a bad thing to discuss. It was allowed to continue. Yes. And so that's what really radicalized people. Yes, obviously them doing it is bad. Of course, it's, wow, what a surprise. It's bad to do that, but it's more than that. As considered a hate crime? Yes. If we talk about it, you're racist? Exactly. And I think that eventually, if you tell people they're racist for talking about something, eventually they're going to agree with you. And that's a very scary thing.
And our daughters deserve justice, finally. And it doesn't stop there. Islamic terrorism ravages our cities. Manchester, London, Westminster Bridge.
Can I be racist, please?
Not in chat. Red with the blood of the English. bombs
Not in
came to
chat.
our concerts, knives slashed through our markets, and our people live in fear. Who can forget the 22 young people that died at the Ariana Grande concert? Who can forget that?
Yeah.
They were children. They came to our country and slaughtered our kids. There should be no surrender to them. We should...
Exactly. She's completely right about all this. The it's Islamic terrorism, not Islamic. Islamist. Here's the thing. Here's what I find to be really fucking ironic. You don't see Dubai or Saudi Arabia taking these clowns in.
Oh my god.
Because they fucking know. They know what they're up. They know what the hell is going on. They don't want to deal with that. Absolutely not.
Back every single time and tell them they do not belong in these lands. They belong to me and to you. Our cities, once beacons of British pride, are now battlegrounds, and we're told to accept it as diversity. We will not accept it. We will not let terror define our children's futures. Not in a million years. Our young Englishmen and women, the heartbeat of our nation, are being cut down by foreigners who have no place in these lands to begin
She's
with.
mad.
From leaving
Holy shit.
to death in broad daylight by jihadists, to the countless stabbings on London streets.
And this is also another issue. I think there's definitely a religious component to this too, where you have a lot of people who, again, like the idea that you can't criticize Islam, you can't criticize behaviors of people who are Islamic, etc., like the praying in the middle of the street stuff. This is obviously going to radicalize people. It will massively radicalize people. And by the way, whenever I see some...
Yeah, especially like the praying in the middle of the street thing is like... I mean... I don't know the rules, you know, if it's 5 o'clock, you gotta face west, wherever you're at, you gotta stop and do it. Oh, it just so happens that 50 people were walking across the street at exactly this time and had to fucking pray. Whatever, alright. Immigration, like, that's one of the main differences between immigration here in the United States versus over there. Because, I mean, we're mostly not worried, sorry. We're usually focused on, you know, people from South America. But people from South America just want to come here and fucking... Well, I mean, I don't want to say all of them, because some of them do want to escape cartels. They want to escape crimes they've committed. Some people are on the wrong side of that story, but most people are probably on the right side of that story. But they don't fucking pray in the streets and fucking disrupt everybody's lives in the way that you do see instances of that on YouTube about the UK, I guess. You know. Age verification mandate for online platforms. Telegram, Pornhub, and others complied. Yeah, grooming gangs are also a phenomenon in Eastern Europe. Hundreds of thousands are trafficked like that in Western Europe. The grooming method is called lover boy method. Yeah, I've heard of that before. Yeah, and I've heard that that ID verification thing was a thing. It's a thing here in Texas too. Here in Texas, like I'm pretty sure that you can't go to any porn sites unless you know, give a copy of your ID to the fucking porn site. Which nobody in their right fucking mind would ever do. But I'm pretty sure that's a law here. So yeah, it's happening.
Some random person that's praying in the middle of the street, stopping traffic. Do you want to know where that doesn't happen? It doesn't happen in Dubai. It doesn't happen in UAE, as far as I know. I bet it doesn't happen in Qatar either. And I bet it sure as fuck doesn't happen in Saudi Arabia. Why the fuck do they put up with it whenever the countries that are that religion don't? And the reason why, I'll tell you the reason why.
Uh-oh. Why?
It's because they're afraid of being seen as racist.
Uh-oh. Uh-oh, you said it.
That's the reason.
You said it.
And the moment that these people stop being afraid as being seen as racist will be a very, very bad time. And I want to say that the reason why I've been advocating and talking about this a lot is that I think that the end result of this behavior is going to be a mass radicalization of the entire population to an extent that they're able to exercise a military action to do something that could be unspeakably evil. And I can see that happening. I can see this brewing right now. And I can't see how anybody can't see that. You're applying to radicals? Yeah, I don't want to. That's the thing. Why are you doing propaganda for them? Let me, real quick, I don't want to spend a whole lot of time talking about this, right? What propaganda do you think that I'm spreading here? Chat's full of Israeli Zionists and you're a terrorist too, Zach? I'm a terrorist? Okay. Then why... why... And this is what I'm saying, right? Is that you have no problem looking at people as Zionists and they're Israelis, talking about them being bad, but now you're talking about being Islamophobic. See, this is exactly what I'm discussing. This is the reason why people are radicalized. It's because of people like you. You're the reason why they're radicalized. And this is what's going to keep happening. Idiots in chat? Yeah, I wasn't really reading chat, and so like now that I'm waiting for this person's response. Islamophobia, that's all? What have I said that's Islamophobic? Explain to me what you think that I've said that's Islamophobic. Keep yapping? I could say the same for you. What have I said that's Islamophobic? Now, it looks like we're not going to get a response. What a surprise. It's because it's not Islamophobic at all. It's got nothing to do with that. It has nothing to do with the religion. You understand that me making the example of Saudi Arabia and other Islamic countries not allowing this behavior is me actively not being Islamophobic. This is me saying that these people are the ones who are the bad actors, not the ideology. Because if it was the ideology that created the bad actors, then you would logically assume that every other person inside of this ideology would be doing the same thing. But it's very clearly not like that because many other places don't have these issues. You can't defend your arguments. You can't defend your accusations because they're not real. You're just trying to and also, like, by the way, every religion is open for criticism. I don't understand how we have anti-Semitism and we also have Islamophobia, but for some reason, whenever you criticize Christianity, this is somehow seen as socially acceptable. Either all of them are open for criticism or none of them are. This is an outrageous double standard, and I think anybody can see it.
I agree with that.
Jews are dying at the hands of those that despise us. We will deport them all.
Yep.
Every week we hear of another knife attack, another life lost, another British family broken. This is not cultural enrichment, it's war on our people.
Cultural enrichment.
We are at war right now. We are at war.
Oh, this is not cultural enrichment. I love it. The discourse around European immigration is like amazing. The doctors, the engineers, the cultural enrichment. And support all the things. What's up, Salty? How you doing? Muslims glorify leaders from the founding of Islam who use violence to establish empire and to gather armies, and we should not support them creating states if Islam is influencing laws. Hey, you know what, Grand? Good luck with that, man. Good luck with that, dude. Good luck.
Gonna win this war. Is it gonna be the mighty British or the foreign scum that doesn't belong here? It's the mighty British. Sorry.
What do you think about this? Please let me know your thoughts in the comments below. Moving on to other notable news. Imagine a Labour MP just faced one of the most heated questioning sessions in Parliament this year.
Is this about?
What began as a routine committee hearing quickly turned into a tense political battle. The questions raised were no longer merely about seeking information, but gradually turned into accusations. And the answers soon began to crumble under the mounting pressure. Whether you support the Labour Party or not, this spectacle is certainly worth watching. But before we continue, I just have a small request. If you find this video helpful, don't forget to like and subscribe to the British Insight.
I'm not sure. I think this is something else.
Free.
Yeah, I just want to look at the protests. I'm going to link you guys the rest of the video here, and you guys can watch the rest of it if you want. British Insight. And this is an issue of late-stage capitalism, inequality, and nothing else. You think it's because of capitalism? What the fuck does this have to do with capitalism? Like, it has nothing to do... Like, this has nothing to do with that. Like, I mean, I guess you could make, okay, so I see where you're going. You're trying to make the abstract argument that it's because of capitalism, because the companies that are pushing for this, because they want to make money, right? They want to, like, have cheaper labor and stuff like that. Sure, but, like, I would argue that's not capitalism, that's corporatism. That's corporatism controlling the government. So that's not really...
The old corporatism argument. Oh, no.
Capitalism at all, in the same way that you can have, like, there are a lot of bad elements of every political or economic system. That doesn't necessarily mean that the political or economic system is bad. And so
that's like that argument, like in all like these like the capitalist versus communist kind of debate groups that I'm in and generally like left versus right social media groups that I'm a part of, especially like the capitalist versus communist one that I'm in. They anytime they are mocking libertarians, the communists will do that thing where they alternate between caps, like uppercase and lowercase. But it's not real capitalism, it's corporatism every single time, dude. I don't know.
Oh, that's really, I think, the big difference.
Which is kind of on par for what I think Asmongold is. I mean, like, I've had this conversation with how many people about whether or not he's actually right-wing. I don't think he is. I just think he's a spicy libertarian, you know. I don't think he's like informed enough to be an ANCAP, but he's just one of these guys where like let people do what they want and blah blah blah. You know, he's just a spicy libertarian. That's it.
Difference here that a lot of people aren't really seeing, and I wish they would see. But I guess we're gonna have to wait and find out. I don't know if that's going to happen, but we'll see. Anyway, let's go back over. I'll look at a few more of these here, and we'll find it. I'll see if there's any more posts about this on Twitter as well. Let's see if I can find it. UK protest. So there's a massive protest going on, and I did not even know about it. Holy shit.
Yeah.
That is insane.
When was this? 20 hours ago. Yeah, yesterday, my algo went fucking full on UK in YouTube. It was just nothing but people doing IRL streams in the UK. All over the place, man.
Another day, another protest against unvetted illegal migration in the UK. Yep.
This is going to be a national protest from the country.
This is, by the way, the most effective way for these people to shift the public tide, and this is what worked here in the United States, is to ship a lot of the migrants and these people that are coming into the country, is to ship them to the places where there are large consolidations of people that want them to be there. Like, for example, whenever they sent all of those illegals to Martha's Vineyard and it totally shut down the entire place, or they sent them to New York and it shut down the entire place. I think that the moment that you make people live with the consequences of their actions is the moment that they will realize that their actions are wrong. But whenever people can only understand it in a conceptual way, they're going to be totally okay with it. Yeah, back to Narnia. It's going viral because it's not going viral because information's curated. It's a bubble. Imagine this happened in Iran, China, or Russia. It would be on every tabloid. No, actually, I'm pretty sure it wouldn't, but there's a different reason for that. Is there a migrant hotel for you? Yeah, there shouldn't be any migrant hotels in the entire country. It's ridiculous. What's this here? Oh, this is from last year. This is July. This is from yesterday. Yeah, there you go. And people nowadays on social media are so insensitive, they only hear what they want to hear. Yeah, definitely. And want to alligator Alcatraz of our own. Well, the problem is that the government is letting it happen. And I think also this is another big issue that I think that a lot of people in the UK need to realize. There are a lot of people in Europe in general, but in the UK specifically, that are okay with this migration. You need to win them over. You need to figure out a way to make them realize that they have the wrong point of view. And if you can't do that, you're probably not going to make enough progress. You need to bring more people over to your side. The reason why the sentiment in the United States has changed is because, again, of those actions of sending all of the illegals to different areas, right? But how it's censored as fuck, I don't know how. All I'm saying is that I think that's the solution. And I think this is something that will happen naturally on its own, but obviously being able to do that will make it happen faster. So yeah, it's that simple. And it's literally it's internally
that
sponsored
simple.
unconventional warfare. Their own government wants it to happen.
It's that simple. He loves to say that.
Yeah, I've heard a lot of conspiracy theories about the government wanting it to happen in order for them to justify having some sort of legal control, right? And this is, again, I mean, even Elon Musk knows this, right?
The mass immigration is insane and will lead to the destruction of any country that allows unfettered mass immigration.
True.
The country will simply cease to exist.
True.
At the end of the day, it is a numbers game, a numbers situation. If there are 8 billion people in the world, and let's say you're a country of...
It's AI? Nope,
50 million,
it's just
60
Elon.
million,
Yeah.
Or, for a medium-sized
Elon.
country, but even for a country like the United States, which is 350 million, given that there are 8 billion people in the world, it only takes a few percent of the rest of the world to move to the country to where it is no longer that country.
Clearly.
A country is not its geography. A country is its people.
Obviously.
This is a fundamental concept that is truly obvious. I mean, if you took the people of Italy and you...
He's saying the same shit I was saying, yeah.
Teleported the people of Italy...
Duh.
To say...
This is obvious.
Some part of the United States. It would still be Italy.
Yes.
But
True.
if you teleported a bunch of people from some other part of the world to Italy, where they're telling people no longer because they've been teleported to America.
Let's take advice from the immigration, from the guy who's repopulating the world by having children with influencers on Twitter. Yeah, what he's saying is true. Yeah, what he's saying is true. I agree with it.
And
yeah, I don't know
the
what that has to do with what he's saying, but
would
like,
no
yeah.
longer be Italy. It would be that other country. A country is its people, not its geography.
There it is. Well, there it is, right? That's true, but he doesn't follow what he's saying. Again, it's about the idea. Not everybody is going to live up to what they say, and I think that's definitely true. I think that the H-1B visa program probably should be limited if that's what you're trying to discuss. I think so too. But in a general sense, yes, obviously this is going to be a continual thing, 100%. And his words would have weight if he wasn't so unstable and high on drugs. I don't know about him being on drugs at all. But anyway, so let me see if I can show you guys this. This is crazy. Mass immigration is wrong. It's definitely a big culprit, and right-wing people are easily frustrated, especially mass immigration of uneducated people. Yeah, I think that the mass immigration stuff is radicalizing people at an extremely high rate. And I think that by the time the government realizes it and they correct, it's going to be too late, and people will already be too radicalized.
Welcome back. Joining me now is House Speaker Mike Johnson of Louisiana. Speaker Johnson, welcome back to Meet the Press.
Great to be with you.
Well, it is great to have you. You just heard my conversation with Congressman Massey, Congressman Khanna. So let me start off with this question. Why did you adjourn the House early? And does it run the risk of feeding the perception that there's something to hide in the Epstein matter?
Look, these are all important questions. Let me be absolutely clear, as we have been from the very beginning. House Republicans insist upon the release of all credible evidence and information related to Epstein in any way. But we are also insisting upon the protection of innocent victims. And our concern is that the Massey and Khanna discharge petition is reckless in the way that it is drafted and presented. It does not adequately include those protections, and I can explain all the details of that. With the important thing on the timing, to answer that question first, is that we did not do anything to end the term of Congress early. The Massey-Khanna discharge petition was filed so that it would not ripen until a day after Congress had...
Yo, what's up, Fen? How you doing? I'm on the old YouTube. I'm on Kick YouTube and Twitch, but just one of those days where I'm doing work to get ahead of some meetings for tomorrow. So I'm kind of just listening to stuff in the background and casually chatting with people. How you doing? Also, I got your message. I got your message on the old Twitch, so I will get back to you. I'll get back to you with all my deets. How you doing, bud? Alright, somebody... See, I got somebody on the old fucking YouTube, finally. Thank you. Somebody's on YouTube. I appreciate it. We're getting there. We're slowly but surely moving away from Twitch. One platform at a time.
Previously been scheduled for...
Anyways, how you doing, bud?
Almost a year to be out of session and in the district work period for August, and that is the timing of it. So what we did do this week is end the chaos in the Rules Committee, because the Democrats are trying to use this in a shameless manner for political purposes, quite obviously. They hijacked the Rules Committee and they tried to turn it into an Epstein hearing. That's not what the Rules Committee is about. So that's why the floor votes ended on Wednesday instead of Thursday. But the work of Congress continues, and the schedule of Congress was published well over a year ago, December of 2024. So none of this was a surprise. And Khanna and Massey could have brought their discharge petition a day earlier and prevented that, or, as noted earlier, anytime over the last 4 years. They did not do it during the Biden administration, and that's an important point for everybody to note.
But, Mr. Speaker, it's not just Republicans supporting this. It's 11, not just Democrats, it's 11 Republicans as well. Let me just ask you, because I hear you saying that, yes, the files should be made public while protecting the victims. Let me just ask you, though, should all of the files related to Jeffrey Epstein be released and made public?
Yes, I agree with President Trump, with the Department of Justice, with the FBI, that you need all credible evidence and information out there. That word credible is important. And why? Because you have to protect innocent people's names and reputations whose names might be, as you noted at the outset of the program, intertwined into all these files. This has been a long legal process. There's a reason, for example, that grand jury materials are protected under the federal rules of criminal procedure, because they're not to be put out. See, the Massey and Khanna discharge petition would require the release. They would require the DOJ and FBI to release information that they know is false, that is based on lies and rumors, and was not even credible enough to be entered into the court proceedings. And that would be a dangerous thing. Our main concern here, though, is the protection of the innocent victims. I mean, these are minors in many cases who were subjected to unspeakable crimes, abject evil. They've already suffered great harm. We do not need their names being unmasked. The Massey and the Khanna discharge petition does not have adequate protections. For example, in the way that it was drafted, they cite that they don't want child abuse, sex abuse information uncovered, but they cite the wrong provision of the federal code, and so it makes it unworkable. It requires the DOJ to release grand jury testimony. They are prohibited by law from doing so. So it is not the right approach. There is another approach out there. The House Republicans on the Rules Committee have a resolution that is well drafted, that is thoughtfully drafted by lawyers, that would make this workable. That's the approach. We have to protect the innocent. We'll do it at all cost.
They do say that they want victims' names redacted, though, just to be clear. Let me move on to Ghislaine Maxwell.
Yes, but their language doesn't adequately produce that. Yes, go ahead.
Okay.
Yeah.
Let me move on to Ghislaine Maxwell. As you know, Mr. Speaker, the Deputy Attorney General spent 2 days interviewing her. She, of course, has been convicted of grooming, recruiting, abusing young teenage girls, along with Jeffrey Epstein. Mr. Speaker, Maxwell's attorney said she answered all questions honestly and truthfully, but do you think that Ghislaine Maxwell can be trusted?
Well, I mean, look, it's a good question. I hope so. I hope that she would want to come clean. We certainly are interested in knowing everything that she knows. And as you'll note, in our House Republican majority, we're working towards that. Chairman Comer and our Oversight Committee has already issued their own subpoena. They want to bring in Ghislaine Maxwell as well. I hope she's telling the truth. She is convicted.
Victims include anyone implicated in the commission of crimes. I mean, this file must be crazy, because you gotta think about it this way. If Trump is as implicated as everybody thinks he is in these fucking files, why didn't they fucking release this during the election? They, Kamala Harris could have walked into the White House if the Biden administration said, you know what? Let's just fucking drop the Trump Epstein nuke. Let's just fucking do it. I mean, we're way behind here. All right, if we don't want that man to walk into the White House, we got to drop the bomb. And they didn't. What's up, Nader? How you doing? Doing good, just voltage work and chillaxing. Nice, very cool, very cool. Did Virginia catch a fire outside? Is it going nuts over there? What's going on? Already monetized on Kick, which is WoW, which since I haven't had a lot of engagement there. Yeah, it's the thing is, like, it's a lot easier to get monetized on Kick than it is on Twitch, but you know, obviously the engagement's different. Like I didn't reach 75 viewers until maybe I think like a month ago. So I think, or not viewers, followers. So I think I'm at like 77 now. I haven't monetized it yet because I just, you know, I usually only have like 1 or 2 people on the Kick side anyway. But I don't even care about the money stuff. You know, this is just something I do for fun on the side. So hundreds of people are implicated in crimes against minors. Yet I don't see a lot of clients getting dragged in the news. That's true. Yeah. That's true. What's going on though in Virginia? You guys are on fire. Nader, you should go to Virginia. I don't know if you can't see him, Nader, but this is a buddy of mine, someone I used to stream with some Halo back in the day. He's on the YouTube chat right now, but he's living in Virginia. He's saying Virginia's on fire. Maybe you need to take a trip over there and start doing some IRL. The Nader does like IRL streams for like storm chasing and things like that. 110 with humidity? Fuck that. Dude, the thing is I have a policy. I don't go outside in the summer. I just literally stay inside the entire summer. Here in Texas, I mean, it's not that bad here in Texas today. What is it today? Wow, it's actually 85. It was raining earlier, so that makes sense, but I mean, usually July, August, it's 103, 104 every single day. I just don't go outside. Yeah.
She is serving a 20-year sentence for child sex trafficking, and so her character is in some question. But if she wants to come clean now, that would be a great service to the country, and we'd like to know every single bit of information that she has. I certainly hope she's telling the truth.
Well, listen, this week, President Trump didn't rule out a pardon for Ghislaine Maxwell. Of course, that's one of the big questions looming over all of this. So let me put this to you, Mr. Speaker. Would you support a pardon or a commutation for Ghislaine Maxwell, a convicted sex trafficker?
Well, I mean, obviously that's a decision of the president. He said he had not adequately considered that. I won't get in front of him. That's not my lane. My lane is to help direct and control the House of Representatives and to use every tool within our arsenal to get to the truth. I'm going to say this as clearly and plainly and repeatedly as I can over and over. We are for maximum disclosure. We want all transparency. I trust the American people. I and the House Republicans believe that they should have all this information to be able to determine what they will. But we have to protect the innocent. And that's the only safeguard here that we've got to be diligent about, and I'm insistent upon doing so.
Well, I guess my question is, are you open to a pardon or commutation? I mean, Mr. Speaker, the victims referred to Maxwell as Epstein's right-hand woman. Here's what one victim who testified under a pseudonym told the court at sentencing, quote, "The many acts that were perpetrated on me by Epstein, including rape, strangulation, and sexual assault, were never consensual and would not have occurred had it not been for the cunning and premeditated role Ghislaine Maxwell played." Is that someone deserving of a pardon or commutation in any circumstance, Mr. Speaker?
If you're asking my opinion, I think 20 years was a pittance. I think she should have a life sentence at least. I mean, think of all these unspeakable crimes. And as you noted earlier, probably 1,000 victims. I mean, you know, it's hard to put into words how evil this was, and that she orchestrated it and was a big part of it. At least under the criminal sanction, I think is an unforgivable thing. So, again, not my decision, but I have great pause about that, as any reasonable person would.
Two more critical topics to get to with you, Mr. Speaker. Let's talk about what has been called the Big Beautiful Bill. In June, you told me the bill would not cut Medicaid, but 2 Republican senators ultimately voted against it because of what they thought were cuts to Medicaid. And Senator Josh Hawley is already out proposing legislation to actually roll back some of the Medicaid cuts that he just voted for. Did the Medicaid cuts go too far, Mr. Speaker?
The bill does not cut Medicaid. The One Big Beautiful Bill does not cut Medicaid. What it does is strengthen the program. And we talked about this, Kristen, is that the problem is there's a high degree of fraud, waste, and abuse in that program. I'm talking about tens of billions of dollars every year. What we did is we went in to go in and fix that. We introduced work requirements, which is a wildly popular notion in public opinion polling because it makes sense. Medicaid is a safety net program. It is intended for the elderly, the disabled, young, single, pregnant women, young mothers, and those resources are being drained because you had able-bodied young men, for example, with no dependents who are riding the wagon. That's not right. It's morally wrong, and it doesn't comport with the law. So what we did in our Big Beautiful Bill is we went in to carve those guys out of that program. They have work requirements now, 20 hours a week. They either have to be working, looking for a job in a work training program or volunteering in their community, which is good for them and their surroundings. We find dignity in our work. We're proud of that reform. And by the way, there was a Harris and Harvard poll that came out about 2 weeks ago, and they looked at 17 of the 21 primary provisions in that Big Beautiful Bill, and 17 out of 21 are majority support in the public, and that's after the onslaught of the mainstream media and Democrats lying about the bill. So we're excited to go out into our districts in August and tell the truth.
But Mr. Speaker, Josh Hawley says he is worried about cuts to payments and Medicaid reimbursements. Why would he be introducing a bill to roll back cuts in Medicaid if there were no cuts in Medicaid? He says the people in his state are going to suffer.
I haven't talked to my friend Josh Hawley about his legislation. I'm not sure what that's directed to, but I will tell you that the One Big Beautiful Bill safeguards the program. It strengthens it. It makes sure that Medicaid will be there for those who actually need it and who the law is intended to provide for. It is not for illegal aliens. We've kicked them off. It's not for people who are gaming the system. We've kicked them off. And it's not for people who should be working.
Yeah,
they
exactly,
have to be able to prove that they're...
That's a really good point. Half of DC was within 100 feet of these victims at least once in the past 2 decades, and nobody knew what was going on. Yeah, that's a good point.
In one of these programs in order to get those benefits. And I think taxpayers will be served very well by that. But everything else in the bill is wildly popular as well.
Let me ask you about a critical issue on the world stage. The world has been watching what has been unfolding in Gaza. We are going to show some of these pictures. They're very disturbing, Mr. Speaker. Of course, this humanitarian crisis, children starving to death. Israel has now paused military operations amid the international outcry over this hunger crisis. Are Israel's actions too little too late, Mr. Speaker?
The images are disturbing and heartbreaking. We all want a peace there in that region. President Trump is trying to forge that, and we support it 100%. I will tell you that I've spoken to my friend Ambassador Leiter, the Israeli ambassador to the U.S., and to other Israeli officials. This is important to note. Israel, since this war began, has supplied over 94,000 truckloads full of food. It's enough food to feed 2 million people for 2 years, trying to get that into Gaza. But Hamas has stolen the food, a huge amount. In fact, in 2024, the numbers are that Hamas profited over $500 million in stolen food aid that was supposed to go to these poor people who needed it. That's half of their budget. So this is a broken system. The UN needs to work with Israel to make sure that the food is getting to the people that need it most. The IDF, I'm told as recently as this morning, will begin tomorrow in opening new channels of distribution to get it to those people who are desperately in need. That's Israel's intention. That's the U.S.'s intention, and the UN as well.
All right, Mr. Speaker, we are out of time. We should note the New York Times just yesterday did report that the IDF never found proof that Hamas had systematically, that word systematically, stolen deliveries of aid provided by the UN and other groups. We do really appreciate your joining us, and I hear you defending the Israeli position on that. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
You got it. Thank you. Yeah, thank you.
You remember the era of woke advertising, right? This was 7 years ago, so it's back in 2018.
Sargon.
And then through to about 2021, you got adverts like this. I speak my truth, my Calvins. Oh yeah, this was the most inclusive project yet from Calvin Klein. Oh, that's incredible. That's incredible. That's just amazing. I so want to buy that product. And I'm sure this just sold like hotcakes with this queen on the advert. Just pure ideology, right? No one who actually wanted to sell a product would be like, yeah, this is how I'm going to do it. Pure woke ideology. But that era seems to have come to an end because recently there have been a series of adverts from American Eagle jeans featuring Sydney Sweeney. And my goodness, hasn't this upset the apple cards? So there are a couple of adverts, but the one that really stuck in everyone's craw is this one where she's just pulling on some jeans, and at the end, a voice says, Sydney Sweeney has great jeans, as in the parody, the pun is she's good looking and her genes, she's lucky to have been, to have inherited the good genes from her parents, so she looks good, but also genes and genes are what's the word?
Parallel?
Homophones?
Maybe.
I think it's homophone. I'm going to look this up. Yes, it is homophone. I knew it was. It's just, you get those moments where you're like, hang on, there are lots of words that sound kind of like that word, and I want to make sure that I get the right word. But anyway, the point is, man, this had 70 million views, and the quote tweets... Listen, right, I appreciate that dunking on the libs is a bit gauche these days. It's a bit old hat. It's like, well, yes, they're retarded, we all know. But man, I'm going to enjoy myself. Like, rarely do things like this come about. So the main strands of criticism of Sydney Sweeney's advert here came in two particular forms. The first form was from women. Sex appeal of a tuna melt Subway. Well, I mean, I guess we all have our opinions on that, don't we? The Sydney Sweeney American Eagle ad came on my TV earlier, and I almost vomited. That was so weird. I do not mind sexual marketing, but...
Case Mr. Arkansas AG Tim Griffin launches investigating to return to the land and white American-centric intentional community founded by Eric Orwell in the Ozarks. Yeah, we were watching that video yesterday with Nick Fuentes about that interview. So what Grand there is talking about is this guy. Where's he at?
Y'all want to know some shit that I've done to men?
You watch the video? Well, here's the thing. I'm just trying to clear out my playlist today. If it's like a 10 or 15 minute video, fine. If it's any more than that, I'm just not doing it because I'm not streaming. Okay, I'm streaming, but I'm not streaming. I'm not reacting. I'm just working. That's what I'm doing today. If it's like 10 or 15 minutes, fine, I'll play it. But if it's like any longer than that, I'm just not gonna.
You are white. You're listening to this.
I'm not playing anything because I know I'm gonna open up a floodgate. Hey, look at, can you play this video? Play this video. Play this video. Play this video. I'm not doing that today. All right, I am just working. I got fucking crazy deadlines this week, and I'm very rarely and briefly stopping to do these kinds of like one-off things. If it's like 10 or 15 minutes, that's fine. But oh, this guy. Yeah.
What we've done here is establish a place where we have control over who our neighbors are, and that is just for the sake of preserving, our culture.
And that culture, effectively, we're saying this is a white culture, a whites-only place.
White American culture.
Over the last year and a half, high up in the Ozark Hills in the state of Arkansas, dozens of people have been working hard, leveling the land, building houses. They call it an intentional community based around shared ancestry, a long-winded way of saying something really quite simple.
I think we would generally be called far-right, sure.
It's called Return to the Land, and they invited me in.
A lot of people are going to be, why are you making Nazi references?
Right. Well, why wouldn't I?
A seemingly bucolic and sometimes surreal experience. But this is built on a radical modern premise, made possible because of a new political and technological moment. One with strong ties to the most active far-right groups in the US. Instead of taking to the streets, they are building their own, for generations to come.
It's important for me to do this for my ancestors, my friends, my family, my children, my children's children.
But in this southern US state, people who have lived through segregation once fear it is returning.
When you hear things like that, it causes you to be fearful, and you don't know who to trust.
Its founder says he is building a fortress for the white race.
It's a racial association. I kind of want to ask you, after seeing this, do you think what we're doing is immoral? What we've done here is establish a place where we have control over.
Anyways, that's what Grant's talking about. So apparently, the Arkansas AG's hard to get investigation into that guy. We watched an interview. Well, I kind of watched an interview. I got called. I got a call from somebody I was working with yesterday, so I had to stop streaming and just focus on my work. But we were watching an interview with him and Nick Fuentes yesterday. Watch half of it. That means 14 minutes. You're fucking bending the rules there, Grant. All right. So you originally told me that it is that. Now you're telling me half of it is that. All right. I'm just gonna do this now. I'm ripping off the Band-Aid and I will watch it. Okay. But this is all I am doing today in terms of, watching things and taking requests and all that stuff. I got way too much to get ahead of. I can't fucking stop every 2 seconds and play a video, but I will do it for this one occasion. All right. No, it's fine. It's fine. We'll watch the whole thing. If it depends. If you say that's half, then that means it's like 30 minutes long. All right, but we'll just put it on because you're nice and you're always in here, and I appreciate that. So I will do this, but the rest of today is not doing this, okay? I got too much shit to do. Inside the Rise of Islam Across America? Is that one? Is it the one from Nick Shirley? That's the one you're talking about? Yeah, I gotcha. Okay. No, it's okay. We'll watch it.
We're going to get radical, hardened, militant Islamists to come into America.
Islam is the #1 growing religion here in the United States. Why do you think that is so? Do you think Islam will eventually overtake Christianity here in the United States?
Worldwide, not just the United States.
I think Islam hates us.
The rise of Islam is real.
Grant, you should go get Casey. Get Casey and bring him in here, all right? Let's watch it together. I'm sure Casey will love this one.
Here in the United States, it's the fastest growing religion across America, and it's nearly doubled in size over the past 2 decades, and with Muslim women averaging 3.1 children compared to 1.6 for the American average. Muslims aren't just outpacing the nation in birth rates, they're also out-converting Christians. Nearly a quarter of all U.S. Muslims are converts, and most of them used to be Christians. While Christian churches are losing members, mosques are gaining members, and they're keeping them. And today, I'm here in Minnesota, home to one of the largest Muslim populations in all of America, to witness the rise firsthand. I'll be speaking with Muslims, Christian Americans, all Americans, entering in the mosque, asking the questions you guys want answered, from 9/11 to Sharia law, everything in between. There are no questions that are off the table for this video. And if you're a Christian who believes in Western values, this video might be a wake-up call to you to reignite your faith and spread the good word. And if you're a Muslim, this video might excite you for the future of Islam here in the United States. I want to apologize to anybody a part of Islam beforehand. If I do not use the correct verbiage or phrasing, I apologize. I'm not too familiar with the religion. So today we're going to be learning more, speaking with people, and seeing the rise of Islam here in the United States. And now, let's hit the streets and see what's happening. And to see the rise of Islam firsthand, we head to Cedar Riverside in Minneapolis to see how much the Islam community has grown inside of this community inside of America. What's it mean to you to be a part of Islam here in the United States?
Well, I think Islam
is a religion for the humanity, for everyone. Islam in America growing, it's not something to do with us, it's something to do with God. And God is just...
Got to balance his audio next time. It's like the left audio is as loud as it needs to be. The right audio is like slacking.
What's it like being a part of Islam here in the United States?
The Islam here is grow. So I hope the Islam will grow here in America.
And why do you think so many people are converting to Islam here? It's the #1 growing religion here in the United States.
Well, it's not only the growing, it's the fastest growing religion in the world. And no one can stop it. It looks like it is the best and the final religion to humanity. So if you don't accept it, that's up to you.
Islam is the #1 growing religion here in the United States. Yeah. Why do you think that is so?
Because of the great influx, #1, of the immigrants that we had. Secondly, some people start to see that the Islamic people in general really hold some good, true value. You know what I'm saying? Their values are really tight with how they take care of the family and how they see things that way, which is a very good, strong thing.
While we were inside of Cedar Riverside, we actually met a lady
that
VC. Left the Islam faith.
I'm not doing VC. I just I told him I was saying bring him into the chat so he can watch this. I'm not doing VC right now. It's gonna be way too. I'm working. Okay.
Are you a Muslim woman or no?
I'm not. My parent was Muslim.
How come you left Islam?
Because they control me. They control my clothes, and it's not good.
Do you think women are suppressed?
Yes, of course, they're breast. It's not. They don't want it, but female, they're afraid to get killed, so that's why they wear hijab. They wear big clothes. But me, I don't want clothes. I don't want to wear. But this need to be stopped. People, they have to wear whatever they want.
So
President Trump, you have to tell President Trump. You have to tell me a message. Females, they have this United States, they have freedom. They can wear whatever they wanted, but Islamic, they press females to wear these hijabs.
So if you're a woman in Afghanistan and you don't wear the hijab,
they kill you. They don't want you if you don't wear hijab. Even me, I wear this because they don't want me to wear a pant. Yeah.
Really?
I'm afraid. Yeah, I'm afraid. That's why I wear this. So it's not the way you think.
The hijab is a headscarf worn by many Muslim women as a sign of modesty and faith, and in some Muslim countries or underneath certain leadership, it is required, while in others, it is not. What are some large misconceptions about Islam here in the United States?
That Muslim women are suppressed.
And what makes you choose to wear the hijab?
My religion. I started wearing the hijab when I was 16 years old.
And what would happen if you didn't wear that hijab?
Nothing would happen. It's your choice.
And why do you think Islam is the largest growing religion here in the United States right now?
Because of our Quran, our...
Next mayor, yeah, no. The next mayor looks like the guy from... What was that movie with Tom Hanks? Look at me, I am the captain now. That guy. But he's a socialist, right? He's a Demsoc. He's not... I think he's running as a Democrat because that's how you win, right? That's how you win, being on the ticket of the major party. But I think he's more Demsoc, Mondani kind of style, right?
Our Quran, our book never changes. It's one book, one language, one religion. There's Islam in all over the world.
Do you think Islam will eventually overtake Christianity here in the United States?
Worldwide, not just the United States. We have people converting every day.
And what leads a Christian man to convert to Islam?
When they read the Quran and they find the truth, and they read it in English, and they see how peaceful Islam is.
And could you shake a man's hand?
Bro, if a Christian said this, he would be labeled a fucking Christian nationalist and canceled all over the fucking place. Or he or she would be labeled a Christian. If a Christian said exactly that, but replace Islam with Christianity, said the exact same thing, canceled. Instantly canceled.
No.
Do you find that interesting that women can't shake other men's hands?
No, I don't find that interesting. It's normal.
Is it true that Muslims also practice polygamy?
Yes.
Would you accept another wife into your marriage?
In our religion, it says.
How have you seen the rise of Islam here in this area?
It's a big rise.
And why do you think Islam is on the rise here in the United States?
Because of a lot of Somalians come here from East Africa. And so they come here to practice Islam is safe.
Minnesota is home to one of the largest populations of Somalians, and America accepted thousands of Somalis refugees in the 1990s due to the civil war that was taking place. And when they came to the United States, a large portion of them decided to settle in Minnesota for some reason. And now that decades have passed, those refugees have had children, and the Somalian population has grown. This also raises the number of members of Islam born into the United States, and also expands the influence of Islam throughout the country. It's projected that Minneapolis is now home to over 200,000 Somalians, and now many of those Somalians are also a part of the government, like Congresswoman Ilhan Omar, and now they also have another new person running for mayor of Minneapolis who's also Somalian and also Muslim. And Minneapolis is also one of the only cities in America that permits the Muslim call of prayer to be played out loud for all the public to hear. And right now, if you listen super closely, you can hear the call to prayer. Do you think traditional Western values are falling while Eastern values are rising here in the United States?
I don't know. Yeah.
Yeah, I don't really know. I would say
I guess it just depends on what you mean.
Traditional values that brought up the Western world, like Christian values. Would you say those are on the decline while Eastern values are on the uprise here?
I guess there's a lot of different interpretations of what Christian values are, so you'd have to be a little more specific.
Like the values of the Bible.
Yeah, but like people interpret the Bible in different ways, right? Mm-hmm. So like
the generic teachings, like the Ten Commandments.
I don't know. I think it just depends.
What's it like being a Muslim here in the United States?
I'm not speaking English, only one Somali language.
What does it mean to you to be a part of Islam?
I don't know. I'm not speaking English very well.
How are you? Do any of you speak English? English? No. Can women speak to on camera? No. I kept going because I wanted to speak with some more of the elders here to see if they could share their story about coming here from Somalia and how they've seen the rise firsthand. However, Hello. None of them spoke English.
How are you?
Can I ask any of you guys some questions? No? Speak English?
English, no.
No? Do any of you speak English? I then found someone who I could speak with and ask the controversial questions that many people are curious about. What's it like being a Muslim woman here in the United States?
It's sometimes challenging, especially nowadays.
And why do you say nowadays?
The climate kind of changed because of the political.
For instance, do you feel like acts like 9/11 and the use of the word radicalized has put a bad name on Muslims?
Absolutely.
And what do you say about what happened on 9/11, or those when people say Allah Akbar or things like that?
I thought it's tragedy.
Would you say that's a misrepresentation of the true Islam, or do you think?
It definitely is misrepresentation. True Islam doesn't believe in violence.
Or what's the hijab represent in your mind?
It represents for you to be a modest, to cover your body for only your spousal, and to leave something for the imagination.
What is Sharia law? A lot of people have a conception as to what Sharia law is. What is Sharia law?
I really don't like to speak on a topic that I'm not expert on, or I don't know too many things about.
After a few interviews, somebody came up to us angry because we were asking people about the rise of Islam inside this community. My name is Dick Shirley.
What are you doing?
My name is Dick Shirley. I'm a YouTuber. We're doing a video on the rise of Islam here in the United States.
The rise of Islam.
Yeah, it's the #1 converting religion.
The rise of Islam.
Yeah.
Make it make sense for me.
Yeah, it's
definitely should have led into that conversation with something a little bit more palatable. I imagine not the rise of Islam.
#1 it's the #1 converting religion in the United States, so we're doing a
the
subject on it.
#1 converting religion in the United States.
It's like the #1 growing religion. So
Wait, isn't it after Christ?
What?
Isn't it after Christ?
This guy wouldn't show his face on camera, and this conversation kept going for a few minutes, and he demanded that we deleted the footage of the interviews that we took here on the street. I said no, and he said, you better go, and we're gonna make sure you leave. I've never been in a situation like that while I've been filming, where somebody comes out of nowhere and wants to take the footage. I was watching a video prior to this video, and there is a Somali gang war going on here inside of these apartment complexes, apparently. I think we just went upon a gang, and I didn't know that they were a gang. And right now, he said, you better leave, and we're gonna make sure you get out of here. So right now, there is somebody following from behind, making sure that we get out of this place. Not the most friendly welcome here into this part of Minnesota. So we headed to the next city to see more about the rise of Islam. And really quick, before we go check out the next city, I want to tell you guys about the sponsor of this video, Delete Me. I've been using them for almost a year now to keep my personal information off of the Inside of this town of St. Cloud, this is one of the many Islamic centers here. This is a mosque here, but something that's super interesting about this mosque right here, it actually used to be a Lutheran church. You can see right here on the backdrop of this wall right here, this used to be a Lutheran church. So that just shows how much of the population has shifted from Christian to Muslim as far as the people in the population here inside of this town, as this used to be a Lutheran church. Now it's an Islamic mosque. So right here is the St. Cloud University, and we were just at that mosque right there, and then if you go another block over, there's another mosque. And then what's interesting is right next to this mosque right here, there's a Presbyterian church, so you have two churches right next to each other, one worshiping Allah, and the other worshiping God. Depending on who you talk to as far as Allah and God, they are referred as the same person. However, the Islamics use the word Allah to refer to their God. How would you say the Islamic community is here?
It's pretty deep in it. It's a lot of people, right? It's pretty big. They all they're pretty, like, they come together, right?
Would you say there's more Muslims than there are Christians here in this area?
I would say so. I would think so. Yeah, I would say so. Yes, sir.
And how do you feel about the rise of Islam here in the United States?
I don't really know too much personally. I'm not gonna lie to you. Like, I don't know too much about Islam. I'm all for like what anybody wants to be with their religion and what they want to do, but I don't know too much about it. I just know it's real powerful here in Minnesota.
Mm-hmm. And why do you think it's so powerful here in Minnesota?
That's a good question. But I think don't they have like powerful people like in the government and stuff like that? They got something going on. Like they must have something here for them to come to, if that makes sense. Like, there's something for them to be, like, there might be more of them than black people, so.
How do you feel about that?
I mean, something is bringing them here. Something is bringing them here. I feel like, in all that, I thought he was Islam, but...
Why? Why does he hate him?
I don't know.
I saw Non-Fun uploaded a fucking video of a debate. I guess more like a conversation you had with fucking PPG. The fucking worst person on the internet. Non-Fun versus the fucking people political fuckhead. Of course, Maida was in that conversation because he's in and about the various discords. So at least there was something good about that video. But Non-Fun versus PPG, holy fuck, man.
Like, something is just bringing them here. Like,
I want to talk to Non-Fun about. So I watched some of it. I mean, the thing is, I've seen Non-Fun debate. I've seen his content. I've only talked with him like once or twice. He's a nice kid. Like, he's a nice guy. You know, I have no problems with him. But he needs data for everything, dude. I want to talk to him about this whole data thing. He's like, oh, there's a study. There's data. I got studies and data on this, and don't you know there's data and study? And like, I want to talk to him about that. I want to know if there's anything you can talk about where you don't need fucking data and studies. You know, that's what I want. He was in CCOT to film it. Non-Fun has religion debates. Okay, yeah. He's a nice guy. He's a totally nice guy. Like, I don't have any problems with Non-Fun. I think he's all right. He's pretty cool. But he loves fucking data and studies. Holy fuck, man. There's got to be something out there that you can talk about that doesn't involve fucking data and studies, dude.
It must be something here that they love. So I think, don't they have like a schooling or a church or something? They got something where they all dress up and they're attending something. You know what I mean? They have events for them. There's obviously something going on where they have, you know, an event going on or something. Some type of fun or family or something where they can let their family celebrate. Like, it's got to be.
For instance, right here is one of the churches, one of their mosques.
Oh, what?
And then if you go another block over there, there's another mosque.
Okay.
So there's two mosques within a block of each other here.
Okay.
So there are a lot of people here, and St. Cloud is, I believe, the second or third highest population for Somalians.
Second or third?
Mm-hmm.
Really?
Yeah.
Minnesota?
Well, Minnesota is the #1 population for Somalis.
I knew it. I could tell. I'm from Texas. There's a bunch of Mexicans there. Like, you come here.
That's true.
All the Mexicans gone.
That's
true.
true.
Out Somalians. It's not a bad thing, though. I don't think it's bad. You know what I'm saying? If this where y'all at, then hey, I'm here too. What's up? Where y'all at? They got some pretty girls and some pretty Islam women I done seen. They be having nice texture hair and stuff like that. They be all covered up. Hey, it's different everywhere you go, so, you know what I mean? I just respect the differences. It's cool to me.
Right here, we're in between the Islamic Center and the Presbyterian Church. Do you see more kids here on college campus converting to Christianity or to Islam here?
Honestly, I don't really see them converting much either way. I also don't get out too much.
And do you see the rise of Islam here inside of St. Cloud?
I do see a rise of it, yeah.
And how do you feel about that?
I like multiculturalism, you know? If everyone's the same, that's fucking boring.
Do you see more people here converting to Islam or to Christianity?
Just anecdotally, I'd say that Islam's on the rise here. I do know Christianity, including our denomination here in St. Cloud, is not growing. It's actually declining.
Really so? While meanwhile, you guys are declining, Islam is rising.
I think that's safe to say. Our average age of our congregation is probably 55, so we're not attracting younger people.
And what's attracting the younger generations to Islam?
I don't know.
Do you see any conflicts with Islam and Christianity?
Oh, absolutely. Ultimately, when you're a Christian, you believe Christ is the Savior of the world, and both the Jewish faith and Islamic and every other faith doesn't recognize that. So you're definitely at odds with each other.
Do you think Islam and Christianity can coincide here inside of this town?
I think when they get the majority, like there's more people that practice Islam, I think that it will take a different form. I think up until that point we can coexist, but history's shown that when the Muslim community gets majority in areas, they tend to behave differently. So,
And how much longer do you think this town has until the Muslim community does become the majority?
You know, I'm not an expert, but, you know, if I look at they're averaging 5 children, I think we're only at 2 generations away.
And how many kids are the Christians or the people averaging here?
0. They have more cats and dogs. I hate to say it.
Are you guys seeing more people
More cats and dogs.
I'm here inside St.
Bro.
Inside of St. Cloud?
Bro, let that sink in, dude. Let that sink in.
And how many kids are the Christians or the people averaging here?
0. They have more cats and dogs. I hate to say it.
Are you guys seeing more people convert to
Oh,
Christianity?
no.
Or Islam here inside St. Cloud?
Oh, no.
Inside of St. Cloud?
I mean, I see like a couple people converting Islam, yeah.
And how many mosques were here just 10 years ago?
Well, I'd say 15 years ago, there was just the one at St. Cloud State University that was a room within the university setting. So it really wasn't an active mosque community. It was more like a prayer room.
So within the past 15 years, 5 mosques have been built here?
Yeah. But then I would challenge you to go and look at the growth
Well,
of
that's
the
3
Somali refugee population.
What was that, 3 mosques a year?
Because
Every year, 3 mosques?
Really put
Holy
a
shit.
demand on the desire for Islam. Was Minnesota took a lot of Somali refugees,
No, I know,
and
boring
many
place,
of them
yeah.
were placed here in St. Cloud. So that immediately inserted, I think, at least 2,000 Muslims that have been here for.
I mean, the irony about that guy that was talking that you're talking about right now is that fucking... Why does it keep doing it? I don't want that. Don't want... What is it? The irony of that guy is that he, you know, he does what a lot of people do, which is like refer to Islam as a culture, which when you align things with culture, you're more talking about race and nationality. You're not talking about religion, right? Which is what you should be talking about because it's not a race. Are you fucking kidding me? No, I don't want it added. Don't play. And that's another, so yeah, that's another thing that happens is that if you if you consider it multicultural, to consider Islam as part of your culture. I don't know about most Muslims, but certainly Islamists do not. They do not want multicultural, because their only culture, they don't care about where you're from. They care about what religion you practice. There's only one for them, right? That's the only culture that matters. There's more monoculture for the more hardcore types. I'm sure there's a bunch of not progressive, but less fundamentalist Muslims who don't need everybody, don't need to, essentially spread dawah, is what they call it.
20 years.
Do you guys think St. Cloud has been taken over by Somalis?
Hell yeah.
Yeah. Do you feel like they're going to eventually overpopulate the Americans here?
Yeah. They definitely will.
Their first generation of their kids are going to college, and graduating, learning English. They're staying here. So I researched that a little bit, because that's uniquely what brought Islam to St. Cloud, is the Somali refugee situation.
After speaking with the lady from the Presbyterian Church, I headed over to one of the mosques to try and speak with some of the people inside. English? Speak English? No. Anybody speak English? How are you?
Good.
Good. How would you describe the rise of Islam here inside of Minnesota, or inside of St. Cloud?
Mm-hmm. We have tuk-tuk. It's coming.
And are you from Somalia?
Yes. Yes.
And what year did you come here?
Come here at 1992.
What's attracting a lot of people to convert to Islam?
I don't really have much knowledge on that, but basically human life crosses and all that, like what's going on around the world and stuff. I think something like that.
And do the people here in Minnesota, are they very receptive to Islam here?
It depends, I guess. I don't know. I'm not sure.
And how long have you lived here for?
8 years.
8 years? And where are you from?
Somalia, Mogadishu.
And why are a lot of Somalians choosing to come here to Minnesota?
Different reasons, family, wages, a lot of different reasons.
All right, so I'm leaving the building right now. Try my best to speak to the people inside. A lot of them didn't really speak English. However, now we're gonna go to other mosques, because now it is the time for prayer. So we're gonna head over to another one and see if we can talk to some more people as well.
And we're about to go into prayer right now. You can come in, take your shoes off. I can grab you a chair to sit in.
Okay.
You can record us.
I was kindly invited to go in and pray with the men inside of this mosque, and to remain as respectful as possible, I did ask permission to film during the prayer. I don't really know what I'm doing right now. All right, we just finished up the prayer. So how long does that prayer last for?
So it depends on what time of day it is. This one does not last that long. It could last for about 5 to 10 minutes, depending on what we need to do.
Do you see the rise of Islam?
Yeah, you could say so. There's all different type of ethnicities, all sorts of races, so I'm guessing that's a huge rise.
So inside of this Islamic center, there's also a mosque at the very bottom, but then the rest of it is also a school. This building used to be an old elementary school or something like that. Now it's been converted into an Islamic center. Downstairs is the mosque, and upstairs is where the classrooms are at. I'm gonna go have a conversation with one of the kids here who is Muslim to ask him some questions about what people are referring to as the Somali takeover, some of the misconceptions that I might have about the Islamic faith, and just ask and have an open conversation about what it means to be a part of Islam, and ask some other questions as well. And how many people are you seeing, for instance, like how many white American boys like me are you seeing convert to Islam?
So I'm a close friend of one of them. I wish he was here today so he could talk to you. Originally he's Irish. His family had lived in Minnesota for the past, I would say 70 years. His great-grandparents came early on during the early 1900s, and he recently accepted Islam, I would say 2 years ago. And when I was talking to him, he accepted Islam through reading the Quranic literature,
So what's the difference between you and somebody who's been radicalized?
Well, the difference between me and someone who's radicalized is this. Most people who have been radicalized for a political gain, not for a theological gain. Allah says in the Quran, لا ينهاكم الله عن الذين لم يقاتلوكم في الدين ولم يخرجوكم من دياركم أن تبروهم وتقسطوا إليهم, which means Allah does not prohibit you from those that don't fight you, don't expel you from your homes, to be kind to them. Allah is not prohibiting you from doing that. In fact, Wallahu yuhibbul muqsitin. Allah loves those that are kind to them.
So why does the word radicalized come up, for instance, like the death to America, that sort of stuff? Where does that come from? Because that's a lot of stuff that maybe I see on the news, or maybe I see because I'm living here in the United States, and that's kind of the news you get, is like the Islam's taking over, and they're going to want to make sure that Sharia law is brought to pass and that everybody converts to Islam.
Well, there's this misconception about Sharia law. Everybody sees Sharia law as this law that puts everybody that's not a Muslim under this radical military rule that you either comply with what the government says, or you're punished. No. Sharia law is really simple. A big part of Sharia law is this. The Prophet, may peace be and blessings be upon him, said, it is not befitting for you to go to sleep with your belly full with food while your neighbor is hungry. Sharia law is not a political rule. In some aspects it is, don't get me wrong. There's a political aspect in Islam. What's specifically funny to me is the right-wing media and the radical Islamists, as I put it, both view the Quran in the same way. They both view the Quran as some war-fighting material that the Islamists use to, prove their point, and the radical right use to prove their point against Islam.
In your simplest terms, what does it mean to you to be a part of Islam?
Being part of Islam, very simply, is submitting myself to the one that created me, the one that sustains me, the one that allows me to do everything that I do.
And you guys, what does it mean for you guys to be part of Islam?
It's an honor, man. You know, to have God bestow His mercy upon us and just be a part of a beautiful religion, man. You know.
And do you feel like here in America, do you think Islam's on the rise?
Well, the statistics show that. I can't really say more, but I hope it's on the rise more, and more Muslims and more Americans see the true side of Islam and don't have this false narrative about us.
Do you think eventually that Islam will take over the Christian faith here inside of parts of America like Minnesota?
Not specifically take over, but we see that Islam is growing, and pretty soon, we don't know, it might be the majority. The majority of people, Minnesota people, might be Muslim, you know, we don't know.
Would you like that to happen?
I would love it to happen, but not as, in a way as in like, for the other people to be oppressed and not have their religions. You know, it's your life, you live how you want, but I want people to just learn more about Islam and open their minds to it, you know, and hopefully God will do the rest.
And when people talk about the takeover of Islam, or for instance, they talk about how the Somalians are taking over Minnesota, and they believe it's part of Sharia law. Is that true or not true with what Sharia law says?
Well, no part of Sharia law says go into a land, subjugate its people, do this, do that. You know, I would say.
Are there Muslims that do, or are there people of the Islamic faith that do believe that part of Sharia law?
Which part would you say?
As far as going in and taking over, for instance, in the United Kingdom, there's subsets of groups that believe they need to take over.
United Kingdom, that's where I give the example of where integration has become horrible. You know, you go to the United Kingdom, you go to a street filled with mosques, and every single one of them hates the other one. And when I see it, it saddens me, because it's introducing this community, the English people, to a form of Islam which was rejected by the Prophet, a form which is disgraced. You know, going out, when the Prophet would send missionaries to Christian nations, he didn't tell them to, hey, go there, yell at them, yada yada yada, do this. No, he said, be like them, dress like them, talk to them, help them, introduce them to Islam gradually. I'm not just gonna go in there and say, hey, this is Islam, take it. If you don't, you know, I'm gonna do something to you. No, it's a gradual thing.
Another thing that many people might be misconceived about is polygamy. Do you guys practice polygamy?
Well, polygamy is allowed within Islam. The limit is 4. You can have 1 wife, 2 wives, 3 wives, 4 wives, but there's a requirement, you know?
So do Muslims practice polygamy?
Yeah, you can. You know, it's not like compulsory. Hey, you get to get married to 4 wives, you know? You can get married to however much you want, but there's a requirement. I married 1 wife. I can't just go to a second wife and treat her differently without this one, you know? I can't make this wife the main wife and this wife a specific wife just
The
for
main
my
wife.
chores and for my cleaning, you know? You
The main
are,
wife.
as a man, you're required to provide for them, you to treat them equally, and treat them with the utmost respect, because they're not just like how I would say your toys to play with. These are humans.
And do you think the Muslims, the Somalians, are going to outpace the Americans here with their
birthing rate? Well, statistically,
rates?
okay, if the statistics continue how they are right now, with American birth rates declining and Islamic birth rates on an incline, well, yeah. But I would love to see people like you having more kids. Kids are amazing, man.
Yeah.
You know?
And a lot of Christians are having too many kids these days.
Yeah, I would encourage, you know, have more kids, keep the nuclear family alive, you know, more marriages, great marriages, kids. That it helps the community.
More marriages, so you want to have more than 1 wife?
Heck no. Me personally, Nick, I'll tell you this. Me personally, if I even get 1, I'll be happy.
And what do you guys think about the rise of Islam here in the United States? Give this video a like and subscribe to the channel for more videos. This is Nick, and I'll see you guys next video.
There you go. There you go. That guy definitely should not have gone around saying the rise of Islam everywhere he went. You know, unless that's his shtick and just being like that fucking direct. I don't think I wouldn't go around Minneapolis just casually talking about the rise of Islam. You know, it's just not safe. But it's also probably not effective in terms of, you know, procuring information from the people you're talking to. ZZ, what's up? That's how they treat their wife equally. I went to a protest. I was in Seattle. He's kind of obnoxious. Oh, that Nick Shirley guy? I don't know. I don't know much about him. Anyways, there we go. There we go. All right. Let's go back a little bit. See what Sargon was talking about.
The point is, man, this had 70 million views, and the quote tweets. Listen, right, I appreciate that dunking on the libs is a bit gauche these days. It's a bit old hat. It's like, well, you know, yes, they're retarded, we all know. But man, I'm going to enjoy myself. Like, rarely do things like this come about. So the main strands of criticism of Sydney Sweeney's advert here came in 2 particular forms. The first form was from women. Sex appeal of a tuna melt Subway. Well, I mean, I guess we all have our opinions on that, don't we? The Sydney Sweeney American Eagle ad came on my TV earlier, and I almost vomited. That was so weird. I do not mind sexual marketing, but it felt creepy, it felt hollow, it felt performative, like she's a robot, and she's like, well, yeah, I know she's an actress. Yeah, okay, bro. Maybe I'm too woke for this, but I need Sydney Sweeney to stop agreeing on doing these suggestive adverts. She's belittling herself in some useless sex object when she's so much more than that. She's a good actress. Get her in another rom-com, not these freaky ads. Dude, I can only imagine how much money they paid her for this. Like, it would have been tens of millions of dollars. Like, for a normal person, if this was just like, yeah, I mean, I'll just do this ad and then I'll just retire and, you know, do nothing all day on a beach somewhere, where living in a mansion. Like, that's undoubtedly what she could do with the amount of money that she was paid from this. But again, like, these adverts, they're not even that racy, right? They're not that she got a little bit of cleavage in this one, and on this one, you see, I guess, a bit of skin, and like it focuses on her bum, but like it really not that much, right? Like, it could be a lot more sexual. The problem they have is that they're suggestive, right? Sydney Sweeney is actually acting as if she knows what men like and is prepared to give it to them. As in, Sydney Sweeney is acting like she doesn't hate men. Like, men aren't the problem with the universe. And this has made her really, really popular. And so you can see that there are a bunch of women who are just like, okay, I'm kind of envious of this. Because, of course, she's a hot blonde girl. So this is something that a lot of people aren't happy with. And you get comments like this. What's funny about the Sydney Sweeney ad is that she continuously panders to men. And when they consistently abandon her if she's caught looking less than perfect, it's like, dude, the appeal of Sydney Sweeney is that she's not perfect, right? There are women who look like living statues. And I personally don't find that attractive. And I guess it's my brain telling me, look, you just got no shot, bro. You know, this woman is just out of your league. Don't worry about this. Sydney Sweeney has that kind of attractive girl next door vibe, which makes her look attainable, right? It looks like she would actually talk to you, even if she wasn't specifically into you. So, you know, she's not just going to dismissively walk past you or something. She looks like she's quite a friendly person, and she's attractive. So again, this is the best one I've seen. These are I just Googled Sydney Sweeney, or looked up on Twitter, and I just found every comment that I could find that I thought was interesting. F you, Sydney Sweeney, you female equality reverter. Can't believe they legit zoomed in on her tits. What happened to us being kid-friendly? Oh, you don't care about kids. Come on. But that's great. Female equality reverter. In this house, Sydney Sweeney is a hero. She's single-handedly destroying woke. But then you got the sort of the left-wing take on the Sydney Sweeney ad. And it begins in quite mild fashion. Plenty of ads are sexual these days, but what's annoying about Sydney Sweeney is any branding concept from her seems quintessentially conservative. Because this is another advert where she's just fixing a car. Is that conservative? Do women fix cars? I'm not sure women do fix cars. But she hasn't got any oil on her hands, so I guess maybe she was just pretending. But anyway, the point is, yeah, great. Okay, this is classic sort of Americana, right? This is a very American advert. I mean, it's for American Eagle jeans. She gets into an American car, wearing American jeans, looking very American. And yeah, that makes it quite conservative from the American perspective, right? And that's fine. I think that's good. This whole ad with Sydney Sweeney is such right-wing propaganda, especially in this political climate we're in now. I don't even know what this is supposed to... Like, I wouldn't have called this very political, right? And I'm sure that when they're making it, maybe the advert marketers were thinking, actually, it will become political. But, like, it's an attractive woman putting on jeans. I guess this is political in this day and age. I mean, this one is a lot more conservative coded. But this one's a bit more neutral. But then you've got people, hang on a second, when fascism comes to America, it'll be wearing American Eagle jeans and have huge boobs. Okay. Listen, man. I don't think you should be advertising like that this is fascism, because I think you might find the resistance to fascism withers away a little bit when you make it Sydney Sweeney is the representative of fascism. I think you'll find a lot more people on Sydney Sweeney's side than your side on that question. And then you've got everyone's favourite Twitter mongrel, Evan. Did they mean to include a bunch of Nazi dog whistles in this? I'm sorry, Evan? It's an advert for jeans using a hot chick. That never coded traditionally Nazi to me. I mean, that's actually very stereotypically American, Evan, actually. He says, I honestly believe it's by accident, but man, it's like, So, and as this chap is, fascism is when you acknowledge human heredity. So, right, are you suggesting that the mere act of inheriting traits from your parents is itself fascism, or is it because she's blonde-haired and blue-eyed? Right? It's because she's blonde-haired and blue-eyed and beautiful. It's not any more than that, is it? But I love the people on this side who are becoming slightly more self-aware. They're like, I hate how woke I've become. When I saw it, my first thought was, F this Nazi shit. Truly the woke mind virus has infected me. Yes, this is not Nazism, you fucking lunatics, right? This is not Nazism. What this is a clever marketing ploy to get you all to talk about it, to make everyone buy the jeans, and to boost Sydney Sweeney's career. Everyone from American Eagle and Sydney Sweeney and all that, everyone involved in this has won out of this. And yes, the woke mind virus is you projecting onto this, right. All I'm hearing is zig heiling and goose stepping. You're a maniac. You are a maniac. Get off the internet. Like, how the fuck does she agree to this? Actual Nazi ad. Again, as someone who's not an American, I'm telling you, this is just a very American ad. Like, all through the 80s and 90s, this is what American adverts were like. And this is fine. I mean, like, you know, most adverts were like this. Well, a lot of adverts were like this. And it's fine. It's not like, you know, a problem. But it's not Nazism, actually. Oh, this Nazi shit, Lamau. I don't think it was intentional, but it's quite literally Aryan posting. Right. Attractive American blonde blue-eyed girl. That's Aryan posting. Well, Aryan posting has got a low bar to entry then. Because again, literally, like, all of Baywatch was Aryan posting. Like, what are we talking about here? Oh, sweet, Nazi propaganda is back. Come on, bro. Come on. You guys... Like, what I love about this is it's just no one made them do this, right? No one was like, look, we're going to out you as insane communist lunatics who want the destruction of America and everything
Mars
good.
has accepted my sacrifices and unleashes me.
What's up, A-Joke? Thank you for the follow. Welcome to the Legion. Appreciate it.
Right. No, they just posted this advert and they came out and did it themselves, right? They were just like, oh, right, yeah, no, Nazi. I hate that. It's like, right, it's just a white woman with blonde hair and blue eyes. Listen, Sydney Sweeney can sexualize herself to profit off incels all she wants, but this commercial is some Nazi shit for real. You are mad. You are absolutely mad. Horny and Nazi. Yeah, this is Theo Buxed. What? I think American Eagle Jeans can probably afford to make their own adverts. Like, why would it need Theo Bucks, you excessively online lunatic? If I want to buy jeans, I just want to know about the jeans. Blatantly referencing a paedophilic and racist advert that exploited a 14-year-old girl is absolutely grim. I have no idea what they're talking about, but I don't really see the connection. Like, oh God. Only Sydney Sweeney would be okay with doing an ad like this the only way Sydney Sweeney would be okay with doing an ad like this is if she was a Nazi. This is blatant white supremacist eugenicist propaganda. Right, so now it's a Nazi, pedophile, eugenicist advert. I mean, I feel that it's actually more of a Rorschach test, to be honest. I think you're projecting onto it the thing that you believe and that you see, or maybe that you fear or something. But is it really eugenicist to say that Sydney Sweeney has genes? But anyway, Doomer, of course, points out that, look, this isn't about eugenics. She's just got lucky in the lottery of life. And she has big boobs. That's what this is down. This is what about. But the point is, the era of woke advertising is just over, man. Like, look at the one from 2019 with the stunning and brave Queen, and then the literal Nazi on the right, and you can see that we're back. We are so back. And the thing is, it's working. Apparently, the American Eagle Outfitters share price has skyrocketed since these adverts have gone viral. So well done, you woke clowns. You've done your part in making sure that the right-wing comeback has been successful. We appreciate you. We see you. You are seen. But keep going. And like I said, in this house, Sydney Sweeney is a hero.
A major criminal like Ghislaine Maxwell, it's right there. It's open corruption. They're dabbing on us, okay? They are dabbing on us. They're saying, you, what are you going to do about it? They're flexing. Ghislaine Maxwell just gave the DOJ info on 100 different people, according to her lawyer. Wee woo. So this is just immunity within the discovery process. But I feel like there are additional immunities that are on the pipeline. Donald Trump earlier today actually said, I have the power to pardon her if I want to. This is what Charlie Kirk wanted. Charlie Kirk proposes offering Ghislaine Maxwell something in exchange for the testimony regarding Epstein. Maxwell is currently sentenced to 20 years in federal prison for sex trafficking, but is pursuing a claim that her trial was unfair. Maybe some kind of deal could be reached for information. Oh my God. Oh my God. They are literally going to cook the books. Oh my God. Guys, Ghislaine Maxwell wasn't just a criminal party to the...
Hey, what's up, Malcast? Nora was introduced to Brooke Shields, saying that no one gets between her energies. Yeah. Dude, nobody that we know in this chat or on the internet knows who Brooke Shields even is, dude. Nobody knows who. None of them know. All right. Yeah, what's up? Welcome in. How you doing?
A conspiracy to traffic
we old.
minors.
Yep.
She also was an assaulter of minors herself, according to victim testimony. Okay, witness testimony as well, but victim testimony. Okay, she was doing the things. She was right there with Jeffrey Epstein, doing the same crimes as Jeffrey Epstein. The fact that this administration, who's supposed to be anti-pedophilia, is now going to give her a sentence commutation in exchange for whatever kind of information that she's going to be giving them that is favorable to the administration's side, while simultaneously they refuse to reveal what the discovery showed, what the investigations into all of the financial dealings between Jeffrey Epstein, Ghislaine Maxwell, and numerous other third parties. The fact that they are actively sheltering the public from knowing who the other co-conspirators were, while simultaneously leaving it up to an famously unreliable orator who herself has perjured on numerous occasions to defend other co-conspirators like Prince Andrews, and even perjured to defend herself, to lie to defend herself, and then famously got convicted anyway, in spite of her perjury, is crazy. This is Newsmax has begun referring to Ghislaine Maxwell as a victim. Oh my God. Oh my God. Oh my God, it's happening. It's already happening.
Now, Ghislaine Maxwell's lawyer has confirmed they are in discussions with the federal government about holding discussions. Maxwell is currently sentenced to 20 years in federal prison for sex trafficking, but is pursuing a claim that her trial was unfair, since she is still contesting her own case that may impact what she is ready to tell prosecutors. But maybe some kind of a deal could be reached for information. We will see. Now, Ghislaine Maxwell's lawyer has confirmed they are in discussions with the federal government about holding discussions. Maxwell is currently sentenced to 20...
What the holy Yeah, everyone's a victim. Ghislaine Maxwell is the ringleader. What are we talking about? She was the second in command in the sex trafficking operation. What are we talking about? It's wild to me that this administration simultaneously keeps saying like every undocumented migrant is like a file that needs to be forcibly excised from the land and sent to a concentration camp surrounded by alligators. Okay. Meanwhile, you have one of the most notorious sex traffickers who's in prison, and they're like, we should release her because her testimony will be favorable to our side. I know that a lot of people don't care about hypocrisy. No one really cares about hypocrisy, but this is like this might perhaps be a bridge too far. You know? I feel like this is definitely like, this is, potentially releasing a sex trafficker while simultaneously calling her a victim is definitely a bridge too far, man. What are we doing here? What the hell is going on?
Been subpoenaed by the Oversight Committee. I think this is great. I do have a feeling that she just might be a victim. She just might be. There was a rush to judgment. There was a lot of chaos there for a while. All right, granted, she hung out with Jeffrey Epstein, and I know that's apparently not good, but she's in jail.
Apparently that's not good. She's a victim. She might be a victim. If Ghislaine Maxwell is a victim, even though she was convicted for sex trafficking minors, procuring minors for sex trafficking, and also participating in the acts herself, in the criminal acts herself, if she is a victim, who is the perpetrator? They're dabbing on us, folks. Oh no, for sure. This is 100%. They are. At this point, is pretty obvious. It's like, if you are incredibly wealthy, if you're a wealthy elite, if you're a socialite, the media, or at least the right wing as it stands currently, will do everything in their power to liberate you. Yeah, the child victims are obviously the ones that we need to jail. Yeah. What incentive do news media or right-wing influencers have running cover? Oh, by the way, open presence.
I'll be right back. I'm gonna go to the bathroom real quick.
With another 100 gifted subs. Thank you so much. And Kane the Salt Lord, thank you for the 10 gifted subs as well. What incentive do news media or right-wing influencers have running cover for Maxwell or Trump at this point? Is it just to say that Trump, is it just to say on Trump's good side because they think he's invincible? Are they not if the base does not end up turning on him? The incentive here is clear. Donald Trump wants to pack this up, okay? And he realizes that there's blood in the water and a lot of people are very angry and resentful in his own base of support for refusing to refusing to reveal some of this information. And now they're asking questions about how much Trump was involved with Jeffrey Epstein. So considering that there is plenty of financial dealings and plenty of ties that the Trump administration would not want to be revealed because they want to protect societal elites, regardless of party politics, they most likely are looking for an out here, okay? They're looking for an out for Trump. And it's clear to me that through the pardoning or sentence commutation process, Ghislaine Maxwell will very clearly play ball with the admin and offer them that out, especially because there's nothing to check Ghislaine's testimony against. Because we don't have access. We're not privy to this information that was discovered in the process of her conviction. That's the reason why people want this information to be out there. Do you understand? So if she is the only sole surviving person that can offer testimony to who she and Jeffrey Epstein were involved with, and we don't have any access, and they will never release the materials that actually, expand on that, the materials that they could use to check her testimony against, then she is the primary narrator here to her own criminal behavior. And because she has an incentive to lie and to defend Donald Trump here very clearly, she's going to take this opportunity to say whatever Trump wants. Yeah, when they pardon the British lady after she says George Soros and the Bill Clinton were main clients, I don't think MAGA is going to move on. Egg prices are going to explode and they're going to loop it all back to Comet Pizza. They're going to get her to say the only people involved with Epstein were the Clintons and Bill Gates. Trump wasn't involved, and in exchange she'll be commuted or pardoned and Trump will be absolved among his base. I don't think so. I think there will be definitely more people in Trump's base that will be on board with this now, because it's like they desperately want to hang on to anything that makes Trump look good here. There is that sense of desperation that's setting in, especially right now when Trump actively keeps saying, shut up about Jeffrey Epstein, don't talk about it. And these guys are like, but please, sir, give us something. Like the Alex Joneses of the world are like, please give us something. What are you saying? What the are you doing? Why do you keep calling us idiots for caring about this thing that you said we should care about? It's making me kind of feel like you might have been while dealing with Jeffrey Epstein yourself, right? I don't think I think that there will be a larger number of people in his base that will buy it, but I don't think everyone will buy it. I think this will continue.
Would you consider a pardon or a commutation for Ghislaine Maxwell if
it's something I haven't thought about. It's really something. It's something I'm allowed to do it, but it's something I have not thought about.
But you wouldn't rule it out, sir?
Why has the dollar?
He literally said he's like, I'm allowed to do it. I could pardon her if I want to.
For Ghislaine Maxwell, if
it's something I haven't thought about. It's really something. It's something I'm allowed to do it, but it's something I have not thought about.
I'm allowed to do it. I haven't thought about it. He has thought about it. In your estimation, how does this end? I mean, there are numerous different ways that this could go. I think that Ghislaine Maxwell comes out and basically gives like a couple random, irrelevant, powerless people ultimately as like major players, presents them as like major power players, right? I suspect that it'll be heavily ideologically slanted in Trump's favor, like Democrats, only Democrats, or maybe dead ones, right? Like you can throw a lot of allegations in the way of the dead. Some of them will be real clients as well, for sure, right? And then maybe some rhinos, something like that. Yeah, his new strategy is to say, look at Bill Clinton or the president of Harvard, which, by the way, Bill Clinton is involved. So there will be some real people that actually did get involved with Jeffrey Epstein. Okay. So you'll see that. But the real reason as to why Ghislaine Maxwell will offer this testimony is to basically absolve Donald Trump of wrongdoing. Because like that's the only thing he cares about. So I think that's what's going to happen here. Look, Trump on Epstein. You should focus on Clinton. You should focus on the president of Harvard, the former president of Harvard. You guys should focus on some of the hedge fund guys. I'll give you a list. These guys live with Jeffrey Epstein. I sure as hell didn't.
Well, you know, he's a professional lawyer. I think he's been through.
Yeah, unlike you, those guys are keeping quiet because they know their level of involvement, which is high. But you are the one who is the president. And you are the one who literally said there was no list and then said, oh, the list is actually a Democrat hoax. And now you're saying there is a list. Now that Ghislaine Maxwell is ready to compromise some people, all of a sudden there's a list again? You're just giving up names from this list? Which, by the way, he's not even wrong. Because as I've said time and time again from the beginning of this story, pedophilia is a bipartisan endeavor amongst the elite, okay? It is not like a Republican or Democrat issue. It is objectively bipartisan. Do you understand? Yeah, it's uniparty. It's like defending Israel's uniparty, constantly finding more money in the couch cushions for the military's uniparty, and of course, the pedophilic acts is bipartisan and uniparty amongst our elite. So, or sex crimes in general. But doesn't this go back to the mutually assured destruction? If he snitches, they will take him down with them. We'll see. That's why I think it won't be like anyone super significant. There are two competing interests here. Not conflicting, but competing interests here. Trump wants something that has meat, okay? Trump wants a name that the base will laser in on, you know, something that holds weight, like a Bill Clinton, okay? But also, if you go after someone like Bill Clinton and he holds the cards here, he knows the secrets, he can then turn around and counter nuke, right? As I've said from the start, it's mutually assured file destruction. So if Trump releases a nuclear...
Somebody tell me. Sorry, we're just brainstorming, all right? I'm not fucking whipping my dick out, all right? I'm not asking you to whip your dick out. I'm just asking for ideas here. Why did this not come out under the previous administration? Right? People just want it to be released. Just release it. Everybody, the right, left, everybody wants to see it, right? If Trump was in it, don't you think it would have been used during the election? Right? Like, that's the one thing that I cannot wrap my mind around is, you know, people thinking that it should be just this easy to fucking release whatever information they may have on this. But if it is that easy, why didn't Biden, Harris, and the DNC just use that during the election? Does anybody have any working theories around that?
A nuclear alt against someone like Bill Clinton or Bill Gates, then they can turn around and launch it themselves to be like, I saw you at the party. You know what I mean? These guys are very incompetent. Remember that. The Trump administration is incredibly incompetent, which means there's still an opportunity for them to f this up. So even if they try, even if they desperately try and try to create like a narrative that will at least like soothe the interests of the masses, the MAGA base, there is a very high likelihood. There is a very high likelihood that they can still on the delivery side and make this an even larger story. So I'm banking on that, as a matter of fact. I think that will be a major part of this.
Things like this before, but you know, you should focus on Clinton. You should focus on the president of Harvard, the former president of Harvard. You should focus on some of the hedge fund guys. I'll give you a list. These guys lived with Jeffrey Epstein. I sure as hell didn't. Thank you very much.
I sure as hell didn't live with Jeffrey Epstein. I simply I simply sent him beautiful letters, beautiful, beautiful letters, beautiful letters. We share secrets, many secrets. Ooh, mystery. Pro Fox camera work here, pro camera work from Fox here. Trump can't keep up with his lies. Ooh, I love this. I love this when he says like dumb shit. Trump, July 15th, a very quick briefing. Yeah. Trump, July 25th. No, I was never briefed. No.
The Attorney General briefed you on the DOJ and FBI review, the findings of that review. The Attorney General briefed you on that.
what? On the
DOJ and FBI
on what? On
review.
what subject?
Epstein. On
Okay.
Epstein, of the review of the files. Attorney General Pam Bondi.
A very quick briefing.
Did she? On her name appearing in the Epstein files ever?
No, I was never briefed. No.
Did you ask how? On Epstein, the Attorney General briefed you on the DOJ and FBI review, the findings of that review. The Attorney.
New Trump Epstein photo just dropped. This one featuring James Brown via New York Times. God damn. Is the Trump presidency like the one might's power transferred only instead of superpower? It's Alzheimer of the Biden kind. All presidency is like all might's power. It's just everyone is Brandonized going forward. Brandon was the original, and he is now transferring the presidential seat with all of the accompanying problems. r/conspiracy going feral over the Epstein stuff? I mean, come on. Of course they're going feral over it. James Brown said the CIA spied on him. The CIA won't say. What? I wonder what happened there.
This morning, Deputy Attorney General Todd Blanche has more questions for Jeffrey Epstein's former companion, Ghislaine Maxwell.
Do you have anything to say today?
Sources told ABC News Maxwell initiated the meeting as she appeals her conviction and tries to get out of a 20-year prison sentence. Her attorney told us she answered every question.
What kind of questions? Well, we don't want to get into the substance of the questions. There were a lot of questions, and we went all day. And she answered every one of them. She never just said, I'm not going to answer, never declined.
It's almost unheard of for a convicted sex trafficker to meet with such a high-ranking Justice Department official, as the one who used to be the president's top criminal defense attorney.
Wow.
If this meeting were just...
Wow. Isn't that crazy? The president's lawyer? The president's lawyer is now the deputy attorney general. And as the president's lawyer, now the deputy attorney general, he is the one in charge of listening to the testimony of Ghislaine Maxwell. No conflict of interest here, folks. Nothing to see here. No, this is perfectly reliable. Whatever she says will certainly not absolve Donald Trump because they preordained it. It'll absolve Trump because it's the truth. It's simply the truth. It's simply the truth that Trump had no involvement whatsoever. And I guess basically what they will say, what I suspect Ghislaine Maxwell will say is, given that there is extensive relationships that are obviously out and about, out in public between Trump and Jeffrey Epstein, the only way out of this that absolves Donald Trump is, I think, say that Trump stopped talking to Jeffrey Epstein in 2003 and then never had any contact whatsoever and hated Jeffrey Epstein or something. That's what I think is going to happen here. Like I think she's basically going to work actively to absolve Trump. And a part of that will be to, use the information that we do know and then say, see, Trump had no contact whatsoever with Jeffrey Epstein. I do not think that Ghislaine is going to come out and be like, Trump was literally kids with Jeffrey Epstein. Like, there's just not going to happen, okay? I don't think that she is going to reveal any new information, and I think she is going to perjure herself again and again, but this time she has all of the opportunity to perjure herself. She has every opportunity to lie. She has an incentive to lie. She is probably going through the readily available information right now to figure out exactly how to lie so that it can't be contradicted by publicly available information. Do you understand? And now we know, according to Spectator Index, according to New York Post, not the most reliable, but She was given a document box yesterday, and today she has delivered 100 different people linked to Jeffrey Epstein, according to New York Post.
Just to find out, does she have any information on anyone else who potentially should be indicted? Well, you would think that the Deputy Attorney General would have other prosecutors there with him who actually tried the case. He doesn't. And that does lead to the question.
History X, what's up? This guy's still in jail. Who? Hassan? Throw him in jail. Throw Hassan in jail. Let's go.
Is this a legal meeting or is this a political meeting?
Maxwell was convicted of enabling Epstein's abuse of women and girls.
Dude, like, there have been so many moments that the Republicans have been able to expertly weaponize because they were illicit and maybe borderline illegal. Okay? Do you remember when Bill Clinton did that private jet thing with, who was it? I think it was like the Attorney General or Loretta Lynch. Do you remember when the Attorney General's meeting with Bill Clinton in late June forced the FBI to distance itself from the Justice Department, the Bureau's director said. Like, that was crazy. That tarmac interaction that they had. Bill Clinton's in a private jet, Loretta Lynch is in a private jet, and they get out and they have like a 1-minute meeting on the tarmac. Okay? Which was absolutely inappropriate. And the Republicans used that into oblivion. They were like, oh, remember this? This is crazy. I can't believe Bill Clinton's doing this. And they had every right to do so, right? Because this was illicit. It was totally and utterly ridiculous. It was preposterous that they did that, okay? But what Donald Trump is doing right now by sending his own personal attorney to have closed-door private meetings as the Deputy Attorney General with a major criminal like Ghislaine Maxwell is an incredibly large conflict of interest. It is so much more out and about. Like, it's out there. It's right there. It's open corruption. People are not even making a big fuss about it partially because it's Trump. And what are you going to do? It's just how he plays ball, right? But it's right there. As chatters have said already, they're dabbing on us, okay? They are dabbing on us. They're saying, F you, what are you going to do about it? They're flexing. This is, okay? Loretta Lynch is Attorney General having a private meeting with Bill Clinton while they're in the process of looking into Hillary Clinton's butter email scandals is ridiculous. But the Republicans were incredibly effective in playing politics and made this a major story at the time. They used it. Meanwhile, Donald Trump has been personally throwing himself out there every day looking like a insanely suspicious criminal directly affiliated with Jeffrey Epstein. And that's the only reason why we're talking about it. It's not because the Democrats are actively pushing for it. Okay? The only reason why we're talking about it is because Trump keeps floundering. He keeps trying to get out of this story, and he's doing a horrible job. That's the only reason why it hasn't been swept under the rug. Democrats barely are hanging on to the story and barely pushing it. Every Democrat should be screaming about this to be like, what are we doing? Donald Trump's personal attorney? Donald Trump's personal attorney is now the Deputy Attorney General and is having a private meeting with Ghislaine Maxwell after weeks of inconsistent statements coming from Donald Trump about the list was fake, but there is a list, but the list was made by Democrats. And now there is a list, but it wasn't made by the Democrats. Now that they suspiciously have, now that they're suspiciously talking to Ghislaine Maxwell in closed door settings. What is happening? Chuck did mention it, to be fair. No, actually, as a matter of fact, I'm talking precisely about Chuck Schumer. Chuck Schumer yesterday tweeted out something, okay? And I think that's really funny that he tweeted this out, even though he didn't personally tweet it out. Someone else must have tweeted it out because Chuck Schumer famously does not have a smartphone. He's very proud of not having a smartphone. So obviously he's not the one tweeting shit out. Someone in his team is. And the tweet was something along the lines of like, it's completely unacceptable for the president to have a closed door meeting with Ghislaine Maxwell. Like basically what I'm saying, right? What I was saying is like, completely ridiculous. Does anyone have the Chuck Schumer tweet? Yeah. Hold on. Let me see if I can find it. I think, was it on his personal account or was it on his private account? He does converse with the Baileys without a phone. Yes. Oh, yes, here it is. Here, I found it. Under no circumstances should anyone from Trump's DOJ be allowed to privately interview Ghislaine Maxwell. The conflict of interest is glaring. It stinks of high corruption. He tweeted this at 1:54 p.m. This was approximately 4 hours after they had done this. It had already happened at that point. Great stuff, man. Why does she even need to give names? I thought they had mountains of evidence already from thousands of hours of literal dollar transactions. They do. There is a list compiled of people who are Jeffrey Epstein affiliates. It's out there. The very fact that they are they're talking to Ghislaine Maxwell is because they don't want the actual list to be released. It's that simple. And Democrats and anyone else should not let that go, okay? There's footage, there's names, there's a paper trail. There are thousands of wire transfers that connect Jeffrey Epstein through illicit financial dealings to numerous high-ranking officials, heads of state, heads of intelligence agencies, and of course, even the royal family, and also, politicians and the like. So Donald Trump doesn't want that list coming out. For now, the only way for you to get a crumb of information will be this heavily slanted Ghislaine Maxwell testimony, even though Ghislaine Maxwell herself has on numerous occasions lied about her involvement and lied about others' involvement even to protect other people like Prince Andrews.
Farmer, who testified against her at trial, questioned why Maxwell was granted a meeting with the Deputy Attorney General.
It's very disappointing that these things are happening behind closed doors without any input from the people that the government asked to come forward and speak against her in order to put her away. There were so many young girls and women that were harmed by her.
The meeting with Maxwell comes as the Justice Department tries to quiet calls from Senate Republicans to release more information about Epstein and his interaction with high-profile figures.
I want all the information out.
Just put everything out, make it as transparent as you can.
Release the damn files.
The Justice Department said earlier this month it planned to release no additional information, despite an earlier commitment to do so. The Wall Street Journal reports Attorney General Pam Bondi told President Trump in May his name was mentioned in the Epstein files multiple times, along with other high-profile people. Days before the article was published, Trump denied it.
Did she tell you at all that your name appeared in the file?
No, she's given us just a very quick briefing, and in terms of the credibility of the different things that they've seen.
Appearing in the files is not indicative of wrongdoing. The Journal reports Trump deferred to a decision by Bondi and Blanche to release nothing because the files also contain child and information about victims. Blanche said he is seeking to learn from Maxwell whether anyone else committed crimes against victims, saying he will share what he learns from her at the appropriate time.
We're waiting to find out what was asked, how she responded, and whether Ghislaine Maxwell made a specific pitch for clemency. Rebecca?
A lot of open questions there, Aaron. Okay, thank you.
What are you hoping Todd Blanche gets out of his meetings with Ghislaine Maxwell?
Well, I don't know about the meeting. I know it's taking place, and he's a fantastic man. He's a great attorney, and people should really focus on how well the country's doing, or they should focus on the fact that Barack Hussein Obama led a coup, or they should focus on the...
Yeah, why don't you focus on things I want you to focus on, which is focus on things I want you to focus on. Please, don't focus on this thing. Focus on others.
The fact that Larry Summers from Harvard, that Bill Clinton, who you know very well, and lots of other friends, really close friends of Jeffrey Summers, should be...
Oh, shit. I mean, he ain't wrong about this, by the way, for the record. He ain't wrong about this. But why didn't he say this from the jump? What was in there that he wanted to make sure would not be released? Was it his personal involvement? Was it the involvement of maybe a foreign state that he does not want being associated in this time?
Spoken about, because, Jeffrey Epstein should be spoken about, and they should speak about them, because they don't talk about them. They talk about me. I have nothing to do with the guy.
Are you considering Will you do any business deals with the UK?
Yeah, I'm going to meet with the Prime Minister right now. We're going to be over there in about 6 hours. We're meeting with the Prime Minister tonight. We're going to be talking about the trade deal that we made and maybe even improve it.
Are you considering clemency for Ghislaine Maxwell? Are you considering clemency for Ghislaine Maxwell, sir?
I saw homeless people sleeping right outside the gates of the White House. Are you concerned about that?
I think it's terrible, and we'll have them removed immediately. We do remove it. We've got to get the mayor to run this city properly. This city has to be run. You know, I have the right to take it over, and I think it's terrible. Where are they? Where did you see them?
Just right outside on Pennsylvania Avenue.
Near the Treasury.
Right across this Mafia Park near the Treasury. Have you heard about Todd Blanche's interview with Ghislaine Maxwell?
Are you still disappointed in President
Pardon or clemency for Ghislaine?
Well, I don't want to talk about that. What I do want to say is that Todd is a great attorney, but you ought to be speaking about Larry Summers. You ought to be speaking about some of...
Bro, he is... Oh, my God. Oh, my God. It's like, dude. Please talk about what I want you to talk about. He's giving a few names, but not himself. Yeah. Notice how the few names that he's giving are also, ideological perceived enemies of Donald Trump. Awfully suspicious.
His friends that are hedge fund guys, they're all over the place. You ought to be speaking about Bill Clinton, who went to the island 28 times. I never went to the island.
Do you maintain you did not write a letter for Jeffrey Epstein's birthday?
I don't even know what they're talking about. Now, somebody could...
Oh, yeah, totally. He doesn't know. He didn't do it. Yeah, I don't even know how to write or read. I am illiterate. Folks, believe me, I'm stupid and illiterate. Don't believe the lies. People say I draw. I've never written a draw. I never wrote a draw. I do not know how to write draw. It was the Otto pen. It must have been the Otto pen.
I could have written a letter and used my name, but that's happened a lot. All you have to do is take a look at the dossier, the fake dossier. Everything's fake with that administration. Everything's fake with the Democrats. Take a look at what they just found about the dossier. Everything is fake. They're a bunch of sick people. Where did you see the people laying outside?
Right across the street from Lafayette Park, sir, towards 15.
We'll take care of it.
Why are the journalists like, here are all of the homeless people that you would like, if you would like to kill them, there are homeless people here. Just go and, sick your forces on them.
What are the alternative methods to bring hostages home?
Well, we got a lot of them out, and it's I've always said those last 10 or 20 are going to be the toughest, because Hamas knows what happens when they don't have any bargaining chips, and they really broke a deal. They broke a deal, and you're going to have to do what you have to do right now. It's a terrible thing, and I always knew that. I said, when you get down to the last one, they're not going to be able to make a deal.
Would you consider a pardon or a commutation for Ghislaine Maxwell if
it's something I haven't thought about. It's really something. It's something I'm allowed to do it, but it's something I have not thought about.
But you wouldn't rule it out.
I'm Steve Ducey.
I'm Brian Kilmeade.
I wanted to unpack something with you, Gavin, that I think has been really brewing. We've covered it a little bit on the show already, but we had a conversation only a week ago. It was a week ago today with Edinger Mentum, right? The Substacker. His real name's Josh. If you guys are curious, check out that interview. But we talked about how the number one Dem primary candidate was AOC, right? And that was at his power ranking, right? This was just, Josh's take, the Edinger Mentum guy, right? And after that happened, it seems like AOC has just stepped in endless dog shit, okay? And some of you guys have been defending her. That's okay. But let's go ahead and take a look at this original tweet, right? Actually, this is the old. There we go. So I'll zoom in. You guys remember this? We discussed it on the show a few weeks ago. She says, Marjorie Taylor Greene's amendment does nothing to cut off offensive aid to Israel, nor end the flow of U.S. munitions being used in Gaza. Of course, I voted against it. What it does do is cut off, quote, defensive Iron Dome capabilities while allowing the actual bombs killing Palestinians to continue. I have long stated that I do not believe that adding the death count of innocent victims to this war is constructive to its end. That is a simple and clear difference of opinion that has long been established. I remain focused on cutting the flow of U.S. munitions that are being used to perpetuate a genocide in Gaza. Everybody under the sun, Kyle Kolinsky, Francesca, Mike from PA, Juniper, Jank Uger himself, Mike Figueredo, G Squirrel, this Blakely account, Zainab Day, Denims, everybody gets in on the pile-on.
And by the way, just before we move on, the worst thing about this tweet, like, it would be one thing if AOC just voted the way she did and then like shut the fuck up about it and like didn't, you know, make the stupid excuse. But the worst thing about this is that she's basically implying with this line here, I have long stated that I do not believe that adding to the death count of innocent victims to this war is constructive to its end. She's basically implying that that's a difference of opinion between her and the fellow squad members of hers, plus Representative Al Green, who did vote for this amendment, right? Al Green, Summer Lee, Rashida Tlaib, Ilhan Omar. So AOC is implying that they want innocent victims to be added to the death count. She's fucking implying that she wants them, that they want more innocent civilians to die, whereas she, you know, in her virtuousness does not. And it's like, come on, bro. You didn't have to throw your fellow fucking squad members under the bus in that way, implying that they want civilians to die. No, that's clearly not why they voted the way they did. That's a total straw man that you're using to make yourself look more virtuous and to make this vote look more justified. But I think that's going to, you know, preface some of what we're going to get into from Ilhan.
Oh, yes, 100%. It basically creates a lane for right-wing Democrats and every single Republican to accost people like Ilhan Omar, people like Rashida Tlaib, who's the only Palestinian American in Congress, and call them anti-Semitic and say, oh, you just hate Israel. Oh, you just hate Jewish people. You're anti-Semitic. She created a fertile lane for that. And she doubles down on her positioning, right? Which is crazy. She should have logged off. She says, Google is free. If you're saying I voted for military funding, you are lying. Okay, she literally opposed an amendment that would cut military funding. So this is a distinction without a difference. Drag me for my positions all you want, but lying about them doesn't make you part of the quote unquote left. If you believe neo-Nazis are welcome and operating in good faith, you can have them. And that, I think, was the final straw for Ilhan Omar. Also, shout out to Anthony Fantano for getting in her replies and saying, you're not going to go full John Fetterman, are you?
That's savage.
100%.
Yeah, can we go up there one more time to that tweet? Because, again, it's so fucking stupid. She's once again throwing under the bus and smearing the very good faith pro-Palestinian representatives who did vote for this amendment. Rashida Tlaib, Ilhan Omar, Representative Al Green, and
Summer Lee and Thomas
Summer
Massie.
Lee, yeah. She's basically saying that they are so stupid that they fell for the neo-Nazi, pretending that that person is operating in good faith. When in reality, no, I'm sure that Ilhan Omar, I'm sure that, you know, Al Green, I'm sure they're no fans of Marjorie Taylor Greene. It's not like, you know, Representative fucking Rashida Tlaib is just sitting around waiting for the opportunity to collaborate with her bestie MTG. Obviously fucking not. But that's not really the way that this fucking works, right? Unfortunately, the nature of being a representative or a senator is that, yeah, sometimes you do have to sign on to a bill or co-sponsor a bill that's, you know, written by someone you totally fucking disagree with. That's the fucking nature of it. Ro Khanna's done it with Rand Paul. Rand Paul's probably said just as many objectionable things as fucking Marjorie Taylor Greene. You know what I'm saying? And I never hold that against Ro Khanna.
Oh, 100%. And so all of that context is added to this tweet from Ilhan Omar, who I personally hold as potentially the most courageous member of Congress, along with her fellow squad members who always make the correct vote. And I've been very impressed by Rashida Tlaib for a long time, and I've grown really impressed recently by Summer Lee and Al Green. I think
Rashida Tlaib didn't even endorse Biden, remember? And she or Kamala or whatever, and she actually walked up to Biden, remember that? And then Biden called her Rashid. Either way,
yeah, exactly. She's shown. And Ilhan Omar has shown far more political courage and backbone than AOC has ever demonstrated. The genocide of the people of Gaza continues as members of Congress, vote to fund Israel's defensive and offensive military capabilities. This is immoral, and no amount of excuses will ever make it okay. That is 100% a reference to Alexandria Ocasio-Cortez, and that's why she said vote to fund Israel's defensive and offensive military capabilities. And it might even be a shot that extends all the way to Bernie Sanders, who has also taken the position that he supports the Iron Dome.
Yeah, no, definitely a pretty clear shot from Ilhan Omar. And Zach, I was looking back through our channel's history. This actually isn't the first time, even in the last like 6 months or a year, that Ilhan has taken a shot at AOC. I don't know if you remember, but we covered at the time Ilhan in very clear terms taking a shot at AOC after AOC's ridiculous line, which is aged like fucking milk, the DNC, about how Kamala and Biden were working tirelessly for a ceasefire. So Ilhan, clearly for a while now has been a little bit pissy about AOC. Definitely, subtweeting here and there, making it known that, she's not exactly always amused with AOC and the direction she's going. Specifically, I think because AOC continues to kind of ascend into this position of leadership when it comes to the left. Obviously, a lot of people are talking about her running for president. So I think Ilhan's, maybe a little bit increasingly annoyed by some of AOC's posturing here. And she's like, come on, like, this is bullshit.
Yeah, 1,000,000%. I think she's more than annoyed. I think she's probably heartbroken. I think she's probably devastated like the rest of us, right? There is this instinct among progressive voices on the left because admittedly, there are a lot of disingenuous smears from the right against AOC. And so a lot of us, and in the past, I felt this way too. It's like, hey, I want to defend AOC from these illegitimate smears. When they talk about how she can't win because she's a woman, when they talk about how, oh, she doesn't have, 50 state popularity, we'll talk about, no, she could have 50 state popularity if she really embraced these ideas. Like, I totally think a woman can be president, yada, yada, yada. But what I cannot stand for and what I do not accept is this popular thing on the left where we just say, oh, well, AOC is the best we have, so let's not criticize her, because we do have better examples. They're staring us right in the face. They're Ilhan Omar, they're Rashida Tlaib, they're Summer Lee, they're Al Green, right? They're people who are taking the clear moral position. And the only way to move AOC to the left is to criticize her and voice your dissatisfaction. Clearly, she's hearing it because AOC keeps tweeting about this niche vote that created a lot of fucking kerfuffle, right? She got ratioed into oblivion 2 times on Twitter, right? And now she stopped talking about it. So it's...
Do you also see like her office got like vandalized, which was really shitty?
Yeah, and that just fucking feeds into the argument that her and every other Democrat and mainstream Democrat are going to try and be like, these people will never be satisfied. Look at AOC. She's so far left and she's so woke and they're still vandalizing her office, right? And the people that claimed responsibility for it said that, they like lumped her in with Richie Torres, which I did think was fucking crazy, right? Given the fact that Richie Torres has like rolled out the red carpet for Israel and AOC is at least like rhetorically critical and has voted against the funding and whatnot.
100%. And again, I don't want to like just come out here and join into the circle jerk of like tearing down AOC over this. Like ultimately, when push comes to shove, I'm still going to support AOC if she's the most viable progressive running in 2028. I still, even if she doesn't do that, I'll obviously support her running against Chuck Schumer if she decides to do that. Like I don't want to make this such a big deal where it's like fuck AOC, like everyone get your pitchfork out. Like I totally disagree with her. But I don't want to go like over the top also, ultimately I'm just disappointed because this is so unnecessary. And I really thought that in the post Zoran victory era, I really thought that AOC would have the guts to kind of distance herself from this like 2018 AOC, like kind of, mealy mouthed pandering to the Israel issue. Like, you know what I'm saying? When she voted for the Iron Dome, I thought that was all in the past. I thought the newer, more mature AOC, especially after Zoran won, I thought she would realize that like, oh yeah, I don't have to do that anymore. I don't have to pander to fucking AIPAC. I don't have to pander to Zionists. I can just be honest because Zoran was honest. And
Zoran victory era. He just got married, right? I heard it. Like he had like a private event for his wedding in Uganda that had like uniformed private security, and they had like signal blockers so that you couldn't like any kind of radio or cellular communications couldn't happen in there and shit. Like Uganda lavish wedding. Yeah, exactly. Does not seem like the everyman approach to the ceremony.
like I said, Zoran displayed real political courage, in my opinion, by not pandering to the Zionist crowd. He did not condemn the phrase globalize the intifada. AOC 100% would have. You know what I'm saying?
Oh, 1 million.
But I thought that Zoran's victory would prove to her that, like, you don't need to do that. You don't need to debase yourself by pandering to Zionists anymore. Apparently not. Apparently she still feels that it's necessary. The only other possibility I see, Zach, is that she does agree with Summer Lee, Representative Al Green, Rashida Tlaib, and Ilhan Omar, but this is actually a personal petty thing between her and Marjorie. Because if you remember, there's been some pretty ferocious tussles between AOC and Marjorie Taylor Greene going back basically ever since Marjorie got elected. They've really had it out for each other. It's been a bad blood between them. I know they've gotten in like fucking at one point, Marjorie Taylor Greene was trying to goad AOC into debating her.
Yeah.
Do you remember that? We covered it. So it's possible that AOC does low-key agree with her colleagues who voted alongside Marjorie, but she's just like, fuck this bitch. I'm not joining her little fucking parade when I know this amendment's going to fail anyway. Like, fuck you guys. Like, it's also possibly personal.
Yeah, I honestly, maybe, but I also think back at the last time that she voted present for the Iron Dome funding and capitulated on that. And I look at the videos of Bernie Sanders going out and saying that he supports defensive weaponry and defensive arms being sent to Israel because the people there are subjected to terrorist attacks from Hamas. And it's just like, bro, I'm so tired of hearing that stupid shit from you. I need you to change your positioning. And that's why I'm excited and I'm grateful that there are people with the courage like Ilhan Omar, like Rashida Tlaib, to put principle over party, to put principle over petty beef. You know, I'm sorry you don't like Marjorie Taylor Greene. I'm sorry that you think she's a fascist. You're in the United States government that's run by a fucking fascist. So could we please just go ahead and play chess, not checkers for a second?
Yeah.
And this was my take that I put out a few days ago, which was some of you need to come to terms with the fact that it's okay and reasonable to criticize AOC. When she fucks up, she needs to hear about it, just like all politicians, because we need to force her to correct herself, right? I think there's a strong argument to be made that deep down, if we're just psychoanalyzing AOC, she probably wanted Brad fucking Lander to win that mayoral race, right? She probably wanted Zoran to come in second and be like, see, we have to go with the more like fucking middle of the road guy like Brad Lander. She tweeted constant praise about Brad Lander, right? Whereas it took her a while to endorse Zoran. I'm not saying that she wouldn't, but she waited until it was clear he was going to win, right? And I just think that the way that she's positioned herself in the aftermath of that, like still too fucking skittish to come out, you know, guns blazing, like it is a little fucking annoying.
Yeah, agreed. And also the people that are making excuses for her being like, oh, she's just worried about her political future, like she's worried about getting taken out of Congress like Jamal Bowman did. Like, she's fine. That's honestly not a good excuse because she's fine. She's gonna get reelected. She's been reelected like 3 fucking times. She clearly in her district, you know, she's fine. She's fine. Maybe she's worried that when she runs for president, you know, they'll use this against her or something if she hadn't voted for it. But it's like, again, I think Zoran's low-key proof that you can survive that. You can survive that. Fuck them. Let them call you an anti-Semite. It doesn't fucking matter anymore. Even Democrats are fucking done with it, bro. All these liberals, they're like, no, I'm done with having Israel call the shots. I'm done with having, you know, our fucking Democratic leaders start these fucking wars and you know, contribute to the aggression against the Palestinian people. They don't fucking like it. Yep. So if AOC really took a stand and said, no, I'm with the base. I'm with the motherfucking people that are sick of sending hundreds of billions of dollars overseas to this country so they can perpetually fucking attack their neighbors, so they can be a perpetual fucking aggressor in the region, so that they can, you know, get off scot-free while bombing every fucking country around them because, oops, we have an Iron Dome, so you can't bomb us back. Oops, sorry, Syria. Sorry, fucking Palestine. Sorry, all these other sorry, Iran. Sorry, we gotta bomb the shit out of you. Lebanon. Sorry, literally every country that fucking surrounds us and borders us, we gotta bomb you, and you don't get to bomb us because the U.S. fucking funds us to the tune of hundreds of billions of taxpayer dollars. She could have taken a stand against that. I think a talented politician could make a fucking convincing case. They could articulate a compelling case for why you would want to vote against that or be against that. And again, take the America First lane. Take it right from the fucking Republicans. Say, we actually are America First. We actually don't fucking think this is a good use of taxpayer money.
Bro, I'll tell you what. I'll give you credit if you go the America First lane. No, we're the real America First. Yeah, I really would love to see that. Oh, we got some Steve Shives. I got a couple Steve Shives in the playlist here. Both are global aggressors? Okay. All right. Hey, you guys are the geopol people, all right? I'll take your word on it. I'll take your word on it.
I'm going to say here is mostly in response to the recently announced news that CBS is canceling The Late Show with Stephen Colbert, and that it is the network canceling the show, and not even merely firing Stephen Colbert and replacing him with someone else, but canceling the show, period. Like, after next year, there will be no more Late Show on CBS. So they are choosing to end their flagship late night franchise that has existed since 1993, when David Letterman jumped ship from NBC to CBS. It is currently the most viewed late night talk show in the United States by quite a margin from the numbers I saw earlier. I don't know how accurate they are, but a lot of people seem to be coalescing around this idea that The Late Show with Stephen Colbert is the most watched late night talk show at the moment. And CBS is saying it's a financial decision, which maybe it is. Maybe it is. I'm sure there are complexities involved, especially on the business side, that a layperson who is not even in show business like myself can't comprehend. So maybe it is legitimately a business decision, but the timing is awfully suspicious, given that A, CBS and its parent company, Paramount, is currently in the process of a big corporate merger. And within the context of that big corporate merger, they also recently settled a nuisance lawsuit filed against them by the current president of the United States. And the settlement of that nuisance lawsuit, where Paramount agreed to basically pay off Trump, was recently made fun of by Stephen Colbert on The Late Show, where he characterized it, and he wasn't the only one, as a bribe. Paramount was paying Trump a bribe to get him to leave them alone and not fuck up their merger, because Paramount really needs this upcoming merger with Skydance to remain in good shape financially. So they didn't want Trump to, throw that into turmoil. So they're paying him off by just giving him what he wants and settling his completely baseless bullshit lawsuit that no one seriously believed that he could actually win if it went to court and went to an actual decision. So what I'm going to say now is in response to that primarily, but it could also be in response to the resignation of the executive producer of 60 Minutes a few months ago, which was also due to things related to the merger and the Trump lawsuit and the settlement. It could also be a reaction to the refusal of several major newspapers in this country, several major newspaper publishers, I should say, in this country before last year's election, to allow their editorial pages to endorse a candidate in the presidential election, because the assumption was that the editorial pages were going to endorse Kamala Harris instead of Donald Trump. And they didn't want to piss off Trump just in case he won. So they said, we'll hide behind pretended neutrality here, and we won't endorse anybody. It could be in response to that. It could be in response to any number of things, any number of decisions taken by media outlets in the last year or so in regards to Donald Trump and how they cover Donald Trump and how they respond to Donald Trump's various tantrums and threats. And what I have to say to everybody who has capitulated to Trump is this: when all this is over, we'll remember who the cowards were. And that's not a threat. That's not me saying, you'll be the first against the wall or any of other. And no, it's not like revolutionary.
Only person watching him on Twitch. Never seen anyone else react to him. Dude, Steve Shives is a legend. Steve Shives is a legend of the anti-SJW era. You go back 10 years on YouTube, man, he was just, it was just chef's kiss. If you were watching anti-SJW content, 2013, 2014, 2015. Steve Shives was all over it, man. He's the man.
Very big talk. That's not my style. As people who watch my stuff regularly will tell you, I'm certainly not a revolutionary. That's not what I'm saying. I'm not threatening you with violence. Not at all. What I'm saying is this. I know a lot of you guys, and maybe a few of you are gals, but most of you are guys, aren't you? People who are CEOs, billionaires, tycoons, owners of newspapers and television stations. You're the kind of folks who seem preoccupied with legacy. You seem preoccupied with being thought of as great people, with leaving something behind so that others who come after you will look back and look fondly on your memory and say, oh, he was a great CEO. He was a great businessman. He knew how to run a company. He left a role model and a standard by which we could all pattern our lives and aspire to. Like you seem like you're the types of people that are really into that. You like to flatter yourselves that, you're going to leave behind that kind of legacy. So maybe to you it is a threat when I say that when all this is over, we'll remember who the cowards were. We'll remember who capitulated to Donald Trump.
Maybe one day we'll do like we'll dive back a decade and do like some anti-SJW stuff. He was the thing is, like, he was the poster boy for everybody that was big in the anti-SJW scene would rail against, like your Milo Yiannopoulos, your Armored Skeptics, Bearing, anybody that was making anti-SJW content made videos about this guy. And I mean obviously, like, you know, regardless of whether you like him or you don't like him, you know, he's got a big channel. He's got what's he got? He's got over 300,000 subscribers, right? So, I mean, he's been around the internet for a long time. And the thing is, like, most of his content is about, like, Star Wars. He does a lot of, like, Star Wars and superheroes and comic books and that kind of thing. So, you know, maybe, like, the majority, or there's probably, like, a good chunk of people that hate watch him. There's a good chunk of people that actually like his politics. And there's a good chunk of people who just watch him for all the comic book Star Trek stuff, you know? He's making a good living. Yeah. I won't hate on that, you know. You know, the thing is, he put in his time, right? He owns his brand, right? he owns who he is. He's Steve Shives. Yeah. Anti-SJW, I know. Sargon, yep. Shapiro, yep. Joseph Watson, yep. Dinesh D'Souza, Crowder, yeah. I would say that they're all part of the anti-SJW era. But I'm talking about the people that were really pumping out content, you know, 10 years ago. Like Bearing. Have you ever seen the video of the cartoon bear who does, like, all kinds of, like, conservative politics, you know, like, just, like, you know, complaining about how woke things are. He's an Australian guy, but he plays a cartoon bear on YouTube. Armored Skeptic was a guy who dated Shoe on Head for a while. I think Armored Skeptic dated Shoe on Head before her current husband. He made videos, I'm sure, about Steve Shives. Milo Yiannopoulos would bring him up all the time. People that were pumping out content 10 years ago. You know, these are what I'm talking about, really. You know, obviously Shapiro and Joseph Watson, a lot of them, yeah, they were pumping out content, but I think there were probably more politics in general than specifically directly focusing on anti-SJW, you know. And Milo and a Scott guy. Yeah. Oh, the Scottish guy. Cam Dankula. Yeah, exactly. Yeah.
We'll remember who folded under the pressure from Donald Trump. We'll remember people who could have stood up to him.
Let's see. Yeah, look at this. This is from 8 years ago. Oh, this is from Actual Justice Warrior. Let me see. Bearing, 8 years ago. Steve Shives is the boss of all speech. So this is one of the guys I'm talking about, Bearing. He's done a bunch of it. Look, here's another video from 2 years ago. Mad leftist sees Nazis everywhere, checking in on Steve Shives. Bearing, 8 years ago. Steve Shives, champion of free speech. Bearing, delete PewDiePie's channel. Steve Shives makes an ass of himself again. Like, Bearing made a lot of videos about Steve Shives. Everybody was making videos about Steve Shives back then, man. Because I think, like, one of the things that was, like, he was famous about... Yeah, Bearing and Sugar Taste, exactly. I think one of the things that Steve Shives was kind of famous for, or infamous for, indirectly, because I don't know how much he actually, you know, put this out there, but, like, the whole meme of, like, being a cuck really, really kind of, you know, revolved around that, like, the aura of Steve Shives, because there was this kind of idea that Steve Shives was just kind of, you know, whatever his wife would say would happen in the house. You know, like, Steve Shives did not wear the pants in his house, his wife did. So he was just kind of like people would make videos and cartoons and, like, you know, all kinds of things about him where they would just portray him as this cuck kind of guy. And like, the videos would be like an overbearing wife in the background just yelling at him, like, "Get over here, Steve," and he'd be like, "Yes, honey," and just walk over there, like, super meek. You know, he was like the ultimate, like, cuck caricature, you know. Punched the couch at least once, probably. Yeah, exactly. What was it? Steve Shives and his wife. I think one day we'll like use the whole stream to just go over, like, the anti-SJW era. That would be fun. That'd be a fun trip down, like, memory lane. Because I haven't seen any of these videos in a long time. All of this stuff is like 8 years ago, 9 years ago, 10 years ago. This was a great era in YouTube. So fun. Really, 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 really fun era of YouTube. Let me see. Oh, look at that. Steve Shives is a bad person and he cheated on his wife. Here's the proof. This guy is this. Oh, no one will leave him alone. Steve Shives' wife commands another video 9 years ago. Steve Shives' wife versus the Amazing Atheist. I think we watched some video about the Amazing Atheist, like, maybe 5-6 months ago. That guy was nuts, man. That guy had, like, an N-word arc and anything. Scott Adams? Oh, yeah. Scott Adams, for sure. Yeah, I know who Scott Adams is. Yeah. Scott Adams is the guy that famously said, "If you're thinking about moving out of the city, just get out of there. Just get out of there. It's not worth it anymore." And he was talking about just not living around black people. He was like, "It's not worth it. They're all violent. They don't care about civility or being neighborly. They don't care about any of it. Just get out of the cities." I think it was probably like during, it might have been right after the Summer of Love, where Scott Adams kind of took off and said, "I'm out of here," you know. And he basically got, you know, completely canceled because he was the writer, he was the creator of Doonesbury or whatever the fuck that comic was, right? Dilbert, yeah, there you go. Yeah. But yeah, this era was great.
Of being willing to yield the floor to someone else and
something like, if pop it, white
jumping off
out to speak about issues that
I also was inspired to talk about this subject in this video by a recent episode of
Such a good era. Such a good era. But one day we'll go over this. It's too good, man. There's just so many. I'll put together like a 2014 playlist of all the greatest hits. You remember Milo? Not Milo Yiannopoulos, the other Milo? Remember Milo? Remember this person? Milo Stewart. Yeah, that's what it was. Milo Stewart.
Good morning, easily offended millennials. I hope you like my new background. I call this "My City is Experiencing Historic Flooding," and all of my valuables are on my bed in case my house floods, so I make do with what I can.
Cute and canny.
Anybody remember this one?
More than just one out of many.
This video is going to include discussions.
This person and this video really defined what SJW anti-SJW shit was going on like 10 years ago. To me, this is the mecca of YouTube content in terms of culture and politics. At the intersection of culture and politics, this video is the hands down mecca at the intersection.
About racism, and because I am white, none of these thoughts about racism in this video are my original thought. I accredit to most of the ideas that I have picked up from these two videos created by two very lovely black YouTubers. So go and check them out, please, because they're lovely and awesome, and like, why not? All white people are racist, all men are misogynistic, all cisgender people are transphobic, all members of a majority are biased against the members of the minority or oppressed group. In fact, most people are racist, misogynistic, transphobic, ableist, etc. I am racist, classist.
I mean, there is no... What's up, Mina? How you doing? Been too busy playing the Cyberpunk. Nice. I'm after this week, I will be back to normal, okay? Because I'm at the end of my sprint. My team is hopefully going to deliver some stuff we've been working on, and we have system upgrades. I'm working right now. I'm just taking a very quick break to kind of be nostalgic about, content from 10 years ago. But once this week is over, then I will finally be able to stream normally, play games, do all that stuff. Until then, it's like, fucking... Post link for this? You want the link for this? This is the link for this. But it's crazy to think that, like, when Milo Stewart made this video, there's no way that Milo knew what kind of impact this would have had on their life. They're like, Milo probably just said, "Oh, I'm gonna make a fun little video about social commentary. Upload, boom, their whatever life changed forever. Ever after this video. This is what Milo's known for. Nothing else except for this. Yeah.
So go and check them out, please, because they're lovely and awesome, and like, why not? All white people are racist. All men are misogynistic. All cisgender people are transphobic. All members of a majority are biased against the members of the minority or oppressed group. In fact, most people are racist, misogynistic, transphobic, ableist, etc. I am racist, classist, ableist, and I probably contribute to many other systems of marginalization that I am not aware of. Words like racist, misogynist.
I think Milo was still in high school when this video came out. Can you imagine cucking your entire future in high school over a fucking YouTube video? Man, holy shit. Whoever this person is just admits that they have not an original thought at the beginning of the video. They're just parroting black bread tubers because they're black. Well, that's, yeah, I mean, look. They even paid homage to him. This is the Uruhu guy, right? This guy right here. This guy's the Uruhu guy, and I don't know who this is. Is this Cat Black or like Professor Williams or whatever the fuck? I don't know. But yeah, this was a great era. This was just such a fun era on YouTube, man. I was on YouTube all day with fucking anti-SJW content. Anyways, that's why I'm not gonna go down this rabbit hole right now. We'll save a whole stream for this, but it only came up because we were talking about Steve Shives here, and Grant had never even known who Steve Shives was. Satire, impressive commitment to the bit to get the whole haircut. Yeah, what's up, XN? How you doing?
But didn't. We'll remember people who chose their own
Uhuru, yeah, exactly.
short-term gains at the cost of the long-term good for everybody, including, ironically, themselves, because it's not going to go good for you guys in the long run either. We'll remember all of that. We'll remember who did that. But here's the other half of that. We'll remember that. And we'll remember not to trust you anymore, not to respect you anymore. We'll remember when you showed us what kind of people you are, and how gutless you are, and how disloyal you are to anything but money. But we'll also remember the people who did have the guts to stand up, and maybe even suffered a little for the standing up. And hopefully we'll remember the names of some of the common, ordinary people who did that and truly suffered. But we'll almost certainly also remember very fondly and very admiringly people like Stephen Colbert, who is not really going to suffer as
Genuine question, couldn't tell if it was satire. You talking about me or you talking about Milo? Who you talking about, XN?
the result of this. I mean, he's going to lose his TV show, but he's going to be fine. I'm pretty sure he's set for life, even if he doesn't work another day from now until he dies. But he's probably going to be able to get another TV show whenever and wherever he wants, except for CBS, apparently. He's going to be fine, right? Most of the people, if not all of the people who work on that show, from writers to members of the crew, camera people, lighting technicians.
Milo, yeah. Well, this is Milo from 10 years ago. Milo now is like completely different. Maybe not completely different, but Milo went through a whole cycle of, probably still does, of hormone therapy. And so the last video that Milo came out with was 2 years ago.
Hi YouTube, I am so excited to share this video with you. Since I started my sex work career within the past 2 months, I have been doing a lot of research on all other people's experiences in the sex work industry to try and familiarize myself with all of the vast types of work that people do, and also to understand the politics that surround sex work. I had the amazing privilege to sit down with Jade Blair, who you can find on social media at JadeBlairXOX. She is a OnlyFans girly, and she also does legal.
I mean, Milo's been through like a whole kind of... Look, actually 4 years ago, I survived anti-SJW YouTube.
The hate comments and response videos have slowed down since 2016, but the biggest change for me is that I have built up my sense of self-worth that is not going to be crumbled by LARPing.
Didn't even know there was a Milo besides Milo Watt. Yeah, this is the other Milo. This is Milo Stewart. You never react to Kairos. Kairos is always just talk about Israel-Palestine. There's nothing to react to, man. I mean, that's not my lane, all right? If there's like a video out there or a VOD of Kairos talking about anything else, I'd be happy to react to it. And I also and keep in mind, like I don't hate Kairos. Kairos and I have had, multiple conversations. It's always interesting talking to Kairos.
White nationalists. Okay, whew. Hi all, it's Milo. It is frustrating and deeply saddening that my experiences of facing an online harassment campaign around 2016 are still relevant to conversations taking place on this platform around creator responsibility. In the 5 years since that harassment started, small trans creators have remained the targets of reaction videos that target trans people for their appearance and identities under the ruse of making a political argument. And leftist and trans YouTubers have not done the work we need to do to understand what creator responsibility means and how to prevent harassment campaigns in the future. Recently,
As a dead starting children being perpetrated by the government and military, I support isn't my lane. Excellent. Do you want me to just fucking talk about things I don't know about? Like, I don't know enough about the history. I'm tired of fucking justifying this, man. It's not my lane. I'm not saying anything good is going on over there. I'm not saying I support Israel. I'm definitely not going down any fucking JQ fucking rabbit holes that other people might want to entertain. It's just not my fucking lane, dude. I don't talk about it because it's not my lane. All right. I just don't know enough to talk about it. I don't know what happened in 1948. Okay, I don't know what happened 48 minutes ago. I just don't. All right. Like, there are other people that should be talking about it, that know more about it, and those are the people that should be talking about it. All right.
Listening to and being
There's
in
like
community with
a million fucking streamers right now, talking about Israel Palestine. Go and watch them if that's what you want.
Brennan, Ashton, and Luxander has really been changing the way that I think about my experiences facing harassment as a queer person online. They have been engaging in a really powerful discourse about exactly how being the subject of reaction videos has impacted their personal lives. It is them who I give my thanks to for helping me build up my courage to talk about this publicly. These conversations have so much value as they make clear that social media platforms still let harassment campaigns take place, and they point out that being dogpiled online is a specific type of harassment that can't really be likened to other types of bullying. It is perhaps because of their openness that I now feel like I can talk about what I went through. Not only that, but I feel compelled to impart the details of some of the most traumatic experiences of my life, because just being aware of the extent of dogpiling has not been enough to prevent the same type of harassment campaigns from happening over and over again. A lot of people seem to think that YouTube is a much easier place to have political discourses on than it was in 2016, but I would really seriously challenge that judgment. Despite having great examples of the sheer intensity of videos made about me and others, YouTube has not done enough or really anything to protect communities on its platform. Still is with extreme sincerity that I say I would not be opening up like I am about to right now if it wasn't for creators who have opened up before me.
That's Milo. Milo's talking about it. We'll do like a you know, like an anti-HW marathon one day. Let's go back to Steve. Ever listened to the podcast titled Holly Randall Unfiltered? No, I have not. Or Holly Randall? No, I have not. More practical, make you uncomfortable with your will. Well, thank you, XN. That is what you are known for. Anyways, Steve Shives.
Personal assistants, like everybody who works on the Late Show, is probably going to be okay too, at least in the long run, because working on the Late Show with Stephen Colbert, if you're in the television or the entertainment business, that's a pretty good thing to have on your resume. So they're probably going to be fine. But what we're going to remember is Stephen Colbert spoke out, spoke against President Trump, spoke against his own company when it bowed down to President Trump, and he lost his job for it. Now, they're going to deny it and say, oh, it's a business decision, whatever. Again, maybe it was, but the timing sure is suspicious, ain't it? So we're going to remember that. We're going to remember that he stood up and that he was punished for it, apparently, or in all likelihood. You know what else we're going to remember? We're going to remember that Trump threatened to sue the Wall Street Journal. The Wall Street Journal. Not exactly known as a progressive firebrand among newspapers. You know, the Wall Street Journal, a fairly right-wing publication, if we're going to place it at any point on the political spectrum. Not many people would say, oh, no, that's a left-leaning paper, right? The Wall Street Journal was also threatened by Trump with a lawsuit, just like he threatened Paramount. And apparently Trump personally called people who work at the Wall Street Journal and threatened to sue them and sue their newspaper if they published a story that they published, again, just published yesterday, as I'm sitting here recording this, about his involvement with Jeffrey Epstein, about his relationship with Jeffrey Epstein, about a fairly suggestive, not quite directly incriminating, but fairly suggestive birthday card that Donald Trump sent to Jeffrey Epstein that has been preserved for posterity and fell into the hands somehow of Wall Street Journal reporters. And Donald Trump called up the Wall Street Journal and he said, if you publish that story, if you tell people about that birthday card and what's in it, I'm going to sue you. And the Wall Street Journal, the right-leaning newspaper that really none of us like, right? None of us, at least I'm probably none of myself and most, if not any of, if not all of you folks who are watching this video, not the biggest fans of the Wall Street Journal as a publication, certainly not of its editorial page, but the Wall Street Journal responded to that threat from Donald Trump by doing this. And they published the story. They published the story anyway. Donald Trump threatened them, and they published the story anyway, because that's their job as journalists. That's their job. And they did it. And we may not agree with the editorial positions taken by the Wall Street Journal. We may not agree with the political and opinion writing, the op-ed page, right? Promoted by the Wall Street Journal. There are all kinds of reasons to have huge problems with the Wall Street Journal. But one thing we can't say about them in this case, they weren't cowards. They did what a newspaper, what any newspaper worth half a shit should have done in that situation. The President of the United States, or really any powerful person that threatened them and tried to silence a story for their own personal selfish benefit, the newspaper, the journalists, they told that person to go fuck himself, metaphorically speaking. I don't know if anybody actually said, go fuck yourself to Trump, but if they did, I'd like to buy him a Coke. And they published the story. They defied the authoritarian. They defied the bully. They did not do what he wanted them to do. They did what was in the public good. They did what was in the interest of the truth. The very thing that Paramount is now apparently terrified of doing because they don't want to piss off Donald Trump. So congratulations to the Wall Street Journal, not only for doing what was right and publishing that story and defying Donald Trump, but also congratulations for letting us all see how fucking easy it is and what chumps and cowards the people who run Paramount are. You really got caught with your pants down, didn't you, fellas? You all who are in charge over there at Paramount. You ran and hid under your beds from Donald Trump. You settled the lawsuit so that your merger wouldn't be threatened, because you were scared of Donald Trump. And the Wall Street Journal's over there saying, nope, we're going to publish this story. We're going to do the right thing. Again, all kinds of reasons to have problems with the Wall Street Journal. This isn't me saying all of a sudden the Wall Street Journal is a great paper and we should all love it and subscribe. All I'm saying is they did the right thing. Donald Trump, thank God, is not going to live forever. Donald Trump is not going to be president forever. Donald Trump's movement, the political and social forces that have swept Donald Trump to his present position in our government and in our culture, those forces eventually, hopefully soon, but eventually, are going to subside. And there will be an aftermath to this. And most of us, again, hopefully, will live to see that aftermath. And if you are someone who cares about your legacy, who cares about how you are seen, who cares about how you are remembered in that aftermath, just know that we're paying attention. And we are seeing those of you who are willing to stand up and do what's right, and those of you who are just incredibly eager to bow and kneel and kiss the boot. And those of you who do that are not going to be well remembered when all this is over.
Steve Shives.
Well, everything that you just said, I can.
Because he spoke against Trump is a pretty stupid thing to say. Description of the podcast: highly rated, unfiltered podcast, honest, raw, unfiltered look inside the adult industry and the people in it. Oh God, I don't even know if I'm. I don't know. Whatever. I will keep it in mind. I will keep it in mind. It'll maybe inform a future conversation with Casey, since we tend to fucking talk about sex work more than most people do. Packaged up in comedic witticism. Colbert did the opposite of standing up. He guzzled whatever shit was fed to him by the state-backed propagandists. There you go. Did people just air that South Park episode with Trump's figure? There you go. Yeah, excellent. Nail on the head.
Apply to this conversation. You know you're not going to change my mind. So why are you having a conversation with me?
Projections?
Excuse me? I don't even know.
You're going off of a projected number. You're going off of a projected number, no?
Yes, I am. Yes.
Okay, but when people were talking about the projected loss of life in Gaza, you were scoffing.
I don't care about dead people in Gaza. You are a disgusting piece of shit, is what you are.
Hold on, brother.
You are a disgusting, dishonest piece of shit. To say that I don't care about dead people in Gaza, go yourself.
What I just said?
Go yourself. You're disgusting, is what you are. Okay, let's get into it. Buddy, I see you've been tweeting about me recently.
Oh, I talk my shit. You
said recently that you feel bad for me and that like by debating me, it would be punching down. What do you mean by that?
You were on a really wild tear on Friday, no?
Which tear?
You don't, towards the end of the thing that I screenshotted that got your attention in the first place.
I don't even
put up the,
I don't even remember.
I mean, that kind of speaks to it, don't you think? The Twitter video towards the end. What's the Sarah McBride? What's her name?
Rep Sarah McBride. Yeah.
Right.
Yeah.
So you couldn't make it through the video. You kept resetting it several times, and in the course of which you were talking on and on about how you would donate to Liz Cheney, and you missed the point of her video altogether with what she was trying to say.
No, it sounds like you did. No. It sounds like you did. By the way.
Enlighten me.
Because the point of her video was that the way the Democrats are going to win is through coalition building, but it cuts both ways.
Okay.
You understand?
You understand that she was specifically talking about how there was a need to remember that there were left-leaning people in the party that we need to remember that and make sure we still make space for them as well. And the first thing
I agreed.
Your face was guys, you and know moderate Republicans too.
And I agreed. You understand that? Like my principled position on coalition building is that it necessarily cuts both ways. And so when I see Democrats that are sort of hedging against Mamdani right now, I think that's a problem. And similarly, when I hear rhetoric from leftists, fringe leftists is what we decided. When I hear rhetoric from them saying that they want to push people out of the party because they're more moderate than them, that's also bad. You understand that that's like a principled position that I have?
I feel like it's a little, I feel like the way that you present that is a bit more vague than it actually is, but sure.
Enlighten me.
Because you use a lot of things that at surface level sound great, that we should be
Thank you.
And everything. When you get into it, there's certain things that you just leave out, like you never mentioned. Like, what does it mean to form a coalition, essentially, right?
What do you think it means?
I'm trying to get to the point where I elaborate the question a little bit better.
Okay.
So in essence, right, and you keep directly sort of saying that you want to form a coalition with this person, et cetera, which is weird. It just comes across as like a desire to do like networking or collabing in that regard.
What?
Yes. When you talk,
are you talking?
Come on. When you have people on speed dial, like what was that conservative dude that Pisco used to argue with all the time and that you would cut videos with as well?
Probably
Rob Noor?
Rob Noor, yeah.
Rob Noor. Like when you guys have people like that in your speed, your Rolodex, right? It's so that you can make videos where you argue with each other and then you both cut a video on it and you both like it. It's what you do for a living. It's not necessarily because you're trying to accomplish some sort of political goal, or the same thing with counterpoints or whatever. It's not necessarily because you guys are trying to further a political goal per se. It's also because you're trying to further your own like networking brand. Look how I dominated this conservative in the marketplace of ideas, and then they end up saying the exact same thing.
You think I'm clout sharking Rob Nor?
No, not clout sharking.
What do you mean by networking?
That is more performative than anything else. Clout sharking would be going after a bigger figure and trying to either rub elbows with or show that you can win in an argument or whatever for sake of like, look who I just dominated. I'm saying you guys keep a Rolodex of people that are probably never going to align with you ideologically or never help actually try to advance your particular agenda. But in turn, the fact that you have someone with a decent enough following to make videos about is going to be something that helps you in the long run just as much as them. It's mutually beneficial, but it helps nobody at the end of the day.
You know, I feel like I'm punching down right now. Like you're not on my level.
Okay.
Straight up. Do you understand that? Because I could say that because no, intellectually, because everything that you just said, I can apply to this conversation. You know, you're not going to change my mind. So why are you having a conversation with me? It's fucking stupid. Do you understand this?
So the notion that I have to necessarily change your mind applies in the exact same way as people with mutually sized audiences that you keep around for the purposes of just cutting videos.
You said one of the problems with me having conversations with Rob Knorr was that I was never going to change his mind.
No, not
that's what you said.
That you keep him on a Rolodex, that you keep this network of people just for the purposes of making content, and that you know ultimately it never goes anywhere.
Content is a big part of what I do. You understand that, like, I'm a content creator.
That's what you do for a living. That's what I said.
So what's the problem with that?
Oh God, that is more performative than anything else. That's the way it comes across.
All of this is performative. What do you think this is? It's a live stream.
Yeah. When you keep doing the same things over and over again with certain people, that it just turns to where it's like, okay, we've squeezed the juice out of this to the fullest extent that we possibly could, and then ultimately it's not really going to end up going anywhere.
So this is not.
You still do it over and over again.
So this conversation that we're having right now is not performative?
Not really.
It's not? What do you mean? You're not going to change my mind?
No, this is purely catharsis.
Oh, so you're just chasing catharsis?
Yeah. Being able to basically tell someone to their face that they're wrong for and for no real like self-enrichment. I'm not going to get anything out of this.
No real self-enrichment. What do you mean? You're live streaming right now. You're going to try to get your little like Twitter videos that get like 15 likes with you shouting into the void. You don't think it serves your own like ego purposes yourself?
You think I cut content?
You're doing all this altruistically?
You think I'm making videos for like you think I've been I've done one TikTok and it was to shit on Dan Saltman and it went nowhere. And ever since then, I haven't touched a damn thing about it. I don't make videos of myself.
Why do you post videos online?
There's a lot of the formulaic things that I don't do that one should do if they're trying to grow their brand. This is just a hobby for me.
Voice crack debate, Lewis.
Let's talk about AOC. Why don't we do that?
Well, why don't we finish the? I mean, you
this is a conversation.
Big Tout debate, representing men against radical feminists. Who are you debating?
Conversation is so boring. It's so stupid that it's so boring. Your argument is so stupid that it's so boring.
We started having the argument.
I don't care about it. This is nonsense. Everything you've said so far is ridiculous.
You trying to make you taking someone's like relatively bold thing where they've been saying, hey, we've been spending a lot of time trying to figure out how to bring in conservatives, and we have to remember leftists too. And then you got a clapback from your audience when they said, come on, man, right after your first thought was to, hey, you know, there's conservative Republicans we need to think about.
I agreed with her.
You spent the
what is your point?
Time trying to push back on that particular thing.
Because in my Twitch audience,
remember leftists.
Okay.
You used her. Remember leftist people in the conversation. You use that as a fulcrum to open. You put your foundational thing as, hey, there's Republicans, guys. Your own audience push back on it.
My own audience. I have like a set number of leftist hate watchers that push back against the things that I say in Twitch, and I engage with them. But I agreed with her point. Her point applies in both directions. I am fully No, what are you talking about? I have always been consistent in this respect. Coalition building is like my entire priority right now. That's all I'm thinking about. And it does go both ways. So as soon as we saw Democrats hedging against Mamdani, I spoke up right away and I said, blue no matter who means like Mamdani. And
except for the fact that you've also for a while now, you've been diving through any piece of content you can find about him to try to find ways to still pick it apart. You're still
You have no idea what you're talking about, bro. You can ask anyone. No, you don't. You can ask anyone on my chat. I looked into his platform and I said right away, like, I agree with like 90% of this. There's a few policies that I don't like. And then at every step of the way, he's been impressing me because he's doing coalition building, bro. He's in DC trying to get the Jeffries endorsement, man. He's trying to build his tent, which already puts him in a totally different category than all the other loser leftist progressive candidates who don't even try to coalition build.
Okay, so there's a couple of very important things about that. The first one is we don't know what the result of that is going to end up being. We don't know what he's going to willingly water down, and what the people that got him through the primary are going, how they're going to respond to that in what he's willing to give up.
He's going to the
that only time will tell.
He's
going positive or negative that's going to end up being.
He's going to the general, bro. Like, what do you think a primary candidate's job is once they win the nomination? They're all going to tell you the same thing. They want to grow their tent and build a coalition because most candidates can't win with just their base. This is the part of politics that you guys completely miss. You don't understand it at all.
So again, right, if he goes and he ends up doing a lot of the shit that would make like Hakeem Jeffries and shit like that happy, content, so that they finally endorse him, which I thought it was vote blue no matter who, but that's beside the point. If he turns around and waters down a lot of his policy proposals, his rhetoric, everything across the board, do you not think that there's a possibility there that he ends up alienating the energy that got him across the finish line in the primaries in the first place?
If he loses voters because he moderates his rhetoric in a general election, those voters are too stupid to be saved.
Oh, okay.
Truly.
Okay.
Truly. They're too dumb to be saved. These people are not serious. These people are not serious people.
They're that message, and then he deters the people that put energy into him because his message of trying to make their lives better and talk about the affordability of things.
Do you think he's going to give up on city-run bodegas because he had a conversation with Jeffries?
Time will tell what the outcome of this coalition.
No, but the very concept alone offends you. The very concept of him shifting his rhetoric offends you.
You're reaching.
I'm not. I am not. Okay, how do you feel about
time will tell?
All right, well, how do you feel about him saying that globalized intifada is bad?
I didn't hear the exact quote.
He said it was bad. He said it was harmful. He said it was a harmful phrase.
Harmful.
Yes, how do you feel? How do you feel about that?
I don't give a shit one way or the other.
Yes, you do. Stop. You think that's
yes?
No,
I genuinely
stop. You're now. This is performative, okay? Because I know that bugs you. I would
have a Bernie cutout behind me that I've never gotten rid of. Well, like if you want to start talking about people that have disappointing elements of an overall message, you're talking to the wrong guy.
Okay, how did Bernie offend you? How did Bernie offend you?
Huh?
How did Bernie offend you?
I didn't say offend. You keep reaching for offense.
How did he disappoint you? How did he disappoint you?
I think there's elements where after this much time has passed, and if you're still clinging to rhetoric about right to defend itself and things of that nature, I think is missing the point.
What Bernie said was that after October 7th, he said this on Rogan, I saw the clip. He said after October 7th, Israel obviously had every right to retaliate against a barbaric act of terrorism that amounted to war crimes. And then he went on to say, but what they've done since that time has been too far, and he wants arms embargo, and he wants the violence to stop.
Yeah.
He even called it a genocide. He wants the genocide to stop. That is like the only rational position to have. Do you disagree that like
better than most of Congress? What do you mean?
What was bad about what he said about that?
By virtue of the fact that you're still saying like right to that's not even a retaliation if you're starting off bombing civilians in the first place.
What are you talking about?
Retaliating by bombing civilians is like something that we should be encouraging our like democratic allies in the Middle East to do.
They bombed Gaza after October 7th, but they weren't like randomly targeting civilian buildings.
Yes, they were.
Okay, well, whatever. Okay.
Okay, but yeah, here's the point, right? I could send you links. I could send you articles. We could get lost in the sauce on this for days. And then as long as you're never willing to apply any sort of criticality to
Let's talk about AOC. Let's talk about AOC. I don't care about the Israel stuff.
Changing the topic?
Because I don't care. We've already had this conversation. I don't care. No, I don't. I only have 20 minutes. Let's talk about AOC. Okay. That's topical. It's relevant.
It's topical. It's relevant. Well, we're still talking about Mamdani and Bernie.
This is all adjacent. This is all related. You understand? We're diving into this.
I still want to ask you what I get out of building a coalition with you. What are you willing to give up?
I don't want you in my coalition. I don't want you in my coalition. You understand that? Because you're toxic.
This is me coming to the table. This is me coming to the table.
My answer is a firm no. I don't want you in my coalition.
You have my solemn attention right now. I'm letting you set terms. I want to know from you. Okay.
I don't care about terms.
What does any other leftist out there, what do they have to gain from coalition building with Hutch? And what is Hutch willing to give up as part of building that coalition?
Well, if you ask Econoboy, who just came out as a socialist, he would tell you that you should vote for a Democrat because the Republican, whenever they win, it leads to worse outcomes. That's what he would say. And he's correct.
No. I'm asking you. What are you willing to get on board with, change about your asks and demands and things of that nature? And then what would you expect me to give up?
What am I demanding, first of all? What demands have I ever made?
I'm asking the question.
I don't care about demands. I want to get away from demands. That's my point.
So you expect nothing from me and I shouldn't expect anything from you?
I don't want anything from you. Do you understand that? I don't want you in the coalition. I think you're bad for the coalition.
A lefty. You're trying to de-radicalize leftists by coalition building, right?
Yes.
Okay.
Yes.
So in that coalition, there's supposed to be some element, some tiny element of like, hey, I will lend support for this. I will start doing this. And in turn, I would like it if you would do that.
I already told you what I would do. I am willing to support any Democratic candidate who becomes the nominee. I'm willing to throw my support, whatever that means with my modest platform. I will endorse a socialist over a fascist every time. Would you endorse a liberal over a fascist every time?
I was telling people to vote for Kamala prior to the election.
No. But moving forward, I'm saying, like, just as a rule of thumb, are you down with blue no matter who?
I was telling people prior to this last election that they should vote.
That's not my question. Are you down with blue no matter who?
Not if it's like a Bloomberg. Or
okay, so
like
that's why I don't want you in this coalition.
Got him.
Because you're worthless. Because you're worthless to this coalition. You're not. This isn't reciprocal. You understand? What are you contributing to my coalition? Nothing.
Random chick for the majority part server. Okay, cool. Is somebody gonna stream that? Or is it just like a Discord debate?
You have a partisan ideological agenda. That's it.
So if somebody runs, if a Republican turns around tomorrow, says they're a Democrat and that they want to run as a Democrat with no change whatsoever in their policies, their outlook, how they treat vulnerable minority groups, how they treat LGBTQ, they change nothing. They just say, I'm a Democrat. I'm supposed to get on board?
Yes.
Don't you think that's that's a bit much, don't you think?
No, I don't. You want me to explain?
So it's purely team sports.
You want me to explain?
Sure.
If that Republican is the difference between Democrats and Republicans, or Democrats having the majority or not, I'm going to support that candidate because I want the majority. You understand?
Okay, but what if it's a Democrat that is ultimately trying to turn around and do grand bargains left and right to sell away social safety net shit in order to secure Republican votes?
If that Democrat if that Democrat who was very recently a Republican advances through the primary process and that state or district's voters choose them and they're the only Democrat running on that ticket and they're the only way to stop Republicans from potentially getting majority in Congress, I'm going to support that candidate. In that hypothetical situation.
Republicans the way that the ogre.
Then I would be disappointed, but your insane hypothetical is so far removed.
He's doing it now.
Who? What are you talking about? Give me one person who fits this description.
Wears shorts all the time. I can't believe I'm blanking.
Fetterman was not a registered. No, he was not a registered Republican. That Fetterman, by the way, is your fault. For the record, that was the progressives that were heavily pushing this guy. That's on you. We could have had Connor Lamb and you guys wanted him to be the guy. Okay, so now he's the guy. That's your problem, bro. That's your problem, bro.
Working class people.
Okay,
that's my problem.
Should we kick John Fetterman out of the party?
Based on the way he's been, he should be primaried into oblivion. Yes.
Would you sacrifice the congressional majority to kick him out of the party?
You have to start somewhere. No.
Would you? Yes or no? Would you sacrifice a majority?
So is
why don't you answer that question? Yes, you would.
Yes.
Okay, that's why.
Streams more because through it, I keep discovering new morons I didn't know existed. Well, you are welcome, XN. That is the service I provide to you. Okay.
I don't want you in my coalition. I want to do my entire project in 2025 is about I want to humiliate you guys as much as possible to demonstrate how absurd your worldview is. That's my project.
You oh my God. At every turn, there's this element where when someone asks you how to build the right thing in the other direction away from what the Republicans have done, you talk about how it's a 50-year project, or it's going to be something in 2085 we can finally do it if we start today. Meanwhile, the steps that would be required in starting today and at least defining the Democratic Party and what it stands for and what it should mean and what the cost should be to be a Democrat. Anytime somebody mentions taking more aggressive steps towards that, you're like, oh, whoa, bro, what the bro? You're going to take risks?
Okay.
You're so fucking spineless.
Okay, steel man my argument then. What is the cost of your strategy if it leads to a Republican majority in Congress? I want you to steel man my argument and tell me what the cost is.
We have a Republican majority now from listening to Kamala not wanting to veer away from Biden's platform.
And what are we seeing?
Bad shit.
Okay, what bad shit?
Authoritarianism, massive cuts to social spending, the ICE becoming like the largest military police force in public record in modern history. Like, yeah, and that was from doing
how many dead from USAID cuts?
Well, now you suddenly care about projections.
Excuse me? I don't even know.
You're going off of a projected number. You're going off of a projected number, no?
Yes, I am. Yes.
Okay, but when people were talking about the projected loss of life in Gaza, you were scoffing.
I don't care about dead people in Gaza. You are a disgusting piece of shit, is what you are.
Hold on, brother.
You are a disgusting, dishonest piece of shit. To say that I don't care about dead people in Gaza, go f yourself.
What I just said?
Go f yourself. You're disgusting, is what you are. Yes, you did.
Now you care about projection.
You said I didn't care about projected deaths in Gaza. That's what you said.
Did you not scoff when the Lancet thing came out?
You guys casually accuse people of like wanting Palestinian people to suffer. It's disgusting.
I'm not talking about the desire
it is disgusting what you guys do.
It's your willingness to ignore statistics when it's not helpful for you.
I have never. What are you even talking about? What did I ignore in Gaza? What are you talking about?
The Lancet study that said almost close to like 180 to 300,000 dead by X amount of time.
I saw that study. The broad consensus is that broad consensus about hold on. The broad consensus about this particular Lancet thing is that these numbers are wildly inflated. Nobody seriously disputes, no serious person disputes that the official death count is higher than what the Gaza Health Ministry is putting out there. Most people land between like 75K and like 110K. And I've never ignored these things. So I have no idea what you mean where you're like, oh, now you want to care about projections. But let's go back to what we were talking about. The USAID cuts, that's a relevant thing to talk about if we're talking about the cost of giving Republicans control of government, right? And what was that number?
I believe you keep quoting 14 million.
I keep quoting it, or have you seen the same quote?
I'm sure it's out there somewhere. I've probably come across it, yes.
You have, stop. So all of these things, you think that those are like, you think those are acceptable costs for like,
no, it's a server. It's not, he said it was the majority report. Yeah, it's the majority report Discord.
Like kicking it's kicking Fetterman out of the party?
What?
Don't,
it doesn't have to be such a binary. When are we supposed to start?
What do you mean it doesn't have to be a binary? What do you mean by that?
It's at a certain point, it has to be more about the decisions of the party, like the defense of the party versus holding the party accountable.
If the Democrats win, control of Congress and get the presidency, you can reasonably expect like a certain set of like outcomes over here, right? And then if the Republicans win control of the Congress and the presidency, we can reasonably expect another set of like horrible outcomes that we just unpacked a moment ago. It is a binary choice. There is no third party that can take control of government. It's one or the other.
Go up and shit the bed, when the Democrats go up and shit the bed, when they have a general attitude that we're going to do this with or without you, so you better get in line, and then they fall on their face, you don't think some measure of culpability should be put on the Democrats themselves?
None of that matters in the context of this conversation.
It matters.
No, it doesn't. We're talking. I just asked you a straightforward question. You're dodging it. Are all the negative externalities of the second Trump term, do you think that that is a acceptable cost to your strategy? Yes. Yes or no?
So if Fetterman gets primary, this results in Trump.
Stop weaseling out of this question.
To ask you how this connects.
No, just answer the question. Everything that we're seeing from Trump right now, all of it, is that an acceptable cost to you?
Answer. I'm trying to get you to rephrase.
I don't know how I could be any more particular.
Fetterman gets primaried, and then he loses. A Republican gets into that spot, and then in turn, the majority goes towards Trump, and then Trump does all the things he's already going to do.
Yes.
Is that worth it?
Yes, that's the question.
That's so implausible. Like we're in fantasy.
That's implausible? What do you mean that's
happened because of the campaign that Kamala ran?
No. You're saying that it's implausible. I don't know. I don't even know. I have no idea how you would think that was implausible when the last Congress under Joe Biden during his first term was a 50-50 Senate. So we know that the margins are so close that one seat could make the difference. Why would you say it's implausible?
Because they already have the majority.
Do you understand what a hypothetical is?
What Kamala said.
Do you understand what a hypothetical thought experiment is and like the purpose of it? Do you understand that? You want your strategy to be like bully people out of the party because they're not ideologically aligned with you or whatever, or because they support Israel or whatever. Fine.
No,
you want that, but
I just want there to be a definition for what it means to be a Democrat, and right now that doesn't exist.
Is the cost worth it to you? Is it an acceptable cost? Yes or no?
We're already seeing the cost.
Stop dodging the question. Just answer the question, bro. Is it an acceptable cost? Yes or no?
Is what an acceptable cost?
All right, I'm done. That is the last conversation. I'm hitting the block button. I'm out. Holy shit, where's my heart meter?
Yeah, so the thing about that is...
This is the thing that's so tragic about Destiny is, obviously Destiny's on his crash out arc, but I love Destiny so much whenever he's tackling Hassan's points. And that's the real shame. I really wish Destiny would allow himself to not be miserable for one day so he could see how many people want to give him a chance and be cool. But I don't think that's ever going to happen, and that's the sad part.
That is not the same as explicit support. So if two people are trying to accomplish the same objective, it just so happens they have a common goal at one point. It doesn't mean they are in cahoots. For example, we'll take me and Destiny. We both don't like Hassan, but I also don't like Destiny for a couple of his other takes, which have been very stupid.
Yep.
So, obviously I'm not in cahoots with Destiny here. It just so happens we have a common enemy here, that being Hassan. But you know who actually is in cahoots? People who actually finance the freaking terrorist organizations. And you know who does that one, Hassan? The Iranian government, who you seem to love so much, who you defend.
Let's get into it. A lot of bullshit to talk about today. Let's go.
Welcome back to a series so yummy, even frogging.
Oh no, this is this is Tectone going over more Pegasus. I think we're good with that. Let's see what else we got. More Steve Shives has been going. Tim Pool. Wow. Or Hutch. No. Flat Earther debates ChatGPT.
After this, if the Earth is a globe with...
It's adorable, really, isn't it? Well, in today...
Maybe not. Oh, I wanted to see this. Yeah, is Antifa a terror group? This is an old school debate. This is a throwback with Rob Noor and Demon Mama. Curious about this one. Let's see.
To move on, so... But, yeah, other than that, things have been great.
Well, hey,
Old school.
Sorry about the tough stuff, but hopefully it's on to bigger and better things for you.
Holding it down on the SJW front? Yeah, Tectone's been... Well, I didn't even know who Tectone was until, like, maybe a couple months ago, but that Twitch ban that he got, that first one, was, like, catapulted his fucking YouTube shit.
I'm open. Yeah.
Yeah. It's been today. I installed my new CPU, so if the camera
stuff,
looks
yeah, I
so
think he's going
clear,
to
it's
huge.
because of that. It's because
Is it soy? It's probably Soy Pill. Pseudo leftist Jim Bro. I think you might be talking about Soy Pill.
I've been able to upgrade my stream quality thanks to my wonderful community.
Awesome. That's great.
So yeah, I'm happy to be here today, Dylan. Thanks for hosting.
No, it's not so. Okay,
Dylan
gotcha.
is actually can hear us right now. Dylan, can you hear us right now? Or are we moderatorless?
I think right now we're probably moderatorless. I think he's doing his own thing on his channel. He just got off a debate.
All right, perfect. Well, before he gets in here, I'm gonna just dig right into you. Just kidding.
That's fine. I really enjoy these platforms way better than the 8-person. To me, it's just too much. It just.
Yeah, it can be a bit much. I have fun with it. Like there is a bit of I don't know. It's something like the panels. To me, though they can get chaotic and frustrating at times, it's kind of like having a debate at like you're all playing pool and everybody's just talking politics. There's a sort of organic nature to it that's nice.
I know a lot of people seem to like watching them, so I encourage the content creators that are doing it. If it helps viewership, good for them. One of my big things
absolutely.
that I'm trying to work together with the right and the left is, I just wish people would go for their politics to independent content creators. I don't care if you're anywhere from anarchist to communist to anything in between. To me, it's at least you can trust the people that are doing, like Dylan. He's doing it because he believes in it, not because some corporation's paying him 6 figures, to say what he's saying. So
to be fair, though, a corporation wants to pay me 6 figures. I mean, you know what I'm saying?
That's like my favorite band, Ween. Their fans always say, "Oh, they never sold out." And I saw an interview with them that were like, "Oh no, we're happy to sell out. We just haven't had any offer." It's like,
I mean, I understand. I really like Ween too. They got some good ass music.
Love Ween. Yep.
But yeah. I don't know. We were actually just actually I need to update my stream title. Damn, I almost forgot. But yeah, we were just talking with my stream.
The Indian guy? Who's the Indian guy? You talk about somebody in the video? This is Dylan Burns. This is Rob Noor. He's not Indian. I don't know. I'm not sure who you're talking about. Rob Noor, Dylan Burns, Demon Mama. One word, I think, Demon Mama.
About the wonderful diversity of styles on Twitch politics right now, and how I think that's actually a big strength. That we have a lot of different types of people doing a lot of different types of shows, and personally, I think that's a really great thing, and that we should celebrate that. Some people think that's not such I think some people tend to fixate on really large figures and stuff like that, but I don't know. I think it's a good thing that we have a lot of people bringing really unique audiences to the table, and I think that's good for everyone. It brings more people to the space in general. So yeah.
Yeah, I agree.
You got me right when I took a bite, so just say something.
Dylan,
just give me 1 second.
I'm happy you've started to grow a mustache, and I hope that that's influenced that person that said that he can't stand you for some reason.
That was a weird thing. I get a few of those, like out of nowhere. It'll be like, Dylan sounds reasonable. He sounds okay, but holy shit, I hate him. It's like that's out of nowhere. I guess there's just certain character traits that people just rub on people the wrong way.
Well, I get that. Like, I'll do a video with someone who seemingly is like 95% in agreement with me, and then I'll be on their channel reading their chats, and they'll be like, "Who's this fat guy? Get him out! What was he talking about? You know, I don't like his beard."
Yeah, I had a recent experience with that sort of thing as well. I did sort of an impromptu, one of those came in hot to the chat and was just like, "Bring me in, I want to debate," and did one of those debate bro moments the other day on Chud Logic's channel. And damn, those comments were polarized. Some people really hated me, and some people really hated my opponent. It was a little spicy.
Look, hey, if there's nothing that energizes people more than hatred, even more than liking people, it seems to be. Somebody just redeemed a thing, so I'm gonna talk about that quick, and then we're gonna get straight into it. Thank you for redeeming the Ask for Subs point reward. If anybody wants to support the channel, like Rob Noor has said earlier, there's no big boy behind my bank. George Soros has put nothing in my pocket, not yet at least. And what he offers though. I don't take any money from any weapons manufacturers. I take money from CNN or any big corporation or any energy manufacturer. I've only taken a few payments from the CIA, and that's not nearly enough to help with my psyop that I'm trying to do here on Twitch. So if you want to sub to me, I'd appreciate it. If you want to gift a few subs or do a direct donation, I go straight to my PayPal. Twitch takes less money out of it. Or if you have an Amazon Prime account, link it with your Twitch. You get a free Twitch Prime. You can give it to me. I deeply appreciate it. Deeply. Anyway, let's go straight into it. We have two people here. We have two people here. We got people who basically agree on everything, but seem to disagree on this one. So I wanted to get them together to see them interact on this issue, since they both have the exact opposite perspective on it. I'll let them introduce themselves, and I'll go into the rules, and then we'll go straight into it. I'm gonna first start with my bias. My bias is gonna show here. I'm gonna start with Rob Noor, my right-wing bias. I'm gonna pass it over to Rob.
It's nice to have a host that's so conservative for once. So thank you so much, Dylan. Yeah, my name's Rob Noor. I got a show on YouTube called Normal America with Rob Noor. I also have a radio show in Williamsport, PA, 104.7 on Saturdays at 11 a.m. if you're in the area. On Twitch, I'm Normal America with Rob Noor. On D Live, Normal America. I'm just someone. I ran for Congress in District 12 here in Pennsylvania as a Republican. I'm someone that thinks that politics has left, the establishment parties have both left the regular people behind, and that I wanted to try to be a voice for people of all sides that really don't have time 9 to 5 to watch politics, and just be a voice for normal people that I see our country leaving behind. So that's basically what I do. I usually have a conservative bent on things, but I'll criticize the Republicans all the time as well. So
wonderful. Next I'm gonna throw it over to Demon Mama.
Yeah, my name is Demon Mama Live here on Twitch, your Demon Mama on Twitter if you want to see my Twitter takes. I am a lefty politics streamer. I tend to talk about everything from economic issues to the ongoing situation with the vote, all kinds of stuff like that, and also do a lot of commentary on media and stuff as of late, video game commentary, talk about the political themes in video games, stuff like that. So if you like debate, I do a lot of debates as well. So if that's something that's up your alley, come hang out in my community. We'd love to have you.
Okay, I'm in midway chewing, so this is what we're gonna do. We're gonna be awkwardly silent for 10 seconds. Can we do that? Wonderful.
Deal.
Turn to the camera if you can. Wonderful. Okay, let's go straight into it. So here are the rules. Since this is a one-on-one, you guys get more intro time than usual. Usually it's 1 minute, but with 8 people, that's all you can get here. So here, I will give you, if you want to make full use of it, 5 minutes to introduce your hypothesis or what your position is, or your theory about what you believe on this topic. You will also, at the end, get another 5-minute period of time to do an outro. Between that, it will be open, free-for-all, where you can go back and forth. My job will be to mediate and hopefully make sure that people don't interrupt the other too much. If I see some, that's just because you might really disagree with something, you need to step in. But if I see too much of it, I will ask you to back off and try to give the other some time to speak. I'm here to mediate the conversation, not to polite how nice you are to someone's topic or how kind you are to each other. I do think watching how people act normally towards another person who disagrees with them helps actually inform people on the individual streamer and on the person holding that position. So I don't try to moderate niceness. But if you do anything TOS,
Oh,
that's
I don't know.
obviously outside the
I can't cut out their stuff. I was just gonna cut out the forest here.
bounds of what I could allow, and that will be reciprocated
Sure.
with a kick off the show, and you won't be welcome back. The one other rule is you do not at other people in the chat, the other person you're talking to. You can talk to people in chat, just don't at the other individual you are debating in chat. So I don't want to see Demi Mama at Rob Noor, you suck, and Rob Noor at her back like, no you, and because then I got kicked both y'all off, and then I got to talk for China for 2 hours or something. So, do we understand the rules? Do we
That's
have
true.
anything we need to comment on or anything else? Okay. If I forgot anything, I might speak up or DM or something, but I think I got everything I need to get out there. So, I am happy to start this off with, this time I'll start off with Demon Mama, since I'll let Rob introduce himself first.
Yeah, absolutely.
You want to say the topic?
Oh, yeah.
Oh yeah, I would assume people are here because they saw the title of the stream, but I'll just repeat it for everybody. The topic is Antifa a terror group? This is not on Black Lives Matter. Some people have been asking. This is not on Black Lives Matter. This is on specifically Antifa. Is Antifa a terror group? Okay. Demon Mama, you can take it away.
Yeah, absolutely. I think this is a really good question because we've seen a whole lot of rhetoric about Antifa lately. We've seen everything from Donald Trump, the president, commenting on it, to Bill Barr of the Justice Department talking about Antifa. But it in my experience, it seems like a lot of people don't really know what Antifa actually is, and that concerns me because. In history, we've seen a lot of examples of groups become scapegoats, become moral scapegoats, whether there's actually any truth to the claims that are being made about them. So I want to start this by talking about what Antifa actually is. We hear the term Antifa all the time, but a lot of people don't know what it actually stands for. What Antifa actually stands for is anti-fascism or anti-fascist. It is a political movement. It's a creed. It's a set of beliefs. It's something like saying the term Christian. There are many different types of Christians, and there are many, many different types of anti-fascists. Throughout history, there have literally been, at the very minimum, hundreds upon hundreds to thousands upon thousands of anti-fascist groups in various countries, and that continues today into the United States. There have been anti-fascist groups which are strictly pacifistic. There are anti-fascist groups which are not pacifistic. And I have a whole bunch of examples of those. And I don't want to bog down in way too many historical examples, but just to give some examples of groups that are one of each type so that you can understand that I'm trying to give a very honest picture of what anti-fascism means and what it has been historically. The first identified anti-fascist group would be recognized as a violent anti-fascist group. This is called, and pardon my pronunciation, Antifascistische Aktion, which was a German group which fought violently against the rise of a very, very, very barely known historical figure named Adolf Hitler. With the rise of Adolf Hitler and
could you clarify who that is for chat? Some people might be unfamiliar.
Adolf Hitler was a Nazi who ruled who led Germany during World War II and leading up to World War II. The first anti-fascist group, the group that literally began everything, was indeed a violent group. Though I think that violence. Mind you, that anti-fascist action, this group was predominantly Jewish. So they had a very good reason to fight against Adolf Hitler's rising regime and his rise to power. And many of them paid the price with their lives. And again, that's one example of a violent group, of a militant form of anti-fascism. However, many other examples exist that were not so. For example, the Jewish Anti-Fascist Committee here in the United States was a strictly non-violent group, of which another little-known historical figure named Albert Einstein belonged to. Albert Einstein was an outspoken member of the Jewish Anti-Fascist Committee, and these days we would say that he was a member of Antifa. So I think that going into this conversation and addressing the question, is Antifa a terrorist organization? The resounding answer is no. How could you define something like that? That would be like saying, is Christianity a terrorist organization? Even if there have been
some groups of Antifa that engage in violence or something like that, to say that Antifa is a terrorist organization flies in the face of our understanding of anti-fascism on a very realistic basis, the actual history and beliefs. And it also isn't reflected in data that we have available to us today, which I'm sure we can get into to some degree. So to sum it up, anti-fascism is a political movement that has had many different sects and flavors throughout history. There is no one single group that represents anti-fascism, just like there is no single group that represents Christianity. Or any other belief system. It is a set of beliefs, and people interpret those and build off of them in many different ways. So no, Antifa is not a terrorist organization, and to say so could be, in fact, very dangerous.
Okay, you are done with your opening statement?
Yeah, that'll be everything.
Wonderful. I'm gonna throw it over to Rob. You have 5 minutes.
Okay, thanks. Yeah, I kind of figured there were several ways that it could be gone about with this. I do believe that Antifa is a terrorist organization. I know one of the arguments that wants to be made is, oh, but they don't have a central leader, and oh, you could be in disparate Antifa groups. They don't all meet at the same lodge like your elk club or something like that.
Rob, you're having a problem with your audio. You seem to be breaking up a little bit.
Okay, let me just say then, what I'm going to do is I was trying to stream this, so I'll just tell people that I'm streaming with, go to Dylan Burns TV on Twitch and watch the stream there. So it's more important that I be able to be heard by you all, so let me...
Okay, I'll be sure. If you want to, you can always link your channel in my chat or in the YouTube when eventually this goes up on YouTube.
Okay, so tell me if this is better. Hopefully it's going better. Do I sound good so far?
I can hear you. You sound perfectly clear at the moment, yes.
Okay, all right, so we'll try
Wonderful.
that. So, yeah, so while it is true that they don't meet exactly in a group like an elk lodge or something like that, the truth of the matter is that the way we see Antifa being represented, particularly in the United States now, but also all throughout Europe, is an organization that is like the original Antifa, as Demon Mama correctly illustrates, was a group that used violence to achieve political goals. So what I want to do is first define what terrorism is, since that's at the center of this. So I just Google, the first definition comes up from Oxford that says, the unlawful use of violence or intimidation, especially against civilians in pursuit of political aims. This is exactly, by the way, you could go to other, if you want to go to dictionary.com, it's all of them have to do with the idea of using violence or intimidation, particularly against civilians, to achieve political aims. This is exactly how we see Antifa practicing in Europe and the United States right now. What they do is they use threats of violence or actual violence to achieve political goals. Many of their goals end up being anarchist or end up being communist. And one of the problems we have is that they're able to get away with this by saying, but not everyone believes like that. Oh, it's just an ideology, it's not a group. I'll be able to provide evidence that shows that these are organized attacks, particularly in small sects and groups like Rose City Antifa, John Brown gun clubs, other organizations like that that identify as Antifa that have been organizing the riots that we've seen occurring in the United States all around here. When I say terrorist, this is what I'm talking about, that all of these organizations under the banner of Antifa are willing to engage in intimidation or violence or to deflect for such to be able to achieve political goals. So Demon Mama says, well, it's like Christianity. We wouldn't say all sects of Christianity. No, it's not like that. It's like something, because the one thing that all of these share is that they want the demolition of the organization and the structures of things like the United States. Albert Einstein wasn't with that. And I'll ask Demon Mama when we get a chance when the opening statement is to define fascism, since the one thing that I think she'll admit is that the thing that connects them all together is that they're all anti-fascist. So it'll be important to define what fascism means. And therein lies the problem. Just like when we had discussions back in the is it okay to punch a Nazi conversation, the problem is once you say that it's okay to use violence to fight fascism, you're a stone's throw away from saying, oh, and everyone I disagree with is a fascist. For example, Donald Trump is a fascist, or Republicans are fascist, or capitalists are fascist, or people that are against the lockdowns are fascist. Figure that one out. People that are against the government abusing their power to lock people down. We saw that there were Antifa riots against people that were against the lockdowns in Europe, for example. So to me, it's not the same as saying there's different sects of Christianity. When we say that there was a Jewish anti-fascist committee, but they weren't referred to as Antifa, and this is one of the tricks that we see being played by groups like Antifa. They name themselves something that seems reasonable. Well, we're just anti-fascist, and therefore, if you're anti-fascist, that must mean you're Antifa. Well, that's not the case. There have been organizations dedicated against fighting fascism that were not Antifa. What makes Antifa Antifa is the fact that they are willing to use violence and intimidation in order to achieve political goals, especially against civilian populations. And we can see this in effect when we talk about how we've seen organizations, people that have been out and done heinous things, like the person who shot the Trump supporter in Portland, who was saying, I'm 100% Antifa. We can see this from the Department of Homeland Security, that's admitted in an email that was released that they see that these Antifa organizations in places like Portland are organized and they are responsible for all these riots. So I guess that's my opening statement. I'm more interested in the back and forth because I have a lot of questions.
Okay, so just want to confirm that is the end of your opening statement?
Yeah.
Wonderful. Okay, I'm going to open this up to free-form debate. Again, I will only try to interfere if I think it has gotten too far off track, if either of you are interrupting the other too much, or if somebody I don't feel has gotten enough time to speak. So I will throw it now open. It's open debate. You may engage as possible. Oh, also, the hand raising is kind of pointless here since there's only 2 people.
Okay, so if you don't mind, Demon Mama,
yeah,
how would you define fascism?
Oh yeah, I mean, like most belief systems and political belief systems, there are multiple definitions, but in general, the sort of uniting principles of what fascism is a highly militarized, highly authoritarian, and ultra-nationalist or hyper-nationalist form of government. It is a form of government that consolidates power, focusing very much on national identity, sometimes on racial identity, depends on the sort of flavor of fascism. We saw that in Germany, fascism became Nazism, which fixated a lot on race. But yeah, in general, fascism has been sort of the many definitions and versions of fascism that exist center around a hyper-nationalist, very militaristic and authoritarian style of regime. Yeah, I mean, I think there are a lot of examples of this that we've seen through history. And part of the reason why anti-fascism as a belief system, as a set of beliefs, rose up is because these sort of regimes had like horrific outcomes in history multiple times, just leading to unbelievable atrocity that we've seen over and over again. This type of consolidated power and otherization of people who seem different leads to some truly reprehensible things. I mean, as we know, what happened, the most famous example is in Germany, but of course, there was many other examples of fascistic governments that have done the same, even arguably that exist to this day.
Do you think that there could be a capitalist system that is not fascist?
Yeah, absolutely.
Can you give? Okay, do you think the United States is fascist?
I think that there are very concerning fascistic trends in the United States, but I wouldn't go so far as to say like outright the entire United States is fascist. I have made the argument in the past that I believe that in his actions, Donald Trump is somebody who I would categorize as a fascist, and I think that I would stand by those pretty strongly. He has taken an incredible amount of action to consolidate government power. He's expressed a very clear devotion to hyper-nationalism, going so far as to propose specific educational initiatives that go to teach patriotism, which to me fits the definition of that sort of hyper-nationalistic, very, very much focused on we are the best, this exceptionalism that goes beyond just simple patriotism.
Okay, so you
yeah,
would say,
I mean, I think there are trends.
So it wouldn't just be the United States. So any country that wanted to talk about patriotism and thinking their country was the best would meet your definition of fascism.
Yeah, I think that, I mean, not just that, but of course you have to look at things holistically. Politics isn't a game of black and white. It isn't that simple. I mean, I would say another government that I think of as rather fascistic is something like Modi's India, for example.
I think that there are very, very terrifying fascistic elements in that government, which I would criticize in the same way that I would criticize fascistic elements in our own government. And I think that many people who consider themselves anti-fascists would also find problems with many other governments.
Right, and so here's the point. So the concession that was just made is any country that wants to support patriotism and have pride in itself and support that sort of thing is fascist, and we know that there are groups of...
That's not what I said, actually. It's pretty clear.
Okay, please.
You can try to characterize it that way, but I very explicitly stated that like just patriotism isn't even close to an example of something that would bring. I mean, hell, like Denmark is a country that's patriotic, but they're not a country that's like ultra nationalistic. I wouldn't describe them as a country that fixates on their superiority, on their exceptionalism, and I just think that if you would have to be supremely dishonest to say that Donald Trump doesn't constantly harp on such things, or that other leaders, such as, say, like I said, Modi, fixates on nationalistic supremacy. And again, there are going to always be sort of lines that we have to draw. When somebody says like, oh, a hyper nationalistic country, I do think of a lot of it. There's a number of examples, and I think that certain elements of the United States certainly play into that. I don't think that that necessarily that means any patriotic government is somehow nationalist, is like somehow fascist automatically.
So we have this nebulous definition of.
No, but that's not very nebulous.
Well, it is, because the only examples you've been able to give were specific, like Donald Trump and Modi. But can you give me, without using their names, can you give me exactly the actions they've taken that have gone from just being patriotic to being patriotic enough to be considered hyper-nationalistic?
Very, very easily. Yeah, absolutely. I mean, if you want to talk about not the United States, because I'm sure this will be a little bit less controversial, because I know you have support, at least to some degree, for some of Donald Trump's things, but I don't really support Donald Trump. So we can talk about something else. With Modi, the handling of how he's handled Kashmir in India, the Kashmir region of India, where there has been a direct targeting of people based on both their ancestry and their religious practices, down to the police literally beating people for practicing a religion that is not accepted by Modi. Yeah, that is fascistic in my mind. Absolutely.
But that has nothing to do, like, I don't understand why the conversation of patriotism was even mentioned by you in the first place then. Like the idea of exceptionalism.
Absolutely, it does. If you're targeting someone because they are Kashmiri, which is a region of your nation that you don't believe is truly Indian in this example, then that is absolutely hyper nationalistic. It's putting nationalism above anything else. It's targeting people and boiling people down to where they happen to be born.
But again, you started off talking about patriotism, undue patriotism. And I don't think that we see examples in the United States where we've gone into certain sections of the United States and said we're going to arrest people or we don't like them for the color of their skin and things like that.
I could give you right now a statement from, I believe it was Acting Secretary Chad Wolf, regarding the black bagging of protesters, where he openly said that. So where he openly said that, yes, we kidnapped protesters without charges and threw them into an unmarked vehicle. That was openly admitted to by the government. This is a matter of public record. So that is
for their ethnicity.
Keep in mind,
because of nationalistic reasons. That's why we did that.
Wait, absolutely. Yes, absolutely. When you hammer on, when you are willing to go to the level of arresting protesters, saying, oh, these are anarchists or whatever, and they're not patriotic, they're against our country. When you're going to target them as if they are like committing treason, and do so extrajudicially, that's absolutely a definition of hyper patriotism. It's where you believe that the state has supreme power over every single person within, and I can't believe that you would stand by that.
Of course, what it is. It's going to be an interpretation, as I've seen over and over. We see Antifa and their tactics engaged in supreme violence, burning down buildings, attacking law enforcement officers, attacking inner city, particularly people of color communities, burning down residential areas, shooting people, and then celebrating for the shooting of them. And then the defense is, well, we have to do all of this because there were two people that were arrested that were peaceful protesters. Yeah, I can prove all of this.
Wait a second, but that's like a lot of allegations, and none of those actually address what you were talking about. This is like a pivot to something else.
No, it's not a pivot.
Wait, hold on. Let me finish.
Sure.
What you were talking about was whether or not we see trends of hyper-patriotism in our country, the sort of things which anti-fascists, people who believe in anti-fascism, would understandably, being that they oppose fascism, which is a hyper-patriotic, ultra-nationalistic form of authoritarian government, that they would want to fight against those trends. Absolutely. Now, does that mean that any tactic that any individual person who might believe in anti-fascism does is okay? Absolutely not. But that doesn't mean you can you've pivoted to a different position of questioning. We're not.
No,
we're no
it's
longer
not a
talking
pivot
about,
because
yes, because
No,
originally
it's not a
you were
pivot. You're
asking about
making-
whether they're. Wait.
Wait. Let's let Demon Mama finish why she thinks so, and I'll give you some time to respond.
Sure.
Right, because we were talking about whether or not there are examples of hyper-patriotism, the examples of sort of cracking down, bringing down law and order, hyper-authoritarian language, justified through hyper-patriotism. And if anybody doesn't believe me that this is the case, that there are these trends, whether or not you believe that America is a fascist country or whether you think it's trending that way or not, regardless, just watch one night of the RNC. Literally walls of American flags as someone is screaming about how teachers unions are undermining the republic. This is absolutely a trend. Whether you agree with that or not, it would be foolish. It would be foolish and dishonest for you to say anything other than, yes, this is indeed hyper-patriotic.
I do want to throw this back over to Rob.
Yeah, thanks. This is exactly the point I was getting to for the audience. You can see how there's this constant conflation of what does hyper-nationalism mean. At first it was, being patriotic and believing in the idea of exceptionalism, and then it was, well, no, it's just targeting certain minority groups because they look different or they're not the same ethnicity, and that's what's uniquely bad. Then it was, well, there were peaceful protesters that were arrested, and the point I was making is, yeah, but that doesn't take into account the violent protesting that would happen. And even if I can concede that there were peaceful protesters that probably were arrested that didn't deserve it, when we're talking about a country that's on fire because of groups like Antifa that are engaged in so much violence, of course there are going to be innocent people that were out there with the violent rioters that would be arrested in situations like that. But now you can see that it's changed to, there were a lot of American flags on the panel. So that proves an alternate.
No.
I let you finish. Did I not leave you finish? Did I not leave you finish?
Let him finish.
There were a lot of American flags that were there, and people were criticizing the teachers' unions. And this is true. If you go to groups like Rose City Antifa, they talk about this. For example, some things that
I'm gonna go to the bathroom. I'll be right back.
could be fascism, they say being anti-communist, opposing unions, and things like that. So they broadened the definition of what fascism is out to mean so much. In fact, the original anti-fascista group that was in Germany used to consider all forms of capitalism exploitation and said that that was fascism. So the original Antifa group that used violence, as Demon Mama admitted, said that capitalism was part of being fascist. And so we can see that this is exactly the problem. We've already conceded that there are many people in Antifa that are willing to use violence to fight fascism, and now we can't even get a clear articulation of what fascism is. It's ever growing. Well, if you have too many American flags, if you oppose teachers' unions, if you think that America is exceptional and it's the greatest country in the world, all of these are symbols of fascism. They say, well, Donald Trump is fascist. And by extension, I haven't heard Dima Mama say this, but I'll ask her in a moment. Trump supporters are fascist. And this is the problem with an organization like Antifa. Remember, go back to that definition. What is terrorism? The unlawful use of violence and intimidation, especially against civilians in the pursuit of political aims. This is what Antifa does. They go out and they say, well, the United States is fascist, therefore we're justified in burning down buildings. And it culminates in actions like we saw in Portland with the death of Jay Danielson, who was not only executed by someone who said, quote, I'm 100% Antifa on his social media, but then members of Antifa later that night celebrated, and I have the video to prove it if we need to, that they were glad that a fascist was killed that night and were celebrating it. So an innocent man gunned down in cold blood because he was a Trump supporter, and this group cheers that on. And we have to somehow believe, well, this isn't trying to use violence or intimidation against civilians to achieve a political end. I heavily disagree.
Okay, I mean, you talked about quite a lot of different things there, and just so that we set the record straight, what you asked me for was you asked first for a definition of fascism, then you asked for a definition or examples of hyper-patriotism, which I have shown quite few of. And keep in mind that hyper-patriotism and ultranationalism is a part of the motivating factors of fascism. You seem very fixated on that. Also, I just before we go too far, I really, really feel like it's very dishonest for you to say that there was an execution of someone in Portland. That is very loaded language. For as far as I know, in fact, I know for a fact that this has not been litigated in court because the police actually killed the suspect in that killing. So we don't actually know what happened. Video evidence of it, which I have reviewed extensively on my own, on my channel. Anybody who doesn't believe me can go do this. There is no clear information as to what happened there. Was someone killed? Yes. Is that a terrible thing? Absolutely. But it is completely dishonest and slanted and propagandistic for you to frame that as an execution. And likewise, I think that you trying to link Antifa, which again, by every
Yo.
single...
What's up, bud? Welcome in. Just watching one of old school Twitch polls, greatest hits. Is Antifa live very early? Yeah. I've been streaming all day, man. Not really streaming. I just hit the stream button. I've been working. I'm like focused here. I'm working. There's some stuff I got to get ahead of for tomorrow, so kind of listen to stuff in the background. How you doing? What's going on?
By every single metric that we have, is a very broad and very diverse political movement that has existed over the last century, that has had many different people who thought many different things as a single group that can then be labeled as terrorist is wild. And I want to just point out a couple of reasons why I think it's very dishonest and not only dishonest, but also somewhat dangerous. Dangerous to try and label a group as a terrorist, especially using like a dictionary.com definition of terrorism. So real quick, I just wanted to bring up a couple of topics concerning the definition of terrorism. So as you probably know, maybe you don't, I know you're working off the dictionary.com definition, which is fine. That's fine for a lot of colloquial talk. But as we're talking, more in depth here in politics, I'm more interested in having a more solid definition of terrorism. The thing is, terrorism is actually incredibly hard to define. Let me see here. Let me just get the date real quick here of the exact date that this happened. One moment here. In 1996, for example, the United Nations General Assembly convened in order to make an attempt to define terrorism in a fashion that countries could agree upon, so that we could. This was before we really had the war on terrorism and whatnot. That process has been completely deadlocked. I mean, literally unprecedentedly deadlocked, because as it turns out, defining terrorism is really hard, and countries, including the United States, have backed away from or held off from defining terrorism because a lot of their own actions could be defined as terrorism. And this actually gets even worse when we dig into stuff like, for example, the Patriot Act. The ACLU has a wonderful analysis of the way that the Patriot Act defines terrorism. Keep in mind, not for the purpose of crime. The Patriot Act is only talking about whether they can surveil. But groups as peaceful as civil rights movements would fit the definition, like the Rainbow Coalition, for example, is one that they brought up, that could potentially, under the Patriot Act, be considered a terrorist group and therefore subject to wiretapping of the individual members' phones. That's unbelievable levels that you're willing to go. And this is mind you, this is lawyers. These are lawyers who do law for a living who wrote this entire document opposing the way that the Patriot Act defines domestic terrorism.
That would be why I'm not using the Patriot Act. In fact, I'm heavily opposed to the Patriot Act. I see a lot of similarities with what happened with the Patriot Act with a lot of the lockdowns we're seeing today, and I'm against that as well. The point is, that's why we shouldn't rely on the government to tell us what terrorism is. And this is a sophist point that people try to make. Well, we can't understand what the word means or it's dangerous. No, it's a very simple definition. If you're using violence or intimidation to make a political point, well, I understand you would want to reject that. Well, let me ask you some other groups. Do you think that Nazis are terrorists? Or a terrorist group?
I mean, I don't know. Like, that would be really hard. Like, it would I think somebody who's just like your grandpa, like for example, I have had a family member in the past who was a Nazi. Do I think they were a terrorist? No, they were like very, very offensive on a personal level and incredibly horrible to be around. But they never engaged in anything that I would consider terrorism. And therefore, I would be very careful to label that.
What would you consider terrorism? That's the point, right?
Oh, I mean, I am very careful with how I determine terrorism.
But
I would
you
think
would,
something
so
like
you don't
a
think
pretty
anything's
clear-
terrorist?
Oh, a pretty clear example of a terrorism would be like, I don't know, like flying the plane into the World Trade Center.
Okay,
Absolutely. Like,
so
I think
what
that's
if
an
instead
example
of flying a plane, what if instead they would have shot people on the street for the same reasons? Would that be terrorism?
I
Like
mean,
the
I think
San
it could
Bernardino
be,
shooting,
yeah.
is that terrorism?
But I mean, I think that could be absolutely.
Okay, what if
that's
instead of
terrorism.
that, let me
Yeah,
ask you
yeah.
this, what if instead of that they threw Molotov cocktails at state buildings for the same reasons, for the same Al-Qaeda inspired reasons? Would that be terrorism?
Yeah, I think that could be terrorism.
Okay, so
but I
what's
think
the
here's
difference?
thing, though.
So,
well,
okay,
hold
real
on,
quick.
well, hold
So
on.
what's the
because-
difference
Wait,
then?
wait,
Hold on, you
Rob,
gotta let me reply.
Rob, I want to let her clarify her answer, though. I
Okay.
think she should be able to clarify her answer.
Yeah, a lot of these things could be defined as terrorism, but here's the thing: when we are talking about defining someone as a terrorist, it is childlike to try and think that it is going to be divorced from any sort of impact on the outer world. Like for example, I mean, how would you feel if I walked into this conversation and accused you of being a Nazi, or worse? What if I accused you of being a murderer? You would think that that would be pretty irresponsible. What if I accused you of something like being like a rapist? Wouldn't that be terrible? These are things that could impact you really, really bad. In fact, accusations, outright accusations with no evidence and stuff, can damage a person's life. I'm sure you will agree with this. I'm sure you'll agree.
Okay,
with
if I
Story's
could
accusation.
respond, you've had quite a long time to talk.
Well,
yes,
I
it
mean,
would
you
be,
wait.
yeah.
Hold on a second. But Rob, like you alleged a lot of things, and you asked me a number of
You
questions.
just had a
and I want-
7-minute block that you went on.
Well, Demon Mama, I'll give you 30 seconds to finish your point. Then I'm gonna throw it over to Rob. Okay?
Okay. Yeah. It's just when you label somebody a terrorist, there's some pretty rough things that can happen to somebody who's labeled a terrorist in our country. For example, like I said, with the Patriot Act, there's an incredible amount of invasion of privacy. But I will point to, there's this thing that a lot of people may know about called the Iraq War. A lot of people died in the Iraq War. A lot of people died under allegations of terrorism, under the guise of going against a war of terror, which at that point had no proper legal definition. So that war was justified using a moral panic over terrorism, and we didn't even attack the people who were responsible for it. We attacked completely unrelated people.
Okay, that's 30 seconds. I'm gonna give it over to Rob.
Okay, so a nice, impressive filibuster block. I got that. So the point that you just made, wouldn't it be terrible to call someone a rapist? Wouldn't it be terrible? How about this? Would it be terrible to call someone a fascist? Oh, that's what Antifa does. It just calls people fascists. Or would it be terrible to call organizations systemically racist? Oh, that's the entire idea behind all of these riots in the first place. So I find it very ironic that the same side that wants to put harmful labels on people, the same side that wants to put harmful labels on the other side and say, you're fascist, you're Nazi, you're racist, you're systemically racist, you're patriarchal. The same side that wants to do that is now all of a sudden has a problem when we look at people that are firebombing, as you admitted, throwing a Molotov cocktail at a state building would be considered an act of terrorism if Al-Qaeda did it. But then you say, but it's harmful to label people. Okay, then you say it would be harmful to label someone who did that in the name of anti-fascism to label them a terrorist. I say that this is ridiculous, and it's clearly trying to change the definition and water down the language. Because you admitted that the action itself was terrorism. Excuse me.
Let's let Rob finish.
Right, it'd be different. We could have a back and
over to you.
Right, we could have a back and forth if you weren't doing 6-minute blocks, but I have to do a 6-minute block to keep up with yours, just to make sure we're each getting sort of equal time. So when you admit that the throwing of a Molotov cocktail, if it was done by Al-Qaeda at a state building, that would be considered terrorism. But you say, oh, if someone does it for a different political motivation, then we have to be hesitant to call it terrorism. You say that would be like calling someone a rapist without proof. But I have proof. That's the point. We see the person that was labeled themselves Antifa walk up and shoot someone. You say that that's not an execution. I agree that we should hear this out in a court of law, which sadly will never happen because apparently that gentleman who shot and murdered, I believe executed Jay Danielson, also opened fire on police and got himself killed in that manner. But what we saw quite clearly from looking at this from my point was...
Demo, I swear you have time, I swear.
What I saw when looking at it was we heard them clearly say, we got one here, and they said there, then they shot, then they left. It didn't appear that there was anything that justified that type of shooting. Again, it's ironic from people saying, well, wait, we have to hold judgment on this, that have the exact opposite take if we see law enforcement, unfortunately, have to execute someone. So I just think that it's funny that all of a sudden the definition changed, regardless if we call it an execution or not. The point is this. In that particular situation, we saw people that self-identified as Antifa
Yo, what's
later
up,
that
Casey?
night.
What's up, bud? Paying attention to these dimwits, given how your cursor's moving. I'm working. I got this whole screen here where I'm working. I got stuff I got to catch up on for tomorrow morning, so I'm listening, but I'm not reacting. Like I said, it's not even a stream. All I did today is just push the streaming button. You know, but I'm just putting stuff out there. You know, if you want to hang out, by all means, go ahead. I think school shooters are terrorists, which goes against the political violence narrative. Okay. I think I would agree there. Also, I think I'm sure a lot of people wouldn't use acts of political violence they like as terrorism. Gotcha. Was America founded by terrorists? Interesting. What's up, bud? Casey. Casey, you missed. There was a video that Grand wanted me to watch that you'll probably find interesting. It's not the one that I put a video in your Discord. That's more about censorship and payment processing and, you know, adult content and things like that. I don't know. I thought you might like it, so I put it in your main channel, I think.
Celebrate the death.
I'm literally just I'm working, you know, there's some stuff I have a quick turnaround. I only have 2 days to deliver something into production, and we came across a major bug on Friday that I don't know. My developers aren't going to be able to. I mean, my developers are great, but they're not going to have enough time to figure out what needs to be figured out. So I'm trying to figure it out for them so that they can just tackle it tomorrow. So that's what I'm doing. I'm literally just like going through lines of fucking arbitrary code, screenshotting stuff, going back and forth with table values just to see what matches and what doesn't, and trying to make sure my developers have a good leg up on trying to get what we need to get done tomorrow. So that's what I'm doing. I'm just very passively listening to this. This is just Twitch Poll's greatest hits right now, you know.
Of Jay Danielson and say that it was the killing of a fascist. So this was Antifa, a person who's self-proclaimed being an Antifa, murdering someone, and then other people.
No, I have the code. The code's super simple. It's a super arbitrary language called ABAP, which is specific to SAP, which is a enterprise resource planning platform. And it reads just like anything else. But I already have the code sectioned out. What I'm doing now is going through the tables to see what the values are for some of those variables and seeing where they point to. Try to help accept I oppose the U.S. economy. There you go. Trying to trigger me.
I don't think that they had any more clarification than me or you have at the time, the people on the street, yet they celebrated this death as the death of killing a fascist. Now, you talk about the dangers of labeling someone a terrorist, yet flippantly you say people that support American exceptionalism or have a problem with teachers' unions or have too many American flags may be fascists. We see here what happens when groups like Antifa think you're fascist. If you're murdered by one of them, they celebrate and say, well, you were a fascist, you deserved it. So I think that it's just interesting that we see that it's now boiled down to, well, can we really define what terrorism is? Yes, I used a definition that I thought was quite simple, that you could go through many common man sources that actually are tasked with defining terms like dictionary.com, Oxford, Merriam-Webster, and others that all say the key is when you are using violence or intimidation to achieve a political goal, that is terrorism. Yes, I don't disagree with you that the United States government has engaged in regime change wars around the world that are absolutely disgusting and use terrorism as a reason for doing so. But that doesn't mean that we can no longer label anyone terrorists that are clearly terrifying the civilian population of this country by using violence and intimidation all across the country.
Okay, so I want to open this back into freeform, so I don't have to pass it back and forth every 5 minutes, and so I'm gonna pass it back to freeform, and I'll probably start with a freeform off of Demon Mama because she obviously will want to respond.
Yeah, I mean, there's been so very much that was said there that I just really think is just it really feels like, and I'm not trying to be harsh here, but it does feel like you're propagandizing a bit. Because here's the thing, you know, in coming into this conversation, I brought up the historical context of Antifa and anti-fascism as a movement, and then when you start to talk about specific examples, you're willing to make huge jumps in judgment that I think are really like like are really dishonest and not fair. And I think that that's misleading. Like, for example, constantly, like, you multiple times have framed what happened in Portland, which the video evidence is almost nothing. Keep in mind, you know, like that just because two people got in a fight, we have no way to understand what it was. It could have been that this supposed Antifa guy that you're talking about was the most murderous person in the world. That's very possible. It's also possible he acted in self-defense. We will never get to know that because he was executed by the police.
Oh, you just used the term execute, didn't you?
Hold on a second. Wait a minute. He was executed by the police. Do you know how many bullets were shot?
What does it matter? Do you know how many he shot at them?
30 to 40 bullets are shot. Yes, that is what we call an execution.
Do you know how many was shot at that he shot at them?
No, because there's no evidence that he shot at them.
Oh, so
there was no
without
evidence
proof,
that he shot at them.
So without proof, you'll say that he was executed, but then you criticize me for the very same thing.
There's a difference. You see, police aren't supposed to kill people.
Yes, they are if they're firing at them.
No,
yes.
The police are not Judge Dredd, my dude. Listen, I understand if you would prefer a world where the police are supposed to be judge, jury, and executioner, but when the police unload on somebody and people nearby are screaming that there was 30 or 40 shots fired at him, and we don't have evidence that he shot back, we do a thing called presuming innocence. And when the representatives of supposed law and order are the ones who killed somebody, that is absolutely fair to call that an execution.
It's an absurd state. You can't presume just
wait a
because
minute.
you're
That is the
police...
definition of an execution.
No,
that is the definition.
You actually have this exactly opposite. You actually have this exact opposite. See, we've given the monopoly of violence to the state. This is something that the civilized world did a long time ago, and it was actually a really good thing. We didn't want vigilantism. We didn't want people just going around like the Wild West shooting stuff. So we agreed that we would allow law enforcement to have basically the monopoly on use of force like that. So when law enforcement results in someone dying, there are legitimate situations when that could be warranted, such as if that person fired back at law enforcement. That would be a legitimate use of force. You then determine. So what you've done is you've decided that this is an execution.
Well, you see,
what you've done is you've determined this is an execution.
Okay. So this is too contentious for me to just let this be open. We might have to do back and forth for a little bit now. Rob,
well,
finish.
I just feel like it's like it goes from.
Okay.
Go ahead, Demon Mama respond. That's fine.
Okay, Demon Mama, would you like to respond?
Yeah, I really want to resist us jumping from one thing to another really, really fast, especially when it's something like this. You see, in this circumstance, we've presumed the innocence of the person. That's what you do. I never stated that this was never once did I in this conversation state that the guy was purely acting in self-defense. What I stated is the fact, which we don't know. What we do know about the second situation is we know that the police killed a man, and there's no existing evidence right now, which you would think that evidence would exist. Perhaps it will come out, and at that point we can then say maybe it wasn't. But there's no existing evidence right now that he shot back at the police. There is evidence that the police shot, being the supposed arbiters of law and order, shot 30 to 40 rounds into this guy.
Okay,
so
well, we don't have.
That is
you
fair,
might not
that
know,
is fair.
but so then you're just saying there could be evidence, but I don't have access to it. Yet you're very criticism of me in a video that we can see, which there is no evidence that this Jay Danielson shot back at the guy that killed him. We see that, and you say, well, you can't call that an execution. So on one hand, you look at the evidence
because it's not.
It just shows the double standard.
Wait,
it shows
do you
that
not
you're
know what
willing
an
to presume
execution is?
people guilty. You presume that the cops did something wrong because you haven't seen evidence that said that they were shot back. Therefore, you presume their guilt. But on the other hand, you say, oh, despite the video evidence that we all saw of this Antifa person going up and shooting someone that didn't draw a gun on them, we can see the video of it, them running. If it was a legitimate shoot, why didn't he stay and talk to the police? So all the evidence we can actually see with our own eyes, you say, no, we have to presume innocence. Do you think that the person that killed George Floyd is
Wait. Hold on. Something you said there is again playing into this narrative that you are writing to justify your positions. I am presuming the innocence of the people involved. See, there's this thing. When we have given a monopoly of violence to the state, when the state has the weapons, when the state is able to go in and enforce the law, we have to presume the innocence of the people who are being brought into the law. We cannot, because he is dead. Also, numerous local sources, I have a number of these, numerous local sources, witnesses to the event, the people whose testimonies we have, because there was no video footage of the killing of what's his name? Michael Reinol, I think his name is. Multiple witnesses there reported that they did not hear the police issuing orders to him before they opened fire. So what I am saying is that both of these situations are very murky, but you are trying to use them to justify the idea that all of Antifa is violent, but that's not what it says. You do not have the evidence to go from a person died in Portland in an altercation, which we don't know the details of because the video is incredibly unclear, and then they were killed by the state before being able to go to trial. For whatever reason, they were killed by the state, even if it was in your mind justified. They were killed by the state. He will never be able to go to trial now. So we don't know, and you are using this as proof to try and make this claim that Antifa is a terrorist organization. And again, I will just point out that you're making a huge allegation to claim that all people who are involved in Antifa, which would include, mind you, people like Albert Einstein, are somehow terrorists because of a situation we have no evidence to prove would be an example of terrorism. That's absurd.
I feel that that's a good part to discuss. I was not using this specific situation to show that everyone in Antifa is violent. I was using it to show...
You did.
No, that's not what I did. I brought it up to show the point I was talking about wasn't just the execution. It was also the celebration by Antifa that did not have the evidence that said that they celebrated that a fascist was murdered. Which you didn't talk about. The reason that I got hung up on this execution part was just pointing out your hypocrisy. Because on one hand you say, no, someone that shoots someone's innocent until proven guilty, so I'm uncomfortable saying execution. And then the very next thing you do is say, oh, but these police executed him. Why aren't they innocent until proven guilty?
Wait a minute. Because they admitted to it. They killed the man.
So Reinhold didn't kill Danielson?
Wait, hold on. Hold on a second. You're not understanding.
Yeah, I did. Demon Mama and Rob Noor? Fuck yeah, I did.
The basics of this situation. The police killed a guy. They admit they killed the guy. Now, as to what actually happened, we don't know. But the police carried out an execution on a guy. Whether it was justified or not, that is what it is. We do not know what happened between Mike Reinhold and
So you don't know if Reinhold killed Danielson?
What's that?
You don't know if Reinhold killed Danielson. He admitted it to Vice. He admitted it on Vice.
Wait a minute. We don't, but here's the thing. We don't know what happened. We don't know what happened. Yes, I think it's fair. I think it's safe to assume that Mike Reinhold was the one. To be fair, he wasn't tried in court, but I think it's fair to assume that given his interviews and whatnot. But that doesn't mean that we know what happened there. And you were using that.
You don't know what happened in the police shooting of Reinhold.
Wait, hold on.
You don't know what happened in the police shooting of Reinhold.
Wait,
you don't know.
We do.
No, you don't. You don't know. You're just lying. You're lying. You don't know. You admitted you don't know. You said evidence could come out that he shot. You're admitting you don't know.
You're literally not understanding the difference between two situations. In one situation,
no, I understand.
Wait. No. Let me finish this, please, because this is really important to your argument. That you be clear on this, because you're making huge allegations and you're not actually putting together an argument that follows. So keep in mind what we're talking about between Jay Danielson and Mike Reinhold is an altercation that occurred on the street where there is no. Where there was incredibly unclear video footage from a bystander, not an engagement between the state, numerous officials of the state who did kill somebody. They did open fire on him. We're talking about two separate situations, and you are acting as if they're not that they're the same situation, but they're different, and that is why there's a different outcome for each one.
The similarities are this. The similarities are this. You've admitted that you don't know what happened in either situation, yet you're comfortable calling one an execution, and you criticize me for calling the other an execution. That's the similarities that matter.
What I criticized you for was calling something that we don't know what an execution is, an execution. And you did this in service of trying to make an argument that Antifa was somehow terrorists. But that doesn't, first of all, that wouldn't prove that Antifa is a terrorist anyway. And secondly, you don't know what happened there. We do know, now, again, I will restate this because I just want you to understand what's being said. That Mike Reinhold was executed by the state. That is a fact.
Define execution.
An execution is when the state kills somebody.
Oh, so an execution is only when the state kills someone.
Oh no, I mean, I think you can have a like sort of colloquial execution. Like, for example, if somebody made somebody get down on their knees and hurt them or shot them, you know what I mean? Like, I don't want to be like TOS or whatever. But But absolutely. But when we understand an execution, it is absolutely definitionally an execution when the state decides to kill somebody. Now, we might have another conversation, another night, not tonight, I would hope, whether an execution is justified. But it absolutely is an execution.
Look,
that is a matter of fact.
We're getting off track.
Wait. That's not a matter of opinion. That's a matter of fact.
But here's
a matter of fact.
So what you just said is that if a cop sitting in the street like these ones that were shot in Compton gets shot twice in the head like the ones that were shot in Compton, they pull their gun out, fire back, and kill the person that was there. They executed that person. If that's your definition of an execution, it's so watered down and meaningless that it doesn't matter. Because clearly in that Compton situation, they would have been justified killing the person.
You're talking about literally a completely different circumstance.
But you don't understand. Like, this is something that I see commonly that people do is when I ask them to define something, they'll just say, they'll make some definition. When the state executes someone, or when the state kills someone, that's an execution.
That's what an execution is, though.
Okay,
when the state.
If they would have, so I'm just asking. So that situation in Compton, if the cops would have shot back and killed that person, they would have executed him.
I mean, if they had been able to take him, yeah, I guess that would be an execution.
Okay,
if they
thanks.
Killed him,
then
of course.
the term's meaningless.
Absolutely.
So okay,
wait
so it has no negative
Wait a minute.
connotations, that's fine.
No. That is not a fair accusation to just say my thing is meaningless. Let me ask you this: would you not call it an execution when, say, John Wayne Gacy was killed by lethal injection by the state?
Sure, that's an execution. It would also
Despite
be an
the fact
execution
that,
if someone hunts down someone
they
for their
arrested
political
him.
beliefs and murders them in cold blood. That's also an execution.
Yeah, I mean, I think that would be fair. But the thing is that here's the thing. And again, this is what you're failing to address, because you fail to address it, it's undermining your entire argument, which is the idea that you refuse to acknowledge that it is a matter of fact that the state did execute Michael Reinl, whether you think that's justified or not. Listen, whether you think it's justified or not, it's a fact that they did. It is not a fact as to what happened between Mike Reinl and the other person. We do not know. Nobody knows that.
I'm not saying that, but here's the difference. I'm not agreeing with your definition of execution. I'm not agreeing with your definition of your definition of execution is anytime a police officer kills anyone, even if it's justified, it's an execution. I don't agree with that. I say if someone's shooting back at the police, it's not an execution. That's simple. You don't know if Reinhold was shooting back at the police.
Are you familiar with the term like judge, jury, and executioner? Do you know what an executioner actually is?
Yes.
An executioner is a state-appointed person who kills somebody else. That can be a police person. Now listen, if you want to pick a different word, if you're getting really hung up on the term execution here, but let's say if let's just turn this around on you just real quick and see if you're going to be consistent with this. Because if you don't want to call the killing of Michael Reinl an execution, all right, fine. If you want to not call it that, but then can you at least admit that you are absolutely wrong? If I am wrong in calling the state a group of police officers killing someone with state power an execution, then you are absolutely wrong about calling the killing a killing where we do not have evidence of what actually happened an execution, and that you were jumping the gun and once again, just like you do with Antifa, accusing things without evidence.
Okay.
Can you not admit that?
Here's what I'll admit. If your argument is
that's gonna mean you be dishonest.
So you really don't want my answer? Is that what it is? When I start answering?
Go for it.
Okay. But my articulation would be, if your claim is, well, until we have all of the facts that play out in a court of law, we shouldn't call someone an execution. That's fine. I'll accept your definition. The point I was trying to make is, I'm not the one who hyperventilated about the term execution. That's what you did to me, and then proceeded to immediately use the term execution and admit, oh, but I don't have all the facts of what happened in this case with Reinhold.
Wait.
I was merely pointing out your hypocrisy. Now, to get back on track, will you concede that Antifa in Portland also didn't know all the situations of Danielson's murder when they cheered that they had killed a fascist?
I mean, I don't like, okay, so there's a number of things here. First of all, you've made this allegation that, and again, I will point to the fact that whenever you talk about Antifa, you are very broad with your statements. You say, oh, Antifa was celebrating. Are you trying to say that every person who identifies with Antifa in Portland, which is probably quite a lot of people, was celebrating the death of the person who was executed?
I'm saying the ones that were on the street were, yes.
Okay. So you're saying that the people who, there was people standing by and there were people who saw it and who were like, oh, good? I don't know. Like, what you're saying is some random allegation of random people. You know, like it doesn't really reflect on Antifa to me because, I don't know. I know a lot of people in this area, for example, and sure, this is anecdote, as much an anecdote as you saying that you saw people celebrating is. But there's tons of people who don't celebrate any of that shit, and they're absolutely people who consider themselves anti-fascists. Like, I think that what you're doing is you saw some people who, I would agree, I literally was on a panel like a week and a half ago where I argued that celebrating the death of this guy was a complete mistake. You can actually see the VOD. It actually caused quite a bit of drama I was involved in for telling somebody that I don't think that they should celebrate that. And I imagine this person probably identifies an anti-fascist. But unlike you, I'm able to distinguish the difference between someone who calls themselves an anti-fascist, who I might disagree with, or that person being bad, and all anti-fascists being bad. And even though you made the argument at one point that it's somehow different from Christianity, I would see it as no different. You're saying someone with a set of political beliefs that all of these people.
Yo, what's up, Salty? Keep in mind, like, a little bit of context to add there is that I think Demon Mama comes from like a deeply fundamentalist Christian background, and I think their story is that they escaped like a compound or a cult. So there's some lore to the Demon Mama anti-Christian arc that you'll probably hear a lot about during this. If we continue listening to it, I don't know. We're like an hour in, and I'm just honestly just listening for the arguing. I like when old school Twitch Bowl people get mad at each other.
Are somehow bad because one person did something.
I'm saying that we could go to
isn't borne out in reality. You're making up a conspiracy.
That's not true. For example, we'll go to Rose City Antifa. For example, we'll go to the Rose City Antifa group that's in Portland, right? Want to go to their website?
Let's talk about Rose City.
They talk about black bloc is a tactic that they embrace, where they have to stay anonymous. You can go to this site, crimethink.com, and check it out. You go to CrimeThink, and it talks about the importance of black bloc using physical violence against police and other fascists in order to achieve political goals. That's part of what black bloc is, learning tactics on how to arm yourself, how to keep your face concealed, to use tactics to swarm people, to use tactics to make sure that you can't be arrested, to use tactics to make sure you can engage in violence and intimidation. Now, this is embraced by Rose City Antifa, which is the Antifa group in Portland. Now, given that
it's not the... No, see, you've done it again. You've done it again.
Okay, can you name me another Antifa group in Portland?
No, hold on a second. There's a number of Antifa groups in Portland. Are you kidding me? Antifa is, in fact, just so you know, it's quite wild because the Trump government, who regularly talks about and motions towards Antifa as this sort of boogeyman very frequently, his own government has come to the conclusion that there are very few centrally organized Antifa groups, and the ones that exist are very small and tend to do things that have nothing to do with political violence. So you're talking about Rose City Antifa, and you assert that it's the only Antifa group in Portland, which is patently not true. Not only do I know a number of people...
That's fair enough. Since you know more about Antifa in Portland, can you show me an example of an Antifa group in Portland that expressly condemns violence?
Wait, what?
You know all of these. You apparently have a great amount of knowledge of Antifa groups in Portland. Can you show me one of their statement that they condemn violence?
Hold on a second. But you're asking me to prove something that you alleged. You were the one who alleged.
No, you just said that you know a bunch of other groups. You just said you know a bunch of other Antifa groups in Portland, and that they're not.
I actually do know another Antifa. Do know another Antifa group. Portland Mutual Aid. Portland Mutual Aid does not engage in any sort of black bloc or violent protest.
So
Portland
can you show me
This reminds me of the what's up, Stop Animal? How you doing? This reminds me of that. You remember we were talking about it like a week or two ago. Anybody remember the famous The List with Vivian Wolf? The List fucking debate with it was like, all the goats, right? Fucking Destiny Vosh was there. I think it was a Prime Kai's panel. This reminds me of that conversation because they were talking about Antifa and like whether or not you end up on a list, basically. And Destiny and Vosh were like, "Am I on the list? Who's on the list?" And I actually talked to Vivian Wolf about it. It was the same night that Stardust debated Andrew Wilson about the whole fucking Hunter Avallone hiding behind his girlfriend while her ex-boyfriend comes in with a fucking gun and completely emasculated him during that whole debacle.
Can you show me this?
Oh, wait, you asked me a question. Now you got to let me talk. I know, because you opened a can of worms. As it turns out, I know a lot of Antifa organizations. In fact, You know what? I even brought one up at the beginning if you'd been listening at all. One of the most famous anti-fascist groups in the entire history of the world, which again, I will cite, Albert Einstein was a member of. So I guess you want to call him a terrorist in retrospect as well. But this
This is
group,
so dumb. This is so dumb.
The
They
Jewish
did not
anti-fascist
call the
one.
group that Albert Einstein was in did not
again,
call
wait a
themselves
minute.
Antifa.
Wait,
Did not. They said that they were.
Wait a minute. Hold on a second. Yes, they did.
No, they didn't.
Antifa. Wait a second. Antifa is a contraction, my dude. That's like being like, oh, the Seattle police didn't call themselves SPD because you make a contraction. Antifa is short for anti-fascist. People say that as a short thing. You think that just because you shortened the name that all of a sudden you can pretend that they're like something else? These groups call themselves, all anti-fascists call themselves anti-fascists.
They wear the same symbols of the original anti-fascista group with the two flags that you talked
so do
about.
all
Embrace
types of
violence.
things.
I'm
Wait a
still
minute,
waiting
wait a
for
minute.
you.
That's no
Oh,
different
wait a
than
minute.
Christianity.
This gets so annoying.
That's no
Like
different.
wait a minute. This could be the debate if you want. Go ahead, say something.
Wait
a minute. Okay, go ahead, say something.
Are you?
Wait a minute. Now, can you just let me finish my point? Would that be all right? You admitted that the original Antifa, anti-fascista group in Germany embraced using violence to achieve their goals. Why is it that the groups that colloquially identify themselves as Antifa wear the exact same symbolism, embrace the exact same violent topics, or violent tactics? Just because a group had anti-fascist committee in their name doesn't mean that they identified as Antifa. And this is a trick that we see oftentimes employed. It would be like if the KKK changed their name to the We Love Puppies group, you couldn't say, well, you can't say the KKK is a violent group because other people that love puppies all weren't violent. What Albert Einstein and that group that was against the Nazis had to do with had nothing to do whatsoever with the people that identify as the organization Antifa today. And it would be, again, you say it's like Christianity. No, I say it's more like Nazi, where there isn't a group that's just the single Nazi group. There are skinheads, there are people that call themselves all sorts of organizations that agreed with the original Nazi tenets, but I would be able to say that everyone in those groups are disgusting and that the vast majority of them are terrorist groups because they use violence and intimidation against civilians to achieve political ends. For example, I wouldn't have been looking at Richard Spencer's group saying, well, now wait a minute, not everyone in Richard Spencer's group wanted Heather Heyer to die, so it's unfair to look at Richard Spencer's group and say that they're bad. And finally, since you know the other organizations that identify as Antifa in Portland that denounce violence, I'll be happy for you to show me the source that shows that they're denouncing violence.
Oh yeah, absolutely. I can find you that. I don't have it on hand because I wasn't expecting you to try and get like a cheap gotcha when you made a completely spurious claim, and you have. Even in this sentence, you made spurious claims about Antifa. First of all, your like strange distinction that they didn't use the term Antifa back then means that they weren't anti-fascist. Antifa is short for anti-fascist, my dude. It's literally a colloquialism. There's no difference. There's no group that just only calls themselves Antifa. Antifa is just shorthand. There's no you've made a distinction without a difference. There's no
dude.
difference between
Love putting my clothes in the dryer. What are you talking about? Stop. What are you talking about?
Antifa and anti-fascism, besides what's like perhaps some people who allege mass conspiracies that there's some difference. These groups. Now, another thing that you brought up this thing about symbology. There are groups that use all kinds of symbology, and while that can be useful sometimes, it doesn't necessarily guarantee anything. And also, I don't think, I'm going to call your bluff here, I don't think you have the evidence to prove what groups use what symbology and which ones don't.
Okay,
you just don't.
So I have one city Antifa's group that uses the flags.
Sure. Okay, that's great, but that means we're talking about Rose City Antifa.
Okay.
We're not talking about Antifa. And keep in mind that you came to this discussion to have the discussion whether Antifa is a terrorist organization, and it is definitively not. And your argument so far has been completely centered on one specific type of anti-fascist.
It is. Let me ask you this from my concession.
Wait.
Would you
Hold on,
say
because
that?
I want to explain this because you got to do your whole rant, and you alleged a lot of things like you have done in most of your rants here, where you allege a lot of things without evidence. So this is like when you point to the symbology, I can't believe that you would then go from right there to ignoring the direct comparison to something like Christianity. All Christians use the cross. All Christians, with very few exceptions, use the cross, but that doesn't mean they all believe in the same thing. They have very different beliefs. Anybody who has a sort of nuanced understanding of how organizations and belief systems work would never make such broad accusations as to say all of Christianity or all of Antifa is X. And yet you've done that again and again and again in this conversation. You've accused them of being a terrorist organization, which, again, I will point to you, the repercussions for somebody being labeled a terrorist can be as far as millions of deaths.
What are the repercussions for labeling someone a fascist?
Oh, I mean, I don't know. There could be all kinds of repercussions. We can
But you
have
do
them.
that.
That's a different conversation.
Oh,
That's a
okay.
totally different
So
conversation.
just so we could get you off the moral high horse of don't label people something, because you're quite readily calling people fascists, and you know that they could be murdered for that. So okay. So now that we're off that moral high horse, and the argument is that you keep going back
say
to
anybody was like
you said Donald Trump has fascist tendencies. This country's fascist. People that talk about the teachers' union is fascist. Yes.
Hold on a second. Wait a minute. Hold on a second. I just want to make a quick distinction here, which is that, first of all, you would have to substantiate the idea that calling someone a fascist has the same impact as calling someone a terrorist. And I don't think you can do that. If you can, I'd be interested to sort of hash that out. But I will note it is a different conversation that we're having, but I'm more than happy to discuss it with you. However, it is very different. Calling someone a fascist is not the same as calling someone a terrorist, as we know. And I came to this discussion prepared with the knowledge that, hey, if you call somebody a terrorist, we've justified war over calling somebody a terrorist.
Right, we justified war over fascist. We've never justified war over fascism? That's your argument?
I mean, that's a stretch to say that why we got involved. Wait a minute, hold on a second. The idea that we got involved in World War II because they were fascist, that is not that's not reality. That's not what happened. There was a absolute confluence of political forces that got us to involve. I mean, you could say, it would be to the case of, by the way, it would be to the case of Antifa if you were to make the argument that we got involved in World War II because of fascism, because by its definition,
this
I
is
would
just
argue
nonsense.
This,
We literally have an example.
You gotta let me finish, man. You gotta let me finish.
I feel like you. Go ahead.
You're getting really mad, but you gotta.
I'm
let
not
me finish.
mad. It's just it's a point that's like we literally are talking about someone who was just murdered, and then people celebrated because it was the death of a fascist. Literally just happened.
Wait a minute, but hold on a second. But I literally just told you that I literally personally had an argument with somebody who was I believe unduly celebrating that death. I don't believe
But
it.
many
So don't
did.
ascribe me. Wait. But don't ascribe me positions. And also, I would ask that again.
That's not what I'm doing. That's your
Well, you
exact
did.
argument. You're saying
You-
I
wait,
can't
wait.
call someone a terrorist because other people might go out and do them harm. I say you call people fascist and other people might go out and do them harm. You say don't ascribe to me that. Well, then how are you ascribing to me? If you can call someone a fascist with the understanding that that could lead to harm being caused to them, how can
haven't
you
listened
then
to
get in
anything
a
I said
moral
for
high
the last
horse
minute. I
and
already
say
addressed this.
that if you call someone a terrorist, harm could come to them?
Rob.
You cut out?
What the fuck?
Now I can hear you. Okay, there it is. Sorry, you just cut out for a second. There you go. Okay, good.
Yeah. Okay, so there's a couple of things here. Again, you didn't listen to what I said literally just before you started talking about that. If you want to say that labeling somebody a fascist, and by the way, I would agree with you in saying that we should be careful about labeling people fascist. I don't just label people fascists at random. In fact, I literally advocate that people be very, very careful about such a thing. You, however, walked into this discussion perfectly willing to claim that Antifa is a terrorist organization without any considerations. I mean, you can say that it is, but you haven't provided that evidence.
Sure.
And in this, in the course of this discussion, I have brought up unequivocal examples of when the title of terrorist has been explicitly used, not even secondarily, but explicitly used to harm people, to kill many people, sometimes. In fact, many of those people who had nothing to do with the terrorist act themselves. Keep in mind, under the guise of fighting terrorism, we went to war with Iraq. We killed civilians.
This is a worthless point. Rapists
It is
have
not a
been
worthless
targeted.
point. It is
has nothing to do
absolutely
with the issue.
essential.
What it is,
How dare you?
It is
Like, you
you
want to talk about?
attempting to
Wait a minute.
deflect.
Hold on a
So-
second.
Wait a minute. Wait a minute.
You're about to be muted. Okay. Maybe I didn't clarify this at the beginning. If I start talking, everybody shuts down. I've had you both on enough HippieW podcasts. I didn't think I needed to mention that, but I will mention that down. If I start talking, we're shutting it down because nothing of value is happening. So, Dear Mama, you said something. He responded, and he said something that I know outraged you, but he didn't get to finish his statement as to why. So I would like to hear him finish his statement as to why before outrage is done.
Right. So we can say all the time that groups are hate groups or terrorist groups, even if that doesn't mean that every single person that was in that group would have been a terrorist or a hate-filled person. For example, I could with unabashedly say that the KKK is a hateful and was a terrorist group that used violence and intimidation. I could say that. I wouldn't say, now wait a minute, we shouldn't say the KKK is that, because if we say that they're a terrorist group, then bad things could happen to members of the KKK, and that would be bad. This is an absurd point. It's just trying to deflect from the point. Now, to get back on the topic, so I provided evidence, for example, of Rose City Antifa, the group in Portland. Let me just say this. At best that you'll be able to get in this debate is other groups that have said the word anti-fascist in their name might not necessarily be terrorist groups. But then we could say all the groups that we see engaged in Black Bloc that are out there, and those are the groups of prominence that are doing all these riots, all of those individual groups are terrorist groups. So at the end of the day, you might be able to make an argument that, well, there could be other groups that call themselves Antifa that just aren't in the political sphere right now or in the civil sphere that don't engage in this violence. Black Bloc, which most of these Antifa groups admit that they engage in, it says right on the website that they link to that it's a group that it's a tactic that prescribes using violence to achieve political changes. We could see other groups like the Puget Sound John Brown Club or John Brown Gun Club, who had a member named let me get his name here, Wilhelm von Spronson, who in 2019 attacked an ICE facility, firebombed it, had long arms, was going to free people that were in this facility. If you go to the John Brown Gun Club for July 13th, 2020, they released a statement marking how he's a hero. He was widely celebrated in Antifa circles. I could point to you literature that was put out by Antifa groups that is saying, this is how you riot properly. This is how you do these things properly. At the beginning of these George Floyd riots that was released by Atlanta's Antifa site. I could point to you Rose City Antifa, Atlanta Antifa, New York City Antifa, and other organizations tweeting before they made their Twitter private, giving out tactics and how to do these riots properly, and doing other things like saying where police were to avoid people getting arrested by police. Now, all of this stuff's occurring, and what we now see is up to $2 billion of damage, incredible violence and intimidation, even to the point where we've had Black Lives Matter people asking these Antifa people to stop burning down inner city black neighborhoods. And the deflection's going to be, well, we shouldn't call them terrorists, although they're using violence and intimidation to achieve political ends, because it might result in someone being attacked by the U.S. government.
Okay, so again, you have alleged an incredible amount here, and I also just want to bring attention to one thing, and maybe maybe I'm out of line here. The audience can kind of decide on this one, but I think it's really dishonest to try and compare Antifa to the KKK. Like, my dude, do you realize what type of a comparison, how insensitive of a comparison that is? Like the KKK as an organization, which is a centralized organization, mind you, it is a documented centralized organization. It has an internal structure and internal leadership. It is a centralized, well-documented organization that has committed an unfathomable, an uncountable amount of murders through the history of the United States. The fact that you would compare Antifa, even if we were to accept, which I do not, but even if I were to accept that Antifa is some kind of violent, universally violent group, to compare them to the KKK just proves you don't take this conversation as seriously as you should. The KKK is one of the most heinous organizations in the history of the world. They lynched people, for fuck's sake.
So Antifa,
are you for real with this?
they just
are you
murdered
gonna, wait. You can't. You keep interrupting me every time. You went on for 10 minutes, and then now you say I'm going on. But it's it's my turn. I can't believe you would make such a comparison. And to me, that seems again, another example of how willing you are to label somebody who you politically agree with totally hyperbolic language, which could justify all kinds of terrible things. Again, in the course of this conversation, you have yet to indicate any sort of downside that would be even close to coming to something like labeling someone a terrorist. We went to multiple wars over people that were labeled terrorists. Many millions of people have died over the war on terror. And you're going to try and equate that to Antifa, no matter how bad you think Antifa is. And I guarantee you that as bad as you think it is, I don't think that you have the facts to back that up. But even if you did, it would be absurd to compare that to the amount of deaths that have been dished out upon the world in the name of fighting terrorism and the amount of deaths that have been dished out by the KKK. And the fact that you would do that should be offensive to everyone listening to this conversation. That's wild. That's so dishonest.
Wait, before we go on, I just wanted to clarify. I think from now on I'm gonna get a chess timer for my screen, which I'm gonna use to time people and see how long they're going. Just as a historical record. Not to necessarily say, well, you only get this amount of time, but just as a historical record for the future. So I can get not so much shit from chat. But other than that, I just wanted to pose it to you since it was pretty probed. Rob, do you think it's a fair comparison?
Yeah, I would think that it's hilarious to hear someone make this sort of articulate how offended they are by this in defense of a group that likens Trump to Hitler. The entire group of Antifa is likening groups to the fascist Nazis. This is unbelievable. The virtue signaling is strong, though. I'll give you that. How dare you liken them to the KKK? How dare you liken them to the KKK? These Nazi Trump supporters, the fascist Trump supporters, I mean, they have American flags that complain about the teachers' unions, you know. But you can't liken the KKK to Antifa. But certainly you could liken Trump and his supporters to the Nazis and Hitler. I mean, come on. This is a joke. It's just an absolute joke.
Excuse me. Please don't lie. Listen.
It's fine.
I would like to hear him finish.
I'll keep going. Thank you. So I just think it's funny that so many people in Antifa do that. They want to say that, oh, you're against the teachers' unions, you're a fascist. But then at the same time, I wasn't saying that Antifa is exactly like the KKK. I said that if the KKK murdered someone, I wouldn't say, well, there are people in the KKK that don't. The argument that I used earlier was the label Nazi. There isn't just a Nazi group now. There are groups that call themselves neo-Nazis. There are specific groups, subgroups that identify with an ideology of Nazism. Some of those groups may not advocate violence. For example, you had people like David Duke of the KKK that at one point was probably just for show because he's disgusting, but he was condemning violence. You see, Richard Spencer says, no, we don't want to use violence. I don't then say, oh, well then I don't want to label their group as using violence and intimidation because some of them have came out and said, well, we don't specifically endorse violence. Now, again, I've given specific examples, and we can see how the that you still haven't answered the question. Do you think that any Antifa organization that uses Black Bloc is in fact using violence, and therefore we could say they were using violence against civilian populations for political change?
Okay, I now have a chess clock open in another tab, so I'll be able to keep record of this just for chat. Okay,
sure,
wonderful. Dear Mama, you can start.
Again, God, I don't even know where to begin with this. Again, I'll note that you didn't answer Dylan's question about whether you think it's a fair comparison to compare the KKK to Antifa, which is by the way, a patently absurd comparison. Absolutely absurd. Not only is there no evidence that the amount of violence that any Antifa group, any associated Antifa group comes even close to the amount of horror the KKK has wreaked out upon this country. But the idea that you would even compare two groups, one which is a group that specifically and explicitly screams out about white supremacy, it is unbelievably out of touch. Let's just put it that way. And secondly, the idea that I think that you're engaging very dishonestly when discussing Black Bloc. And again, I think that this is another attempt at fear mongering and making it seem okay for you to label a group like terrorism. Black Bloc is not even it's not even what you're saying that it means. Black Bloc has nothing to do with violence. Black Bloc has to do with identification. Now, are there Black Bloc people who engage in violence? Sure. There are also many who do not. Black Bloc is a tactic that people use to prevent themselves from being identified by the state. And keep in mind that Black Bloc has been used in places where I bet you would agree with them. For example, the Hong Kong protests used Black Bloc because China was using surveillance to identify protesters and persecute them afterwards. So Black Bloc is not what you are trying to make it out to be. It's not like some secret tactic that's gone into to allow violence. It's for people to be able to protect their identity from a state who might oppose them, which is completely rational when you have a state that has been willing and openly and publicly, a matter of public record, mind you, engage in black bagging of protesters, for example.
Okay, so given that, oh, sorry, do I got the wrong thing up here? I'm sorry.
Yeah, I see my beautiful face.
How do I fix this? Ooh, 1 second. So I was trying to show. Can you give me the source then? I'll figure out how to stop that sharing. Can you give me then your source of your definition of what black bloc is? Because I have it straight from an actual website that was designed, that was linked by Rose City Antifa to describe exactly what black bloc is.
But you do realize that, like, you're not countering anything. Black bloc is something that has existed for a very long time. It's existed
right. So gear to bring, defensive gear, banners, shields,
wait. You asked me a question. Now you're just plowing over me.
Okay,
That's
so
not
give me the
very
source.
honest.
That's what I asked. Can you have the source?
Yeah. Wait, there's a number of sources. Yeah, like, I mean, I don't have any single source that I'll pull off of. There's literally been documentation of protests going back to the civil rights movements. You can see black bloc. That's like saying, do you have a source for what a bird is? It's like, yeah, there are a lot of things that you could point to for that. I don't have anything on hand that states, like, I will be completely honest. I didn't
that was the
wait,
answer
but that's not the answer, because hold on a second, because you're trying to use a single group's definition, which is not fair. That would be like me picking like the Branch Davidians, offshoot of Christianity, and using their definition of religion, their definition of Christianity to define all of Christianity. You're being dishonest.
No, because
Listen,
here's what you could do. Here's what you could do in that situation. You could provide me evidence of something that was defining that in a different way to show that they didn't endorse violence. So it's real simple. If you're correct, you could provide me evidence that black bloc, a better source that says black bloc doesn't recommend things like spray paint, projectiles, slingshots, signs, flags on fixed poles, Molotov cocktails, bright lights to obscure camera vision during night actions, ladders, bolt cutters, communications equipment, banners, shields, steel-toed shoes, armor padding, gas masks, goggles, bandanas soaked in lime, etc. So
yeah, actually, I can actually, you know what? You're right. If you want specific things, I can point you to to exactly what I said, which is that there are so many sources that the idea that I would need to point to a single source about something that has been used across dozens upon dozens, I mean, literally hundreds of protests worldwide have used black bloc. Literally, please just.
Are you in that debate yet? I think what I'll do is I'll just join the Majority Report fucking Discord and listen in on the debate. Is it like a public channel or? I think I'll just listen in on that. I think it'll be more interesting. It's with someone in there. Oh. What are you guys just like doing like a private debate or? Oh, it's not till, that would be like midnight over here. Oh, so like a couple hours? Oh, okay, gotcha. All right, never mind. I mean, I'll probably still be up around then.
Just do me a favor, Rob, and go to the black bloc entry on Wikipedia and scroll down and see just how many books, articles, websites, or sites are cited in order to get an idea of what black bloc has been historically. Black bloc is not just one single thing. You can't just go to Rose City Antifa's website, a group that you really seem fixated on, and just be like, oh, that is what all black bloc is. That is not only like that's historically ridiculous. That's like me saying that because like the Branch Davidians or something, or because some extreme Christian sect uses the Bible as a justification, that all people who touch the Bible are somehow wrong. That's a totally backwards way of reasoning. That's not how reasoning works. You can't just say, oh, well, Rose City Antifa, who, I don't know, from what I've heard of Rose City Antifa, they seem like they're pretty hardcore. I don't know, like their definition might be very different and is very different from many other people who've participated in, believed in, and theorized on black bloc. Your view of black bloc is a fantasy that's not based on reality. Just look at this. There is almost 100.
I want to bring it back to Rob. You've had a decent amount of time to talk.
Good? Yeah. So again, the point is the Antifa groups that are using this black bloc, we can see that in almost every single example, they're using the laser lights, they come with shields, they come with umbrellas, they use violence and intimidation, Molotov cocktails, they're throwing things the Rose City Antifa, the black bloc that they're referencing talks about how you could take things like hammers that you're able to then break up concrete and throw it. We could see that this is used. I could go example after example of the Antifa groups that we see out and about that feel that they are justified in their fight against fascism, which they call the U.S. government fascist. They're justified in using violence. This is terrorism. They're using violence and intimidation to go after civilian populations to achieve political goals. So much to the point that we've actually had evidence of Black Lives Matter asking them to leave certain areas because they were trying trying to peacefully protest, but Antifa showed up and wanted to create violence. We see this occur over and over again. Now, as we see earlier, we could see that, I know that people are conflating and saying, oh, so then Rob must be defending fascism. No, this is a common tactic that we see on the left. If you call yourself an anti-fascist, then that must mean you're the good guy. But they behave in the most fascist type tactics. We could see from back in 2017 where they were hitting people with bike locks, stopping people from being able to see conservative speakers, mobbing people, constantly making sure that conservatives couldn't engage in peaceful rallies and things like that. We could see even in this conversation, we've had talk of the person who had firebombed an ICE facility and then was celebrated by the John Brown Gun Club and other Antifa organizations. We could see that, admittedly by Demon Mama, that the person, Aaron J. Danielson, that was murdered, executed, whatever you want to call it, by a self-proclaimed Antifa member, that we saw then other Antifa people celebrate that. And again, what this will come down to is the last-ditch hope that we see from people on the left that say, but there could be an Antifa person out there that doesn't believe in this violence. Well, it doesn't matter, because what we can see is the Antifa people that actually do matter, the ones that are a terrorist organization, are the ones that are out there lighting fires, and we've had now over $2 billion of damage that have occurred in these riots. Over 40 people have died. We see in the Chaz zone that was led primarily by Antifa, for example, that the security in Chaz executed a 16-year-old African-American kid, and we actually have the audio of it where they shot at them, and then when they said, hey, they're still breathing, and then put 3 more bullets in the kid's head. Now, I don't know if that was specifically a member of Antifa, but it was done in an Antifa zone, and Antifa would not allow law enforcement in to be able to investigate that crime. We also have a letter from the Department of Homeland Security that just came out this week that was leaked that said that they now know that actually there's plenty of evidence that it's not Antifa being disparate, that they're actually organized in places like Portland, they're being financed, and they're using tactics that suggest that they're heavily organized. These tactics are clearly used to use violence and intimidation against the general populace, which proves that, once more, these are terrorist actions.
Okay, so again, it's just there's so much. You always make so many allegations. Everything from this thing that's like CHOP is an Antifa zone, which is just not even accurate. I literally live in Seattle. That's not even accurate to the fact of it's like that's so inaccurate. It's like it's almost hilarious as somebody who lives here. Like that's just absurd. Like that's such an absurd statement. Do you even know where CHOP was located? Can you tell me where it was located?
Seattle.
Yeah,
Capitol
Seattle.
Hill.
Where in Seattle?
Capitol Hill.
Capitol Hill. Do you know what Capitol Hill is?
I would assume that it's 6 city blocks in the city of Seattle.
Yeah, it's a residential neighborhood. There are a lot of people who lived within that area. The idea that CHOP was like some Antifa zone is ridiculous. There were so many people involved in CHOP, so many different factions that were involved in CHOP, that when the police pulled out, there was people trying to figure out as best as they could the way to take care of the massive amount of homeless people that have been pushed out of their houses in this area. So you're, again, just like almost every single thing that's been happening in this conversation, you're trying to boil everything down to an incredibly simple black and white, oh, Antifa is some kind of terrorist group. And you motion to all of these individual things, which I don't even know. You could be making them up off the spot. We don't even know what examples you're talking about. And none of those even come to the argument that it would be fair to label Antifa a terrorist organization. Just out of curiosity, are you aware what the widely available statistics on terror in the United States have to say about anti-fascist violence? Are you aware that the government doesn't even list Antifa on the fucking top 25 groups that are a danger of terrorism in the United States? Are you aware that the #1 group of dangerous terrorists in this country, literally higher than Al-Qaeda, is white supremacist extremists? That this was recently discussed. The FBI's own data.
Whoa, real quick. You have to be careful calling white supremacists terrorists. Don't you know that the word terrorism could be really bad? Don't you know that?
Hold on.
How could you say they're all terrorists?
You're trying right now, but what you're doing is you're not actually listening to the words that I'm saying, which I understand is fine if you want to just constantly continue in whatever worldview you have. But what I'm talking about is government designations. The government is currently run by Donald Trump. The FBI is not like some left-wing organization. They don't even list. Even the FBI won't label Antifa as a terrorist group. I'm sorry, but you're just making that up. And in fact, even let's say this. Let's say that we go with your very dishonest framing. I'll even grant you that we'll make the very, very unethical assumption that the conflict between between the two people in Portland. I keep forgetting their names, but the conflict between those two people in Portland, let's count that as, we can even count that as an Antifa killing if you want to. I don't think that's fair. I think that's totally unbelievable, but I'll grant it to you. Do you know how many murders that would make for Antifa? By the way, this data is pulled from the federal government itself. How many murders that would make for Antifa in the last 25 years? Do you know?
If you'd like me to respond, I could start responding.
Well, I mean, I'm asking you a question and I stopped.
I don't know exactly what the federal government will say, but I have plenty to say on this issue.
That would make one. That would make one. And this is from the federal government. This is from an organization that is willing to label people terrorists. And I am very reluctant to label people terrorists because I know what happens to people when they're labeled terrorists. When somebody is labeled a terrorist, our government has proven that in the past, certain actors in our government are 100, wait, but you ceded it back to me, are absolutely willing to engage in abject violence. The Iraq War was predicated on that.
One second.
Okay.
Okay, sorry about that work stuff. First off, the idea that it's funny you bring this up at this area, the FBI. So I love that the left does this. On one hand, if I would cite the FBI statistics that show, for example, murder rates by age, population, gender, things like that, then we would say, oh, we can't trust the FBI, the police are corrupt. But when it comes to the FBI and talking about Antifa or talking about white ring violence, all of a sudden they're the end all be all and we have to talk about it. Yes, I'm aware of those statistics. I also know that the way the FBI categorizes this, they say that anytime a white racial group kills someone of a different race, they consider that right-wing terrorism. That's what they say, right? But they don't do the same.
Wouldn't that be? Isn't that right-wing terrorism? If a
what happened
white
to the
racial...
person that was reticent to label things terrorists? Now all of a sudden, you're more than happy to say.
I'm asking you by. Wait a second. I'm asking you by your definition. Wouldn't it be? Wouldn't it, by your definition, be terrorism if a white nationalist group killed a black person?
So if a group
that's your definition, I'm asking you.
Okay, sure. I would say that's terrorism. But then can you explain to me why the same FBI...
but then where's your argument?
Excuse me. If you let me finish, I'll tell you. Can you explain to me then why the same FBI doesn't equate when a black nationalist group or a black group kills a white person, that's not considered...
Can I make my job really easier quick? Because I keep trying to DM people directly and message people directly, but my job's getting really hard. Okay, so here's 2 rules in chat. Okay, do not advocate for any violence against any individual in chat. If you do so, from this point on, you will be banned. And this is my rule. If you don't like it, too bad. I don't think it's productive for dialogue. If you misgender somebody going forward, you will get a warning and then a ban. If it's unclear that you didn't know, then that's what the warning's in place for. That's the policy going forward. If you don't like that, that's a problem. Don't care. I've already addressed it enough times in my chat before. I know there's if you want to talk to me about the policy afterwards, you can DM me on Discord. We can talk about it in private.
Okay.
To make continue. I'm sorry.
Yeah, no problem. That's important. Yeah, so the same FBI doesn't consider, for example, it will consider prison gangs. So if you have a white prison gang that kills a black person, I would consider that probably, that would fall in my definition of terrorism. Most likely there could be, I could see the argument either way, but for the sake of this, I'd say yes. Why isn't it then when a black prison gang member kills a white person that's not considered black terrorism?
Well, actually, it's funny that you bring that up because if we're talking about pure the statistics that we're pulling off, the black supremacist extremists are actually listed in the moderate category of risk. So the idea that they don't is silly. They do. That is absolutely measured. It just, as it turns out, doesn't happen as frequently.
That's not true. For example, we could see then, and again, it comes down to then these colloquial definitions.
I can
you
literally give
Dylan, can you look at the time and see who said what kind of time to talk?
You asked me something and then I'm responding.
I'll report on that. Demon Mama has had about 3 more minutes of time overall.
Thank you. So if you look, it's not just, if we look at the FBI statistics, for example, we can see that there are far more murders and violent crimes that occur from the black community, the white community. It's just that the FBI chooses not to label them terrorism as often. And if we could see clear examples of things that most doubtably look like hate crimes, like the black gentleman that was beating someone at Macy's because he alleged the N-word was said, that's oftentimes dropped or not considered a hate crime. We also see the FBI, it's a whole conversation that I think we'll be having tomorrow. The FBI was engaged in a coup against Donald Trump, so I really don't take the word of Christopher Wray that much. But if you do want to take the word of Christopher Wray, we can see what he said yesterday. Now, notice that you only talk about deaths, but you're not talking about damage. Can you show me the KKK or other groups in the recent past that were burning down cities? We can see now that the estimate of the damage that's occurred through these riots is $2 billion, and we've had over 40 deaths that have occurred as a result of these riots. That's just been in the past couple months. We can see Christopher Wray says that so I want to be clear, by describing it as an ideology movement, I don't mean to minimize the seriousness of the violences of the criminality that's going on across the country, talking about Antifa, some of which is attributable to people inspired by, or self-identify with that ideology movement. We focus on that. So, and all throughout this speech that he gave the other day, although he was, to your point, in fairness, unwilling to call them a group, which clearly we could see there are subsects of the groups, he did admit that there were subsects of groups that are engaged in terroristic behavior that identify as Antifa. So the idea then that we're going to say, well, that's not the case, that, you know, somehow it's other groups. Again, we have a letter from the Department of Homeland Security, which I'll just read real briefly and then cede back my time, which says that the individuals are violently attacking federal facilities based on the ideology of Antifa. Violent Antifa anarchist inspired. We can't say any longer that this situation is opportunistic. Additionally, we have overwhelming intelligence regarding the ideology driving individuals towards violence and why the violence has continued. A core set of the threat actors are organized, show up night after night, share common tactics, and drawing on like-minded individuals and their cause. I recognize we might not be able to attribute every individual's VIAA. However, we need to look at the totality of intelligence, both current and previous, to recognize the motivation for violence and why people have shown up to commit this violence, and why the individual are using social media to encourage the Antifa on the ground to carry out acts of violence. Did I lose you?
Okay. I mean, I lost myself for a little bit there. Did I hear you correctly in saying that you believe that the FBI staged a coup against Donald Trump?
Yes.
Okay.
We
right.
know
I
that
know
they...
that's not. I know that's not the topic at hand, but last
I will be hosting a conversation about that with Rob. That isn't actually tomorrow. That has been pushed back because someone had to cancel. We're trying to see if that can be next week.
Next week will be fine, but I'm busy the rest of this week, other than tomorrow night.
Got it. No problem.
Yeah.
I just feel like, again, this is another example of incredibly hyperbolic language to the point of almost, like, I would almost say, like, unethicality in claiming that Donald Trump, a president who still holds an incredible amount of power, was couped. Likewise, I would say that your allegations based on incredibly spurious data that Antifa is a terrorist organization, when the absolute best that you could bring to the table was Chris Wray saying, well, we need to look into it a little bit more. Just to me, it just seems very, very characteristic of a very dishonest approach to this topic. And again, while, like, we could talk about all kinds of different measures by which we could measure terroristic activity, I suppose. But again, I will point to the fact that under our current definitions, labeling someone a terrorist is incredibly dangerous and should be done so with the utmost care, which you have shown none of in this conversation. You have been willing to accuse Antifa as a whole, which is, mind you, the name of a set of beliefs, anti-fascism, as a terrorist organization. And no one, not even the sources you have cited, agree with you. The only people who have, in fact, it's really funny because people like Donald Trump himself, let me just give you a very specific example that we can have one off. Donald Trump accused a guy named Martin Gugino. Maybe you might remember him. He was from a very famous video out of, I think it was Buffalo, New York. A 70-year-old man who was pushed down by the police. Donald Trump went on the national news and accused him of being an Antifa provocateur with literally no evidence. There was no evidence that he was anything to do, that he even had anti-fascist beliefs. This guy was not Antifa, and it later came out that that had been completely fabricated off of nothing. Donald Trump just pulled that out of his ass and was willing to accuse a 70-year-old man who had been wronged by the police. An old man was pushed down and cracked his skull and suffered a traumatic brain injury. And Donald Trump was willing to use his platform on the national news to label this guy an Antifa provocateur. That is exactly emblematic of what I've been talking about in this entire conversation. This willingness to engage in unbelievable hyperbole and not only that, but smearing groups together in the name of labeling them an enemy that we have traditionally pursued with lethal force. The war on terror has devastated millions of lives, both of Americans and beyond. So why on earth would you ever be so willing to be so careless with something like that? And would you not equally, why would you not denounce something like Donald Trump blatantly mislabeling an old man who was wronged, who was objectively wronged by the police, as an Antifa provocateur? How can you stand in the face of this and say that it's not hyperbolic to make comparisons between Antifa to the KKK, for God's sake? And then also to not only do that, but to try and undermine.
You've asked him a lot of questions. There's only so much one person can respond to.
That's fine. Go ahead.
Yeah, again, there's an incredible irony in organizations that want to liken anyone that they disagree with fascists and Nazis, talking about the dangers of mislabeling people. Again, we saw that someone, J. Danielson, was just murdered in Portland, and then that murder was celebrated that evening by members of Antifa saying, we killed a fascist, we celebrate that. Yet you came on here cheerfully labeling people fascist if they are against teachers' unions and have too many flags up and things like that. So that's what you said. Those were examples of fascism, of hyper-nationalism and fascism. That's exactly what you did.
Actually, I would love people to just go back and watch the VOD. What I actually said was that these were examples of hyper-patriotism, and they can represent a stream or a current of fascism that's running in our country.
So you liken the actions, right? So you make comparisons that,
that's
sure,
very
that's
different,
exactly
though.
what you did.
But
Yeah,
that's very
apparently you don't
different,
think that's dangerous. Then you go on, you have plenty of time to tell.
We do gotta let him respond. You're like you got 5 minutes on the clock on him.
I mean, and like you constantly do this. You say saying someone executed someone is bad because they're innocent until proven guilty. Then 30 seconds later you say, oh, but the police executed someone, as if they're not innocent until proven guilty. You say that it's bad to call people terrorists. Then you go right off and say, look at all of these white nationalist terrorists, thereby labeling them. This was a point I actually was trying, I assumed I would agree with you, actually. I think that white nationalists are terrorists. This was a point I thought we could agree on, that when I asked you earlier, I said, do you think Nazis are terrorists? You said, well, I'd be careful to label them that. And then you proceed to go on and do just that later in the conversation. So you seem to have no qualms about making those justifications and those labels. So it just seems odd to me how you'll willingly, like you get in this high horse and say, how dare you label people terrorists? Now, as to what happened to that old man specifically, yeah, I thought that was really bad. And I thought that Trump was wrong to come out and assume motive to him without having proof of it. That's certainly something that's wrong. That's something that we should condemn Trump for, and I did. Now, was that old man, it wasn't as heinous as some people thought. He was pushed, but it wasn't like he was brutally attacked. I still thought it was bad, and I thought those officers should have been reprimanded for it, though. Now, having said that, and again, the question that lies before us is, as I said about 40 minutes ago, what we'll end up seeing is you're going to have to lay on the fact that, well, okay, although we see the Antifa group in Portland that's running the show there, Rose City Antifa, yeah, they're engaged in violence, and that would, by the definition, meet the definition of terrorism. And the John Gun Club, yeah, that's invasion violence, and that would be terrorism. And these other Antifa groups that engaged in black blocs that are doing things like intentionally shining lasers into police officers' eyes to blind them, firebombing police stations, using bricks and weapons and slingshots, spike strips, things like that. All of those things are violence and intimidation of a civilian population to achieve a political end. But you just default back to, well, but there could be Antifa organizations out there that aren't embracing this violence. You say that you know a lot of them, but you haven't showed me any examples of them saying, oh, by the way, we don't engage in violence whatsoever. You just said, well, there was a group called an anti-fascist committee that Einstein was a member of back the day, and that was Antifa. They didn't call themselves Antifa. Maybe they did. I'm willing to see proof of that. But again, we're talking about Antifa the way that it's known, with the symbolism that's engaged with the original German group that they were inspired by, the anti-fascista group, that, by the way, was largely responsible for the rise of Nazism, because they too terrorized anyone that they deemed fascist, primarily capitalist, and through that terrorism, it encouraged people to be willing to side with the Nazis, because the Nazis actually fought back against the anti-fascista. So it was two horrible organizations engaged in mutual combat that forced people to make a horrible, terrible decision to join with one of these two groups. But what we can see is all this violence that's occurring. And again, I'm not saying that everyone that says, hey, I identify with Antifa is a terrorist. Just like I'm not saying that everyone that says, I identify with Richard Spencer's group in the alt-right is a terrorist. But they are engaged in an organization that they know use violent tactics and have harmed people and have killed people, and they are willfully engaged in that. So they might not themselves be willing to engage in that violence, but they're supporting a group that does. And we need to be able to call out these tactics because they've been so destructive, caused over $2 billion worth of damage, primarily to inner city people of color neighborhoods, and it's absolutely disgusting. This organization needs to be called out. I provided evidence that they are in fact organized, as the Department of Homeland Security private messages have been released that show. I've shown an example of Antifa in their own words, celebrating heinous acts of murder, heinous acts of attacking ICE facilities, and things like that. And the fact that you just default to not being able to defend any of that and just saying, well, it's bad to call people terrorists.
Rob,
sure.
I do want to go back. You've been going for exactly 5 minutes.
Yeah, that's
now.
fine. Fair.
I do want to turn it back to you,
Yeah.
Mama.
Yeah, I just want to be like, this is just a side thing. I'm not going to really make an argument off of this yet, but can I just be clear in that, did you not just say that, that the anti-fascists in Nazi Germany were a horrible organization? Did you equivocate between the Nazis and the anti-fascists in Germany?
No, I accurately depicted what would happen, that they helped lead to the rise of the Nazis by attacking innocent civilians, which then allowed the Nazis to obtain
power. You're blaming
power.
a group of Jews for the rise of the Nazis.
I
just want to be charitable.
No, I'm talking about history. And I'm saying that because there was an organization, and it wasn't all Jews, that were violently attacking civilians, it allowed Hitler to use that as an excuse to get civilians on his side. If you want to ignore history to virtue signal, that's fine, but that's the truth of what happened.
Wait. You're alleging that a group of, by the way, historically it was largely Jewish, fighting against the rounding up of their people by the Nazi regime was somehow contributed to the rise of fascism and Nazism? Like, to me that just seems like, I mean, I don't know, like that does sound like you're blaming the victims of Nazism for the rise of Nazism.
Again, this is equivalency that we see constantly from the left. It's like saying, well, in Charlottesville, the Antifa were the good guys. No, they were bad as well. That doesn't justify the behavior of the Nazis. It was a tactic.
Would you say that, would you say then that, like, Jewish people who resisted, are you saying that Jewish people who resisted being put into concentration camps were bad because they fought back?
No. I'm saying that the organization of anti-fascista Germany that started attacking innocent civilians that had nothing to do with Nazism allowed the Nazis to approach those.
When did they attack innocent civilians?
That was one of the stats they got. They were communists. They were violent communists, and the Nazis rose to power in an
all of
attempt
my
to fight
research of
communism.
this group. I've never heard of them doing attacks against civilians. They were particularly struggling against the Nazi Party specifically. Like, that was why they were founded that way. They were struggling against the rising Nazi Party in Germany.
I've read books on this. I don't have them in front of me.
To me, like, it sounds like right now you're willing to step in this like pile of like blaming the rise of Hitler on Jewish people who fought against Hitler. And to me, that just seems like, again, another example of you just like being willing to engage in whatever to avoid admitting that you've gone way too far and trying to label a group as a terrorist organization. And again, you made a number of repeated claims about whether there's been this amount of damage or whatever or whatnot, but none of those, I've not seen any statistics that even would bear out to prove that would be a terrorist organization. In fact, I have, like, literally right here, I have the statistics from at least as recent as I could get during the BLM protests. Of dozens and dozens of federal arrests, none of them were charged with being members of a group. None of them were found to be tied to any group called Antifa or anti-fascism. Most of these federal charges were people who engaged in independent looting or violent behavior that was motivated by themselves. And while there may be some group in a place like perhaps you could point to Rose City Antifa. I don't know enough about the specifics of their organization. I certainly wouldn't feel comfortable labeling them a terrorist organization offhandedly. But maybe you could point to them and say, hey, maybe this group is engaging in some tactics that are reprehensible. That doesn't mean that everyone else who does. Again, you have the same problem of conflating an entire belief system that has an unbelievably rich history with many different groups, including the one that I cited
like that Albert Einstein belonged to, that throughout history have represented all walks of life and many different creeds. Their one uniting principle is that they disagree with the rise of fascism, and they find fascism uniquely dangerous. Also, you've accused me a couple of times in your previous rant of doing things that I didn't do, and I just urge people, please go watch the VOD. I promise you that you will find that none of those allegations are true. I never once made a spurious claim of fascism, nor do I think that accusing somebody of being fascistic or having fascistic tendencies is even close to the same as trying to label an entire creed a terrorist organization.
I do want to let Rob respond to this, and then we're going to go into ending statements.
Sure. So again, you see the conflation. This is a classic tactic that you see from a lot of people that want to be perpetual victims, that they're unable to. This is exactly what we saw at Charlottesville. So, for example, they say, well, Richard Spencer and his group, which I agree are incredibly heinous, are bad. Therefore, the other people engaged on violence on the other side must be good people, citing statistical facts about the fact that we could see that a lot of the abusive behavior that was coming from the anti-fascista group that was directed at civilians and not just to government agents is what one of the strategies that allowed the Nazis to obtain the kind of power that they got through the civilians. By the same token, we could see that when Richard Spencer was actually asked what were some of the best organizations, then some tactics that he had for recruiting people, he talked specifically about violent action by mob mentality on the left, such as violent people in Black Lives Matter and violent people in Antifa. This doesn't mean that I'm blaming left-wingers for the heinous actions of Richard Spencer. To the contrary, I'm just talking about a fact that shows that this was a recruiting tactic that was used by people on the other side. When we see extremists from one side, there is a horseshoe effect, which leads to more extremism for the other side. Right now, the only extremism that's been given institutional credence is those in groups like Antifa, that we saw these riots occurring over and over, and people that would argue on the side of Demon Mama said, what riots? There's no riots occurring here, until they saw the internal polling showed that it actually wasn't popular among people, and then they said, oh, it must be Trump supporters. Now, again, I provided in the chat links, about 9-10 links. You keep saying you're not providing evidence. I have. I have all sorts of, like, Rose City Antifa, New York City Antifa, Atlanta Antifa, almost all of the cities where riots were occurring. You could see in real time on Twitter riots being directed by people with those social media accounts. For example, there's also a flyer here that talks specifically about the idea. It says, look out for fascism entryism at BLM protests. This is from AtlantaRiseUp.net. It was provided on over 7 Antifa Twitter accounts that I saw that talked about the need that this is not white supremacists causing the protests or riots, it's actually Antifa. They say that white supremacists may have showed up, but these are being led by Antifa and other groups. The link was provided in the chat. There was all sorts of other things in real time showing Antifa directing these attacks. This is going on, and I understand that a lot of people on the left don't want to accept this, and they want to say, no. If the FBI didn't declare that they were in a group, again, I released the evidence from the Department of Homeland Security that says that they understand that this is organized and coming from groups like Antifa. We can no longer say that they're disorganized. The fact that many of them may have not received federal charges right now, I wonder if they start to get federal charges in the future, will then Demon Mama come back and say, I was wrong, Antifa was engaged in terrorist opportunities. And we could see all over the place how these people in Antifa engaged in Black Bloc are engaged in terrorist activities. Again, I go back, and then we'll get to the closing comments, to what I said about an hour ago, which was, you'll just be left to say, well, there are people that are defending these violent terrorists that aren't violent terrorists themselves, so you can't call everyone in Antifa terrorists. But the ones that matter and that are actually burning down our cities are Antifa. They are terrorists, and I hope that the federal government starts to go after them as they should.
Okay, I am going to do something that I hope goes well. Since it is any statements, I think I can do it. I need to use the bathroom horribly, so I'm going to throw it first over to, does anybody want to particularly go first? Anyone want to?
It doesn't matter to me.
Okay, then Rob, I'm going to have you go first. So you can, since you've already got the momentum, you can just keep the ball rolling, and then I'll throw it over to Demon Mama.
And around 5 minutes? Yeah, it's fair enough.
5 minutes is as long as it can be.
Okay, so what we end up seeing throughout this debate is something that I think you see a lot of techniques. Now, I'll fully concede the position of this, that I can't say that every single person that says that they associate with Antifa is themselves a terrorist. That doesn't mean that the group's not a terrorist group. By the same token, I can't say that every single person that calls themselves a white nationalist is a terrorist, but it is still a terrorist group because the people that are running these organizations embrace violence. We know that the original anti-fascista movement was a group that embraced violence. We could see that the problem with this this, as Demon Mama showed us quite clearly, is that we can't even define exactly what fascism is. You end up saying things like, well, it's hyper-nationalism. And then I'm like, well, what's hyper-nationalism? Well, it's exceptionalism. So anyone that thinks their country's exceptional, well, no, like a good example would be at the RNC. We saw all the American flags and them talking about the teachers' unions being terrible. I've also showed evidence from Rose City Antifa's page, which again is the biggest Antifa organization in Portland, which has been rioting for about 100 days now. I showed how they define fascism as all sorts of things like being against communism and other things such as that you could literally then insert whoever you perceive as an enemy as a fascism. You can see all through the chat of Dylan's chat, people saying Rob must be a fascist, Rob must be a Nazi, Trump must be a fascist. These are words that are thrown around that are then used to justify violence against them. You can see that Demon Mama understands how labeling someone like that could be dangerous, because she makes a big point of saying, oh, if you label a group terrorist, well, then bad things could happen to them. Yet then she proceeds to go on and label certain groups terrorist and doesn't care about it, thereby breaking. The same with the word execution. She had a problem with me saying execution, and then 5 seconds later talks about how the police execute people while admitting that she doesn't have evidence. She doesn't have all the evidence in front of her yet. So you can see how they understand the fact that you just call people fascists. And this is something that goes back to the conversation of, is it okay to punch a Nazi? No, it's not. This is another Antifa mentality. And the reason it's not is it's only okay to punch someone if they're offering physical violence to you at that moment and you are defending yourself. Because once you say someone it's okay to punch a fascist or a Nazi, it's a quick step away from saying everyone I disagree with is a fascist or a Nazi. Or, oh, you're behaving in behaviors that are fascist tangent. You have the American flag up there. You're supporting Trump. You're against communists. You're against the teachers' unions. These sorts of things are what lead to the mass violence that we see. Again, we can see that the majority of this violence has occurred in inner city neighborhoods. There wasn't one word mentioned about the fact that I've actually showed that there were Black Lives Matter organizations and people that associate with them, or people that just associated with peaceful protests, asking Antifa people to stop coming into people of color's communities and riotings. We've seen from the Department of Homeland Security that they now say that it appears that Antifa organizations in places like Portland are organized. We see that $2 billion of damage was done in these organizations. We even see that Christopher Wray the other day admitted that although he's unwilling to say that there is a totalitarian group named Antifa, there are certainly subsect groups called Antifa that are engaged in terroristic type behaviors, organized behaviors targeting civilians to achieve political gains. We saw the games that were played by Demon Mama saying, well, we can't really use that definition of terrorism. We have to use a different definition for this and that. All you need to do is open your eyes and see that these organizations are out there. They're engaged in black bloc tactics, which the John Brown Gun Club, Atlanta Antifa, New York City Antifa, Rose City Antifa, and all these groups talk about the need to bring weapons, slingshots, Molotov cocktails, lasers that could damage people's eyes. You can see the videos of them constantly doing things like having umbrellas and demanding that people not record them as they engage in their violent terroristic behavior. And again, I'm willing to prove that I can't say that every single person that associates with the group Antifa is a terrorist, but we can see that the vast majority of these subsects that are engaged in the rioting around the country right now are in fact engaged in terrorist behavior. And if the other side wants to hang their hat on, well, there could be a few Antifa people out there that aren't terrorists, then I'm more than willing to leave them hang their hat on that. Lastly, groups, they try to play this colloquial game or semantic game where they say things like, well, if you call yourself anti-fascist like Einstein did, then clearly that means he was a member of Antifa, and that's an example of an Antifa group. No one's saying that a group like that clearly wasn't engaged in black bloc, going out and damaging people, attacking police, lighting fires, attacking people in communities of people of color, leading to over 40 people dying in the resulting riots. No one's saying that people like that say, well, yes, I'm against fascism, are terrorists. I'm saying that the groups that call themselves Antifa, that wear the symbols of Antifa, that engage in the activities of black bloc that we see Antifa using, are in fact terrorists, and they should be treated as such, and I hope that they all face the consequences they deserve. When we start to see the federal government in places like Portland come on and arrest them because local prosecutors are unwilling to allow these people to go to prison as they should and instead leave them out night after night, then we'll start to see that this sort of terrorist behavior will start to be curbed. Lastly, never forget, no matter what is said here, we have two examples of Antifa. Even as heinous as other groups are, I didn't see the celebration of people being murdered in the street like I saw it from Antifa. The fact that these groups were defended by people in the mainstream media, and we actually have people like mayors and prosecutors that are letting them out without bail, shows how dangerous and disgusting this particular form of terrorism is, which is using violence and intimidation to achieve political goals, the definition of terrorism.
Okay, cool. I let you go over a little bit over 5
Oh, I'm
minutes, so
sorry.
you could wrap it up.
I wasn't
No, it's
done.
okay. It's okay. You were going through it. It's all good. It's just now I just got to make sure I definitely give that to Demon Mama if she goes a little bit over. Demon Mama, you got 5 minutes.
All right. So, yeah, there was a lot to address there. First of all, throughout this entire conversation, there has been a very, very careless conflation of terms from everything from calling. You've labeled every time you've brought up protest, you've labeled them as riots, even though we have explicit evidence proving that not even 10% of the BLM protests that have occurred in the last 6 months have been labeled as violent or even as riots. So your constant conflation of that just betrays that you're not actually being honest with what reality actually has for us. That a vast majority of these protests are completely peaceful. A vast majority of anti-fascist demonstrations are peaceful, and even if there are small groups of Antifa, which is, again, this is according to the resources that have been provided to us by the government itself. The government who, is the one who dishes out the arrests on them. The federal government, mind you, who is also responsible for black bagging them, that even their data doesn't actually show that there's any large-scale organization of anti-fascists. That anti-fascists tend to be a distributed group of individuals who all oppose fascism, but do so in very different ways. I think.
What's up, life? No, I don't know. This is we're just. I don't. It doesn't even matter. Like right now, I'm just cleaning out my playlist of shit that I've had in there. I'm working. I'll be working all night. I'll probably just keep streaming because I don't see why not. But I mean, I'm literally just working and just listening and watching you guys argue. That's basically what I'm doing. But this is Rob Norton versus Demon Mama on is Antifa a terrorist group, basically. Twitch polls greatest hits. Yeah.
It's really dishonest to try and downplay the fact that Albert Einstein, again, was literally belonged to an anti-fascist group that still exists to this day, that was explicitly devoted, one of the most famous anti-fascist groups in history, was explicitly devoted to nonviolent methods of fighting fascism. And I also find it very strange. I've got to say, I find it really, really dishonest and really strange to make comparisons between Antifa, a group that, if we're going to be very, very charitable to Rob's position, may have killed one person in the past 25 years, to the KKK, a group that ran a complete reign of terror over most of the southern states. Whether you want to call them a terrorist organization or not doesn't matter. The comparison between those two organizations is just completely out of left field. And then to go on and imply that Jewish anti-fascists in World War II era Germany were somehow responsible for the rise of Hitler is just, oh my God, I can't even believe he'd be willing to say that. That's just like, holy shit, that's like so victim blaming. But on top of that, we can talk about a whole number of things. You've refused to acknowledge the fact that many currently active anti-fascist groups are definitively devoted to nonviolent means. For example, the hundreds of mutual aid groups that exist across the United States, whose main purpose is not even to be involved in protest, but rather to provide for the material conditions of the people on the ground, delivering groceries, something that I have worked with other people who consider themselves anti-fascist. I've worked with them to deliver groceries to hungry mouths. This is what a lot of anti-fascist groups do across this country. You're willing to roll them up and label them all terrorists. Mind you that this question, the original question, and the one that you refuse to cede, although I think you should rationally cede the point, is that Antifa is not a terrorist organization. You've been willing to stand by both the idea that it's an organization, which has been proved objectively false, and secondly, that it's a terrorist organization. Every single piece of evidence that we've brought up here has shown that they are not an organization. Even if individual members of Antifa at some point have done something wrong, we would not apply this standard to any other group. We would not apply this to Christians. There have been many Christians in throughout history who have involved themselves in things that your definition of terrorism would be considered terrorism, but we would not label Christians as terrorists. Likewise, why the hell would we label an entire creed of people, the anti-fascist movement, a, again, rich and colorful and fascinating historical political movement, all as terrorists, because some people who happen to buy into that creed did something wrong. Again, it's this really strange thing that really reminds me of when Trump, sort of spuriously accused a 70-year-old man who was the victim of police brutality of being an anti-provocateur, because that means he can hand wave it. Oh, it's okay. The police were just beating up an Antifa guy. It's weird that the same exact tactics that you are supposedly railing against are being used right now by the president and yourself to label a rich group with many different people all over the country. Some groups are more centralized than others. Many are not centralized at all. Some people are just individual anti-fascists. And you're willing to say, yeah, this is a domestic terrorist organization, knowing what we do to terrorist organizations. To me, that is beyond irresponsible. It is beyond any sort of responsibility. And I also note that in your desperation, and I, again, allege, anybody go pop to the beginning of the VOD to see if this is true. You allege that I was spuriously accusing people of being fascist when that's explicitly not what I said. Fascism is a historical movement that has been incredibly well documented. In fact, the rise of fascism in Europe is perhaps one of the most traumatic events that has ever occurred in human history. And it has affected us for years. There are people who today who still lived during the time of concentration camps in Nazi Germany. So to downplay that is just completely silly to me. Again, Antifa is a political movement, and the idea that you can just add the name Antifa and say that all of the anti-fascist groups that influence this anti-fascist thought are just somehow don't count is just off the wall to me. So you failed to point out that whether it's organization, you failed to make a meaningful case as to whether it's a terrorist organization, and you've spent most of this time trying to point at random things that you think make Antifa look bad when all they do is make an individual or a person or a group that did one specific thing bad, which I will agree with perfectly. It's rational to denounce somebody when they do something bad. What it's not rational to do is to accuse an entire group of being a terrorist organization in the age of the war on terror, which has claimed the lives of countless Americans, Iraqis, Afghanistani people all over the fucking world. So I just feel like your entire position is one of pure propaganda. And that has been proved in this conversation.
Okay, we can wrap it up. We've both had plenty of time to talk and plenty of times to put into our ending statements to address everything that's been said. While it got heated at times, got organized and chat got rowdy, I'm happy we had the talk, as this is a common thing of discourse that we don't really see two people engage on for long periods of time. Really, I kind of just see one community say Antifa is not this, it's impossible to say this, it's ridiculous to say this, the other side says it is. So I'm happy to finally see two of those collide, because I haven't actually seen a debate about this on Twitch before. So I think this might be one of the few times I've actually seen it on Twitch. I'm thankful that you've both come on, and then of course I would have you both back on in the future. And Rob, I can't wait to have you on Hippy Dippy in the near future, and to have you for that collusion conversation.
Sure.
With a tag team with Drone Tech. That makes a great tag team, I think. I think you'd be perfect for WWE, Rob.
Well, thank you. And let me just say thank you to you and Demon Mama, even if I disagree and we get heated. Trust me, I have no hard feelings. And I didn't see the chat. I wasn't really looking at it. But yeah, any calls to, if it was anyone suggesting violence to you, I apologize for that. It might have been people suggesting violence to me. I don't know. I don't really care. But yeah, uncalled for. And I assure you, I would be more than happy to hang out with you if I ever saw you in person, Demon Mama. So there's no hard feelings or anything like that. It's a debate. So hopefully people in the chat understand that. So.
Wonderful, wonderful. You two can stay in here as long as you want. If you want to talk a little bit after, you both have a blessed day and a blessed week, okay?
Thank you very much, Dylan.
Thank you.
Wonderful.
I'm going to roll out and go to my stream.
Yeah, me too. Yeah, take it easy.
Yeah, likewise. Bye-bye.
Yep.
Oh, man. Lord. The good old days. What's we got here? Oh, got lots of Joven. The Jovenator. And the other was Seething. I think by Seething, I think you're meaning Demon Mama. The thing is like, you know, once, I guess like when you talk to Rob, and NOK's talked to Rob before, might have talked to Rob before, well, might have a different experience than NOK. Because I think with NOK's discussion with Rob, it seemed to be pretty good faith, whereas with may have seemed it might have been the other way around. A demon was seething, yeah. But the like Rob's like, again, might disagree with this, but Rob seems like once the bell rings and the gloves are on, it just seems to be like, okay, whatever, bloodbath kind of stuff. But once the fight is over and the gloves are off, I think it's a little bit different. I guess it just depends. Like, for example, with like Maida's conversations with him, from Maida's perspective, there was no bell that was rung and there was no need to put on gloves. Whereas Rob probably automatically just defaulted to that kind of mode. Whereas with the NOK situation, I think that was just like a very, two-way kind of very, just communicative effort on both parts. I don't think that Rob got the sense that NOK was coming in there to be like some hardcore leftist that was going to own him in the debate brosphere, and I think NOK probably was approaching it in the same fashion. So didn't seem his argument, but he seemed like an honest person. Well, Life, you got to ask Maida about that one. Maida might disagree with you on that one. What else we got here? Oh, we got more Steve Shives. Nice. We'll play these two Steve Shivesies. But I'm gonna go to the bathroom real quick. I'll be right back.
Spoiler alert, Superman is woke. And I'm going to talk about some stuff that happens in the movie. Spoiler alert for that, too. Now that I've seen the new Superman movie 3 times, as of the making of this video, I'm definitely going to see it again before it leaves theaters. I can report that the rumors were true, and the concerns of some of the worst people on the internet and their favorite podcasters were well-founded. This Superman is a weak, soft, emotional, anti-American beta male. Or at least that's how those people see it. I just thought he was a nice guy. An actual nice guy, not a nice guy. You know what I'm saying? Do you know what I'm saying? Superman is woke now is a meaningless statement for a couple of reasons. First, the people who make this statement with sincerity have no coherent definition of woke and generally use it to refer to anything they don't like or that makes them uncomfortable. Second, the qualities possessed by this version of Superman, the character and the overall film, which have been pejoratively labeled as woke, are not unique to this movie, so even if you think this Superman is woke, however you define that term, you can't truly say Superman is woke now, because none of the woke stuff is remotely new. What is it about this Superman that offends the anti-woke people so much? I've seen a lot of them rhetorically rolling their eyes on social media about how dedicated this Superman is to preserving life. And that's true. Superman does make efforts to protect people during the movie. We have multiple scenes of him being careful or trying to be when superhero stuff is going on with civilians in the area. Superman, this Superman specifically, and by the way, almost all other versions of Superman from the entire history of the character, almost, cares about saving lives. He goes out of his way to protect the innocent during battles instead of turning a blind eye to focus on the carnage. We even see him taking pains to protect the lives of animals. During an action sequence centered around a kaiju rampaging through Metropolis, we see Superman rescue a dog and a squirrel from certain doom. And we see that he's upset by the disregard some of his fellow superheroes show for the life of the kaiju itself. Even though it's a danger to the city, it's still just an animal doing what it does, and Superman wants to capture it alive and take it someplace where it can't hurt anyone. Or, if necessary, at least kill it in the most humane way possible. While I'm on the subject of animals, one animal, Crypto, damn near steals the movie. And even though this version of Crypto is a very badly behaved dog and Superman is very annoyed by him, Superman takes his responsibility to look after Crypto very seriously and clearly cares about Crypto very much. One of the most criticized scenes in the movie from the anti-woke people is the scene where Superman furiously confronts Lex Luthor. after Lex has invaded the Fortress of Solitude and abducted Crypto. Superman wrecks Lex's office, shouts at Lex, makes quite a scene. I saw some folks online who hated this scene because he's this mad about a dog. And if that's your response to this scene, holy shit, are you telling on yourself? Also, did you have the same complaint of John Wick? Or is it only Superman who isn't allowed to be pissed at people who fuck with his pets? So, is saving people's lives woke? Is that bad? Is that something you wouldn't expect Superman to do? Because if so, I don't know, I find that weird. He's Superman. Historically, saving lives is kind of his thing. Is it woke to care about animals and to want to save their lives or at least minimize their suffering? Is it woke to care about your pets? Or to get angry at people who mistreat them? Here's something else about the movie that people don't like. It's pro-Palestine. An important part of the film's plot is a conflict between two fictional countries, Boravia and Jarhanpur. Boravia is a technologically advanced, militarily superior nation that is a longtime ally of the United States. Jarhanpur is weaker, more impoverished, with a troubled history, and is a target of Boravian aggression. Just prior to the events of the film, Superman intervenes to stop the Boravian military from invading Jarhanpur. Later, Superman's superhero friends intervene to stop the Boravian military from invading Jarhanpur again, in a scene where the Boravian military, armed with automatic weapons and body armor and backed up with tanks, are advancing on a crowd of mostly unarmed Jarhanpuran civilians, a crowd which includes children. Superman said free Palestine! I've seen a lot of people saying that appreciatively online, and I get it. Is the Boravia Jarhanpur story an allegory for the Israel-Palestine conflict? Yes. Or at the very least, it can be reasonably interpreted as such. That's not the only interpretation, but it's an obvious one. There are obvious and strong parallels between Boravia and Jarhanpur and Israel and Palestine. There are also some fairly strong parallels between the two fictional countries and Russia and Ukraine. However, Superman said, Slava Ukraini! The specific real-world situation being referenced by the movie is open to interpretation, but whichever interpretation you take, the literal events of the movie are a strong country is about to invade a vulnerable country for extremely dubious reasons, an invasion that would result in people getting killed, and Superman stepped in to stop that from happening. So if you have a problem with that, what's the problem? We can debate the geopolitical wisdom of Superman doing that. We can question if, in acting as he did, he was doing more harm than good in the long run. We can ask ourselves whether a superpowered individual unilaterally interfering in the affairs of sovereign nations is something that ought to be acceptable. The movie itself raises all those questions, by the way, albeit fairly briefly, but is there anything wrong with having it in the movie? Is there anything inconsistent with how Superman has historically been portrayed, again, mostly, in his decision to intervene to protect the people of Jarhanpur? Does that seem like something Superman wouldn't do? If your problem with the Boravia Jarhanpur stuff is that you read it as pro-Palestinian and you don't like that because you take Israel's side in the conflict, okay. I think you're an asshole, but you're entitled to your opinion. And you're entitled to have a problem with the movie making what you perceive to be a contrary argument. But aren't you guys also the ones who are always attacking liberals and leftists for supposedly being allergic to differing viewpoints? If complaining about the transphobic activism of J.K. Rowling or the transphobic comedy of Dave Chappelle or Joe Rogan using his podcast to platform an endless parade of kooks and cranks and conspiracy theorists and the occasional white nationalist makes people on the left fragile little snowflakes for being unable to accept that not everyone shares our worldview, what does whining about a plot in a Superman movie that can be read as pro-Palestine make you? Another thing the anti-woke freaks didn't like about the movie, Superman is an immigrant. I talked about this in a video I made a couple of weeks ago, before I saw the movie, because nearly all of the people who were throwing tantrums about the movie's pro-immigrant content were people who had not seen the movie
because it had not yet been released. They heard James Gunn describe Superman as an immigrant in an interview and heard various other members of the cast subsequently back him up and express views supportive of immigrants and immigration. And they said, "Welp, Superman's woke. It's pro-immigrant propaganda." This particular objection has faded significantly since the movie actually opened, because once people got a chance to see the movie, they realized that it's not pro-immigrant propaganda, nor is it propaganda of any other sort, and it would be a reach even for a warped and perpetually aggrieved right-wing shithead to try and paint it that way. Is Superman an immigrant? Yes, that's literally what he is. He came to the place he is now from another place. He's an immigrant. And he's a refugee because he was forced to leave his birthplace due to larger circumstances. Is that what the movie is about? Sort of, but also not really. It's important, but it's not as though immigrants and immigration are good is the only thing the movie has to say. It does say that, or at least I think it's fair to read the movie as saying that, but the Superman is an immigrant bit of the movie is much more concerned with delivering a broader message about tolerance and acceptance and arguing that we should judge people by their actions rather than by where they come from or what their heritage is. And, like, if you're some anti-immigrant right-winger, shouldn't you like the story they tell with Superman here? A big part of the story of the movie is the revelation that, unbeknownst to Superman until now, his parents, Jor-El and Lara, sent him to Earth in the hope that not only would he survive the destruction of Krypton, but that he would rule over the planet and reshape human civilization in the image of Krypton. But Superman rejects that. He's devastated to learn that his Kryptonian parents intended this for him, but he realizes that their values are not compatible with his own, which he learned from his human, extremely American parents, and he chooses to continue living as who he has always been rather than as what Jor-El and Lara wanted him to be. So he's a model minority, right? He's assimilated into his new culture. He's become one of us. Isn't that what you xenophobic pieces of shit are always saying you want immigrants to do? So what's the problem? Do you feel called out by the reveal that Superman's birth parents are authoritarians obsessed with cultural purity and genetic legacy? Did you see those values portrayed in a negative light and get your feelings hurt? Or is it even simpler than that? Is it that you object to a story where the immigrant is the hero and the guy who leads a campaign to demonize the immigrant is unambiguously the villain because you want to think of yourselves as Superman, but the movie is telling you that you're actually Lex Luthor? If that's it, that's not a Superman problem. That's a you problem. Speaking of Lex, let's talk about his portrayal in the movie and why some of the anti-woke crowd might have a problem with him. This Lex is bitter, resentful, abusive, envious, deeply insecure, petty, thin-skinned, vengeful, reckless, short-sighted, egotistical. He's willing to threaten the entire world for his own ego-driven purposes. And when people point this out to him, he shrugs it off because he assumes that whatever happens, he'll be okay, and he doesn't give a shit about what happens to other people. Does all that hit a little too close to home for you Trump voters? Or you Elon stans? You see Lex Luthor on the big screen trying to frame his jealousy as a noble and heroic quality, triggering his own downfall through his arrogance, his callous disregard for life, and oh yeah, let's not forget his unrepentant misogyny. You see all that, and it looks like you're staring at yourself in the mirror, and you don't like that? Is that the issue? I can certainly understand that. Here's something else Lex has in common with you and your heroes. He projects endlessly. He projects his own bigotry and fear and ignorance, and most of all, his feelings of inferiority onto everyone else. At one point, Lex rages at Superman, "You show us how weak we really are." Lex, in his narcissism, thinks he's speaking for all people there, but he's really only speaking for himself. That's his reaction to Superman. He feels weak because he is. It's analogous to how many right-wingers, Trump supporters, etc., react to things they perceive as woke, things that call out prejudice and intolerance, things that ask us to try and be our better selves. They, the anti-woke people, react to calls for tolerance and inclusion or to the mere depiction of diversity as though they are being insulted or attacked, when that's not the case. It's just their own insecurity and cowardice coming out. Before the movie came out, some on the right complained that people don't go to the movies to be lectured. They assumed the movie would be a lecture because they heard it had pro-immigrant content, and in their minds, you can't possibly tell a story with pro-immigrant themes, or any political themes at all, without it being heavy-handed and didactic, because they don't know how to do it any other way themselves. More projection. Then the movie opened to massive box office grosses and overwhelmingly positive word of mouth, and most of us found that it was nothing like what the Fox News commentators and culture warriors and fandom menace grifters predicted it would be. It's not pushy or lecturing or preachy. It's not overtly political at all. Its message is one that promotes kindness and honesty and compassion and humanity and respect for others, none of which should have been unexpected, and none of which is remotely new to the character of Superman. In addition to those who have sought to dismiss the film on the grounds of its political and social messaging or for how supposedly weak and soft its depiction of Superman is, there are also some who have rejected it because it's allegedly not faithful to the comic books. Firstly, who gives a shit? There have been many excellent adaptations that have diverged from the source material. You're watching the movie, not reading the book. The movie is the movie, and the book is the book. Judge each on its own merits. Secondly, any so-called purist who has a problem with this Superman movie on that basis needs to go back to their local comic shop and catch up on some back issues, because this one is as comic book as any Superman movie has ever been. If you think not, you are confusing the particular Superman comics you have read and liked, if there are any, with all Superman comics. Like what you like, but don't treat your preferences like standards, because they're not. And if you think this Superman is a travesty because of his politics, and you think Superman was never political like that in the comics, when you go to that comic shop, be sure to hunt down some reprints of the earliest issues of Action Comics. The ones where Superman is fucking up crooked mine owners and war profiteers and slumlords and abusive prison wardens. Read some of those stories, among the first Superman stories ever published. Then tell me the new movie is too much of a departure from what the character is, quote-unquote, meant to be. There's a moment very late in the film where Superman is speaking with one of his robots in the Fortress of Solitude. The robot is number 4 and has been addressed as such throughout the movie. But as he's talking to Superman, the robot indicates that he's not happy being called number 4. He suggests that he'd rather have a name. He wants to be called Gary. So, a minute or so later, the next time Superman addresses the robot by name, he calls him Gary. In fact, it's Superman's last line of the film. It's also no big deal, and it shouldn't be. Calling someone by their name, the name they want to be called by, shouldn't be a big deal. It's basic respect. It feels like a big deal because we've allowed so much of our culture and our politics to be hijacked by people who are telling us that we should be doing the opposite. Is it woke to make an effort to be kind to people? To respect people's wish to be called by their right name? To care about people? Is it woke to use one's power and influence to try and prevent the slaughter of innocent or vastly outmatched people? Does the fact that he smiles and cries and gets frustrated and gets angry and generally shows his emotions make this Superman weak? Or have you come to value stoicism too much? Does the fact that he strives to be kind and compassionate make him soft? Or have you been convinced to regard cruelty as a virtue? The problem isn't that Superman is woke. The problem is that we live in a world where that fact is even worth mentioning.
Oh, Steve. It's another one coming up, I think.
This is kind of a weird day for me. Hulk Hogan died, if you haven't heard by now. Hulk Hogan, real name Terry Bollea, dead at 71, apparently related to a heart attack of some kind. I haven't been much of a fan of Hulk Hogan for quite a while. I did a video about him some time back, not super long ago, but not super recently either, where I discussed the fact that, you know, he's been kind of a piece of shit for a while. At least we've known that he's been a piece of shit for a while. So when he comes out and endorses Donald Trump or speaks some other bullshit like right-wing talking point or says he wants to body slam Kamala Harris at the Republican convention last year, whatever, like it shouldn't be a surprise. Like we know this. We know this. He's a piece of shit. But when I was a kid, God, did I love that guy. When I was a little kid, a little wrestling fan, I mean, Hulk Hogan was my first favorite wrestler. And obviously he was the first favorite wrestler for, you know, millions of people who were wrestling fans in the 80s and into the 90s. He was one of the big reasons why I became a wrestling fan in the first place. I think I've told this story before. The first wrestling thing I ever saw that made me go, ooh, this is something I'm interested in, this is something I want to watch, was the angle that they did building up to the Hogan and Andre rematch in February of 1998, where Andre was choking him out in the ring. I saw that on TV. I was flipping through the channels, I guess, and I just happened to see it. And it just captivated me. And here we are, you know. Here we are, what, not quite 40 years later, but what, 37 years later? And I'm a wrestling fan still. I was a huge fan of Hulk Hogan as a kid. I was a Hulkamaniac. I remember at some point in my childhood, and I don't remember what this was in reaction to, if anything, but I remember the thought came to me. Hulk Hogan's going to die someday. And like, I'm probably going to live to see it because he's a lot older than I am. I had this thought as like a 9, 10-year-old. I don't know. I guess I was a morbid little kid. And I thought, you know, Hulk Hogan's going to die someday. What's that going to be like? What's it going to be like to hear the news that Hulk Hogan, my hero, is dead? And today is that day. And I'm really not that upset. I'm not upset at all, actually, for Hulk Hogan. I'm not sad that Hulk Hogan is dead because, as I have said before, he was a piece of shit. He was a liar. He was a backstabber. He was a racist. He was a Trump supporter. He was a fraud and a con and he was a bad guy. He was a bad guy. And I don't feel anything for him now that he's dead. But I remember being that little kid who looked up to him. I remember being that little kid who didn't know who the real guy was, who actually assumed that the guy he saw on TV every Saturday, or almost every Saturday, when he would tune in to WWF Superstars or WWF Wrestling Challenge, or if I was staying at my grandparents' house because they had cable, and back then my parents didn't have cable, then I could watch All-American Wrestling or Primetime Wrestling or one of the cable shows, and maybe I would see the Hulkster on there, and he was my hero. And I thought that was the guy. I figured, oh, that's him. He's not putting on anything, right? That's not a persona that he has assumed. That's not a gimmick. That's him. That's the real guy. Okay, sure, maybe Hulk Hogan isn't his legal government name, but, you know, lots of actors use different names, but he's still the real guy. That's what I thought. I remember in the summer of 1990, they did this big angle on an episode of Superstars where Hulk Hogan, he did what's called a stretcher job, which means that one of the villains, one of the heels, Earthquake. He attacked Hogan, and he hit Hulk Hogan with his finishing move like 3 or 4 times. And his finishing move was you get your opponent lying flat on their back, and then Earthquake would basically just jump up in the air and sit on their chest. Right? Because he was a big, as you might have guessed by his name, if you don't know who I'm talking about, the Earthquake was a big guy. So when he jumped up in the air and sat down on your chest, that was supposed to kind of hurt, right? So they did this stretcher job with Hogan where Earthquake gave him the Earthquake splash, a whole bunch of times. And Hogan was convulsing and twitching, and they carried him out on a stretcher, and they said, oh my God, his sternum has been crushed. We're going to take him to the hospital. This is terrible. This could be the end of Hulk Hogan. This could be the end of Hulkamania. The Earthquake may have destroyed the career of the greatest wrestler of all time, right? They really played it up. And they started a letter writing campaign. Hulk Hogan's best friend at the time, Tugboat. He came on like a week or 2 later and he said, oh, you Hulkamaniacs, the Hulkster would really love it, and it would really make him feel better while he's in the hospital healing up if you would write him a letter and let him know you care and let him know you're thinking about him, and that'll give him the motivation to get better. And so I did. I wrote Hulk Hogan a letter. And maybe a month or so later, Hogan came back on TV. Again, very serious, very downcast. He wasn't talking in the Hulk Hogan voice, brother. He was, talking more or less his normal voice. And he gave this very sober, very somber promo about how he was thinking about retiring, but he loved all of us who wrote him those letters, and he promised he was going to answer every single letter, even if it took the rest of his life. And he said, all you Hulkamaniacs, all I can say is I love you forever and a day, man. And then he said, I want you all to know that hell no, I'm not retiring. And I'm coming back, and I'm going to wrestle that big, nasty Earthquake at SummerSlam. And I'm going to get even. And it was a wrestling angle, right? And now I look back on it as an adult, and I think, oh, that's just I can't believe even as like a 10-year-old that I thought this was real. Like, this is a classic wrestling angle. The hero gets put out of action by the dastardly villain. And then eventually, after taking some time off and giving the people a chance to miss him and worry about him, the hero comes back to get even and get his revenge. And that's what happened. Mostly. The match at SummerSlam, Hogan won, but he won by a countout, which I still think is a little weird. But apparently I've heard stories since then that it had something to do with the house show business. They wanted people to buy tickets to see the rematch between Hulk and Earthquake live in their hometown, and that's why they had it end sort of inconclusively on pay-per-view. I don't know. But anyway, that's what it was. But as a 10-year-old, I didn't know any different. I thought, oh, Hulk Hogan, he's hurt, and he needs us. He needs his Hulkamaniacs. And so I wrote. And he did answer my letter as promised. Or somebody did. I got a postcard in the mail that had Hulk Hogan's signature on it. He probably never even read or touched my letter. It was probably one of those postcards that, they just put a stack of like 500 in front of him, and he was just going like that, one after the other to sign it. And then I found out, again, many, many years later, as an adult, I learned that in addition to it just being a wrestling angle to get people interested in their big summer pay-per-view, the Hey Kids, Write Letters to Hulk Hogan deal was also a ploy by the WWF, now the WWE, to get a bunch of people's addresses for a mailing list. And that worked too, because I started receiving all these like merchandise catalogs from the WWF in the mail. Isn't that interesting? So it was a much more cynical, calculated operation than my tender, young heart at the time thought it was. But I still remember being that kid. I still remember having Hulk Hogan as a hero. And, even into my adulthood, even after I learned all of the stories about him, the backstage politicking, the holding other people down, the protecting his own spot on the show to the detriment of other people, the way he would be difficult to work with if he had to put somebody over as opposed to somebody coming out to make him look good. And his personal failings, his bigotry, his shitty politics, his selfishness, the fact that he's just an out and out shameless, utterly shameless liar. Even after I learned all that, I still had that nostalgic part of me, that wrestling fan in my heart, that sometimes I just felt like watching a Hulk Hogan match. You know, you can see on the shelf behind me, sometimes people ask me, oh, tell us about your DVD shelf. The top row here, from here over, is wrestling stuff. Is nothing but wrestling DVDs. And then this down here is wrestling as well. And some of it is Hulk Hogan stuff. It's not in the front, you can't see it, but in the next row back, because the shelf is deep enough, there's 2 rows of DVDs. In the next row back after this front row, it's Hulk Hogan stuff. It's the first big DVD set that the WWE put out of his stuff, called Hulk Hogan: The Ultimate Anthology, and then there was a follow-up to it, Hulk Hogan's Unreleased Collector Series. Ooh. And of course I got both of these as soon as they were available, because even though I didn't really like him anymore, I had that memory, I had that appreciation from back in the day, from back when I was a mark. I'm still a mark, but I'm a mark who knows I'm a self-aware mark, as opposed to when I was a kid and I didn't believe in Santa Claus anymore, but I still believed in wrestling. And again, in a sense, I mean, I'm wearing a wrestling shirt right now. My current favorite wrestler, Cody Rhodes. I'm still a wrestling mark, just with an added layer of self-awareness. But it's an interesting feeling. It's a strange feeling. If I do feel bad, if I do feel a little shaken by the news, it's not that I'm upset that Hulk Hogan's dead. It's more the realization of, oh, that day has come. You know? That day that I just kind of mused about when I was, however old I was, 9 or 10, whenever I had that thought, oh, Hulk Hogan's going to die someday. And now that day is here. Like, all that time has passed. And here I sit, 45 years old, as opposed to 9 or 10 or whatever I was. And that's what's really kind of sitting on me, that recognition of, oh, I've lived this much of my life. Oh, all of that is behind me now. And hope.
I'm trying to. I don't know. I mean, I don't know if it's meant to be heartfelt or if he's just gonna, sum it all up by dunking on him and saying he's a fucking racist Trump supporter or whatever. I'm not sure. So we'll see.
Hopefully, I have a long way to go. Right? I'm assuming that I still have a good long way to go yet, but it's hard to avoid that thought. It's hard to avoid sort of pondering your own mortality when you find yourself living a day that you could hardly imagine when you were a child. And it doesn't seem like all that long ago. And here it is. Hulk Hogan is dead. And I'm 45 and still alive, and hopefully will be for a long time to come. But yeah, it's a strange day. It's a strange day. A lot has changed. And that little kid who idolized Hulk Hogan, that little kid who wrote him a letter because I wanted him to feel better, because the earthquake put him in the hospital. That little kid is all grown up. And hopefully I haven't become cynical in general or a cynic, but I am a lot more cynical than I used to be back then. I'm a lot more suspicious and skeptical of things. And I don't know if I have a belief or a faith that pure left in me that I could have for somebody else. And I mean, that's a good thing. That means I have a head on my shoulders, but it's also kind of sad. You know, not sad that I'm no longer capable of it, but sad that it's so foolish. You know, sad that the world takes that from you. The world takes that childlike faith because so much of the world is not worthy of it. And maybe that's what, in addition to the pondering of my own impending death, maybe that's what's got me feeling a little off upon hearing the news of the death of Hulk Hogan. Maybe that's what I'm unnerved about or upset about or a little sad about. I'm not sad that Hulk Hogan died. I'm sad that the person I thought he was never really lived.
There it is. Maryland flag, yeah. He's a big Maryland guy. Yeah, I figured it was going that direction.
I have long stated that I do not believe that adding to the death count of innocent victims to this war is constructive to its end. So if you want to principally oppose this...
We've seen enough Hutch. Well, that was another thing about Hutch I'd rather watch. It's like him versus the Vanguard, I think. And Pisco and like all these other people. Let's see. Let's see what they got. I'm curious.
They are all viciously attacking the best chance for democratic socialism in the Congress right now. I don't understand you guys. You want to use kid gloves with these people. I really don't.
I'm not using kid gloves.
Yes, you do. You want
What are
her
you talking about?
You want her to be successful, and you're hand waving literally all of them.
No,
like,
I'm not.
viciously.
I don't agree.
We don't
yes,
agree with them.
You are.
We don't
You're
agree
saying
with
it's
them.
not, well, it's not that big of a deal.
Is your own approach open to critique? Because if you're out here slugging with these people, you know, calling them stupid or whatever, are you actually persuading them, or are you causing them to double down?
You need me in that mud.
Well, wait a minute. Wait,
You
but
want
that's
me
the thing.
down in that
That's
mud,
the thing.
okay?
That's the thing.
You need me in that mud. Somebody's got to do it.
A lot of things that piss me off about the Vanguard or Kyle or Crystal or whatever, I often bite my tongue, right? Because I just see it 100%
So
because
you're a
I see it.
Ever seen him?
Because I see it as more.
Oh, this guy's Hutch. They're all like former Destiny Orbiters, current Destiny Orbiters. This guy's Hutch. Actually, this is better. So this guy on the top, his name is Josiah. And I've actually talked to him before on Wick's panel, on Wick's show, about like general electoral politics at the time, or electoralism. The guy to the right, top right, is Pisco. That's one of Destiny's top orbiters / internet lawyer. The guy bottom left is Hutch, who's another internet lib. And then this guy on the bottom right, I forget what his name is. Oh, that's Econo Boy. That is Econo Boy. Yeah. Hutch doesn't seem too bad the first few times I've seen him, but there have been some clips that really turned me off to him lately. Oh, really? The only time I remember the first time I heard about Hutch is when he had a debate with, or I don't know if it was a formal debate, maybe it was just a call-in, but he talked to Andrew Wilson about gender, and it went off the rails, as you can imagine, that it would have probably gone off the rails like. So that's the first time I heard of Hutch. Other than that, I've only heard about him recently because he's been, I mean, I think he's got like over 200,000 or 300,000 subs on YouTube. He's a pretty big content creator, but he's been doing these kind of panels lately with the other YouTube libs. So it's been popping up more in my algo lately. It's a Destiny Orbiter, so I already know they make things up. Yeah. They're all, I mean, the thing is that Pisco is probably the only person, actually, I don't know. Josiah probably, or Josiah does his own thing, but he does associate with Destiny. The guy on the top right is still a fucking habitual Destiny Orbiter, so we'll see. Yeah. It's one of those things.
Right, because I just see it 100%
So
because
you're a
I see
bitch.
it because I see it as more important to build the coalition.
So you're a bitch.
I would.
Do we really want to talk about AOC right now? Because I have a few thoughts.
Yeah, go ahead.
Oh, did you like soy out about the vote on Israel?
Oh, I didn't soy out.
Why don't you? Can you explain? Can you explain like what happened?
She is getting ripped to shreds.
Okay.
By your friends.
Oh,
my friends.
No, Josiah.
Yeah,
By your friends.
you don't know you don't know the Vanguard, Pisco. You have no like you're like.
What do you mean?
Not just Vanguard. Not just Vanguard. Not just all of them.
They're all my friends, Pisco. They're all my friends. I'm basically
Literally.
by association. I too am ripping AOC.
Think of a random lefty content creator in your mind. They are ripping AOC to shreds right now. Anyone you can think of.
Econoboy. He's a socialist. Has he been
Econoboy
ripping?
probably has some bad thoughts about her right now. I
Wait,
would
when
guess.
are we gonna put up that AOC hate video? No, wait, who's
So I
going
guess
after my
for the-
queen?
I guess for the context to the audience, basically during this, it was like a defense budget proposal that was getting voted on. Marjorie Taylor Greene had proposed an amendment to strip out $500 million worth of funds from assistance that we give Israel to support their Iron Dome program. And I think that essentially the people who voted in favor of this amendment were Marjorie Taylor Greene, because she is the one that proposed it, and then basically 5 congressional progressives, I think, and AOC.
Al
I guess.
Green, Rashida Tlaib, Ilhan Omar, and a couple other people.
And AOC did not vote in favor of it. And AOC's argument was basically that, look, I voted against the bill in the final bill that got passed. I just don't think that this was really, I guess for lack of a better term, like she just didn't seem to really want to come out and just be like, look, this is just not really going to stop the offensive posture of the Israeli government. And so she voted against it. And so a bunch of lefties are really upset with her about that. And I think there's, I think the actual the principle of the criticism, I think, does make some sense. But
We're going to fight again.
Well, to Hutch's point, but you're not making, I feel like you've said this several times that like, you're not really even commenting on the principled
principle
nature of the vote. You're making a
practicality.
purely practicality-based vote, which is to say that, this, I guess under your view, you would say that like, this kind of gets some of the heat off of AOC, and it wouldn't be as controversial of a vote for her to take.
Yeah, let's
and it was
linearize to be
DOA
sure.
anyway.
Hutch, you are not critiquing, yes or no, you are not critiquing Econoboy's principle of the argument. Separate from the pragmatics, you're not criticizing what Econoboy just said about the sort of underlying principle of the policy, correct?
No, principally, I think it's stupid, and strategically, I think it's stupid. Because
okay,
what you're saying, so the logic is, let me spell it out. They say that the Iron Dome is not just a defensive missile system or defensive missile system, right? They say it's offensive because Israel can conduct military strikes and military operations without any credible fear of like a massive barrage of rockets because they have this intent. And so if they were to suffer like those bombings or whatever, then maybe they would think twice about like, bombing Syria or Iran or whatever. This is stupid. Number
It's not
one.
stupid at all. No,
It's
it's not stupid at all.
Hold on, let me explain.
Should we give Palestine? Should we give Palestine Iron Dome? Should we give Palestine Iron Dome?
I would like to finish my point right now.
Okay, yeah, sure.
The reason why this is stupid is the rockets that are sent into Israel very oftentimes are sent into Israeli like civilian neighborhoods. And so what you're saying to take this position, you are saying that in order for Israel to like learn its lesson that it can't do these strikes in Syria or whatever, is you think that civilians, Israeli civilians should die. That's what
It's money is fun. No. Hang on. So we're gonna have the argument. We're gonna linearize and be 100% clear. So to be clear, you would not support, would you, giving defensive, quote unquote, defensive weaponry to Hamas, correct?
No, to Hamas, no, I would not.
Yeah.
But,
Why would you be in favor of that? Wait. Why? Can I ask why?
Hold on. As someone who doesn't want like anyone to die from these bombs, I would want like everybody to have an Iron Dome system. So it's not like I do think that civilians
why would you be
in every
against
country should be
why would you be
allowed
against
to
defensive?
be-
Why would you be against defensive weapons for Hamas?
I do not put Hamas on the same plane as IDF.
Wait, no, but hang on. Those are defensive weapons. They're defensive weapons to prevent civilian death and to prevent attacks from coming into Gaza. So why wouldn't you be in support of Hamas having defensive weapons?
If it was like any other like governing body or military that was not Hamas, then I think we could have that conversation.
No, presumably because you understand the fungibility of resources, right? Money spent in one thing is like it's fungible, right? Like just like you wouldn't be in favor of just I don't know, like just handing over buckets of money to Hamas because it shores up other things that they could otherwise spend on arms, right? Like it's the argument for material support.
Aren't you distracting from the point?
I'm not distracting at all. I'm not distracting at all.
Necessarily leads you to the conclusion that Israeli civilians are going to have to die in order for like Israel to learn this lesson. But I don't even want to like attack that necessarily on its own. The reason why I think this is stupid is because if you start having rockets go into Israel and they don't have this Iron Dome defensive system, you don't think that Israel's going to attack even more harshly if like dozens or hundreds of Israeli civilians are killed? You don't think they're going to bomb even more?
The notion is go ahead, Econoboy, but I have a response. But
yeah, no, I was going to say, I mean, the main argument that I've heard, which I think is pretty sensible, is the idea of the fungibility of the assistance, right? That look, I mean, I think if Israel, the Iron Dome program is undoubtedly effective at preventing civilian casualties in Israel, but I think that by defunding and just like generally stripping away the military assistance from Israel, you're forcing them to make that choice themselves and say, hey, look, like obviously Israel has the money to fund this system. Like Israel's a very rich country and they have the ability to financially, they have the tax base to replace all, money that goes to them from the United States. And so similarly with the Iron Dome system, I think it would be very sensible for it to be funded, but it should be funded by the Israeli government. And the argument, especially at this point where we're seeing like, it seems like we're seeing starvation deaths kick up and like they've become significantly more aggressive since Trump took office with all the aid. I mean, I saw a story today which saw that they opened fired on a bunch of people that were scrambling to get aid from the aid trucks because people have gotten so desperate that
like 60 people got murdered. It's insane.
And I was going to say, like in that environment, given that, again, fungibility of resources, that, hey, Israel, if you want to fund the Iron Dome, we know that you have the money to do that. And by stripping away that money, you're kind of forcing them to reprioritize their military resources for a defensive posture,
war,
which would be better for the Palestinian people. And I think that's a very sensible.
While simultaneously protecting Israeli civilians, right? So,
you guys are disagreeing with this idea that if more Israeli civilians died, that they
wait a minute.
You're not hearing what Econoboy just said. You're just literally not listening to him.
Can you address that part, Hutch? Because I think, listen, I'm not a foreign policy guy, but from what little I've heard, that was, I think, a pretty good point. This idea that it doesn't necessitate the death of Israeli citizens. If the Israeli government is capable of funding the Iron Dome on itself, Israel just can't have its cake and eat it too. They can't simultaneously commit an offensive war with impunity and rely on the United States largesse. They can protect themselves. It doesn't necessitate Israeli deaths. It would also prevent them from being in a position to inflict such casualties on Palestinians. Do you accept that?
Yes, that's an understandable argument. I understand what you're saying here. If we can dive into the like practical consideration here.
Okay.
No.
Wait. Can you grant that at least? I mean, wait. So you're gonna say grant? Okay. So you're great. Okay. Cool.
I understand that argument. Maybe I didn't hear what he was saying exactly because I was in my own head or whatever. But yes, that makes sense. But like, just now, can we dive into the practical?
Yes, we can. Yes, we can.
For someone like AOC, right? You guys want to see her succeed. Like, she is the biggest champion right now. She's the biggest champion by far for democratic socialism or progressive policies.
100%.
Bernie's very.
Am I reading the chat? I'm not reading it. No, I'm just listening. I'm working. I got this whole screen full of work that I'm doing. So, no, I'm not. What's wrong with these people? I mean, it's always a mix between, content creation and not trying to come across as completely boring and, the inherent nature of the topics they're discussing. So, it's always like this kind of shit.
Clearly handing her the mantle. She very clearly, I think, is not going to be content to stay in the House. I don't think she wants to be House Speaker. I think she wants to be a senator, a governor, a president. I think it's like
we'll see. Yeah.
I'm definitely not reading the chat. Reading the chat is like diving into a comment section. It's just like, you don't do it. I mean, I'll read my chat, but I'm not going to read anybody else's chat. Yeah. If it's on the screen like this, nah. I'm good. I won't lose any sleep. Although here, look at this. We got a star. We got a guest star here. Mix Vivian Wolf actually commenting, Hutch whitewashing the systematic murder of Palestinians by the Gaza humanitarian mercs. Mix Vivian Wolf actually making an appearance here in the, what are they called? Live and Learn. The Live and Learn podcast or whatever. Interesting. Who's that? Oh man, Vivian Wolf. Yeah, man. You don't know who Vivian Wolf is? Wow. Let's see. Supposed to be important. Vivian Wolf used to be pretty present in the few years ago Twitch poll panel scene. And I think Vivian goes by they. You know, Viv would be on Prime Kai's and Wick and like all these other, Hippy Dippy. And I think we did one-on-one debates from time to time. And then kind of fell off the scene. I don't remember particularly what it was that drove Viv away. I don't know if it was like personal things or whatever, but kind of just, once it basically just faded into the chat, And I remember talking to Vivian Wolf, like I was mentioning earlier. I talked to Viv about the list and everything, which I'm about to show you right now. But you'll get it. I'll just put this on. I'm gonna skip through a bunch of the crap that they were talking about before and just get right to the list. But you'll see what I'm talking about. It's kind of like it's good that we actually watched that debate between Rob Noor and Demon Mama, because all they were talking about was Antifa. So you kind of got like a Antifa bashed into your brain at this point. And then there was this thing, which was the list, which was about like essentially just finding people to put on lists for Antifa. Oh, you said something? They go on the list. You're on the list. But it was a Prime Kai's panel, I believe, and it was Destiny and Bosch and Prime Kai's and some other people there. I forget who specifically, but they were all worried about, how you get on this list. Like Destiny and Bosch were like, wait, am I on the list? Am I on the list?
Only on the list, Bosch.
So, no, okay, so...
Let's see.
Saying, oh, anyone who associates with Doobie, you deserve to be put on the list. You also deserve...
Question to me. Well, to be fair, his server is a Kyle Rittenhouse Stan fan club, so...
Good one. Wait, what's the question, Vivian?
Sorry?
What's the question?
Or recruited by them. That's my position, right?
Okay.
It's not that, like, this server, this space shouldn't exist.
Okay, but Viv...
Well, I think I could make a case for that eventually.
The thing is, I don't agree with your latter point, but I agree with the former point. I agree with the former point. I went through this exact same change. Like, I used to platform people that had way more...
So Viv is this person right here in the middle. And they have like a really dark look. They almost look Orthodox Christian. There's a weird kind of like weird leftist horseshoe kind of situation going on. But pretty sure Viv is like a non-binary she, that kind of situation.
More controversial views that they allow on politics. And I now don't allow that on CC because I personally felt, especially with CC being focused on quality discourse, it felt particularly dishonest and harmful. And exactly what I was talking about, where I was very concerned about people who had really good rhetoric skills and people who had really good debate skills and all that stuff. And there were just not... I was scared about them being able to just go into voice chat, and I didn't know who else was going to be countering them in that voice chat. And so I didn't want to be responsible for, say, a Nazi winning a debate sometime, or someone coming out thinking that race realists are right about IQ. So, like, I do think that there's some legit criticisms to give
race
TV.
realism.
I just think that...
Race realism. Is Casey still out there? What's the deal?
The way to do that is, I mean, the way I've been doing it with Doobie for a long period of time, where I think I have convinced him to reduce like the harm in some parts of his Discord, rather than just saying, oh, anyone who associates with Doobie, you deserve to be put on lists. You also deserve to be canceled, and you shouldn't...
What the fuck have I said that?
Well, you've kind of implied before that I deserve to be put on a list because I was associated with Doobie's Nazi adjacent.
Saying put on a list, right? The idea that some fucking researchers pegged you as a
but that's what you said.
Interest worthy of checking out is very, very different. Like,
no, hold on. It was a doxing list.
And fucking action
that way. So it was literally a fucking doxing list. What are you talking about?
We've covered this. We covered this part. So I don't have to retread.
Wait, no, wait. We haven't covered it. Wait, what is the list? I want to know about the list.
Shouldn't be yelling at Prime to get rid of Doobie.
What is the list? Wait, I want to know what the list is. What is the list?
I can okay, so what happened? Eris banned some guy from her server. That person was connected to some Antifa group, right? And got Eris put on her list as a Nazi, as a fascist, right? This was literally a doxing list, right? These people were attempting to dox her, right? So we had to talk to this person. Eris had to prove that she's not a Nazi, not a fascist, and get this person to take her off that list. The last time this came up on the panel, I think it was like a month ago or some shit, Vivian was defending this. Right, saying that because you were defending it. Please, no, listen, no, stop.
You were saying I shouldn't have associated with DB.
One at a time. So I want to be alone finish, and then Viv, I
What is
promise.
the list?
Wait, am I on the list? Oh, shit.
You probably are on the list.
No, stop, please.
Am I on the list?
I'm begging you.
You're definitely on the list, Flash.
So first off, you assumed that she was on this list because she was associated with me in some way. That's not true, right? It has nothing to do with me. It was literally some moron thought she was a fascist and got her put on the doxing list. But then bringing this doxing list, right? This is just a list of people that need to be checked out. This need to be looked into. It's literally a fucking doxing list, right? So that's the way that you're framing this even now is deceptive as fuck.
Okay.
So if that was if that is the case, as I said
I'll write
earlier,
my own list.
I'm gonna fucking write a list in a minute. Look, if that was the fucking case, right? If somebody was like, oh, let's dox this girl because she fucking kicked me off my server, yeah, that's fucking dumb. I don't know any fucking anti-fascists who would fucking support that. All right.
No, but he didn't tell them that. He just told them that I was a Nazi.
Absolutely. Whoever fucking did that, if that's the case, that's fucking horse shit. Okay, like. I don't even know.
Should we really be making doxing lists?
Oh, somebody's been put on a fucking list. I think all I said when we were fucking talking about this previously is I think it's reasonable because your Discord was fucking scraped by Discord leaks, right? Along with a whole bunch of other like fascist Discords and shit to find to track the presence of the fucking far right online. And I think it's perfectly reasonable for somebody who's like connected to your server to be like somebody that people look into and go, well, is this person's server like also a fucking haven for neo-Nazi shittery, right? That's
Wait,
fine.
when we say look into it, we're literally talking about creating like a mass dox list. Isn't that kind of not?
No, look.
Wait. What do we realistically think this list is going to be used for? As somebody that spent a great deal of his life on the internet, this is a dox list. This is what you're describing. Nobody is going to quote unquote look into these people in a responsible manner. They're going to try to look up where they work, where they live, and then that's going to be like.
We're talking about Unicorn Riot, right? Which is a fucking journalistic organization, right? We're not talking about like some dingy little fucking Discord server of anti-fascists somewhere in the fucking dark ass corners of the fucking internet.
Yeah,
right?
but there are groups like that do the exact same thing.
You're so fucking dishonest, Vivian. You've literally
adequate the list of all white people.
And when we talk about how like anti-fascist doxes are compiled, right? Anti-fascist doxes are generally compiled by like listing a whole fucking shitload of like the person's previous behavior, posts they've made, an attempt to basically categorize them and say like this is why this person is dangerous and this is the kind of behavior that they've engaged in. Quite often it doesn't even include fucking addresses or anything, right? Although it will if they have that shit available. So if anybody fucking released
Let her finish, please. And I can you all be respond.
If anybody released a docs with somebody's fucking address and name and shit on it without a good fucking justification as to why this person's like a fucking
what does a justification mean? Can you walk me through that?
Instantly fucking condemned by the anti-fascist community as being somebody who's just dangerous and in it for themselves and trying to fuck over people.
What is the justification? I really want to hear this.
What's my justification for what?
No, what is the No, wait, shut the fuck up. What is it? I haven't talked in a long time, so now I'm going to interrupt people. I just want to know what the justification is for putting someone on the list. Is it just they're a Nazi?
Well, I don't know what they mean by a list, right? Like,
you seem very familiar with the list.
Well, you're making it sound like this list sometimes includes addresses.
I fucking talked about it with her before, and I got the impression that what had happened was she was put on some fucking list because she had a connection to DB's server, right? Which would be like, people going, well, here's a fucking shitty server, blah, blah, blah. Here's some of the people involved in it. We want to report on this. Who are some of the other people involved in it? It's perfectly fucking reasonable that they would look into people, right? But if she's saying that, actually what happened is somebody got kicked off her server her and put her on some kind of docs list. I don't know anything about that, but if that's the case, then that's fucking reprehensible and shouldn't have been done. Like, just because a list exists somewhere, this fucking like random fucking list that I haven't seen, I don't know shit about, right? Like that like its nefarious purpose is to like dox and destroy people. I just have no idea.
Well, wait, to be fair,
I just want to say I totally understand the whole like Stalin shit and everything. Like
addresses of people
oh my
because of
God.
their political views is to threaten them. Like, so you can make an argument for names and you can make an argument for employment, but if you're going to
fucking addresses now, Josh.
Wait,
Hold on, please. Bosch, finish your point. And I do want to hear from Destiny because Destiny was trying to make a point.
No,
so
I just want to say, like, regardless of your opinion on this matter or the other, like, to be perfectly clear, if you're compiling addresses, the only reason you're doing that is to threaten people.
Cool. Yeah, absolutely. You're right. You're right. Yeah.
Okay.
Why is that okay? Why are you the other that's okay or not?
Well, because hold on, wait, because you're playing both. Wait, Vivian, hold on. You're playing. Look, I'm also an Antifa super soldier. Okay, it's all.
Yeah, I totally agree. I mean, I snack. You know, I'll have like a chip. You know, I'll just like take a chip, eat it. You know, a little handful of popcorn, eat it. But I won't like chew into the mic. I won't eat like a whole Chipotle bowl and just be like the whole fucking like Hassan does. You know. I'll have like a snack here and there, but I'm not crazy about it. But yeah, the Destiny used to do this all the time. Still does it a little bit, but Hassan does it like more than anybody.
Good, but I just want to say earlier you were saying like oh, we don't, it's just a journalistic organization. We don't even collect addresses unless they're there. And now you're acknowledging that the reason you put the address is there to threaten them, which kind of flies in the face of the journalistic explanation.
Riot, by the way. The language you're using here is suggesting that I'm somehow a fucking part of this. I'm not a part of Unicorn.
How many lists are there?
I read their fucking shit that they put out, but that's about it, right? Like, I'm not a part of this fucking organization. I don't know. I don't know if somebody's compiling some fucking like lists with people's fucking addresses on. Yeah, if you've got somebody's fucking address, right? If you're compiling a list of addresses, you're probably intending to like dox people, and that like largely is bad unless they are like a fucking neo-Nazi and you can prove it, right?
Okay.
So like, I don't know shit about this fucking list. Stop implying that I'm like somehow involved or know anything about it.
Defending this list, Vivian, this whole time you've been aggressively defending it, like very, very hard. And now now you keep interrupting, it's fine. And now when people are finally like starting to hammer down on the list, like 10 minutes into a conversation where you've used the word list 1,000 times, now you're like, I don't know what a list is. I don't even know why we're using the word list. How are you walking it back that far?
Fucking beginning. What is the nature of this list? What does it fucking include? What is the purpose of it? I've been told now that it's like some fucking like list of people that need to be doxxed. I don't fucking know. I don't know anything about this list. All I can say is there are some behaviors that I would be accepting of, right? Which is like, it is perfectly reasonable to investigate people who are connected to proven fucking fascists, right? But like,
that's very ambiguous.
Yeah, but Viv, you have advocated for the doxing of Nazis online.
Too much. Misrepresent me again. I would not advocate for randomly collecting the addresses of people, putting them on a list just because they pissed off one of your mates.
But you would if you thought they were a fascist.
So this is it's starting to get circular. So what I want to do is let.
No, wait. I don't think this is getting circular. I think we're actually getting somewhere. Wait, so Vivian, do you think that if somebody's a fascist, their address should be posted publicly online for everybody to see? Name, address, occupation?
Yeah, if you can reasonably prove it, it should be posted with the information of the kind of action that they've been involved in. I don't think we should like dox random fucking people who just post the N-word on Twitter or whatever. But if they're actually affiliated with any kind of like fascist organization or engaged in recruitment or trying to push people towards action, then yeah, I mean, like we're getting
there's a big gulf between.
Wait, hold on, wait. Actually, wait. Oh god, I got like I have just like two or three follow-ups on this, and then I'll stop talking. I swear to God. What happens if people on that list start getting harmed? Would you still defend the existence of that list, or do you think that the list would be a bad idea?
If people start getting harmed?
Yeah. So let's say that you got like the list of fascists, and then let's say that somebody showed. Oh, okay, I can real quick. Okay, this is a 2-second thing. Somebody shows up at somebody's work that's a fascist because if you posted the name, the address, and where they work, they show up at their work and they start like throwing eggs at their car. Do you think that you would defend the existence of the list still?
Yeah.
Okay, does that ever extend to a point where people are getting harmed? So let's say somebody's tires get slashed, or let's say somebody's like windows get broken, or let's say somebody gets assaulted. Is there a line at some point where you stop defending the existence of the list? Does that ever extend to a point where people are getting harmed? So let's say somebody's tires get slashed, or let's say somebody's like windows get broken, or let's say somebody gets assaulted. Is there a line at some point where you stop defending the existence of the list? Happens.
What? To get people fucking like assaulted or killed? No,
Yeah,
it's
well,
not.
at some point, yeah.
Post their
I mean, no,
address.
it's
Yeah.
not.
Why else would you
Literally
post their
not.
address or where they
Anti-fascists
work?
are great. Like clearly you guys like have no fucking understanding of like the broad fucking like history of anti-fascist work.
Okay, wait. Okay, you're probably in a. I'm just. The only reason why I'm asking you to be careful with that is because you're in a call with probably.
Because doctors. Because anti-fascist doctors have been dropped for fucking like decades, and like this very, very rare, like any kind of like physical altercation, like very, very fucking rarely happens. Usually, what happens is like along with the docs, there'll be some like action items or whatever, right? Which is like, hey, broader anti-fascist community, you should engage in these actions to like get this person removed from their job, their fucking, you know, whatever, right? Like these are the people that process their payments, or these are the people like.
Okay, yeah. One final question then: would you be opposed if people on the right were making these types of lists for people on the left that were either identified as Antifa or BLM?
All the time.
Are you okay with those types of lists existing? Do you think it's all fair game?
So the difference between an anti-fascist dox and a dox from the right wing is when you get doxed by the right wing, people do actually show up at your house and they do try and fucking murder you. This is what happened when the base were fucking arrested.
And if it started happening on the left, then would you come out against? If it started happening on the left, would you come out against the lists? Would you say, okay, well, hold on, this is a bad idea now?
Sorry, what?
If people on the left started to actually hurt people in real life based on what they saw on these lists.
For one, I don't even know what you're talking about with like.
Wait, hold on. Engage with the question. When you don't engage with this, it makes me feel like you're afraid of answering this question. My question is, okay, my question is very specific. Okay, my question is very specific and very pointed. If people started to get harmed that showed up on these lists, would you be opposed to the list then on the left if they were fascists that were getting harmed?
So first off, I don't know what you're talking about with fucking lists, right?
Okay, I think the answer is yes. The answer must be yes. Or the answer is you'd be okay with the list. The answer is no. You would be okay with the list.
This is my point. Look, every time. No, you can't, Vivian. You keep doing that. Literally, look. He just asked you. Vivian, it's okay. Calm down. Look, he asked you.
So this is that person that popped up in the chat of right of what we were watching before with Pisco and Josiah and all that. This is that person who popped up in the chat.
A series of questions. He asked you a series of questions about a list.
And also, like, keep in mind, I'm not saying anything bad about Viv. You know, when I talked to Viv, you know, they were super cool, and I'm sure that Viv was highly skeptical. I know that Viv was highly skeptical of who I was because I had obviously like the proper Legatlantius profile picture, and I don't know that Viv knew who Legatlantius was, but it sounded like they were interpreting it as something Roman Empire-esque, and that anytime you interact with somebody online who may have something Roman Empire-esque about them, they might be right wing or fascist or whatever. And I think Viv even said as much. And I was just like, no, I'm not right wing or fascist. Although, you know, who knows anymore? Fucking, you know, Bernie and AOC and all these other people are right wing apparently. So, but I had a great conversation with Viv, and I don't have any bad feelings with Viv. I remember when Anoke actually talked to Viv. I think Anoke did like a whole stream where he was talking to Viv. So I'm not saying anything about Viv. I'm just saying that's who was in the chat, you know, basically. U.S. was based on the Roman Republic. There you go. What, how? I mean, it's just, you know, my profile picture was, my Discord profile picture back then was it's the same one. If you click the links, that links thing that pops up and it goes to my link tree, it's that same profile picture. So it was like super menacing. And how was that Nazi? I don't know. I mean, the thing is, like, Viv hangs around in like very anti-fascist circles, so you know everything is a Nazi to them basically. But again, like I said, nothing against Viv.
Let me finish.
Anyways, I just bring in. I'm gonna go back. I don't want to watch this whole thing because I've watched it a million times, but I just wanted to give you like some context as to who that was. Yeah, maybe we'll watch the rest of this at some point, but I want to go back to this. So I want to see what they were talking about.
I think that's my sense of things, right? As such, you should be actively rooting for her to do these kinds of votes because
these like ruthless kind of votes.
This type of thing is the type of thing that will come back to like bite her in the ass. 4 years from now, she's going to be on a debate stage, or 3 years from now, she's going to be on a debate stage.
Wait, the way she voted, or if she voted a different way? Can you clarify?
If she voted to strip funding for the Iron Dome,
gotcha.
There's going to be a moderator or whatever during the primary debates, and they're going to ask her, why did you vote to strip a defensive missile system? And even if your argument here is persuasive, to normie voters, they're just going to hear, wait, what? You wanted to get rid of their defensive missile systems? And this is going to be something like that is baggage. And there was no upside to her doing that vote. Why does she need to shore up her support from a lefty online voter base? Why does she still need their support?
I'm not super offended by this vote. I think people who are so out about it are cringe.
She voted against the bill. She voted
because it was dead on arrival, right? Like
bill.
how many votes did it get?
The amendment only got 6. Her amendment only got 6 votes, bro. It was like 400 plus people voted against it.
But I would like critique, and I would be scathing to anyone who, like, if AOC did vote in favor of this provision, I wouldn't have a problem with it either. And if she voted against it, I don't really have a problem with that. For me, it's not a humongous deal. It's not like the other kind of signaling votes that do matter to me, for example, that indicate weakness, right? On the one hand,
but you understand how people are going to weaponize a vote like that in the future, and it's just going to cost her.
Actually, I'm not super offended by it. I think the people who are so out about it would vote for her, probably. And I think that she would get huge support from the far left community, from the pro-Palestinian community. And just to be clear about where I stand on something, I go after Ogre Boy because individually, I think a lot of there are some pro-Palestinian commentators who do have to answer for their votes with respect to not voting for Kamala or voting for Trump in some cases. But in general, like, the lefts voted for Kamala, and so I'm so done with this narrative. It's just really just not true that, like, we're in favor of having that, like, fall out. The left, by and large, is voting for the Democratic candidate. It's not a huge deal, and I think people will get over it. And I think that I have to make a little self-critique or critique you, Hutch, a little bit. I think that the amount of time that you spend on lefties is a little inordinate given the risk that they pose from an electoral perspective.
They are all viciously attacking the best chance for democratic socialism in the Congress right now. Pull up her tweet and go in there.
They'll get over it.
What do you mean get over it?
Hassan will do a stream.
Hate this logic.
Hassan will do a stream with AOC.
Progressive media have no power.
Well,
really?
I think what he's saying, and I'm curious about this, and maybe we should ask Lakshya about this when we talk to him next Monday, is I think Pisco's argument is, though they will bitch online about that it doesn't manifest meaningfully in voter turnout, that by and large lefties, progressives will still vote for the moderate Democratic candidate if a Republican is the alternative.
I completely reject this notion that a collective of audiences that number in the millions that traffic in this kind of idiotic, myopic, juvenile, like baseless oftentimes rhetoric, you don't think that's doing damage electorally? Especially when these elections are this close.
No, it's
you guys are high, man.
I don't.
You're high.
It's not. No. But it's not. It's not that I don't think there's some margin of people that would be convinced by this. But we have to consider a few things. All right. So number one, a lot of these people have overlapping audiences, right? Number two, a lot of the audience of these people aren't necessarily like anti-electoralist or like Green Party voting socialists. A lot of the people that watch these people are also libs, or also Democratic Party voters who just take a more skeptical view of things. And so when we look at, I think to Pisco's point, this is what resonates with me. Like when we look at like polling data, voting behavior, we can even look at the anecdotes of just like what happens when AOC gives a public appearance or gives a public speech, right? You do find that there are some people, and by the way, this was a vote that she took a year ago. It was substantially the same vote where she voted to continue funding the Iron Dome. And
it literally was.
Look at what happened in that last year. Like, yeah, there have been a few people that have shown up to a few of her events and yelled at her. They threw paint on her, like her office, I guess, the other day. But look, she's going to coast to re-election in 2026, more likely than not.
She'll be fine.
I don't understand you guys. You want to use kid gloves with these people. I really don't.
I'm not using kid gloves.
Yes, you do. You want
what are you talking about?
You want her to be successful, and you're hand waving literally all of them.
No, I'm not.
I don't agree. We don't agree with them.
You are.
We don't agree with them.
It's not that big of a deal. When the entire lefty media ecosystem are throwing her under the bus right now. All of them.
We don't think it will manifest in any kind of electoral result. I'm not convinced that it will have a material effect on her election chances with respect to like any kind of ambitious with the president and anything related to the Senate. By your own metric, right? By your own metric, she is going to do better because of this vote. Like you are the one who's billing this as a strategic move.
In spite of these people, you get that?
Yeah. In spite of them.
Well, I don't think that Econoboy and Pisco are saying that the left bitching about AOC
we disagree
online
with
is
that.
helping.
I think it's
I don't think that they're saying that it's helping her. I think that they're saying that she will succeed in spite of them.
They're saying it's not that big of a deal, but Econoboy, you are changing your tune, my friend, because shortly after the election, you were making the case that polls were showing that a decent amount of people that sat out who otherwise would have voted Democrat, Gaza was a big deal to them. That's what you said shortly after the election.
Yeah,
you
but
don't think, you don't think the social media ecosystem had any part in that? Like nothing or little part?
Well, no. Well, first of all, the mainstream media covered this as a huge issue as well, and I mean there were major swaths of the Democratic Party that made that a priority. But we have to keep in mind, like when people aggregately say that they have more sympathy in the Democratic Party for Palestinians than for the Israeli government at this point, then that's a spectrum view of people. That like not everyone is as extreme as I don't know, like Hassan or Mike from PA on this issue. And when you actually like talk to a lot of pro-Palestinian organizers, when it comes to their view about AOC, it's just not quite as extreme as your average like lefty Twitter account, where a lot of them will say, yeah, it's a really disappointing vote, but look, I mean, AOC is right even on this issue, like 95%. People have a sensibility about these things. And then when it comes to like, that's only amongst people that really, really, really prioritize this issue. I mean, I would ask you to make a prediction, Hutch. Do you think AOC is not going to get reelected to her congressional seat? Do you think she's going to get primary? Do you think that she's going to have like wall-to-wall protests at every single event she goes to? Do you think that she's going to, all of a sudden fall the off in the polling of these presidential 2028 hypotheticals? Like, I think
in 2028, if she hypothetically were to make a primary run for the president, they're going to make her job harder. They're going to hurt her in this.
I think they're going to support her. I think they will. But if they don't,
I will never
maybe
understand.
Right.
I will never understand. You guys support her. You want her to be successful. You see creators with massive audiences. This is not small.
I condemn Hassan condemning AOC over this.
You see all of them in unison throwing her under the bus right now, and your reaction is to not like.
Wait a second. Wait. So two separate things. Wait. Two separate things. There's one issue, and I want to see if you agree with me laying out. One issue is, do we agree with that criticism, and do we condemn that criticism? I want to answer the affirmative. I condemn that criticism. I support my queen AOC. So that's one issue. Do we support that, and do we condemn the people who are making those opinions? I condemn the people who are condemning AOC on the basis of the vote. I agree with your strategic analysis. I don't really give a if she voted one way or the other. I think it's small potato. I don't think it matters. That's one issue. The separate issue is, do you think it will be a big deal and materially affect anything over the course of AOC's political career? The answer to that is no. And you're telling me I'm unhinged because I have the take that nothing ever happens? I'm unhinged for thinking this shit won't matter and they'll forget about it in 2 weeks? That makes me unhinged, Hutch, right?
They're not going to stop. They're not going to stop attacking her. They're going to They're going to actively work against her.
Hutch,
these people have massive audiences that if they actually mobilize their audiences in constructive way, they could make an electoral difference at the local level, state level.
Now that I agree. That I agree.
If you agree with
me. Yo, what's up, bud?
Then you should think it's a big deal that all of them
well,
right
wait
now
a minute. I think you're conflating two separate things. I totally agree with you, and I would be shocked if either Pisco or Econoboy disagreed. This idea that if Hutch was more if Hassan, for example, was more overtly pro Kamala Harris or whatever, alongside all the other big creators, could that have made a meaningful difference? I think yes.
I think maybe, yeah.
And certainly, from Donald Trump, and you're not pissed at these people.
Well, wait a minute,
they could have saved us from Donald Trump, and you're like,
whoa. huge conflation, Hutch. So one thing is, what on this specific issue, years away from an election, you're saying my nonchalance at this specific vote and criticism of specific content creators at this specific vote, years away from a presidential election, you're saying my nonchalance at that necessarily I'm nonchalant about Hassan with respect to the presidential election.
Sorry, buddy.
Hassan with respect to the presidential election months before the election. How on earth are you going to justify that massive conflation?
Because it's not just this. Your instinct is to always be like, yeah, but that's just like the lefties on social media. Bro, they have collective millions of people in their audience. Millions. They could be doing so much more to help us like stop fascism. And every time I bring it up, you guys are like, oh, here Hutch goes again.
So I critiqued heavily. I critiqued heavily, and oh, by the way, Ogre Boy, I don't know. I think he might be in my Twitch actually. Do you want me to ban him? No, it's fine. So I critiqued massively people who said, don't vote for Kamala. Sit out the vote. The pro-Palestinian people. You see me on my Twitter having Twitter wars with these people. I think they're shitty opinions, stupid. I've confronted them on stream, and me being nonchalant about, okay, yeah, this isn't going to matter. I don't really think it's going to have a material effect. It's not to lessen the condemnation. Hassan, I just want to say it one more time. Hassan Piker. I hate what he stands for. I don't know what you want me to say. Like, Hassan, you want this virtue signal for me. You want this virtue signal for me. You want me to virtue signal and be like, these people, them. They didn't vote for Biden. They didn't vote for Kamala. Come on, I disavow. All I'm saying is you're crazy if you think it's going to have a material effect. It's not going to have a material effect. Now, if what you're saying is the purity testing in general, speaks to a broader pattern, a character that is, apt to make them act a certain way, then yeah, that pattern is going to be problematic in the years to come, no doubt. But this particular manifestation of it, it's not going to matter, bro. It's just they're going to forget about it.
It is not just Hassan, and we should stop looking at this particular thing in a vacuum. This is a systemic problem with that entire media ecosystem. Do you understand that?
So Bad Panada, Hassan. Let's name names. Hassan.
Pull up the tweet. Pull it up.
Which tweet?
The AOC tweet where she talked about her vote yesterday.
Okay,
Let's take a look at the replies and we'll see what we see.
Well, Hutch, I feel like one point that you haven't really responded to is the idea that AOC literally made like this exact same vote like a year and a half ago.
Years ago, yes.
They didn't attack her like this. I don't know what to tell you. They're doing it now.
They did. Wait. The DSA, the National DSA, the National DSA officially unendorsed and removed her from their slate of candidates because of this exact vote that Econoboy is referencing.
Was it AOC's official account or was it her press the AOC updates thing?
I think
let me show.
I'm just a spoiler alert. You're going to see every major leftist content creator.
Is it this one?
Yeah.
That's right.
Just scroll down and see what you see.
All right, so let's see. Marjorie Taylor Greene's amendment does nothing to cut off offensive aid to Israel nor end the flow of U.S. munitions being used in Gaza. Of course, I voted against it. What it does do is cut off defensive Iron Dome capacities while allowing the actual bombs killing Palestinians to continue. I've long stated I do not believe that adding to the death count of innocent victims to this war is constructive to its end. That is a simple and clear difference of opinion that's long been established. I remain focused on cutting the flow of U.S. munitions that are being used to perpetuate the genocide in Gaza. Francesca Fiorentini, you knew it wasn't going to pass, so why not take a stand against military aid to Israel, even if sponsored by Green? Your progressive colleagues, far more vulnerable than you, stood on business against genocide. You got to buck the liberal Zionist lobbyists in your ear.
You don't need to read all the words. Just scroll down. They're all in there, bro.
Well, I'm curious with this one.
Kyle
says this is pathetic.
Ratioed her. Kyle Kulinski, one of the most prominent voices in this space, ratioed her and called her pathetic. And you guys don't think that this is going to make her job more difficult down the line if she wants to make a run at the presidency.
Wait. Did he call her pathetic, or did he say that this is pathetic?
He says it's right here. This is pathetic.
Are we being a bit pedantic? Are we being a bit pedantic?
No, we're not. Wait.
She called her action pathetic.
So when I say that Biden was pathetic when he did exit it out, doesn't mean that I call Biden pathetic. Now, by the way, I do call Biden pathetic, but that's just separate. But like, if they're not necessarily the same thing, I've seen Kyle Kulinski criticize people very harshly on specific matters. It doesn't necessarily extend beyond that. So, I want to be clear about something. I don't think that this is like needed criticism. The lefties are going to continue to support her. If she would be on like in a panel between her, Gavin Newsom, Governor Shapiro, who do you think they're going to vote for? Who do you think they're going to vote for? They're going to vote for AOC.
Yeah, so SDL says this is wrong. Jenk says, I know why you voted for it, but just saying Israel needs defensive doesn't address the question why we pay for it, why do we owe them anything.
They're all making videos about it. They see one person do it, and then they all feel like they have to do it. You know what I mean? Because if they don't,
can I ask you something? How hard are they going in their videos? I'm curious.
They're going hard. They are savaging her right now, bro. And they're going to do the same thing to Mamdani at a certain point. I promise you, it's going to happen.
But Hutch, again, I think that there's kind of two things being said here, but these views are ultimately compatible. Look, I think that it's true that she's getting a heap of shit from a heap of leftist creators online, but that's totally compatible with the idea that, look, at the end of the day, I don't think that this represents like a significant setback to AOC's political journey or political career.
Your instinct is to always minimize this shit.
No.
All of you guys, all three of you. I'm so resolved in this. It's not even funny.
No,
like
but your instinct to maximize.
Whenever I bring it up, you guys are always prone to be like, "It's not that big of a deal, bro. It's not that big of a deal."
No.
You never want to fucking call it what it is. These people are toxic. That's what I'm saying.
Hutch, they can be toxic, and they can, like you said, they can make her life a bit harder, but that doesn't mean that they are a significant needle mover in left-wing spaces in actually existing. Hutch, you're not even disagree. Do you disagree with anything I just said?
Do you disagree with what he said?
Yes, I completely reject this.
Which part?
Completely reject this notion that these guys don't have an influence in electoral politics.
That's
You're
not
wrong.
what we're saying, Hutch.
Yes,
We're
you
not
are.
saying that. No, I'm not, Hutch. You can have an influence.
You're saying they don't move the needle that much. That's what you're saying.
They don't. There's no evidence that they Hutch, there's no evidence that they move the needle that much when it comes to at least like progressive people like AOC. Like, again, I would agree that, look, this is going to be a bitch every time when she goes and gets interviewed by Kyle Kalinske and Crystal Ball. This is going to be a question that gets brought up. It's going to be a criticism of her. People are going to like, oh my goodness, AOC, I'm going to vote for Jill Stein for the 14th time in a row. And that's going to amount to something this time. Like, yeah, that's going to happen, Hutch. But obviously there's a difference between saying that, yeah, a margin of people are going to be upset about this and going to be moved away from her. But to your point, you agree that this isn't aggregately going to hurt AOC because you think this was the politically correct thing for her to do.
No. I didn't tell you that I think that maybe she's not going to win like her next re-election in the House. I said it is going to make her job more difficult in the future if she aspires to higher office. If she wants higher office.
Does it make her hold on, Hutch. Does it make her job 1% more difficult or like twice as difficult?
There's no way that we can quantify this. Hold on, let's establish a couple things. Do we agree that we're talking about just a couple things? I'll be concise. Do we agree that their collective reach, all of these creators, is millions of people?
Yes.
In the United States.
Yes.
Do we agree that the 2016 presidential election was decided by 40,000 votes across 3 states? Do we agree that the 2020 election was decided by 80,000 across 3 states?
Yes.
Do we agree that the 2024 election was decided by roughly 120,000 across 3 states?
I think it's a little more than that, but yes.
I thought it was like 250,000.
Yeah, I think it's 200.
No, I thought it was. You might be right about that.
But whatever, hundreds of thousands.
The point is, all of these elections have been close, and they have millions of people in their audience, and I can't get you guys to acknowledge how potentially damaging they have been consistently over the years.
This is why, because I want to just be clear about something. It's my prior, and you might disagree with this, Hutch, and this might be where we disagree. It's my belief that the left did not abandon Kamala in 2024. That the left, by and large, stood by Kamala and walked to go vote for Kamala Harris. And so given that, the left did not, on average, overall, abandon Kamala. That given that overall, the left got the message. They grumbled, but they walked their ass to the polls and they voted for the lesser of two evils. They got that message. The left, by and large, did. Not everyone, and I condemn the individuals who did it. And certainly maybe enthusiasm played some role, but I don't have evidence that the left cost Kamala the election. So why do I think that there's evidence that materially they're going to cost AOC some kind of election in the future, some hypothetical election? I just don't see them as having that swayability for the left.
I just told you, in an election, a national election where there's 150 million people voting and it's decided by 40,000 votes, and you don't even want to entertain the notion that maybe
he's saying that we've not min-maxed that we've not min-maxed lefty support for Kamala
Yeah,
Harris, which could be outcome
They
determinative.
actively work against
But Hutch,
the
I think
party.
yeah, no. But Hutch, we can agree with all that. Again, these are compatible. Like, for instance, what you brought up earlier, and I thought it was probably the best point that you made, was the idea that there's evidence to suggest that probably 2 or 3 million people who voted for Biden decided not to vote because of essentially Israel and Palestine was like their number one issue. And this seemed to be a group of overwhelmingly progressive people because they said that they would have rather voted for somebody like Sean Fain or AOC or something for president. But I think that that's in part one of the big reasons why I say even that criticism I don't think is very good, because I don't think that AOC can plausibly be framed to this group of people as someone who's a soft pussy on Israel Palestine. This is somebody who says, look, Israel's committing a genocide. Netanyahu's a war criminal. She'd probably commit to
we would
not
stop
allowing.
all.
She'd
You're
probably
making my
commit
point
to
for me, though.
No,
You're
no,
making
but
my point for me. She has this strong position on Israel Palestine, and it's not enough for these fucking lunatics.
No, but
we agree with that.
We agree that it's not enough for online leftist content creators, right? So I would agree with that. But I don't think that in the course of a long campaign, and to Josiah's point, who even knows if she's going to run for president? But nonetheless, let's just assume that she is. During the course of the long-term campaign that she's going to be a part of, I don't think that you can plausibly represent to these people that AOC's history is particularly weak on Israel Palestine when she has all of these consistent statements that she's made over time. And like you said, she voted against the bill in the first place. She says she wants to strip offensive aid to Israel. I think for a lot of these uncommitted people, these actually existing voters that decided not to vote for Kamala Harris, to Pisco's point, they overwhelmingly decided to vote for her. But for the ones that didn't, it's not clear to me that there's much evidence to suggest that this would make the difference between them not voting or voting for AOC. I think they would overwhelmingly vote for AOC at higher margins than Kamala.
Well,
it just seems
to
like
Hutch's
sorry, go ahead.
point. To Hutch's point, let me ask you this. To Hutch's point,
Oh, am I going to get some backup? Holy shit!
I think what Hutch is
Let's
saying
go.
is, I don't think Hutch would dispute the fact that the left by and large supported Kamala. That'd be a really dumb point, right? Hutch, you agree?
Okay.
The left by and large,
broadly the left,
right?
yeah.
So I think what he's saying is he feels that there can be some juice that we can squeeze out of that coalition a bit more that would be outcome determinative in close elections.
The opportunity cost.
What?
The opportunity cost. Not just what you lost, but what you could have gained. Is that what you're saying?
Right. We've not min-maxed that coalition out, and if these leftist content creators would be a bit more reasonable or a bit more temperate in their criticism of AOC, that we could probably get those tens of thousands or hundreds of thousands of votes theoretically to make the difference. Do you disagree with that? That we have not reached our ceiling for optimal.
Of course not. Yeah, I mean, of course, if every progressive content creator played perfect ball and was willing to, be more pragmatic and, think about these things a little bit more long term and sensibly, we would have better net electoral outcomes. But I think that but I don't think that I've ever said anything differently. I mean, obviously that's true. Hutch,
I'm sure Pisco would agree. But hang on.
That's my
here's
point.
the rub, though. Here's the rub, though, Hutch. By that logic, you're going to be hoisted by your own petard, because now we have to moderate our criticism in vision of the optimal strategy. And so for us, if we're going to apply this lens, is the best thing for building a coalition that protects AOC and protects the candidate to attack all these creators, or in our wildest dreams convince them? So now I think, Hutch, if we're going to apply this lens, is the best strategy for us under this theory, right, which is where we're just reacting for pure outcome determinative nature, is the best strategy for us to attack all these creators and burn our bridges with them? Yes or no?
At this point, I feel like At this point,
okay. What's so you think that?
Yeah. I can't speak for you guys. Make your own.
How does that follow?
You don't need to burn bridges, right? I'm not saying you need to personally attack these people or call them names or whatever, but certainly attack these arguments. Yeah.
Oh yeah, but hang on. I'm attacking these arguments. I attack those arguments. But if your point is they need to calibrate themselves to be electoral maximizers, then so do we, right? And if we do that, then we need to be a little calibrated as well, don't we?
Yeah, don't you?
Yeah, I mean, I would sure. Yeah, there's all kinds of considerations here. I'm down with having a complex kind of nuanced sort of approach to this kind of thing. But I guess what I'm confused about is I get you guys to concede that these are incredibly close elections, and we already know that the stakes are insanely high. And I just want to address something you said. It sounded like you were saying I want these people to never criticize AOC, but that's not what I'm saying. Like, it depends on how you criticize them and if the critique is actually based in any kind of like pragmatic or realistic or any kind of sense in that manner. Like, this is just
and
a
are they
stupid
saying
critique. It's a dumb critique.
And if you read what they're saying, again, we can go back to the critique. I don't agree with it. So you're shadowboxing me, right? So like, I don't agree with this critique of AOC. I defend my queen AOC, against all these people every day. So we don't actually need to have that conversation again about your argument, which I accept. Just like the mansion thing, right? I accept the mansion argument. But like, why spend time if we agree on something, right? Like on the mansion thing. Why spend time on it? Like, we agree. Like I agree on that. Like, I agree on your pragmatic argument.
In this case, your instinct was to minimize. It's not that big of a deal. You're getting worked up. You're getting worked up over these lefties again. Is what you guys tell me. That's what you guys tell me, right? Don't shake your head no.
Well, actually, you started this fight with us. You picked this fight with us.
Well, I can explain why.
I'm just expressing my opinions. That's what's going on here. Why would you shake your head no? That's what you do tell me week after week. Here's Hutch getting triggered by the lefties again. You do say that.
No, Hutch, you could, well, whatever you want to, I don't think I've ever said that. I mean, maybe Pisco, but
I might have said that.
What I've said, though, is I'm making a very descriptive claim, right? Now, you can disagree with the empirics, right? But I'm just saying that, look, to the extent that I'm like minimizing it, right? I think that it's just like fully appropriate to minimize it because I don't think that this will actually, create like a very, very large headache for AOC in the long term. And, again,
they threw
I could be
fake blood outside of her office and called her a genocide supporter.
We condemn it.
No, but I'm just saying there are very real consequences to this shit.
Hutch, there were people during Mamdani's election who showed up to his events and said, F you for accepting AOC's endorsement. She's a genocide supporter. She supports the Iron Dome. This was literally equipped during Mamdani's campaign. And people like that existed during Mamdani's election. People like that existed when AOC ran for re-election in 2024. People like that existed when Bernie's
progressives win elections. Therefore, this is not that big of a deal. What is this logic?
No. Hutch, obviously, look, Hutch, I'm not saying this might not make, 0.5% difference or something like that. I'm just saying that I don't think that it's going to be like a huge, broad, like, AOC's political career is going to be like substantially cut back by this. Like, that's all I'm saying. And I think that's actually pretty, that's a pretty fair read of these things, if you ask me.
But you just conceded that these are close elections. So even if it did move the needle 0.5%, that could be outcome determinative. So Hutch, in my mind, it should not just like, you shouldn't just have this instinct to be like, well, that's just them being
But
them.
isn't burning the bridge, isn't pissing them off?
That they do this. It should piss you off because you like this candidate and you want to see her succeed.
Yeah.
That's why I'm like, why aren't you angry that this happens?
So do you want me to respond or just
I was going to say, so I do get pissed when online content creators, including the Vanguard or whoever it is, from Brianna Joy Gray to the Vanguard, indicate that they're not going to, when push comes to shove between themselves or between a Democrat and a Republican, back the Democrat. That is really frustrating. It does piss me off. Of course it pisses me off. But for me personally, because they are the more proximate teammate, I keep my focus on the right. And I think the next part of the conversation, which we don't have time to get into because we got to, I've got a hard out in 15 minutes, is, and maybe this is for the next time we discuss on Live and Learn, is what do you think is the optimal use of time here? Because, should you dedicate your entire time? Should we dedicate our entire times to critiquing the left? Or are you failing?
Or using them?
Wait a minute. Well, I'm not saying that you're saying that. I'm asking you, right? Because I think part of your frustration is you don't think that we openly criticize the left enough, the dissident left, Francesca Fiorentini and Kyle and the Vanguard when they oppose Democrats.
That's exactly
I would be curious what you think the optimal timeshare of that would be.
I can't give you a percentage of time.
I understand, but I'm not asking you for a specific percentage. But like, what sort of things would you like to look at? And also, is your own approach open to critique? Because if you're out here slugging with these people, calling them stupid or whatever, are you actually persuading them, or are you causing them to double down?
You need me in that mud.
Well, wait a minute. Wait,
You
but
want
that's the
me
thing.
on that
That's
mud,
the thing.
okay?
That's the
You
thing.
need me in that mud. Somebody's got to do it.
No.
Somebody's
well,
got to fucking do it.
Maybe,
You
maybe.
just, hold on.
Maybe
back
you
up.
can make the case. Wait a minute. Maybe you can make the case that somebody.
I love
maybe
you,
you
Hutch.
can make the case that somebody needs to be critiquing these arguments. But is your approach optimal? Are you too combative? Are you too are you blocking?
I know, all I can
is it
tell you
bad
is
to
I
block
get-
people like Ogre Boy instead of like having persistent conversations with him and try to like?
He's out of. I don't want him in the coalition. Do your own party. Do your own thing.
But isn't that suboptimal? Isn't that suboptimal that you're
no,
shutting down?
you're because you're giving them good faith, bro. Ogre Boy's not good faith. Why are you doing this? Why are you saying like, oh, he's persuadable? He gets off on this fucking shit. You understand? Like he's not.
So
persuadable.
I'm confused.
Like,
what do you think? So you think that shitting on these content creators will convince their audience to vote to back you? So if I like Hassan and you come in and act like a
I get emails all the time about this. I'm just telling you, like behind the scenes, I get more emails now saying thank you for like pulling me out of that thing than I ever did with MAGA. That's just my personal experience. And I just want to rewind the clock a second ago because you said like the Vanguard are what did you say? We're in close proximity to them and
They're more proximate ally than right.
Dog. Do you guys understand? When they came on our podcast last week, they accused the Democratic Party of being a rotating villain who secretly don't want to do anything for voters.
We pushed on them, but
They
they voted
But
for Kamala and Joe Biden.
how are these people like allies when they're telling their audience?
They're
But
calling.
you're not hearing this is where you're not hearing what I'm saying. I said that they are more proximate allies than the right, and they are. I'm right, you're wrong. I'm right, and you're wrong about this. I'm right, and you're wrong. You will never, ever be able to refute it. It is a perfect position. The Vanguard are more likely. Shut the fuck up. The Vanguard are more likely to vote. The Vanguard.
Proximity to me than like full-throated MAGA.
Are you serious? You're
Hey,
who voted for the fucking Democrats in the last election, Hutch?
I am making.
Again, I win, you lose. Because Rob Noor voted for Trump and the Vanguard voted for Kamala. You vindicated my point.
Josiah, I think we misheard. Josiah, we misheard. Hutch, I know that you didn't say, and you didn't say that Rob Noor is a better ally to you, right?
I'm not being serious.
Yes.
I'm saying that Rob Noor is closer because
He did say it. He did say it.
No, I'm not being serious. I'm saying like because he's been willing to like criticize him on the Epstein stuff or whatever. He's like closer to me than like MAGA. You know what I mean? But do you understand the problem of a content creator?
Wait, what's your wait? Hang on. What's your
problem of a content
What's your
creator
point about Rob Noor?
And it doesn't matter. It's a stupid fucking joke. It literally doesn't matter. Do you understand the significance or the meaning?
He's farming us, Josiah, because he knows that these debates do well on his channel. He's farming us.
The impact that a content creator has when they go and they make a video, and every single time they open their mouth about the Democrats, they're telling their audience that the Democrats are just as evil as Republicans. They just hide it better. They're rotating
Vanguard's not
guns
saying that.
to do that. Yes,
wait a minute. Hey, listen
what
to me.
are
Please
you
listen
talking
to me.
about?
Listen to me. As somebody
He literally said that in the last week, and I can't get you guys to notice this. You know, did it just go one ear?
I didn't hear it.
and out
Maybe
the other?
I didn't hear it.
They literally said that Joe Biden didn't want to do anything for his voters. They literally said that.
Again,
okay?
They said in that conversation, and they've said elsewhere, some genuinely unhinged, stupid shit. I will not dispute that. I will not. When I said that Biden couldn't govern by executive order the way that Trump can because Trump has a sympathetic Supreme Court and Biden doesn't, and Zach, whom I like, responded with, I hear what you're saying, but I don't give a shit. Like, that was dumb. That was just objectively stupid.
That's insane.
But wait. Wait.
Why
does it need to be more than dumb,
But they
Hutch? Why does it need to be more?
But they voted for Kamala Harris, unless they're lying. They voted for Kamala Harris, and they have said they've done two other things.
That Trump is worse.
And they lay into Trump now. Their focus is like their whole beef with Cenk Uygur is not because he's pro-Democrat. It's because he's too friendly to MAGA. And so, yes, they are more proximate allies to the Democratic coalition than somebody on the right. Certainly,
Why
than somebody
laughing, Hutch?
I'll take the vote, but you're saying like they're allies, but all of these people say the same thing about the Democratic Party.
I said they're
they
more
also
proximate.
wait, but you can't even. Your mind can't even fathom the possibility that someone just because they say they voted for someone.
Tell me more, guy who
you can't
compared
even
the Vanguard to
fathom-
Rob
you can't
fucking
You're getting hung
Noor.
up on a stupid joke because you don't want to confront my point because you know I'm fucking right. Like you can't even fathom the possibility that like just because they said that they voted for someone, that doesn't mean that they can't do damage every fucking day by saying stupid shit like the Democrats are evil and they, like Joe Manchin is
what
like
should we do,
he's like
Hutch?
a
What should we
deliberate
do?
plot.
Right.
All I'm asking, you don't need to spend 20% of your day
Why
or
not?
10%.
Why not?
Listen
Why
to
shouldn't
what I'm
we?
saying. You don't need to spend a certain percentage, but stop hand waving it when it happens. Stop doing this like minimizing, like it's not that big of a deal. They're just fucking, they're just like blowing steam off. It is what it is.
Why
That's what I'm
shouldn't we
saying.
be? Why shouldn't we be exclusively punching left? Why even bother punching right? Why shouldn't we just exclusively punch left?
Well, we have to talk about MAGA, obviously.
Why? Because people are going to vote for Democrats. Probably for the most part, aren't going to vote for MAGA.
Why
right?
do you
Aren't
think I
gonna vote
say
for
that we need to
Republicans.
talk about MAGA? Why do you think? We're creators that cover politics. They come to us to find out what is happening that day. Is there a bill getting passed? Or is there something that Trump did with executive authority? What's happening over here in the Texas legislature? Like, people come to us because they want us to, like,
So where's our
filter
time
this information.
best spent, Hutch? I think that basically when confronted with these arguments, we do disagree with them. Sometimes like probably more politely than you would want us to, right? Is that basically we're too polite when we disagree with the Vanguard on like the student loan stuff and the Manchin point? Is that approximating your concern?
Yes.
I'm not trying to trigger. No. I'm not trying to trigger.
That's what I'm saying. That's what I'm saying. Yes.
No, but is one of the problem? No, is one of the ways it manifests is that when we disagree with the Vanguard, that we're a little bit too polite
get through
about it.
Halo?
I'm genuine. I am.
Oh, where did we leave? We were playing Infinite, right? Where did we leave off? I'm still down. Still down. I still got it installed, ready to go. So I just have not had any time to play a game. I haven't played a game in, I don't know, a week or two. I was playing Cyberpunk because Mida recommended it, and it is fucking amazing. It's just such a thoughtful, immersive game. So yeah, I was playing Cyberpunk for a little bit. And then this project that I'm on went into fucking overdrive. So every time for the past few weeks, like even when I'm streaming at night, I'm not even streaming to stream. I'm just streaming to like have some kind of human interaction outside of the work that I'm doing. Cause I'm literally just every night for the past few weeks, I've been like just working until like 2 or 3 in the morning. And that's what I'm doing right now. That's what I'm doing right now is just, I just finished up this analysis that I needed to do for my developers for tomorrow morning, and there's some other stuff I have to do. But Cyberpunk is amazing. Yeah. Glad they updated it. Yeah. From what I hear, yeah, it's definitely come a long way, and it's a great game. It's beautiful. It's an absolutely beautiful game to just be in. Really fun. It's a little complicated. There's like so much you can do. I was talking to Mike about like just even the things you can do in your own fucking vehicle, like jumping from it, and like there's entire like perks that you can get about how you jump out of your car or whatever. It seems there's a lot there, so we'll see. I don't know. I'm still really early in the game, but I'm still down to finish Halo. We could definitely do that. What up, Skadefron? Over in the Twitch chat. What's up, bud? Are you a BA? What's a BA? Bachelor of Arts? What is that? What is a BA? Oh no. Skade's in the Twitch chat. Business analyst. Oh yeah. Yeah, but I think the more targeted role for what I do is, well, actually right now I'm a Scrum Master. So I'm a Scrum Master, but I started with the company as a functional analyst. So I guess that's basically the same thing as a business analyst. Functional, I guess, is more specifically targeted to the platform we use. So I started as a functional analyst and did that for a couple years, and then we moved over to like an agile process and started making teams and stuff. And one of my leads was like, dude, we want you to be a Scrum Master. So I'm a Scrum Master. I got 3 or 4 developers, an architect, and a couple other functional analysts. So I basically manage all of them. Collect requirements, write stories. Yep, that's basically what I do. Well, I mean, now I'm a Scrum Master, so I help our business analysts do that for the devs, basically. But I mean, I'm also like, I still do work within the role of a business analyst just because we've been short one analyst for, I don't know, 6 months now. And plus the other 2 analysts have been like in and out on vacation and out of offices and things. So I've just been doing both Scrum. I've been a Scrum Master and a functional analyst or business analyst for as long as I've been on this project. And we're trying to deliver something tomorrow, or not tomorrow, by the end of Tuesday. But we came across some bugs, and I didn't want my developers to just get blindsided by them tomorrow morning. So I just went into the code and started picking apart the sections I know that they're going to need to address, and started explaining to it, like just, documenting it all, so they have like at least a summary of what they need to work on tomorrow morning, as opposed to like telling them, hey, go find out what's wrong, and then they take fucking the entire day to do the same thing I just did today. So they should be ready to go. So we'll see. Personally, Scrum Master is the most ad hoc work, as opposed to BA. Yeah. I mean, the thing is, like, for me, like, Scrum Master is kind of just more of an official title. I basically have just been like a sub lead to the team. And I mean, like, I do the agile ceremonies. So, technically I'm still Scrum Mastering, but, I've been basically just doing business analyst stuff for a while. But the thing is like, I have enough background in programming that I can go into the code and section off things that I know need to be addressed, and summarize it in a way that I know developers will understand, so that they don't have to go hunting down all these things when I know I could just summarize them, and they can either confirm or deny. But I know what I'm looking at. Like whatever, tomorrow morning they'll look at it and they'll be like, oh yeah, that makes sense. Okay, yeah, we'll check that out. Or they'll be like, dude, you're way off. But I don't think I am. I know this code back and forth. So, which agile software to use? We use Jira to manage projects. We use Jira to manage projects, and we're also getting into automation. So we were going to be using Tricentis for automation, but they switched over to UiPath. So we use a lot of different platforms to do what we do, but our main project management platform is Jira, which is not bad. It's all right. It's really simple. Yeah, it's simple. That's what we need it for. Actually, I mean, I work for the government, so that's what the government wanted. We don't have a say in what we use because it's all based on government work and government contracts. So it could be way more involved. I've seen some other agile platforms that are pretty intense, but Jira's totally fine for what we need it to do. So so we'll see. But I mean, the main platform that we use is SAP. That's everything connects to SAP at some point because that's what the government uses. And I particularly work on the finance side of SAP, but we have procurement partners, order fulfillment partners, materials management partners, every other module that is in SAP except for like human resources and things that the government doesn't use. That's our bread and butter, and then everything kind of branches out from SAP. So trade target process, it's like a super flexible. Good if you need the complexity, none if you don't. Yeah, we don't need it. No, definitely not. Which is good. I mean, it'd be nice to like get my hands on it and get familiar with it. But for what we do, we don't need it. We just need like wham bam, thank you ma'am kind of stuff. Anyways, how you doing, bud? You got a couple friends in the chat here, I know. You got some. I know there's some Scafron fans out there. That's for sure.
Not being facetious. Yes. Right. So you want us to be a little bit more combative with these people. And so when I'm on, breaking points, or when I'm like talking to Kyle, to be like, why the did you say this to AOC?
You don't need to say it like that, but it needs to be more.
Why did you say this about AOC?
You don't need to say like fuck. You don't need to do that, but like certainly more assertive and less.
This sounds like what we said about Joe Biden, by the way, where like Joe Biden should like be publicly signaling and like, okay, he doesn't have to full on condemn Joe Manchin, but like, if you understand what you're doing, you're kind of doing the Goldilocks thing that we were kind of arguing that there are ways that Joe Biden can improve his rhetoric and his, we don't
have time to unpack just how stupid your arguments were last week.
Why is that comparison stupid? Actually, wait, no. What can you say?
The whole premise with the thing about like, you guys never even demonstrated. You guys never even demonstrated that Trump's strategy of bullying people is better than Biden. You never even demonstrated that to begin with. So you were asking me to say like, well, why shouldn't we do the thing that Trump is doing without even establishing that it's better?
Tony?
Like Joe Biden's track record was objectively better. Like his strategy was clearly better than Donald Trump. And you're asking me the stupid question about like, why doesn't he bully people?
So did you have the impression the question was as between Trump's strategy on net and Biden's strategy on net, who produced the most legislation? Was that your impression of what the question was about what we were talking about?
Why doesn't Biden similarly bully his own party? That's what you said. That was the whole argument.
Is part of that analysis a comparison between the legislative accomplishments between the two individuals? Is that what you took from that?
Yes, of course. Why wouldn't that be a part of the analysis?
So the question is, in fact, are there things about pressuring from the party that we can learn from Biden? That is not saying or asserting or at all implying that the better strategy on net for legislative accomplishments is to hook, line, and sinker by Trump over Biden. It is not at all asking for us to do a deep examination on the overall legislative track records. It's asking a much more narrow question, which I don't know how we haven't been able to like get this to stick. Are there specific
things? This is not my problem. You guys are not understanding what's going on here.
So there's a narrow question, which is, did Biden leave things on the table with respect to his optics and communication? And your answer to that is, of course, yes, he did, right?
No. We were very specifically talking about the tactic of bullying, okay? And if we're gonna explore like why didn't you adopt this thing that Trump does, you have to establish that there's value there. If you just look at the facts, it demonstrates very clearly that Trump's strategy of bullying people, it doesn't work. It doesn't work the way that Biden's does. And on top of that, in both terms, Trump had 3 votes to lose in the Senate. He had 3 votes to lose in the Senate. A 50-50 is a totally different dynamic.
So it logically necessitates, if I say that there are aspects that Trump should borrow from, that Biden should borrow from Trump in terms of cohesiveness of the party, that there are some elements, or not even really of Trump, but we're arguing for our own thing and his own style to do his own thing, but even assuming that were the framing, that there are some, in some ways, that Biden could be more of a bully or be more active or be more communicative, that you think that necessarily implies that we think that Trump on net, his strategy is preferable to Biden's, and we would need to demonstrate to you, in order to do this, we would need to demonstrate to you actual proof that Trump's overall strategy is more accomplishment, it's got a better record than Biden's overall strategy. You think that one of those things implies the other, that we would need to show you that Trump has been more successful overall than Biden? You think that's what the conversation is about?
No. You have to demonstrate any value. You have to demonstrate any value to like the bullying thing. Yeah.
And I think we're going in circles. I mean, we're just going to go over whether it's a significant value to improve your polling numbers and whether we think that Biden left cards on the table by in terms of optics and communications with respect to his polling numbers. And you're going to say he didn't leave any cards on the table and he couldn't have been more communicative and he couldn't have been better in terms of his rhetoric.
That's a different thing altogether than like, should he have been harder on Manchin and Sinema, bro?
So listen,
different thing.
I know that this is like, it is now demonstrated. I know it was threatened earlier, but now it's demonstrated that this is going to be a recurring topic of conversation, because we didn't talk about anything in the title, and that's fine. But when this comes up again, I will want to explore what we all believe would be a better use of our time as content creators with respect to focus and why. And I think that's interesting. If we really believe what we believe about the left coalition and where like we should ascribe use of our time, I'd like to explore that more, because Hutch, obviously I don't watch all of your streams from like start to finish, but I know like your VODs, you dedicate most of your VODs to punching left. Almost all of my VODs,
yeah,
like
that's
videos.
My project right now for sure.
Yeah. So mine is punching right.
Yeah.
No, I understand. So I will want to interrogate that more, because I want to know that you've done the introspection. Like, okay, listen, when the left picks a fight with the more right, the liberal side of the coalition, that's not good. But when liberals pick a fight with the left, that is a better use of time. I want to know more about it. And I understand you can't assign a percentage, but I will want to.
I never
explore
said
that more.
anything about like. You're talking about like punching left right now. I never said they can't criticize liberals. Do it, but is it fair criticism?
I think what Josiah's saying is like if you're ascribing a negative moral value to the left critiquing libs from the left wing perspective, usually because you disagree with like the optics or the tactics or the fundamentals
the substance,
of it, right?
Yeah, the substance
of it.
Case by case.
Yeah, it could be case by case. I'm not. You're a nuanced guy, Hutch, and I do love you. You are my dog. You're my boy. But I think what Josiah's saying is like, doesn't that same critique flow backwards? That why is it like very problematic for the left to swing to the right to the libs, but not problematic for the libs to swing left to the left?
You guys.
That's what I'm saying. No, that's what I'm saying. We're gonna need to tease that out more because
I never said don't criticize liberals, but if your criticisms are stupid, or even worse, if your criticisms are that the Democratic Party is evil and they don't actually want to like give you health care.
With respect, I didn't say that you said that you can't ever criticize liberals. This is what I'm talking about.
No, you said that there was like a double standard, like, oh, it's interesting. You think you can punch left, but then you get upset that they punch left.
No, what I'm saying is you do punch left. You take issue often when the left punches more to the right. I will want to explore that more when, where it's permissible, and to what extent. That's not me saying that you think that you can't ever criticize liberals. I'll say it. I'll do the Peace Corps thing. I will repeat myself. I am not saying that you are saying that you can't ever criticize liberals. I want to
gaslight. You guys gaslight me. I swear.
I want to.
But hang on. This is gonna be a great. This is gonna be a great.
You guys gaslight me, bro. You're like, oh,
what did I just say?
It's interesting that you don't like it when they punch right. And I'm like, I never said, bro, don't punch right or whatever.
Wait, I didn't say that you said that. I didn't say that you said that. What are you talking about? I'm saying
Pisco did, and now you're gaslighting me. You're like, oh, that's interesting. That's interesting.
No, there's
a negative. Beers. I'm on to you, bro. I'm wise to your act.
Hutch, I actually listen. I don't take it personally. I love all of my Live and Learn co-panelists. I love my socialist Econo boy, and we should interrogate and talk about what our maximum strategy. Because I want to hear your criticism, Hutch. If you think that we should spend more time attacking lefties, I'm open to that. I love attacking attacking lefties, but. Recently, I've been trying to focus on the MAGA administration, but maybe that's wrong, and maybe you're right, and I'm open to that conversation.
I said it during this podcast. I said it like 3 times. I said I'm
open to you. I'm just saying I'm open.
I'm not saying that you need to like spend 50% of your time talking to them. Like there's a role for like Josiah. There's a role for you 100% focusing on MAGA. That's valid. It's completely valid. All I said was stop hand waving and minimizing the things that happen. And if you like AOC and want her to succeed, that stuff should bother you. It should be like quite frankly, it should piss you off. Is my point.
It does.
Right, and I'm curious how because we the three of us believe we are pissed. But we want to know how you think it should be reflected.
Manifested,
in terms of volume, in terms of volume of content. And no, it's like I think it's a perfectly reasonable question to ask. I am genuinely interested in what you think is the more optimal approach.
I didn't hear any of you guys pissed off about this.
Well,
none.
Again,
none of you guys.
Today?
Were pissed off.
Right.
So I want to be clear. I just want to say I am not pissed off. Okay, and the only reason I'm saying that, okay, is because again. I don't actually, my actual opinion is that I do not think this will make a big difference in AOC's chances of winning
from a descriptive
any future office. Descriptively, that's why I'm not really that pissed off by it. I don't think it makes that big of a difference, right? We just have a difference of opinion on the facts of the matter, right?
And by this, what I'm saying is the left criticizing Democrats at times when the Republican alternative is worse, like during an election. That's what I'm saying is pissed. I'm not saying that I get pissed every time the left criticizes liberals either. Just to clarify what I'm saying, I do get annoyed by. You say that you didn't see us being pissed. That's my point. A lot of things that piss me off about the Vanguard or Kyle or Crystal or whatever, I often bite my tongue, right? Because I just see it 100%
so
because
you're a
I
bitch.
see it. Because I see it as more important to build the coalition.
So you're a bitch.
I would rather have with Kyle and Crystal.
I now I want to watch that. I want to watch that fucking panel they had with the Vanguard, because apparently this fucking really triggered Hutch. I think I might even have it in the playlist.
And the Vanguard, a coalition, then hashing out every single disagreement we have that risks the coalition. If I feel that the coalition is risky, yes, of course. I don't just, I keep my powder dry for the right. And I've been very open about that from the beginning. I try to pick my battles about when and where I disagree and how, which is why I've gone on to the Vanguard
But we have been
a couple of times
ruthless.
to do that.
But to Hutch's point, and I guess I'll have a genuine question for you. I know that we have a hard out, so we have to go. But I'll have a question for you, Josiah, and maybe for myself is we have been going hard on Fetterman. We have been going hard on Schumer. We have been going hard on Hakeem Jeffries. Just earlier this conversation, we were going hard on
Impromptu 3-day party run? What, like a fucking... What, like a Fear and Loathing in Las Vegas kind of situation? Or what do you mean party run?
Hochul, so we'll need to explain that as well.
Yeah, no. Go ahead.
I everything you're saying is valid. I'm not saying you should burn bridges. I'm not saying, but we're grown-ups, and I think like grown-ups can like call other grown-ups out for behavior that's like bad.
Unfortunately, I don't think that's how a lot of coalitions work. Like, listen, my general disposition is, unless I get super pissed, when I have a conversation with somebody that I consider nominally an ally, I do treat them with kid gloves, because I don't know what it is that they can take.
Wait, is the debate starting in a little bit here? I think it's, what is it, like 15 minutes?
In terms of criticism and the intensity of the criticism. And if I judge the coalition as being broadly more valuable than litigating every single disagreement that we have, then
you'll hold back.
Yeah, exactly. And I genuinely don't know of any, like somebody like Destiny, for example, when he had disagreement.
What's it? So can we listen to it? Are you guys just doing it on Discord, like in a private call or something, or where can we just jump into a channel and listen to it?
Agreements with me, I know for a fact that he kept his powder dry. Like he didn't like
just
go 10 out of 10 hardcore on every disagreement that we had. He may have done
didn't call you a communist. That's
no,
weird.
He may have now. I have no idea. But my point is, I just don't think.
Well, I would say then, if you guys don't give a shit, you can just invite me to the group chat and I'll listen in. I won't fucking, I won't poke the bear. I just want to listen. Yeah, cool. Yeah, that'd be fun. We got Skate in the chat here, so maybe he can give you some debate tips. We'll see.
That's how these sorts of relationships work. I think some people are more inclined to disagree with others. You're willing to do it, right? At least more so than I am. But I also think that I find these coalitions more valuable than you do. And so you're willing to take the risk. And I just think it's worth exploring in our next conversation about this, which I know is probably going to happen next Monday.
Hell yeah.
Is that fair? Is that fair? I'm not trying to gaslight you. I'm genuinely saying,
yes.
If we're going to talk about this,
you're valid.
Then I have questions for you about what you would like to see different and why.
I look forward to having backup with Liberal Twink, who will for sure.
Who's that?
Make me feel less.
Who's Liberal Twink?
Lakshya Jain.
Lakshya.
Oh, is it Lakshya? I thought it was Lakshya.
Is it?
I thought there was a content creator. I thought
Yeah.
there was a content creator named Liberal Twink.
No.
There is Peter Twinklage. There's Peter Twinklage.
I never heard of him.
I think he does stuff for Split Ticket, and his whole thing is like wins above replacements war. So he's about like not doing like primary Civil War things. So he's gonna come in and he's like super into polls and data and all that stuff.
Yeah, and then on Friday I'm having a conversation with Dan Pfeiffer from Pod Save America, and I'm going to try to get him on the following Monday. So
ask him about the Hunter Biden thing.
Yeah, I'm sure he's got. I saw Tommy Vitor responded, and I don't know about John Favreau, but I think Favreau did respond too. Yeah, because he knew.
Wait, I have an announcement. It's not 100% confirmed, so don't put.
I need you to analyze my last combo with the Wick when you get a chance. Yeah. Drop it in. I mean, well, I can actually find it. You remember which episode it was? Which Wick VOD? What was the topic, or how long ago it was? When it's a rebrand. Well, the thing is, I'm deciding between two names. Actually, no. It's one name, but two different ways. And I checked, and they're both available, so I got to do that. But also, you know, like I said before, I've been just fucking working so much I haven't even had time to fucking focus on it. But I did check at least which one's the name. It's not going to be like a huge change up in terms.
Finally, Mars has accepted my sacrifices and unleashes me.
Energy to Hamster. Thank you for the follow. Welcome to the Legion. I'm just gonna call you Hamster. That's. How you doing? I'm just gonna call you Hamster. What's up, Hamster? How you doing? Can't find it though. Okay, yeah, definitely. What are we talking about? We're not. I'm just. I'm working tonight, so I'm just kind of listening to some videos and casually chatting. Casual chat. I'm good. Links for what? If you type exclamation point links, you'll get all my links to everything. And except the Discord it's like, well, it's exclamation point Discord. Those are all the links. So, but we might be listening into a debate here that our friend Mite is going to have about MGTOW with a radical feminist here in the next 10 or 15 minutes. So I'm kind of just killing time. Can I link something to you? You can drop it in the Discord. You know, you type in exclamation point Discord. You got the link, and then you can just there's a channel there that says links for Legate. I can't promise I'm going to look at anything right now because I'm streaming, but I'm not streaming. You know, I'm online just to have some human interaction this weekend. But I've been fucking locked up in this corner for the past few days, just working, and I'm still doing that right now. Can I link in chat? No, I'm not doing that. I don't just let people willy-nilly link in chat because who knows what they're gonna put. I've had all kinds of fucking bad situations with links, so I just said unless you're VIP or a mod, you don't get to link in the chat. And either way, I'm not taking requests right now to like look at stuff except for NOK because I know NOK for a long time. That's a different. You know, you have to get there. That's a different level to achieve. But yeah, like I said, I'm just kind of like casually listening to stuff while we find out if we can listen to this MITA debate.
Put out the bank on it, but there is a strong possibility and likelihood that this weekend I'll be on Tim Pool again doing their live show with people including potentially Gavin McInnes, others. So stay tuned for that content.
What day are you doing that?
Saturday. I believe it's Saturday.
Nice. Okay.
That's awesome, bro.
I'll watch it on Sunday.
Yeah.
That was what you were vague posting about at the beginning?
Yeah, I was vague posting, but I was keeping my powder dry to hoist you with your own petard at the end of the conversation.
See, he's adopting my trademark idioms. Well, listen, this was.
I will be having a conversation with my fiance later tonight as we eat dinner. Probably talk about her day at work and maybe like the weather.
What he's not going to tell you is he audited her Twitter feed and she did not yell at Kyle.
Did not criticize the lefties.
Does she like politics at all? In all seriousness, does everybody's partners here like do anything with politics, or they follow politics at all?
They can't stand it.
50-50.
No, you can link it now. You can link it now because we're still, you know, we'll listen to it until we find out from MITA what's going on. Let's see.
Let's bring in the next caller. You're live.
Hey, Wick, how you doing?
What's up?
Oh no.
You know, nothing much. I'm in OK Life from the chat.
Okay. I didn't know who you were by the thing. Okay.
Yeah.
So you're saying that I am helping Trump, and well, make your accusation yourself, so I don't put words in your mouth. Go ahead.
Yeah, no problem. I think that the excuses you've made.
How long ago was this? A couple weeks ago? Okay.
Made for what is the extremist policies.
They said they don't want people around. It'll just be me and her and a moderator, which will be making sure we stay on topic. Okay, no worries. It's all good.
And what you have labeled as extremist policies were lackluster, to put very
not policies, to be clear.
Okay, sentiment and
Yes.
well, you did, and the people that were the Bernie Bros and the wokeism, as you called it, is by going after this
still back
and
on
by putting a lens on this that
Or-
nothing much. I'm in OK Life in the chat.
Okay,
and
I
you
didn't
told me
know
to
who you
call
were
in, so
by the thing. Okay,
Yeah.
so you're saying that I am helping Trump, and well, make your accusation yourself, so I don't put words in your mouth. Go ahead.
Yeah, no problem. I think that the excuses you've made for what is the extremist policies and what you have labeled as extremist policies were lackluster, to put very
not policies, to be clear.
Okay, sentiment and
Yes.
well, you did, and the people that were the Bernie Bros and the wokeism, as you called it, is by going after this and by putting a lens on this misinformation that the right keeps on putting out. You're aiding the right and pointing at painting the left as this extreme ideology that can't really get anything done, and they're just crazy and they're just emotional, hysterical, all of that, and that liberalism as is the only way, which clearly
Oh, by
people
the
are
way.
voting against.
Grand asked a question the other day. Grand Design was like, does Gorp have a Tacoma or Washington accent? And I was like, I have no clue. And but then I put it together because we were watching the H3 leak, the Vosh DMs leak, where H3 or Ethan was going over Vosh's leaks about, fucking sexting with a minor or whatever. But for some reason he was talking about a Washington accent, and I was like, I don't even know what a Washington accent sounds like. Like I assume it would be like a PNW kind of thing. Like I was thinking, maybe does NOK have one? It's like, I don't know. I don't even know what that kind of accent would sound like. And I was like, well, I know Casey's up there too, but Casey, I have no clue what kind of accent Casey has. Like when I first met Casey, I thought Casey was foreign. I thought it was foreign. But I have no clue. Do you guys have an accent up there, or what's the deal? Tacoma Weeps? Yeah, exactly.
So I think you're aiding.
Hold on. When I say that wokeism had a huge cultural...
That's a Hollywood accent, like what you see in TV and movies. Well, the thing is, like, it came up to... So because it was about Vosh, what we were watching, Grand Designs was like, yeah, because Vosh has a Tacoma or a Seattle accent or something like that. So maybe Gorp does too. And then I was like, well, no, I mean, Vosh grew up in like Beverly Hills, I think. I'm pretty sure Vosh grew up in Beverly Hills. So if anything, he's got like a Hollywood kind of thing going on. But then again, I was like, but I have no clue what somebody from Washington sounds like.
influence on the left and influence many voters and influencers and yes, politicians. Do you think that's misinformation?
No, that's not. But that's not what you said.
That is what I said.
You said
what do you
of that, and that liberalism as is the only way, which clearly people are voting against. So I think you're aiding.
Hold on. When I say that wokeism had a huge cultural influence on the left and influenced many voters and influencers and yes, politicians, do you think that's misinformation?
No, that's not. But that's not what you said.
That is what I said.
You said.
What do you think I said? First of all, what do you think I said?
Okay, what you were saying is that in regards to the recent elections, the Democrats have been losing because of extremism.
No, we won most of them except for 2024. My whole point was we won 2018, we won 2020, we won 22 because we were more moderate than the Republicans. That's my whole point. And by going more extreme, like many want to, we risk losing that advantage that we have against the Republicans. And I, again, posit to you that the advantage that established...
What specific misinformation Janica was referring to here? Ask him. He's in the chat.
Especially establishment Democrats have against Republicans and MAGA is that we are seen as more moderate by the general election voters. right? And this played out in 2018, this played out in 2020, and this played out in 2022. You didn't see that in 2024, but I would argue that the craziness around that election made it, right? We can't count that. It's like looking at the economy during COVID and trying to extrapolate things off of that. It was just such a crazy time that I don't think we can make any really big inferences off of that. So my whole point is that by moderating ourselves, by being an actual alternative to the crazies, that we have a better chance at winning in 2026 and 2028. And if we do what many that I see are advocating that we do and abandon that advantage and start bringing in toxic extremist rhetoric of our own to fight against MAGA, we are giving up. We're putting an albatross around our necks. Do you disagree with that?
I can agree with that. No, I can agree with that.
I wonder what he even means by that. Like, is he saying that we need to be more like the right in their version of toxic extremism, or do we need to incorporate some kind of leftist version of that? Like, what was his point there? Yeah, what's up, Sparkle?
Framing on what is the extremism is the problem. A lot of people in chat, including myself, were asking what the extremism is, because it started. You brought up extremism starting with Mamdani, and then you mentioned Bernie Bros later in regards to the 2016 election, and then wokeism. So
Wokeism.
what is the extremism, though? These are very vague terms. Let's be very specific.
So one of the Bernie Bros that I'm talking about, sure, I'll be more specific.
Oh
is,
no! Oh no! The Bernie Bro discourse. Here we go. We should kill and attack the extremism on the left to win over the moderate. Oh, okay. Gotcha. But does he consider like Bernie Broism extreme? Because it's not. I mean, that's tanky. Tanky is extreme.
Joy Gray.
Maybe like ANCOMs. Maybe that's extreme, but just run of the mill DemSoc kind of stuff is not that. It's not extreme, even compared to liberals and progressives. Now, if you start saying we need government run grocery stores and stuff like that, I mean, look, maybe technically it could work in certain places, but it's definitely not part of like mainstream political discourse, regardless of what side you're on. Said as such, but he changed most of his arguments when I addressed him on voice chat, which was off-putting, so I took it. Okay, gotcha.
You say her name? Are you familiar with her?
A little bit. I don't know Bros later in regards to the 2016 election, and then wokeism. So
Wokeism.
What is the extremism, though? These are very vague terms. Let's be very specific.
So one of the Bernie Bros that I'm talking about, sure, I'll be more specific, is Brianna Joy Gray. I think that's how you say her name. Are you familiar with her?
A little bit. I don't know the full
She's
story, but I'm
pretty
familiar.
extreme.
Yeah.
She was a major influence and worked in the Bernie campaign. That's why I call her.
Yeah, but she's like an extreme liberal. Like if there even is such a thing. Like Brianna Joy Gray, didn't she have like a show? Did she have a show on MSNBC? Like I know Joy Reid had a show on MSNBC, but didn't Brianna Joy Gray? Did she have some kind of mainstream presence?
Or Bernie Bro, right? And she's been trying to have a lot of influence on politics and things like that. I would consider her crazy and extreme. And that is what I'm pointing to. That's one example that I can give you off the top of the dome. When we talk about wokeism as an example, one of the tenets of wokeism.
Maskin Legate, are you a man of the right, a man of the left, or a man of another political orientation? I'm a Republican. I'm somewhere between libertarian and conservative. So I just go with Republican. I think that probably fits the bill best.
And again, I want to be clear. Woke right is real, and they're having their own struggle with this, right? And God bless them for it. But one of the tenets, as I would define wokeism, is this focus on grievance, identitarian politics and policies that is used to attack what I would consider liberal values or classical liberal values. And I think that absolutely was kind of on ascendant from 2016 to about 2022, 2021. Well, 2020 actually is when it started, was the peak, I would say. But that idea of
Would you describe yourself as a Western identitarian? No, I would not describe myself as a. I wouldn't describe myself in any context involving identitarianism.
Let's silence our political enemies. Let's do all that. I would consider that wokeism. I would consider that extreme. I would consider that a major reason that a lot of people, moderates, are turned off from the party. Do you disagree with that?
Okay. Parts of it, yes. I think that it's not just extremism that turns off the party, but I will agree there are extremist factions. It's about the labeling of certain extremist ideas. Like, we're saying this person is an extreme. I don't know her full policy
Brianna Joy
agenda,
Gray?
but
Okay, look into it.
yeah.
Right?
I don't. Okay, I can, but I want to focus on people that we know right now that are main head. I don't know if a lot of people know this person. I have heard of her in passing, but I don't know her as a main figure in the political stage.
Nina Turner.
Yeah, I wonder if Brianna. I think Brianna Joy Gray had some kind of mainstream presence. I forget though. Your profile picture looks like a profile picture of people I know who consider themselves Western identitarians. No, my profile picture on Twitch is just a prompt that I put into what's the Microsoft AI autopilot or whatever the fuck it is. I just put in there, I need a bald technologically look at, I wanted like a techno futuristic version of Legatlaneus from Fallout New Vegas, but I wanted him to be bald like I am, and I wanted it to have like a dark menacing kind of vibe. So it was literally just an AI prompt.
No,
Let's
AOC.
use her as an example. She was also part of, I believe, of the Bernie campaign, and she would be considered. I would consider her an extremist.
Okay.
And I would consider her someone that she's tried to run for political office. She's failed, thank God. But she is definitely someone that the right likes to point to when they want to point out leftist kind of political democratic extremists. And I would agree with them that she is. And I think that by denouncing people like her and shunning people like her, we do ourselves favors. And when we embrace or defend people like her, especially their crazy comments, we do ourselves no favor. Does that make sense?
That does make sense. But let's get into policy here. What is the extremist policies?
Do you think that people vote on policies?
Uh-oh.
Yes and no. I think it's vibe mostly, but I think
It's vibe,
policy
90% of it, brother.
I wouldn't say 90%. I do think vibe is the majority
It's
of
like
what brings
65,
somebody,
35.
but I think that policy does do waves, right? If somebody came out, like if Bernie came out and started saying things that just didn't fucking make sense to his constituents, the vibe would have shifted. A lot of vibes would have still carried on with some people. He still would have got a lot of votes, but a lot
Actually,
of people would have also turned away.
Since we're talking about Bernie here for a second, I'm gonna send you. And okay, I'm gonna send you a meme that I saw the other day, and I'm just gonna be like, I just want your honest reaction to it. It has Bernie in it, and I was like, oh man, you know what? I gotta send this one to the old Anoka, what I used to call Anoka, because I saw it and I was like, man, we are in a different world. Where is it? Here we go. Where is it? There it is, yeah. I saw this the other day and I was like, man, I need to know what NOK's reaction is to it. I saw it in like a super lefty on a super leftist Facebook page. Where are you at? There you are. Okay, I just sent it to you. You tell me what you think of it when you see it.
I think the policy needs to be matched with the vibe.
I think policy matters. I would agree with you that it absolutely matters to some extent. But I think that people's perception of policies and the vibes, if you will, are far, far more important. And that should the foundation should be the policy.
It has to be bait. What, the meme I sent you? No, I saw that. I don't remember what page it was, but it was like, I don't know, Comrade Tankerstein's amazing meme page of lefty something or other. I don't know, something like that. And they literally, I was like, man, I gotta fucking send that to him.
But the ship and what we put forward, right, should be the vibe, right?
Mhm.
And I think that
I
was
agree.
we should go with. And so my advocacy is against people who are saying we need extremist rhetoric and extremist vibes because I think that's going to hurt us.
Mhm. Do you think Bernie and AOC have extremist
I
vibes
think-
since they're pretty much the front
I
runners
voted.
of
Well,
the
I want to
left?
be clear. I voted in the primary for Bernie both times, in
Mhm.
2016 and in 2020. That was a mistake because the people who Bernie has surrounded himself with, again, the Nina Turners, the Brianna Joy Gray, those people, right, have turned out to be crazy. And I didn't understand that at the time. I didn't recognize that at the time. That is something that I have recently learned to my horror, right? Bernie or AOC, and AOC is growing on me, to be clear, right? It's
Mhm.
not them, it's their administration. It's the people who surround them. It's the people who are on their team, quote unquote,
Mhm.
those are what the problem is, right? Because as many people said during the last election, you're not just voting for a particular person, you're voting for an administration. And people people get that on a I think they do. They understand the baggage that comes with it, right? To some extent. They may not entirely accurately gauge it, right? But they understand that if they elected Biden, they were going to get a certain crew. And if they elected Trump, they'd get a different crew, right?
Yeah.
And I think that one of the things that Republicans have done picture perfect is they have been able to attack the Democratic crew, if you will, right? And very, very effectively for some of the reasons I mentioned. It's an own goal when we defend our nuts. But they have been very, very effective at that. We have been less effective at that. And we need to be more effective at that. And there's various ways we can be more effective than that. In that way, we should be absolutely going after Stephen Miller every chance we get and pointing out what a crazy person he is. But yeah, it's when we start to want to engage in the same behaviors that MAGA is, that's when you lose me. Okay.
I don't think we are though. And again, I want to.
Yeah, he went back to it. One of the things like I said, I flipped. I mean, as soon as I joined the voice, so I made him go back to it. Yeah. President and policy. So, yeah, gotcha. Yeah, it
Get
seems
down
like
to like what the really extreme parts are. We have pointed out some people. You say that policy doesn't matter. Well, what are the vibes right now in general? And you can make this as general to as many people as you want. What is the sentiment coming out from the extremist faction of the Democrats right now that you do not agree with personally?
Israel should be destroyed and cleansed from the face of the earth.
And you think that is a mainstay that is being
Oh,
propagated
no.
by the
A
left?
lot of people see that as a leftist thing.
Oh no, I mean, that's not no. It could be that could be extreme right too. Or no, is that fair or no? Your average American doesn't care about specifics of policy. They care about the superficial things that are associated with policies. If a candidate promises to increase employment or secure the border or protect American interests, they'll win regardless of specific those things. For the most part, I mean, the thing is like, most Americans probably just don't know enough about how involved policy can be. So they just attribute, a headline or a talking point to an entire, body of policy, myself included. I don't know fucking every nook and cranny of every politician who I've ever voted for or support policy prescriptions or descriptions. So, I think that's fair. Yeah, I don't think you're entirely wrong there. Well, let me keep listening. There was something I wanted to say, but I want to keep listening.
And a leftist policy, and that
Also,
has been propagated.
He's wrong. Let me go back.
Sentiment coming out from the extremist faction of the Democrats right now that you do not agree with personally.
Israel should be destroyed and cleansed from the face of the earth.
And you think that is a mainstay that is being
A lot of people see
propagated by
that.
the
A
left?
lot of people see that as a leftist thing and a leftist policy, and that has been propagated by a lot of more extreme leftist influencers. Absolutely has.
I agree that if you watch Denim, you can get that message, right? If you watch Denim or Frogan and stuff, maybe even Hassan can teeter onto that. I agree with that. But who's propagating the message more? These few people, or is it sentiment from right-wing outlets that are purposely muddling the message, and then moderates in between are agreeing with a muddled message? They obviously take something online, and this has been a trend with wokeism as well, and a lot of the culture war is going on the internet, finding the most extreme person that you can see and painting that as the entire movement. Does it help for you to go, yeah, actually I agree, let's condemn that, or to be like, for the people that do say that, that's condemnable, but that's not the movement? What is more helpful?
The second, obviously, but we would be remiss if we didn't.
I don't talk about Israel. All right, I don't talk about Israel. I don't talk about Palestine. That's just not something I talk about. It's too complicated. I don't know enough about it. Doesn't mean I'm not sympathetic to what's going on. I think anybody that can't outright condemn October 7th is a fucking idiot. But I think Israel had an obligation and a moral duty to be surgical and professional about how they responded to it, and they clearly haven't. So anybody that claims there's a genocide going on in that part of the world, I couldn't tell them they're wrong. And that's as far as I go with it.
Not it entirely. And that's the knee-jerk reaction of many I see, that they deny that this is even a problem. They don't want to give any points or any room to the MAGA people. They can't be right ever.
Chat, were you watching this on, because I have the chat replay here. Will it go?
Right? So we have to deny it's happening at all. And what I'm saying, my advocacy is to recognize it, call it out, point it out, to take this weapon from them, right? To beat them to the punch, to be the first to condemn it before anyone even brings it up on the other side, to be the first to condemn vocally this. This takes the power away from the tactic, right? The reason the right is very effective at doing this is because Democrats shy away from condemning the bad, right?
There's another thing going on there too, though. Do I have to stay on topic? You can do whatever you want. Just don't fucking break terms of service and make my mods fucking ban you. But I just personally don't talk about Israel-Palestine. I don't know enough about it, right? I don't know. Like I said this earlier, like I don't know what happened in 1948, and I don't know what happened 48 minutes ago, right? Would you rather me talk about a subject that I have no clue about and just fucking pull shit out of my ass? Or would you rather me just not talk about it? You know? There are a million channels to go check out if you want to talk about Israel Palestine. You guys could talk about it. I don't care. I ain't smart enough to comment. You see Francesca Albanese take on what Israel legally can do to respond. They could stop the invaders, but they can't wage a war. That is illegal, right? I did not see Francesca Albanese. Is that the Bituation Room? Is that the former Young Turk? Is that who that Francesca is?
Even though most of them aren't bad, they can, for the reasons I've out.
I was going to ask if you thought Western identitarianism is inherently racist or not. I think it usually is. It's just that, that's like saying, not all Republicans are racist, but chances are all racists are Republican. It's just one of those kind of dynamics, hamster. She's from the UN? Okay, definitely I got the wrong person. Now I definitely didn't hear about it because I didn't even know who that was. No. I thought you were talking about Francesca from the Bituation Room. I think she was like a former Young Turk. So yeah, no, I did not hear it.
Aligned, right? Because we have this knee-jerk reaction to like the other side saying it, so we must attack it, etc. Right? We need to.
I think another thing, one of the things that I'd be curious about asking him is whether or not Democrats fucking just ran out of gas in terms of the demographics train. You know, I mean, you know, in terms of, you know, indigenous people, you know, people of color, gay people, trans people, disabled people, you know, that all the demographics that Democrats or liberals have leaned on for a very long time probably ran out of gas in this last election. You know, I'm not saying people shouldn't advocate on their behalf, but you know, when you lean on that for seemingly decades, and there does seem to be a shift in terms of culture, you know, you have to have a strategy, I think, in order to be able to combat something like that. I'd be curious to ask Wick that. Do you not believe Democrats are racist because they supported Jim Crow and slavery? I mean, I think that whole fucking, no, I don't. I don't. That's like, you know, I don't condemn all Democrats to the sins of their fathers in the same way that I hope that, you know, they wouldn't do to me. So no. I think it's too easy of an argument, that whole Democrats were the first Ku Klux Klansmen. Don't you know it? They were the ones fighting for slavery during the Civil War and all. I mean, like, that whole thing is like fucking too easy and tired. You know, I mean, I'm not saying they're not facts, but at the same time, it's just like, you know, we're a fucking century beyond that kind of shit. So
Take that power away from them, and we can. We just need to do it. We can't be
I agree.
afraid to condemn our own side when our own side, quote unquote, does something wrong.
Yes, and it's simple. I mean, but not once did I hear you during that conversation go, yes, this is a small faction of people and they are wrong, but that's not what the majority
Because
of the
I was
faction
talking
is.
to a man who was advocating for doing the same thing MAGA is doing, right? When gerrymandering and using extreme rhetoric, etc. I tailor my message to my audience. If I had a MAGA voter up here, right, and they started talking to me about how the left is extreme, do you think I would be like, oh, yeah, you're right, totally, that's totally cruel, and then I wouldn't say anything about MAGA at all? No, I would be, and you saw me do this on Sitch and Adam, I think, right? When Sitch and Adam, Adam specifically was saying, well, you know, we got a lot of extremists on the left, I would be like, yes, but MAGA is worse. And I think anyone who's watched my show for any amount of time, right, knows, or I hope they would, that I condemn MAGA constantly. I am constantly at Trump's throat because I think Trump is probably the greatest threat to free speech that we've seen in the last 20 years, right? And free speech is my issue, right? I've constantly, even in this Collins show, right, hounded him for his revenge, his policies of revenge and grievance. Against
Yeah, I
Perkins
agree.
Coie and-
We should cut out people again like Frogan and them. But there is so much
No.
more to what is being painted as this left-wing extremism. People are saying
what's up, Santio? Santio Olivio. Santio Olivo. I'm gonna, you know what? I'm not gonna call you Santio Olivo. I'm just gonna call you Aceituna. That's what I'm gonna call you. What's up? What's up, Aceituna? How you doing, bud?
AOC and Bernie are the extremists, and even you brought up, you did say Bernie bros, and I
Yep.
took that as like the followers of Bernie, not the people that were surrounding him in power. I do
Oh, a lot of
understand
his followers
that,
are crazy too, but that's a different subject.
but we can't paint the people that are coming out and giving solutions out to a broken system as the entirety of the bad guys. We can be surgical with this and say, I do not stand for this, but that is not what the movement stands for. Healthcare is not an extreme idea. Neither is getting education improved. Neither is focusing on the economy by putting more power and money into the hands of the workers. Neither is having a sensible immigration reform. These are not extremist ideas, and they solve the problem. Those things, would you agree that those
I
are the
don't
biggest
disagree with
voting
anything
issues?
you've said here, right? But the problem is that while you and I might say things like sensible immigration reform, then you'll have someone come up and say, well, no, I think we need open portals. And then people don't condemn that.
Yeah.
Yeah, you could just be like, I agree if you don't condemn that, or at least if you don't have a reasonable challenge
helping
to it.
people, making your silence speaks volumes in these things, right? And when I say you, I'm
Yes.
not talking you specifically. I'm talking Democrats' silence on these issues speaks volumes. And if you stay silent on an issue,
Mhm.
what that allows is the enemy to put words in your mouth. Okay? So what I'm advocating for is that the left not be silent and simply be the first to condemn the bad actors on their side. Now, we can have disagreements on what that is, right? And we will.
Yeah.
We absolutely will, right? There will.
I don't disagree with him there, and I think the right should do that too. I think the right should do a lot more of that, because I think it's just a lot more blatant who the bad actors are on the right, which makes it easy for us, and I don't know why we don't do it more often. But oh fuck, what was I gonna say? Whatever, I don't disagree with him there.
Absolutely internal critiques that we can make. I don't think there's anything inherently wrong with having an internal debate. But there are for is that the left not be silent and simply be the first to condemn the bad actors on their side. Now, we can have disagreements on what that is, right? And we will.
Yeah.
We absolutely.
I think they do that, but the thing is that it's seen as more like drama and infighting and purity spiraling than anything else.
Absolutely will, right? There will absolutely internal critiques that we can make. I don't think there's anything inherently wrong with having an internal debate. But there are certain lines that we need to draw that are not okay. Two of those lines that I can, first of all, political violence. The killing of that CEO, a lot of the kind of throat clearing, a lot of the Democratic candidates that spoke, AOC, right, did a lot of throat clearing on this. Like, well, it's bad, but I can really understand that people are blah, blah, blah. No, that's not the right response. I think that's a soft, I did not take away from her statement that she condemned that, right? Even though she said, well, I condemn it, but we got to really understand, right? I think that wasn't the right way to do it, okay? So political violence is one. Also the burning of the Teslas and things like that, right? The second thing that we need to draw a hard line on, and I think that we're letting seep into our policies and not our policies, our politics, I should say, is anti-Semitism. This has blown me away since October 7th because I thought, the left doesn't have a problem with anti-Semitism. I think we're fine. It's those Nazis that are anti-Semitic, right?
No. Oh, no.
No, I was disabused of that notion, unfortunately, after October 7th. And how many people, Jamal Bowman, thankfully we primaried the shit out of him, right? But Jamal Bowman included and several candidates and people on the left who are just kind of running soft cover for anti-Semitic remarks, and I don't like it at all.
Yeah, I don't like the anti-Semitism either. But again, I can go, yes, anti-Semitism on the rise. Condemn completely. But you know what also isn't anti-Semitic? Not trying to pour our resources into Israel, not pretty much agreeing with a genocide in the Middle East.
But what they say is also that Israel is an ethno-state and shouldn't exist. And that's when we go, okay.
Some
what
say
do you
that,
mean
but
by
you see
don't
that
exist,
language
right? Like,
you see the language you just used? You said they when I mentioned a wider group. I get that you might in your mind be like, hey, listen, when I mean they, I mean the 1%ers or the 5%ers. But the way that they is being used by the right is to pretty much use a fraction of bad actors to co-opt that and make that the entirety. I think it should be clear that anti-Semitic people are not welcome into the left party, but anybody that's left, anybody who is moderate, they shouldn't be welcome anywhere, right? But also, we can't say and use that it's anti-Semitic to not agree with what Israel is doing right now and how much.
And please tell me you guys touched on the idea that what the future of the male vote is. Please tell me you guys touched on that a little bit. Just men in general.
Influence they have in American politics.
Do you think you can
that would have been a fun topic.
disagree with Israel and I agree with you. I'll say it this way. Sorry, let me reset. I agree with you that you can disagree with what Israel is doing. You can criticize Israel, and that cannot be anti-Semitic. But I would argue that a lot of the ways that people are criticizing Israel are anti-Semitic.
Okay.
Zionist
1% of millions
occupied
of people
government,
is a lot.
right? That is something I hear on the left more than I'd like. Okay. This idea that Israel is just controlling all our politicians, and also the silence, right? Or the throat clearing condemnations that people give when there's violence done against Jewish people or Israeli ambassadors or people who work at the Israeli embassy. And then the focus on other things, right? It's this weird trick that well, we don't want to talk about that. It's bad, but there's a genocide, so that's worse. So we need to focus on what Israel's doing because what Israel's doing is worse, and blah 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 blah. It's a way of kind of it to the layman, to the normie, to the person who is just watching from the sidelines. It doesn't come off as if you actually condemned it. It comes off as if you're trying to talk past it so you don't have to condemn it. Does that make sense?
I do understand that some people play that line, such as Hassan Piker obviously played this line, but I don't think major politicians are playing that line. A lot of them are still wildly in favor of Israel and allies of Israel. Even Bernie Sanders is critiquing Israel, and he is still in a support of an Israeli state. Mamdani himself, when people confronted him, that's how I think you should do it, is the way that Mamdani did. They asked him if he supports a Israeli state. He said it a free and equal state, just like anywhere.
He did have a really good answer during the debate for that. I mean, that's a good point to bring up. You know, the way that he expressed himself in that moment was crucial. And on top of that, it helped him stand out from everybody else in that moment in the debate. I don't know if anybody saw the debate, the New York City mayor debate at the time. This was before the ranked choice voting. But yeah, he essentially not only was very diplomatic about how he expressed sentiment about Israel, but he also made it seem like he was the only one on stage that was focused on New York. And that certainly set him apart.
That was an A+ for him. I actually heard that and I was like, hell yeah, that's actually good. But then he ruined it with his globalized intifada nonsense.
Okay. I mean,
anyway, I think we're just stuck in an impasse here. So.
Okay, well, let's move past that and move to like some other things in this, because I have some talking points I did kind of want to bring.
Oh, can I bring up something?
Yeah, sure. Go ahead.
Sure. When you keep calling, and it's not just you that does this. I see this all the time. They will say, "Oh, you believe this? Or you criticizing this? You must be a conservative. You're a right-wing op. You're helping Trump. You're a conservative. You're conservative.
Oh no, here we go. I mean, compared to a lot of leftists on Twitch, you know, Wick might as well be the second coming of Mustache Man, you know. But I guess this is a good point. Let me see where he's going with this.
Conservative.
Yeah, what's up, Cyberstock? How you doing? You look asine. Ni hao. Yes, thank you. I am not. I'm Sicilian and Irish, but yeah. How you doing?
I see this all the time when not just to me, but to anyone who has any kind of not heterodox belief on the left, right?
Finally, Mars has accepted my sacrifices and unleashes me.
Yo, Haseituna, thank you for the follow. Welcome to the Legion. Appreciate it.
Or is a Democrat who may not, who may have a policy that doesn't agree with Democrats and things like that. There comes a point, right, when if you're called conservative over and over and over again, that people are like, fuck it, I'm a conservative then. I can agree with that. Right? I'm not doing that, but I see a lot of people do that. Who people are saying, oh, you're conservative if you believe this. You're conservative if you do this. You're conservative if you
Why is Kick Chat always like this, man? What can fucking... I enjoy being on Kick, but I never get a semi-normal fucking person that ever comes in the Kick Chat. People use Kick as an excuse to be the worst fucking person on the planet. and just be like, you know what? I'm anonymous and I'm on the internet, so nobody knows who I am. So I'm going to say the worst fucking thing that I could possibly think of right now. Now, that's not the worst thing you could have fucking said. But either way, like, Kick Chat is always... Kick Chat never comes in and says, hey, how you doing? How's everything going? Which I think, to be fair, I think you did. Did you ask me how I was? Let me see. You said sup. You look Asian, right? Okay, so you didn't. First of all, you didn't even ask me how I am. I'm good, thank you. By the way. Whoa, I'm normal. What the fuck? Yeah, I'm sure you're normal. Kick is the jungle. Yes, yeah, it is. Yeah. I mean, I appreciate that Kick can bring the spice, but then when it gets like fucking gross, I'm just like, ugh.
You're conservative if you have this opinion. You're right wing up. You're a Trump operative. You love Trump. You love Trump. You love Trump. You love Trump. Over and over and over. We have there's a point, right? There's any kind of not heterodox belief on the left, right? Just to me, but you're conservative. You bring
Your
up
opinion.
something.
Yeah, sure. Go ahead.
Sure. When you keep calling, and it's not just you that does this. I see this all the
Yeah,
time.
Salty's a mod. Yeah.
That will say,
I'll make
oh,
you a mod
you
too.
believe this, or you criticizing this? You must be a conservative. You're a right wing op. You're helping Trump.
that right
You're
now,
conservative. You're conservative. You're conservative. And I see this all the time when not just to me, but to anyone who has any kind of not heterodox belief on the left, right? Or who is a Democrat who may not, who may have a policy that doesn't agree with Democrats and things like that. There comes a point, right, when if you're called conservative over and over and over again, that people are like, fuck it, I'm a conservative then.
I can
not
agree with that.
way, right? I'm not doing that, but I see a lot of people do that. Who people are saying, oh, you're conservative if you believe this. You're conservative if you do this. You're conservative if you think this. You're conservative if you have this opinion. You're right wing up. You're a Trump operative. You love Trump. You love Trump. You love Trump. You love Trump.
Okay, you're modded now. And okay.
And eventually,
It's you, Veldrain, Nader, Salty, Shang, XN, and Stop Animal Murder Torture. All of you guys are mods.
if you tell them that enough, they're gonna believe you, and they're gonna be like, okay, sure, that's what I do.
Yeah.
You don't have to ban anyone. I particularly don't like fucking people addressing me with fucking gross shit like, hey, what's up? Do you jerk off? You know, like that, this fucking guy coming in here, you know, hey, tell me about fucking jerking off, bro. I mean, you know, fucking what, you know, is it a lot of cum or not? Like that kind of shit. I just delete the messages. And and honestly, if you want to ban them, I'm not going to care. I'm not going to care who you guys ban ever. You guys are mods for a reason. Nobody needs to fucking, you guys, you're mods for a reason. Do what you please. So yeah, but I mean, I particularly just don't like when people address me with really gross shit like fucking, hey, fucking, I really like smelly pussy and jerking off. I fucking hate that shit, dude. It's not my vibe at all.
If you push people away, then they won't be on
And
your
that's
side.
what's
I agree
happening,
with that.
right? That's
and
what's
that's why I'm
happening.
trying to have a conversation with you.
I know,
Though
that's
I
why I
don't
invited
take
you up.
back what I said. Yeah, I won't take back what I said. That I think it helps with the.
You're right wing up. You're a Trump operative. You love Trump. You love Trump. You love Trump. You love Trump. And eventually, if you tell them that enough, they're gonna believe you, and they're gonna be like, okay, sure, that's what I do.
Yeah. If you push people away, then they won't be on
And
your
that's
side.
what's
I agree with that.
right? That's
and
what's
that's why I'm
happening.
trying to have a conversation with you.
I know,
Though
that's
I
why I
don't
invited
take
you up.
back what I said. Yeah, I won't take back what I said. That I think it helps with the messaging that you currently, the way
Sure,
you're
and
wording
I think you're
it.
helping Trump too. So I mean, we're at an impasse there, right?
Because here's the thing, like take something like the trans issue, right, where there's only a minute amount of people that are trans, and they're if they weren't consistently talked about and attacked by right-wing media and consistently brought into the conversation and right-wing media, do you think the left really would keep on bringing it up as much as they're doing? No, they're keeping it in the conversation to set the tone and the conversation. What I'm saying is that you need to brush past that as fast as you can with the most hardline,
We shall fight
logical
on the
answer,
beaches.
and then steadfast
We shall
on what
fight
the
on the
real
landing
issue is.
grounds. We shall fight in the fields and in the streets. We shall fight in the hills.
We shall never
surrender.
Right? Don't let them keep on setting the narrative. We have to set the narrative, because if you're like,
It's not a tough crowd. Just don't be fucking gross, dude. Yeah. You can be spicy. You can be edgy. You can be fucking. You're in kick chat, so you can be fucking racist if you want. You know, as long as you're not breaking terms of service, you can do whatever you want. But my personal preference is like, just don't be gross to me, dude. Don't be gross to me. Yeah. Jerking off and smelly pussy and all that shit. Like, I don't want to read it. I don't want to think about that. I don't want to fucking respond to it. it's just my vibe. I just want to be a normal person. I'm a normal person. I understand you're anonymous and on the internet, so it's like, let me use this opportunity to be the worst fucking person I possibly can. Generally how it is. Although the text comes up on Twitch. It will, yeah, because the chat is there. I understand that, but just fucking gross, man.
Maybe this transport thing is an issue right now. Let's get into the nitty. Then you're just going to feed
a lot
into
of
the
voters
right
think
wing
it's an
nitty.
issue. Whether we like that or not, they think it's an issue. There's a lot of voters who one of the most successful Trump ads was she's for they them. I'm for you, she's for they them. So whether we like it
He did not just bring it up. He did not bring up the they them ad. Holy
or
shit.
not, a lot of normie voters think it's an actual issue. I think it's overblown. I agree with you, right? But we have to address where the voters are at. And unfortunately, they're at a place where maybe transport's something we don't die on that hill. Okay?
Uh-oh.
I agree that you have to listen to the constituents, but it's also about guiding them past misinformation and setting the narrative. Yes, you have to address what they're feeling, but some things that they're feeling at the time that is sensational, you can brush past and give better points, and it will change the narrative of what they care about.
I
At the moment.
agree. Yes, absolutely. You should say what is most effective. Okay. And you want to set the tone of the conversation. You want to be the one driving the discourse. Unfortunately, in order to do that, you have to nullify and neuter the enemy's talking points. And we are very bad at doing that.
Yeah, and a lot of it can just be by not fully ceding ground. I think that sometimes ceding ground on little petty things is just like not worth it, and that you should push it to the side and be like, no, look here, this is what we're talking about. Do you not agree with this strategy?
I agree with it, but I don't think it's effective because we, unfortunately, don't just say, oh, no, that's not important, or oh, no, that's not what we think. A lot of people, or I wouldn't say most, I will say enough people decide to die on that hill, right? To defend the nut, as I said before, to find the person who was nut picked, and because they're being attacked and we can't give any ground, we can't cede a single inch, we die on that hill. And suddenly the tone's been set, right? That's not you driving the discourse, it's them.
But then you have somebody like Andy Beshear, a Democrat in Kentucky.
Right? You love
He's
that
the
guy.
governor of Kentucky, a Democrat who has passed trans issues in a deeply red state. Do you know how he addressed this? I don't know if you've heard it before.
How did he address it?
When asked about trans issues and why he cared and why he still was pushing some legislation through to get them healthcare that was needed, he said, because they are citizens too.
Sure. I think the
And that's how
governor of
he pushed
Utah
that.
said something similar when he vetoed a bill targeting high school trans athletes when there was only one in the state, right? There's only one. And he's like, no, this is crazy that we're doing
And they
this.
didn't vote him out. He's still around. He's generally liked, and he has been gaining a margin
Do you think that what we are saying are at odds? Do you think we can't do what you're saying without also do what I'm saying? Do you think that these are mutually exclusive things? I don't.
No, I do not think they're mutually exclusive.
What I am saying is that you are saying that we should do this. I don't disagree. Where you seem to be disagreeing is where I say, and we should also condemn our nuts.
No, I agree with that. Okay. I just don't. I don't think the way that you're doing it. This is a critique
fucking
of
call-in show, bro. Okay.
It is a call-in show.
It's a call-in show. If people want to talk to me about a thing, I'll talk to them about a thing. I'm not gonna be like,
good.
well, we shouldn't talk about that thing. Well, because I'm just being real with them. And if they want to talk about an issue, even if I think that issue is small, I will talk about. I'll talk to them about that issue.
Yeah, that's great. You should be able to talk about everything on your show.
You just called me that I'm helping Trump. You just told me in the chat that I'm helping Trump by doing this.
No. That's a mischaracterization. Okay. It's not because you're willing to do a call-in show and talk to people. It's the way that you engage and give credibility to the nonsense that the right is pushing about extremism on our side. We don't have to paint it as big of a deal as it is. We can be sensible with it and dismiss the quick nuts as quick as we can and stick to the message of what you actually if somebody comes in and they're like, aren't there crazy people talking about like anti-Semitism? You could be like, yeah, those people are awful, horrible. I do not like them, and I don't think they represent our party, and they should be removed from the party. And then follow it up with, now let's talk about the real deal with Israel and Palestine.
But
right?
you know what makes that harder to do? And because I don't necessarily disagree with you, it depends, right? I think that sometimes it's okay to have a segment where you're just calling out your side on occasion. I think that's fine. The irony of this, right, is it could be a quick conversation, but it's not allowed to. I can't give it a quick conversation because people keep pushing back against me. When I say even these little things, right? I will say something like, well, no, I think we should condemn nuts on our side, and I think that we should condemn wokeness and condemn these things that I think, personally, you may disagree, I think are hurting our side and are bad. But I can't just leave it there because people in my chat will be like, oh, Trump, or not Trump, but Wick, you're very wrong. You're very wrong on this. And now we have to have a discussion about it because you're wrong, and I have to push back against you. And that's the conversation now. That's what we're talking about. We aren't talking about what the right's doing. We're not talking about what MAGA's doing. We're not talking about ICE. We're talking about why Wick is being rhetorically ineffective and why he's helping them because Wick is doing his bad thing. And that's what we're doing. That's what we're having right now, the conversation. It's not talking about MAGA and all the terrible things that they're doing. It's we have to talk to Wick about how he's not talking about MAGA enough.
Didn't you just say that it's okay to?
It is, and that's funny to me, and I'm absolutely loving the conversation because it gives me, look, there's benefits to me. It gives me credit. I am seen as someone who is heterodox and willing to push back against their side, which does have influence and sway, right? It makes you, it's genuine cred, right? So I'll engage in it because it's helpful. But it's just ironic to me, right? That the people. It's ironic that the people who are most mad at me for not holding MAGA to more account are the ones on the left who come after me and make me have to defend myself, all right, instead of attacking MAGA. But here we are.
Fair enough. I mean, you did have a 2.5 hour show before I came on, though, where you were talking it on a consistently.
Well, the first conversation we had was about anime and culture war issues. I don't know how long you were here. The second conversation we had out was about, oh man, I'm sure I'm getting the order wrong here, but the second conversation was about revenge. And we went through how I think Trump and the right are grievance politics. And Trump specifically is engaged in acts of revenge against both Elon Musk and also many different law firms such as Perkins Coie and things like that. We had that discussion. Then we had, I think, not Audacity. Then we had that guy come on, Just Ice. And he talked a little bit about crime rates and things like that. And we had different stats. We didn't really disagree on much. And then we had Dark Woke guy come in, or Dark Centrist guy come in. He was pretty fun. And it was only in the last 30
Dark woke, dark centrist. What is this? What are we doing?
minutes that we really talked about what we were talking about with you, right? And now this is a conversation, right? But it wasn't a conversation until you guys brought it up. So here we are.
Yeah. I mean, I can see the irony that you're trying to point out, but at the same token, I also agree with you that sometimes we need reflection and internal dialogue. I know that you do go after MAGA a lot. I wouldn't follow you if I thought you were just a shill or something that repeats talking points. I enjoy your content. I enjoy your panels. I was personally robbed the wrong way with how we were going after the left after a left-wing victory, which we should be celebrating at this point, because whether we like it or not, populism is winning in America right now. A lot of people...
I don't like it. Populism's a cancer, but go on.
A lot of people feel betrayed by the liberal establishment. They feel like too little is being done too late, and that a slow ship can't avoid the iceberg. So they're going to one side or the other of extremism, as we would say. The difference is that if you go to the left, the extremism that we're talking about here is trying to get, more wealth into the hands of the workers, while on the right, they're talking about getting rid of fundamental constitutional rights. I don't think this is equivalent, and I
Well,
don't think we need to necessarily
unfortunately-
meet in the middle here.
Unfortunately, our extremists don't vote. And there's
Uh-oh. Uh-oh.
That's the problem. Is
Uh-oh. That is a fair point. And I guess he should have followed that up with, they don't vote for Democrats, because it can go either way. Somebody who doesn't vote for Democrats, and somebody who doesn't vote for Democrats, who's on the left, doesn't vote for Democrats. And I think that's what he really meant. I think that's what he meant to say. Had his own rent. Yeah.
our extremists don't vote, and in many cases advocate against voting. And theirs do. And that's the fundamental issue that we have more than any other, is the reason MAGA can successfully play to some of its extremists is because they vote, and ours don't.
Yeah, so we need to get people out to vote. And unfortunately, it wasn't working with this, what we had before. I don't know the numbers on Mamdani. Do you actually have like the voting turnout for him by any chance?
Not on top of my head, or not on other things. I don't know if the turnout was higher than normal or lower than normal. I know I did read there was a correction in the age brackets that voted. That's why I was able to bring up that stat. That originally was reported the 18 to 24 was the highest percentage of turnout, and that turned out not to be true, and they adjusted for that. But I don't disagree that MAGA extremists are generally worse for the most part because they have power, right? Stephen Miller has power now. He is the elected. He's not elected, right? But he's the chief deputy, et cetera, right? He's Trump's right-hand man. He's the guy in power right now. I will critique him harder than I will a leftist that's out of power, okay? Because they don't have power. They're out of power. They don't have any political position, okay? But that, I don't know. I think that like we can do both. We can walk and chew gum on this. We can say, yes, it's not equal. I'm not both sidesing it. But it would be remiss of me not to also mention the left's issues, because I don't like the behavior. I don't like the behavior, the means that they're trying to get to whatever utopian end they're trying to do. That's what makes it wrong. That's what makes it bad. Okay? I don't even necessarily disagree with deporting illegal immigrants. Okay, sure. If they're here illegally, why not? But the way ICE is doing it, the means on which they are trying to conduct this, by violating people's constitutional rights, by engaging in brutality, right, is something that's
we could do it sometime this week.
And when the portions, and again, admittedly small portions to the left, are advocating.
Can't do it tonight because I'm still working, and I've been working all day. I've been working all day yesterday. I would love to play a video game, but I know there's a couple things I'm still doing tonight, and the sprint we're working, and the current sprint we're in ends Tuesday. So after Tuesday, I'm gonna have like just so much more mental space to even engage in fun, So, but yeah, I'm definitely down. I'm here. Time's at 2 a.m. Oh shit! How'd it go? Who won? Who won, Mida? The news about the next Halo game? I didn't see any particular news. I know that I think they have a few things in the works. They have like a CE remaster. They did make an announcement for the next new game, I think, and maybe like a bunch of DLCs or content or something. I don't know. I know they came out with something, but I wasn't. I don't have all the details. I'm biased, so I'd say I won by quite a lot. Mostly, our talking points were indefensible. Oh, okay, gotcha. Was this like a proper radfem or?
Advocating for adopting those same means to get to whatever ends they want to, even if they're radically different. That sends warning bells and alarm bells off at me, and I don't want anything to do with that. Cool?
unfortunately, if we're on the left, we're gonna have to, do something about it. We have to be a part of it to some. I just think as you said, our point should be to condemn it. I just think that the way we condemn it should be very specific because the left is, and even the liberal establishment are under attack right now and have lost footing in America. And right now, by feeding into the talking narrative of the right, we are underhanding our own side. I think right now should be the time that we're actually propping up the things that work and the right people, while also trying not to give a voice to the people like Dedham and Frogan and stuff. We should be propping up the people that are saying the right things to get that message out there that yes, we have a plan for the economy. We have a plan for immigration, healthcare, education. You need to hear out for the progressive
Ezra Klein,
Bernie and
baby.
AOC,
We need to the
Mondami.
abundance agenda, man. I think that should be our flagship, but you might disagree. I don't know, but I think the
And for
flagship
the liberals, do
agenda-
you like Pete Buttigieg?
He's fine. I don't have any strong opinions. I like his rhetoric. I think he's a very astute debater, and I think that he's a good messenger.
Yeah.
I don't know if he'd be a good candidate, but he's on message, and he's great at debate.
Yeah.
My money's on Josh Shapiro. But I'm biased
Oh,
because I've seen
God.
what he's done in Pennsylvania.
Oh man, the thing is, I don't disagree with him here. Josh Shapiro is so polished, man. Like that guy has Obama vibes. Democrats I think would be wise to invest in him, but obviously, first of all, like, did he kill his wife or something? Did he have some kind of weird he killed somebody kind of thing story or whatever? Plus the Israel rhetoric. The Israel rhetoric is just like, how do we shore up anybody that might be willing to support us on the left, further left than liberals? It's going to be really hard to do that with Shapiro, but Shapiro has top three. I would say Shapiro has Obama kind of aura. He's very good when he can step up to a podium, step up to a mic, and definitely capture a crowd the way I remember Obama could. He's very good like that. So, not Gavin Newsom, who's not good at it.
Yeah, and he has bipartisan support, right? He's got that draw, okay, for moderate Republicans and things like that. I think he can win a lot of those people over, and he's not crazy, and I think he's got some great ideas, and he's demonstrated to me that he's able to govern. But yeah.
Yeah. I think we're definitely swinging in a Pete Buttigieg, Andy Beshear, and Josh Shapiro with maybe an AOC as like the VP. That would be the smartest thing of like, give the left wing progressive the VP seat instead of the presidency.
But look, I don't know about that. I could be convinced on that, but my first blush response to that would be like, I don't like it. But I could be convinced. That's fair. Here's the thing. We keep trying to give the left wing of the party like these bones, but they don't vote, right? Look, I'll give you a good example. Mike from PA, during the Kamala VP off sweepstakes, he was like, I'm not voting if you vote in Josh Shapiro. You have to pick Tim Walz. Otherwise, I'm not voting. And then she picked Tim Walz. And he's like, I'm still not voting. And that's what they do, right? The bones you throw to them, they don't accept. And you don't get rewarded for it. There's no incentive to do it. Why would you, right? Because they're just not going to vote. I don't know. They're just not going to vote. And that sucks. They should, but they don't.
I'm very skeptical on it. I think that, yes, they might not vote for the liberal candidates, and that could be very harmful at certain points. We did see a lot of people protest vote Hillary and protest vote Kamala. I can see that perspective, but I would also like to shift the perspective to AOC and, again, Bernie.
AOC
and
is growing on
Mondami's,
me. I like AOC more today than I did 5 years ago. Frankly,
their approach of getting people active in local politics is unprecedented. I don't think I need to pull out stats. Maybe if you want me to, I can try to search them as quick as I can. But I think it's pretty evident for anybody that's been online in the political space that they have had a profound impact on the people's awareness of politics as well as how they engage with those politics. Would you agree or disagree with this?
I'll just believe you because I don't have any evidence otherwise. However, unfortunately for Bernie at least, that hasn't translated to votes that win elections.
He almost became president. Like, I mean, Hillary did edge him out.
Almost
Like,
became
he was-
president, right?
How many people? I mean, libertarians have had a big presence in America for how long, and they never even got as close as Bernie did.
Sure,
off
no,
of his
he's
first try.
definitely the best of the losers. Yes, absolutely.
Okay. I mean, Kamala's a loser as well, and so
True.
is Hillary. But
And I
people
wouldn't
still
have
put
voted for
respect on
Kamala in the
names.
primary either, right? Like I didn't, right? That was the problem.
Right. We could call them losers at the end of the day, but
Okay,
even,
I'm not
I mean,
using that in a derogatory term. I'm not. Please don't take that as me saying, oh, they're losers, right? I'm saying they lost. So it would be like adopting the strategy that has proven to lose, right? Why would we do that?
Okay, so two reasons that we would adopt the strategy, right? Not fully. Okay, I can grant that maybe because Bernie lost, you wouldn't want to adopt step by step. But the fact that he gained so much popularity in areas that Hillary didn't even touch, I mean, look at the overlap between Bernie and Trump voters. And
yeah,
AOC
no, you're
and
right.
Trump
They're seen as I think we had a conversation with a earlier caller, and unfortunately we do got a line, so I got to let you go soon. But I agree with you that a lot of people saw Bernie in the same way they saw Trump as a destructionist, someone who would destroy the system. That's what they were voting for. They want the system to burn, and they saw Bernie as doing that in the same way that Trump does that. I like the system. I don't think it's perfect, but I think burning the system is going to be very, very, very bad for everyone.
Okay. Well, you have other people. Do you mind if I leave just on one comment?
Please. Last word, please.
I would say that we all see where the tides are going with people's feelings on the establishment. I would say that you can't have both hands on the wheel. You need one, and you're going to have to decide where it gets steered. Do we want a fusion of AOC and Bernie policies that, you know, bring in people mixed in with some of the Kamala and Biden policies so that way we can at least see more voters and more change and actually go in this direction? Or do we want to steadfast with the strategy that got Trump elected? It's a question everybody's got to ask themselves.
Thank you for calling.
And which
in.
side should we condemn, you know?
I'll talk to you later, buddy. Bye.
All right. Thank you for having me on.
To the void.
To the void.
I reject the binary choice there. I don't think we either hand it to the Bernies and hand it to the Trump. I think the liberals are rising, gang. Okay.
The
We need to
liberals
make
are rising.
Liberal.
Oh, God.
Sexy again. Not a slur. Not something that both sides attack. Liberalism is the path forward, and that's what we need. But we've abandoned it in a lot of ways. Let's bring on Kano Boy.
Oh no, Kano Boy, the socialist. He's an out of the closet socialist now. Nobody knew where his economic leanings were, and then we saw him on Live and Learn. Oh, I'm not taking any more requests. Okay. I'm not, Conrad, I can always rely on you to have some content. I know. But that's not, first of all, I've been streaming for 10 hours, so I don't even know how much longer I'm going to be going, but I am, the point of me streaming was to just blow through a shit ton of stuff on my playlist, which I still want to do. We continue with this. No, it's over. I just wanted to hear what Anoke had to say to Wick. Could you please check the Discord? No, I'm not doing it. I'm not. This is no. I've been on for 10 hours. Been saying for 10 hours. I'm not doing fucking. You know, I obviously I've known Anoke for a super long time, and I wanted to hear what he had to say, so I had no problem doing that, but I'm not fucking sitting here. This is not a stream where it's like, all right, guys, I'm going to watch a bunch of videos and react to them because I'm Mr. fucking streamer. No, I'm fucking working. Okay, I'm working. This screen is my whole life for the next fucking, I don't know, maybe hour or two. And while I was doing that, I wanted to blow through shit on my playlist so I could take it out, so I can finally remove some of the stuff that I haven't been able to watch because I watch your guys' shit and not mine. Okay, so we're watching what I want to watch. Ask anybody, hamster. Okay, I liked, no, definitely not 24-hour stream. I like to think that I'm pretty generous with how much content we watch on my stream that is not content that originates from my algo, so to speak. I have a whole channel dedicated to Links for Legate, and I don't know. There's probably a lot that I haven't watched that are in there, but I like to think I'm pretty generous with my time and my stream and everything, but I want to blow through shit on my playlist. You know, right now, let me see what I can get rid of that we've watched. Look at that. I can get rid of this. I can get rid of this. I'm going to get rid of this regardless. Don't want to watch that. I can get rid of this. Look at this. This feels good. Just getting rid of stuff. What else did we watch? We can get rid of that. What else? Get rid of this. We watched that. And get rid of that. We watched that. And we watched that. Look at this. This feels so good. Stuff. This is all stuff. It's like, yes. This is the stuff I wanted to watch. Finally, it's gone. Get rid of that. And there was I do want to see why Hutch is so fucking triggered about the Vanguard. I do want to see that, but that was also something else. Mia Khalifa, yeah, yep. How often do I stream? Probably a couple times a week. I usually these are the hours that I'm usually streaming. I usually stream late at night. I only started streaming earlier in the day today because I knew I was going to be sitting here for 10 hours because of the work I'm doing. So, but normally I stream at night. So I'm in Texas, and usually, I don't know, 3 or 4 times a week. And sometimes none. Sometimes I take a week off, but usually a couple times a week from, like midnight to 2 or 3 or 11 to 2 or 3 or whatever. Something like that. It's usually like late night. Sorry for this stream, but see if you want to get to the next stream. Yeah, there will always be next stream. This was just not the stream for coming in and just asking for a bunch of videos, because the thing is, like, I get it. You guys are watching a stream, and it's like, oh, there's a streamer, they're streaming, but I'm not. The only thing that I did that relates to streaming today is click the button that says start streaming. That's the only thing I did. Other than that, I've been literally just focused on this screen for 10 hours. Which I'm glad I did, because I know to come tomorrow morning, my team's going to be in a good spot. Still got a couple more things to do here, but I do want to see. I want to see why Hutch was so triggered about the Vanguard. And there was some other stuff too. There was one. Somebody did like a whole video on the Asmongold hate pipeline. I think it's called. What was it? Asmongold and the modern hate epidemic. Somebody did a whole video on that. I do want to watch that at some point, but it's pretty long. There was some other stuff too. But I want to see what this Vanguard thing was. I want to see why Hutch was so triggered over it. Where was it? There we go.
Virginia. Look at how many people are registered to vote compared to eligibility.
My fucking question.
Why don't you be like Trump and bully? It literally was. The Democrats thought they.
I do love some fucking lefty infighting and purity spiraling. I do love this. Oh, look at that face. I think I know why Hutch was triggered. I mean, look at that face, dude. First of all, look at this fight. This guy's face is like he's just disgusted. This is just absolute contempt and disgust. And this is just fucking rage right here. I could see why Hutch may have taken away something from this.
People and lie to them about, oh, we're actually fighting for $15 in minimum wage, or oh, we're actually going to cancel your student loans, when they never had an intention
And I'm gonna grab a beer too. I'll be right back.
of doing it. They rolled over immediately, so they lost and handed
They
the
never
keys
had
over
the
to the
intention
white
of doing student loans?
No, they did not.
Well, why did he do it?
Oh, the Republicans struck it down. That's what the Democrats always say.
No, the court struck it down, bro. What do you mean?
That's why we got to pack the court. So, Hutch, again, I agree with you. Biden's first 6 months more legislatively successful than Trump's, but hasn't Trump surprised you? I know he surprised me. I know he surprised a lot of people on Twitter when we're like, oh, they're not going to be able to get Mike Johnson confirmed as speaker. They're not going to be able to get this continuing resolution passed. They're not going to be able to get the one big beautiful
You
bill
believe
done.
that, Josiah? You really believe that?
And they have knocked one W after another. They have defied expectations. When it looked like Trump was down for the count, he squeaked a win.
No,
Who said he was
fucking
down for the
didn't. That's
count?
not true. Wait, Josiah. That is so not true. Trump has, and this I think goes to Zach's point. He has a force of personality and is able to influence his members of Congress to do shit that that is against their interest, against their constituents' interest. You look, for example, I know you guys talk about Josh Hawley because I think I saw a video of you guys talking about Josh Hawley. Like, Josh Hawley puts a stake in the ground and says, no, on Medicaid, I'm not going to budge, and this is really important. This is really important, and he budges. And so, if you actually, Josiah, and I have to question you, you actually thought they weren't going to be able to get Mike Johnson as speaker? You actually thought they weren't going to be able to pass a continuing resolution? That shit was baked in when they won the election, man, because Trump actually has that force of will.
They got it done the first time. They got it done. They got Mike Johnson confirmed on the first vote.
That's one way to spin it. That how long did that take? That took like how many votes to get that done?
Wait a minute.
No.
I think we
Same
all
thing with
had
McCarthy.
No, because I think we all had. Maybe there was one. Maybe it was Pisco. I can't remember. I think we all had doubts that he'd be able to get his full cabinet confirmed. I think that. Well,
I had no doubt to it. No. I said everyone's
Pisco,
going to
get like I said, maybe it was you who.
Maybe it was.
I'm
gonna go back and find out.
By the way,
I thought there was going to be a sacrificial lamb.
Yeah,
I thought that somebody that was totally crazy. I'm not. I'll be real.
I'm actually going to go back and check, Pisco, because you came in way too hot.
No, check it.
Don't worry. We'll check the tape.
No, I will.
We'll check the tapes on this. I can't wait to find records of you saying, oh, yeah, Trump is going to get Mike Johnson confirmed in his first vote. He's going to get all of his cabinets picked. He is going to get the one big beautiful bill passed.
I think Pisco did, bro. I really do.
Absolutely
don't fucking
did.
believe. That's okay. 100%. All right.
No,
yeah.
Cool.
I mean, but also, I think to Josiah's point though, there was I think a general expectation that there would probably be more reins on Trump than or there'd be less reins on Trump than there have proven to been, I suppose, right? That he would probably have a little bit more problems getting various things done, and he's also, I think,
you believe that, Econo Boy? You believe that?
Yeah. I think also, I think
an idiot. Are you sure?
I think there's also been.
Are you sure?
There's also been a lot of things that Trump has done that I think probably did generally surprise people, like even political commentators. Like, for instance, when it comes to things like just like completely shutting down entire government agencies, right? Like the
Department of Education,
USAID, Department of Education, right? And I think as well, like I think there was a Supreme Court ruling that came out, I think it might have been just today actually, that said essentially, you can substantially cut these agencies or withhold funds. And who gives a about Congress, essentially, originalist Supreme Court, quote unquote. Like, I think that that's a pretty surprising thing from most people's perspectives. And, people have to adjust their priors, but, there's something to be said, I think, about Trump's, overperformance, I guess, relative to his first term in a number of ways.
But it's a misrepresentation of the truth to suggest that Donald Trump just doesn't have to abide by the checks that, you know, people like Joe Biden did. Like you mentioned the parliamentarian, and I think you're like furthering this narrative that, like, you know, the Republicans get everything they want when they elect Trump, and then we elect Biden, he just throws scraps at us. That's kind of the narrative that you guys push, right?
Yeah, I stand by that. I think that his
Okay,
entire
so-
presidency, that's why he was a one-term president. Yeah, usually if you're a
Well,
really successful president, you get 2 terms. He got 1 term.
Well, let's interrogate that a little bit. Like,
Yeah.
do you guys blame the Senate parliamentarian for the $15 an hour minimum wage?
No,
I don't
blame
understand how you
Joe
reach
Biden
that
for
conclusion.
failing on one of his primary campaign promises to the American people, and the minimum wage in this country hasn't been raised since George Bush.
Well, what should he have done?
Fired the Senate parliamentarian.
What would that?
Also, we could, you know, there's probably a lot to talk about there. I don't have like any immediate response because I think I want to listen to that again. I'm probably gonna put that back on tomorrow while I'm at work, which is right here where you're looking. This is where I work. Well, it depends. Sometimes I work in the kitchen, but I want to listen to it again because I think there's some talking points I want to take note of, and you know, we'll jump on a call and talk about it because there was some things I agree with you on, and some things I agreed with Wick on. But I also had some points I think that you guys didn't touch on at all. I don't want to call it the male loneliness epidemic. I don't want to call it that, but you know, the fact that men didn't even come up in the conversation is why I want to talk about that kind of thing. It doesn't even come up at all. Is to me in and of itself interesting. So, but took that in. I'm gonna take it in again tomorrow, and we could talk about it probably sometime this week, if you want to.
What I've accomplished.
There would have not been the person standing in the way of that issue. Another one would have cropped up, and I would have advised that.
Anyways, yeah, that sounds good. But yeah, so this guy over here, Hutch, that last episode that we saw, Live and Learn, he was like freaking out about this interaction with the Vanguard, who is these guys down here. So I want to know why he was so triggered by them. That's why we're watching this.
You deal with it swiftly.
You still didn't have yes votes from either Cinema or Manchin.
I think you can deal with that if you're the president of the United States. To Pisco's point, he expected every single one of those people to fall to Trump because Donald Trump will exercise power within the Republican Party.
Everybody
He will
did.
ruin you.
But not everybody
He'll make sure
did.
that you never work again. I think that Joe Biden could have done a lot more to put his thumb on the scale to get Joe Manchin.
Get into specifics. How is he going to pressure Joe Manchin?
Go to his district, hold a rally, talk about how this guy right here is standing in the way of you getting a minimum wage. Call it the minimum wage rally. Have 100,000 people show up. Have Bernie Sanders speak at it. Have every single person, have Kamala Harris speak. Bring out Barack Obama if you can't. Have Michelle Obama speak there.
Sorry, what
Get
state
AOC
did he
on the
serve
stage.
again?
This is how we're going to raise the.
It wasn't a district. It was a state. What state did he serve again?
West Virginia.
And then how did they vote in the last election? Do you know?
Yeah, do you think that they would all vote for a $15 minimum wage? They would. We voted for a $15 minimum wage in my state of Missouri, and guess what? We also voted for Donald Trump, unfortunately. People are heterodox. Same thing happened in Florida, which is the Republican stronghold.
It's a Trump plus 40 state. Whatever leverage you think Joe Biden had in West Virginia, you are deluding yourself. Like, I just want to ask you,
that's because people don't show up to vote in West Virginia. Look at how many people are registered to vote compared to eligibility in West Virginia.
Can you simply accept that sometimes presidents are going to be constrained by the Congress, that it's not just as simple as them wielding the bully pulpit? Are you willing to concede that sometimes presidents don't get the things that they want?
How would we know? He didn't do that. He did not do that. He did not make a single effort. He stayed in his basement and he said, oh,
he negotiated bills that he could get passed, and he didn't waste time fighting for something like firing the Senate parliamentarian that wouldn't have changed the outcome.
Bills to give a right-wing, watered-down infrastructure bill so he could claim victory after he rolled over completely. That's what happened.
I also think, as I was talking about earlier in the show, Joe Biden of 10 years ago absolutely would not have taken that bullshit from Joe Manchin. Are you kidding me? Do you know who Joe Biden is as a politician?
For the record.
Do you know who Joe Biden is as a politician? Because if Joe Biden had actually been in, if he had actually been in office when he, are you going to let me finish? point?
Okay, sure. Go ahead.
Okay, because I can't focus with that either way. If you actually knew who the politician Joe Biden was from his previous era, he would not have allowed his signature piece of legislation to be embarrassed in the way that it was by the likes of Joe Manchin and Kristen Sinema. He didn't even threaten to, facilitate a primary against them. As soon as Thomas Massey starts talking shit on Donald Trump, Trump's tweeting about how they've already recruiting candidates to run against him. And with Joe Manchin, it's like, there may be some disagreements with this fine and honorable member of the caucus from West Virginia, and let's go talk about it privately like gentlemen. No, Zach is 100% right. You're the president of the United States. You go to his home state. You embarrass the shit out of him. Even though Biden's not very popular in West Virginia, you at least try. And there
Bernie
are
Sanders is.
Yeah, right.
Bernie Sanders is. You can bring out people that
100K ain't happening, man.
are popular. Kentucky has a Democratic governor.
How many people are these Fight the Oligarchy tour bringing in? Are the Bernie rallies kind of like getting Trump numbers, or?
It's not impossible to reach these people. They're not just like 100% Democrats suck. I hate all Democrats. Like, no, if you actually put it to them in a way that makes sense, these states, which by the way, within the last 75 years, were all blue states. Yeah, you can convince them to fight for something like minimum wage. You can convince them to, take out their anger on this politician who's single-handedly holding that up. I don't know. I don't think it's that crazy to at least try. And that was another issue with Biden. His whole posture, he just exuded weakness. Trump exudes strength, specifically to his base, less and less with every passing day. I think he's kind of fading in that capacity. But for a while, he was a master at getting people in line and on message. He turned the entire party into a reflection of himself. You know what I'm saying? Like, Biden couldn't even pretend to try to do that. And
What
again,
was
it might
the
have
first
been
thing that Donald Trump did when he was president. What was the first thing he tried to do legislatively?
In which term?
The Obamacare thing.
The first
Oh,
term.
you mean in the first term?
Yeah.
He passed a tax incentive for rich, and also he had to repeal and replace Obamacare. I don't know which one happened first.
The first thing he tried to do was repeal and replace Obamacare. Was he successful?
No, John McCain stood in the way of it, but that was because they had a personal grievance. Okay, do you not remember the whole problem?
Do you think that Donald Trump could have used the bully pulpit to force McCain to vote in the way that he wanted to?
I think that Donald Trump, if he had been a more deaf politician, would have absolutely gotten John McCain to go along with it. And if he hadn't said, I like the ones that don't get captured, and made fun of the man's military record, he would have absolutely gotten it.
Yeah, because the thing about Trump is that he doesn't actually give a fuck about the actual policy. Like, he's never really been someone who cares that much about getting policies passed. It's a cult of personality. If he was a sophisticated politician, yeah, he wouldn't have pissed off John McCain in that sort of way. Not that he totally didn't care about that, goal of repealing and replacing Obamacare. I'm not trying to seem like he didn't, but I don't think that he cares as much. That's not really his mission. Whereas Joe Biden should have been politically savvy enough to get those senators in line.
Okay. So I feel like, guys, you are perfectly exemplifying what the Green Lantern theory of politics is. The central premise of it is that neither of you seem to accept that the Congress can be a check on the president. Neither of you seem to accept that sometimes.
When did Joe Biden try to use the pulpit?
I let you
That's
talk.
what I'm
Hold
telling
on.
you. We advise
Let
that
me
he should
speak.
have.
I was speaking. I was
Okay,
nice to
sorry.
Gavin
Go
here.
ahead,
Okay, like, you guys seem to think that there is always going to be a way to force the people in Congress to give you the bills that they want, and the reality is literally every single president has been constrained by their Congress.
Never said
every
that.
single one.
I don't think that. That is not my position. I think that Joe
You
Biden should
don't
have
think that?
tried
What do you
harder.
mean?
I think he should have tried harder and used the bully pulpit more to shame the people that were preventing him from delivering on what the American voters voted him into the office to accomplish in the first place. To me, as someone who actually deeply cares about these policies, who cares about the public option that he never actually tried to do once he was in office, who cares about the $15 minimum wage, which he didn't even try to fight for once he was in office. Yeah, it actually pisses me off, and I want to see the president reflect the frustration of his base when it comes to those key issues, and to at least punish the members of the caucus that are they're disloyal and that embarrass the whole agenda and administration.
Do my podcast co-hosts have any opinions on Manchin to get a $15 an hour minimum wage in West Virginia?
I think
Go ahead, Cowboy.
I was just going to say, like, I think that these views are somewhat compatible. Like, I think that Hutch, I think where you're wrong is that, look, at the end of the day, like, the Trump project, right, has been a long one at this point, right? It's been almost a decade long. By the time Trump, leaves, I guess we'll see what happens. fingers crossed, his last term in 2029, that'll have been Donald Trump leading the conservative movement in this country for 12 years, right? A very long time. And we see some of the fruits of that today, right? We see the consolidation of power within the court and the Supreme Court. We see, like Pisco said, the consolidation of power within the caucus, and he's able to essentially just dictate things to the caucus. And how did he accomplish that, right? It wasn't through, my friend John McCain or, the analogous thing that Joe Biden did with Joe Manchin. It's like, look, at some points, you have to try and make long-term decisions in the composition of the caucus. You're always going to have moderates and progressives, and those people are always going to disagree. Same thing with the Republican Party to some degree, but at the very least, I think it's probably worth it long-term to instill a kind of like coalition culture within the party and say, look, we ran as a party on $15 an hour minimum wage. I won that election. If you're against me, like, I don't care that you've been a senator from Delaware for, the last 20 years. Like, that's what the party believes in. That's what the base believes in, as evident by the election. And you're going to get primaried if you don't support it. And look, to the discredit of, some of Donald Trump's candidates that he endorses in the primaries, he's going to lose some of those elections, right? Like he ends up primarying candidates and they end up losing 100%. Otherwise winnable elections. But we see that in the long run, those global macro trends that kind of dictate who wins and loses a lot of these elections end up pulling through. And now Donald Trump has, larger majorities in the Senate. I don't know what the House looked like when he took office, but he's able to actually have consolidated that and get a lot of things that he otherwise didn't think he would be able to get done. Do
you think that Joe Manchin, he was going to be threatened by a primary?
Well, Hutch, you're completely disregarding my point. Okay,
no, I'm not. What do you mean?
No. My point wasn't that you could get Manchin to change his mind. Manchin didn't even run for re-election. He left the Democratic Party. He was independent when he retired from the Senate. Like, I don't know that there's substantially anything that you could have done. I think to the Vanguard's point, there's probably something to be said about at least like the appearance of giving a and like trying.
Which was a huge part, which by the way was a huge thing that led to Trump's re-election, was the fact that everyone felt like Joe Biden was asleep at the wheel, that he was feckless, that he was too old to whip his own caucus into line when it mattered. That's why he lost. That's why we have Trump.
That
Joe Biden didn't even fight for the American people.
What you're saying doesn't mean anything. When you say something like
what do you mean it doesn't mean anything? What do you mean it doesn't mean anything?
When you say just use the bully pulpit, you're not suggesting anything.
No. He just said something very specific. Okay, yeah, go for it.
Okay, here's what I was going to say, because this is my point, Hutch, right? Like, I don't want to miss the forest for the trees just because we want to, like, have good fireworks show for the audience, which I'm totally into, by the way. We're all crushing. But the reality is that the point that we're making, and I think Okada Boy, I thought you laid it out extremely well, right? The American people do not believe that the Democratic Party is full of fighters, right? Gavin used the term asleep at the wheel. The reality is that the reason they couldn't get Kamala Harris or Joe Biden across the finish line was because they did not even try to whip votes in West Virginia, from West Virginia, right? They didn't even try to say, okay, we're going to go down to Arizona.
They didn't even make it feel like they cared about $15 an hour. No one even knew that. You think any of those voters in West Virginia even knew that Biden gave a fuck about $15 an hour? No, because he didn't. That's the problem. He never even pretended to care, other than to get a few suckers' votes.
Sorry, didn't mean to cut you off. Does everybody agree here that generally speaking in the modern era, what the American voters typically do is if they give a trifecta to a particular party, they take it away 2 years later. It has basically been,
because the party abuses their fucking trust and doesn't do anything. That's why. If Biden had actually done the things that I wanted him to, he would have.
I'm just giving you this is what happens with voters, right? So in that time, when a president,
not just as a natural,
when a president is inaugurated, they know they're on a ticking clock and they only have a couple years to pursue as much legislation as they can get done. And to Josiah's point, but you may not like the final version of those bills, but Biden was legislatively the most successful president of the modern era since like LBJ. Now you want to like quibble about like $15 an hour. Would it have been better if he spent more time on a useless fight?
But you're talking about this like he won re-election, though. You're talking about this like he run
senator. Wouldn't it have been him better to just get done what he could get done before he loses Congress? Like that's the argument. You can't simply say. You can't simply say like just go to West Virginia, send AOC to West Virginia. Who gives a fuck?
Have you not seen she's been on a Fight the Oligarchy tour and it's been massively successful? Let me talk for 1 second about this, guys. I was just in Tulsa, Oklahoma.
Oh, no.
I was in Tulsa, Oklahoma doing a segment for the Vanguard where I went to one of the Fight the Oligarchy tours, right? You guys ever been to Tulsa, Oklahoma?
Never.
No.
Okay, it is not exactly liberal country, okay? It's not the kind of place where they're tuning into podcasts that are woke. Okay, guess what that room was filled with? It was filled with people who wanted to see socialism. They loved AOC, and they were union guys that were fixing airplanes. They were farmers. They were teachers. There were tons of indigenous folks that showed up. Oklahoma has a huge indigenous population that's underrepresented. If you were to ask a pollster like Ezra Klein, he would tell you not to waste your time in Oklahoma. But do you know what Bernie Sanders said to those people? He said, I do not want to be a part of a government that sees red and blue states. I want to be a part of a government that leads, that delivers for the American people. When I went to the U.S. Senate, I said I was going to stand up for the United States of America. That's what I'm here to do today. And people were losing it, man. They couldn't believe that somebody actually showed up for them. You're telling me that if you put on national television, Bernie Sanders, Alexandria Ocasio-Cortez, Kamala Harris, Beto O'Rourke, take your pick, famous people, Gavin Newsom from the party, they all show up to West Virginia, whoever it is that you can get. I'm not saying all these people would agree, but a lot of them would agree because everybody loves to have their picture taken with the president, and they would have shown up, and it would have been a huge event, and it would have shown the American people that Joe Biden was going to fight for them. Sometimes optics matter. That would have been a time that optics matter. I'm not saying it would have worked. I'm saying the American people would have been like, yeah, Joe, thank you for showing up for us, which you've never done over the time you're president.
You need Manchin. It's in a 50-50 Senate. You need Manchin's vote for literally every single piece of legislation that you want to get done. And you're saying that the very first thing he should have done is gone to civil war with Joe Manchin and threatened a primary because we didn't get one particular provision.
I mean, is that not what Trump does with the defectors in his caucus? Like, is that not?
Do we really want to emulate? Like, do you want a Republican, like a Democratic Party?
Well, wait a minute. Personally, I think that elides the point. Well, wait a minute. I think you got to address this, and it goes all the way back to. I've been spending the last 30 minutes trying to.
How many people there wanted to see socialism? Probably just want things to be economically better and government to do something about the world. Yeah. How do you handle those brain rot podcasts? I love them. I love them. It's called Slamapol. Okay, I'm coining that term. If you ever use the term Slamapol or hear somebody else use it, it's because either you got it from me or they got it from me. Okay, Slamapol is slop drama politics. All right, Slamapol. That's what we're doing. Love it. I love it.
Look for what Pisco had to say about Mike Johnson's first vote, and I can't find the goddamn thing. That motherfucker, there's nothing on it. Fuck you, Pisco. But listen, I think it elides the point that they're making, which is it doesn't matter if you want people to emulate Trump or not. They're making the case that it is possible for presidents to bully their parties into line.
Yes.
It's called whipping
I want
votes.
you to deal, Hutch, I do want you to deal with the Trump example. Either refute it or say yes, but that's Trump.
Well, it's West
and we
Virginia.
can't do
It's West Virginia. So can I just have I want to say
no. You hang on. Let Hutch respond.
Why
to
are
that.
you flip-flopping when you were agreeing with me when we had the same conversation with Kyle and Crystal?
Bro,
you're flip-flopping because your Vanguard boys are on the podcast.
Man, I'm about to listen. I'm about to roundhouse kick Pisco. He already has the beard off. I'm gonna take the mustache off the next time I see him. And then you and I,
Christ,
Hutch, listen. You're so tall. I'm gonna kick the shit out of your ankles. Listen to me. Real quick.
See, Hutch, there's a W right there. I'm 5'7", so you know whenever if I've ever hurt your feelings, you just fall asleep at night knowing that you know.
I know, man.
Really
Us short people. I know he's like 6'4". I know.
Let me stop
I
you.
agree.
Let me stop you. Okay, you go to war with Joe Manchin. You say I'm gonna primary. You block. Hold on. Wait. Let's just hold on. I'm gonna f your mom and I'm gonna primary you and we're gonna replace you. Okay. And he says, you know what?
You don't even know where her urn is.
Biden now polling at 100%.
Hold on. And then he says, you know what? I don't like this at all. I'm an independent. You guys don't get the majority. That's that. What do you do?
Hard to bully Manchin.
Okay.
Hard to bully Nelson. I want to agree with
What do you do?
Would you just let me get through the fucking thing? Just shut up and let me get let me get through the sentence.
All right, Pisco wants to talk.
Shut up for a second. I agree with you that Joe Manchin was not bullyable. I want you to address the notion they brought up Trump. And I can't speak for Pisco.
Sorry, are you stupid? So the response, Manchin is not bullyable, is a response to your question is, why don't you bully? Okay, that's
That
Hutch's
wasn't my
response.
fucking question.
Why don't
Pete.
you be like Trump and bully?
It literally was.
Literally was. You're like, why
We can go back and play the tape where I said you are not your point
Oh my
belies
God.
theirs. I said they are saying that a president can theoretically bully a party. I
Well, can I
want you
actually
to
clarify
address
what
that.
my position is, just because I think we're
Fucking A.
splitting. I think you guys are splitting hairs here, right? Because I think that it's fair to address what Hutch
Oh
is
my
saying,
God.
right? Which is the fact that Joe Manchin might say, "F you then, I am eat a bag of dicks," and go. But here's the thing: the American people are tired of getting crumbs, right? They already expect you to kind of be like, okay, the Republicans beat us, blah blah blah. You have to find a way to win. So you get on. Say you get on your infrastructure bill, right? You get Joe Manchin doesn't vote for it. Do you not see what Donald Trump has proven that you can do without Congress? You say, guys, give me 2 more years, okay? Or however long Joe Manchin had left. He's, I guess,
But I think the ultimate problem is not so much Biden's treatment of Joe Manchin, but it's the fact that he didn't even seem like he cared about the policy in the
That's
first
it.
place. We're talking about these policies that he's supposed to be fighting for, but no one even knows he supports them. Like I said, he'd have a lot better chance of getting reelected and of being popular if people felt like he gave a fuck about this, if they felt like it was actually something on his agenda, not something that could conveniently hit the cutting room floor as soon as he runs into any sort of obstruction from his own party. And that's exactly how it felt. It felt like Joe Biden was more than happy to use that as an excuse to say, oh, sorry, guys, what do you want me to do? The thing I promised to do is now on the cutting room floor because of these things that I knew would be an issue before I promised it. So it's like, why the do you even promise it? Just to lie to everyone and get their hopes up? You knew this would be a problem.
If you didn't run on it, you'd be like, why aren't you running on it?
No, I'd rather he be honest. I genuinely would rather he be honest. I would. And I voted for politicians who aren't running on it. I voted for Kamala Harris, even though she was running on a bunch of shit that I hated, including going around talking about how all the #1 CEOs and corporation leaders in the company signed off on all of her stupid crypto policies and all her AI bullshit. Like, at least she was honest about it. I don't actually think that it's a good idea, though, to run for something or, win a primary based on these ideas, including a public option and a $15 an hour minimum wage, things that would substantially uplift Americans who desperately need it, and then immediately say, sorry, oops, some bullshit happened, and now I have to, throw you under the bus and renege on this promise.
You don't seem to fully appreciate the role of the Congress. Period. End of story.
No, like I just said, though, he didn't even try to make, like with various politicians that understand this issue, they know that, and they build a pressure campaign to make it so that it's political suicide for you to oppose this policy. Joe Biden didn't do that with the right policies. He did it with the wrong ones and bungled the ones that he was right about, like the Afghanistan war.
It wasn't even just Manchin. Like, Cinema was... Pisco, I know you wanted to jump in.
Yeah, I just want to say I'm going to be a bridge builder here for sure, 100%, because I'm going to yell in kind of both directions. On the one hand, you can't bully Manchin, but I think that there's a kind of lesson from the Inflation Reduction Act. Everyone said that the environmental policy that Biden was trying to push was dead in the water. They said it for months and months and months and months. The Inflation Reduction Act was a surprise for a lot of people, and I think give Biden some credit. I think that that's an incredible package in terms of now it's being diluted and somewhat destroyed by Trump and the big beautiful
following
bill.
election, Pisco. That's the problem.
No, I agree with you that. I think that's Biden's greatest failure is, and this
the
is where I'm gonna,
presidency has to be an 8-year project in the year 2025, is my view. So I think that if you
100%.
fail the first time with Joe Manchin, you have to dedicate your entire presidency to fucking him and replacing the seat.
100%.
100%. You just said you couldn't bully Manchin.
Whoa! So 100% on the notion. I don't know why you're so trigger touched. So first of all, I was defending that you can't bully Manchin, but on the specific notion that the presidency is an 8-year project, that is 100% true. I totally agree with that. That's what I said. 100% agree with it. Hutch, do you have a problem with me saying I agree with that point?
No, you're good.
Okay, cool. So just to be clear, I totally agree. You can't really bully Manchin. It has to go. You have to go.
You have to primary him. That's
different
why
way.
it's an 8-year project.
But I will say the following: to pretend that Joe Biden, and this is all coming out from reporting, was engaged as he should have been on domestic fronts, is now proving more and more to be untrue. It appears that it appears that he outsourced domestic policy to Ron Klain. He had minimal meetings with his cabinet.
He didn't even do cabinet meetings. I was about to say that.
And so it's a systemic problem of Biden in terms of his failures as a communicator and his failure of engagement on the domestic front. And that is, unfortunately, a legacy that I do think has contributed to the rise of Trump. That's not to say, and I don't want to denigrate the good domestic agenda that was done. I think the Vanguard, I think, is, what Biden did, he got tangible wins for the American people domestically in a way that other presidents didn't. I didn't hear you really to say that that's not true. I think you said it was like watered down. I think it's watered down because he was trying to build bridges where he could, but he did pass through some historic legislation. I think you guys would acknowledge that.
Oh,
but
100% he did. My problem is that he embraced bipartisanship in a way that was totally detrimental.
Yeah, they did. I mean, it's been a while since I played, but I've been watching people play it. It's also got a lot of new. They've added a lot of shit in there. There's a couple. I think there's like a couple new weapons, a lot of new maps, obviously. But they had to. I mean, after the launch, how devastating the launch was. I mean, once they brought in Forge, I mean, they should have launched with Forge. I don't know why they didn't. But once Forge came around and people could make their own maps, it became like super fun. You should go into the custom games browser and check out some of the maps people have been making in Forge. They're insane.
In a time when he should have been fighting, I feel like what people
he embraced
want
it when he
is-
had to. It was a divided government when he was doing bipartisan stuff. He had to do bipartisan stuff. What other
And
choice?
guess
did he
what?
have?
The people said, we don't want you anymore. We want a guy that's going to go play hardball.
To be fair, I
I
do think it was Joe Biden's age made it basically he was unreelectable. Like I do feel he was so old, he was so in cognitive decline that like that ultimately had more to do with the way people voted for him than like the Joe Manchin thing, to be totally fair to Joe Biden. And I also think that if Joe Biden had been a younger version of himself, he would have been able to better communicate the wins that he did secure, because that was another huge thing. The communications department in the last administration was just pathetic. They didn't brag about anything that they accomplished. Most people didn't even know what the they accomplished, even though, as you mentioned a couple times accurately, they accomplished more than previous administrations had.
I fully agree with so like what's going on right now with the Democratic Party is they are just fully in terms of acclimating to this new paradigm of media. They don't understand the climate whatsoever. And so Biden did go out there and like visit like small cities in Michigan and Pennsylvania to celebrate, the impact of the infrastructure deal. But who the fuck was there? It was like C-SPAN with like 17 viewers. Nobody was tweeting about it. Nobody was
sucks at
posting about
media,
it.
and that's half the job now. Hutch.
Yes, exactly. Yeah, I agree with you. I agree with all of this. I agree with all of this.
Right. And I think you agree with this part, and so that's why I'm glad, because I think that's part of what's being spoken about from the Vanguard is the communication part is 50% of more than 50% of the job now, both internal communications, that is to your other stakeholders within the government, other branches of government, that's to Joe Manchin, and he was able to negotiate, but it was delayed, right, the Inflation Reduction Act, and also externally, right, and getting public support for ideas, getting pressure, right, MAGA is able to, or Trump at times, I think less so now, is able to leverage this like momentum, right, and you often feel it, right, like you get this report, and a lot of it's theater for sure, but
even
sometimes
before
it's genuine.
Even before Trump, remember the Rhino label? Like Republicans have always been better at shaming their fucking defectors, whereas Democrats, like you never saw Joe Biden taunting Joe Manchin and saying, this guy, he's a dino, he's a traitor, he's helping Donald Trump, he's a secret Republican who's a wolf in sheep's clothing. That's what he should have said, not just because it's good politics, but because it's true. Joe Manchin is a piece of shit.
Wait, hold on. You have not reconciled the obvious problem with this. Let's say he does that. Let's say you're a dino. I'm going to primary you. I'm going to mom. And he says, I don't like your posture. You have no leverage over me. I'm going to be independent, and you
imprison him.
Just kidding. No, I'm serious. Like, how do you reconcile with that?
100%. Yeah, I think that's a very fair point. That's why Pisco and I shared the moment where we agreed that, hey, this is an 8-year project, right? When you're battling a Congress that is 100% against the American people, like Joe Manchin, like Christian Sinema, right? You can't accomplish the goals. The American people just voted, and we're operating under the time Joe Biden's just getting into office, right? Okay. They voted for him to be an antidote to Donald Trump. They're scared because of COVID. They want somebody who's competent. They want, vaccine rollout that's sufficient, right? They want all of these things. That's what he's been voted on. So you have to say, this man is standing in the way of what I want to accomplish. If you want a higher minimum wage, we need to know that this man is standing in the way of it. You make him a pariah. You make his name mud in Washington. And in the meantime, you do not pass that piece of pivotal legislation. You go to town with every single executive order that comes across your desk. You make that man's life hell, and you also go to work uplifting the American people. You declare a state of emergency. You talk about how healthcare is a human right. You talk about how we're going to do every single thing you can. We're going to make sure that nobody pays a cent of student loans as long as I'm president, right? We're going to make sure that we fight it in the court and not a dollar is collected, and we fight all the interest rates all the way. We go after everything that we could do with worker protection to make sure that it's harder to exploit your workforce. Let's make sure that we're supplementing every single court that we can along the way to make sure that a company like Uber doesn't get to contract their drivers as a 1099 employee that has to pay a bunch of taxes at the end of the year and gets totally rat. Let's make sure that we're uplifting those people at every step of the way. I think these are ideas that we would all agree are going to be beneficial and tangible to the American people. And then over your 8-year presidency, you do start to accomplish the goals that you need the power of Congress to do, right? Because nobody can just, overrule Congress, although Donald Trump is giving it a run for his fucking money right now, and he even has control of Congress, right? So you say, we're going to do every single thing that we can from the power of the desk. We're going to fight everything in the court, and we're going to make your life as good as we can while we get rid of Joe Manchin, Kristen Sinema, and bring back the party of the people.
Okay, so let's game this out. So it's ARP negotiations. It's the first 2 months of the presidency. This is his first bill that he wants to get passed. He does exactly what you're saying.
Make terrains in it or just place models on preset land? You can really customize the hell out of terrain. I don't know if you can make terrain. But they have a shit ton of presets. A shit ton. They have a lot of presets. You can customize the hell out of the presets. And you could probably make your own terrain by combining some of the presets anyway. So I don't know, if you go into the custom games, I mean, you'll see what you're capable of, because there are endless amounts of people playing fucking these crazy fucking maps. I've seen some crazy shit. And they have the scripting too. I've seen some videos on the scripting. I've never done the scripting, but I've seen it, and I'm like, oh, okay, that makes sense. So I've seen some pretty impressive stuff in terms of scripting on YouTube. It's really fun. I had a lot of fun in Forge. I made a level. What's it called? Synthwave. Oh, Synthwave Oddball, I think. If you search, if you go to the custom maps or whatever, and there's like a search function. If you type in Synthwave, like one word, SYNTHWAVE, and then Oddball, ODDBEALL, you'll see a map that I made. And it's pretty fun. It's aesthetically finished, but it has a lot of admin that still needs to happen in it. Halo campaign solo, and then the free multiplayer just gets updated each Halo game. Yeah. Halo Online should have been the official multiplayer version that got updates based on each Halo campaign, which counts its own state. Yeah. I think that's actually a good idea.
Right now, he goes to war with Joe Manchin. Joe Manchin defects. He loses control of Congress. Now,
why would you lose control of Congress? You're just stacking the deck in your favor.
No, hold
what
on.
If he gets
I just told you that there would be a risk that Joe Manchin would defect and say, "I don't like the way you're treating me. You, I'm going to defect." There was
because of all the executive orders
a risk
I've
of
done,
him doing that, by the way.
President we have. So we can play this counterfactual game all day.
Are you acknowledging or not that there was a risk for him to defect in that way if Trump?
Yes, but you're assuming that after that defection, that Joe Biden loses Congress. I disagree with that. That's what I'm disputing.
If you give that Senate gavel, do they have a gavel in the Senate? If you give that gavel to Mitch McConnell, now not only do you not get the IRA, which did a lot of really good shit, and not just for environment, but also
the deck in your favor, You're just saying, imagine all these bad things happen. I could say, imagine all these good things happen because I did all these executive orders.
That's it.
Do
right
you
there.
not? Okay, hang on.
Yep, that's it. Exactly. This is it. This was version 267. That's how many saves it took for me to make it. It's pretty fun. It's meant to be an oddball map because like hovering and like up in the air in the center is where the oddball is, and it's very symmetrical. It has stairs leading up to multiple levels. There's some aerial vehicles on the top. There's a racetrack around the sides of it. And if you try to get outside the map and go too far, there's like guns on the outside that'll fucking shoot you and shit. But I designed it to be an oddball map, but for the most part, I was just playing around with it just to get used to the functions. So yeah, if you see this map on there, the thing is, if you try to start a game on it, I don't know. I think the spawns are really fucked up. I made it a long time ago. I mean, when was this? Is there a date here? This is this is a while ago. I want to say I made this like a year and a half ago, maybe longer. I don't, and like I said, like the admin on this, like aesthetically it's done, but the admin it needs updating because I'm pretty sure I did not finish the spawns, the cameras, some of the stuff. But it's super fun map in terms of like oddball. Actually, hold on, let me see. Yes, sir.
Podcast.
I guess.
Hold on. I need to not feel crazy for a second. Podcast Bros. Do you think it was possible that if Biden would have done what they're suggesting that he should have done, that Manchin could have
No,
switched
he couldn't
parties?
have done it. He didn't have the talent. Biden, it was too old. He couldn't do it. So this whole thing is, I agree with you, Hutch, in the sense that he couldn't do it. He did not have the capacity to do it. And Manchin, although I don't know that Manchin would be the type to like just never vote on judicial nominees anymore because you're talking some shit. And I think that there are ways he could have done it. But like fundamentally, I agree with you. It's not possible. Biden could not have done it. He did not have it in him. It's not in his character to do the kind of play that the Vanguard are talking about.
Say it was a 40-year-old Biden in his prime. Could he have forced a $15 an hour minimum wage on Manchin?
No, Hutch.
Force the issue?
Yeah, obviously, to your point, Hutch, it's clear that what you're saying is true, that it was a possibility that it would happen. I mean, I think that what's fair, I guess, to say at least, is that literally did happen with both Manchin and Sinema. They both turned independent eventually.
Why are you doing this? This is like wildly disingenuous. He switched parties.
Why is that disingenuous?
He switched parties after they lost control of Congress when it didn't matter, bro. That's irrelevant.
Already opposed didn't matter. Hutch, but I think what you've never.
Well, I was gonna show it to you, but I'm getting some kind of DirectX fucking error right now. Why am I getting that error? Excuse me. Well, I think I'm pretty sure. I think I need an update, but I don't even know if that would affect DirectX 12. Yeah, I don't know. I was gonna show it to you, but of course my computer is just so fucking in the weeds. All right, but whatever. It's a cool map. Go find it. Maybe I'll show it to you guys later. Sounds like it's Halo time. I was gonna try to just fire it up just to show the map real quick. What I'm working on right now is updating these functional specifications for a payroll system that we're updating. So I gotta get that done. I was just gonna jump into the map to show what I'm gonna play, but this week, I promise, this week we'll definitely play. We can play and then we catch up on that conversation.
Addresses this idea that, I mean, I've already conceded fully, like personally, I don't know if the Vanguard boys would agree with me, but like I've already conceded that, look, you might have a world where you do what the Vanguard guys are saying and all of a sudden Manchin goes independent, 2 years earlier, and maybe you don't get the IRA passed and you have to deal with like the current subsidies instead of the expanded ones or whatever. Like that's a risk that you have. And similarly, and I compared to the Trump project, that he loses a lot of elections that he would maybe otherwise be able to win because he endorses radicals in primaries and they end up winning the primaries. But again, that long-term compositional change of the Republican Party seems to have netted them out policy wins when they're actually able to control the government, right? And I think that the Democrats should engage in a similar project for the long-term health of, at this point, the country.
So you would give up 200 plus judicial appointments and every piece of legislation that he passed just for this vague notion of like, we're going to be a party of fighters now?
But Hutch, I think that the problem is that I really believe in the Democratic Party platform, right? Like, I think it's not just like, oh, it'd be nice to have, these are marginal improvements. Like, we're talking about, you said you take seriously the idea that, the threats to democracy, and this is such a big deal. And I think that for the long-term health of the country and also just like the people in the country, to the Vanguard boys' point, the idea of having a universal healthcare system, having like a high wage floor, these kind of like expansive welfare policies and things like that, like, our policies are so bad. I feel like I am answering it, right? So
are you saying that would be an acceptable sacrifice? No 200 plus judges and all that legislation, none of that. Are you saying cutting all of that would be worth it to establish a new...
Obviously, Hutch, it's a question of expected value and the risks you're willing to take. So I don't like the idea of the scenario that you're painting. If there's a 100% scenario that what you're saying happens, you might think a little bit differently about it, but there's obviously not a 100% chance, right? There's every chance in the world that you engage in this project and maybe the idyllic version of what the Vanguard is talking about would happen, or at the very least, something settles out in the middle or something. Like you never really know how these things are going to go. But I was just going to say last sentence that I think establishing a basic standard within the Democratic Party that, hey, I don't care if you don't like this policy. We have to do these things, not only because, it's the platform that we ran on and maybe there's some long-term gains to that, but also it's just really good for the American people, Hutch. And it's worth saying, hey, moderate asshole, you, we have to actually get this done because it's good. We have
you don't need to do this thing where you're like, I'm the one that actually cares about these policies. Meanwhile, you would pursue a strategy that would result in no judicial appointments and no pieces of legislation.
You don't know that for sure, Hutch. It's the risk that you're willing to take, right?
Okay, let's fine. Put the risk aside. What is the possible benefit? Are you going to move Joe Manchin on this? Yes or no?
He moved on the IRA.
Well, no, yeah. I don't.
Hold on. Are you going to move him on $15 an hour?
No, Hutch. To answer your question, To answer your question as directly as I can, it is irrelevant to my point. I don't think so. Ultimately, that you're able to get
benefit analysis. What is the possible benefit,
Dude,
right?
This all ended with Donald Trump being our president. How can you act like the risk-benefit analysis worked out in our favor? That's the whole problem right here. You're talking about the weeds here. We got the fascists in power as a result of this because the American people didn't believe that Democrats could fight anything, including a fascist. And so now we've got people getting black-bagged off of the street. Now we don't have a Department of Education. Now 12 million people are losing their Medicaid. Now the hospital I was born in can no longer deliver babies in the east side of Kansas City, Missouri, because they thought those black mothers that largely make it up nowadays because of gentrification and the fact that all of these people have been shoved to the east poor side of Kansas City aren't worth it to have their own NICU or any kind of delivery services. These are the real life consequences of Donald Trump. And because the Democrats thought they could people and lie to them about, oh, we're actually fighting for $15 in minimum wage, or, oh, we're actually going to cancel your student loans, when they never had an intention of doing it. They rolled over immediately, so they lost and handed
They never had the intention of doing student loans?
No, they did not.
Well, why did he do it?
Did it work out? You know what I'm saying? Listen to yourself.
What do you
People
mean,
hate
did it work out?
Oh, the Republicans struck it down. That's what the Democrats always say.
No, the court struck it down, bro. What do you mean?
That's why we got to pack the court.
Well, okay. I think the Vanguard walked into a bad one because obviously student loans was one where Biden seemed to actually he did actually try to cancel student loan debt broadly. But that's I think that
did he try it once by executive order?
He tried to cancel
multiple things.
Yeah.
So I mean, I think that Biden deserves all the credit in the world for the student loan stuff. I think there's one additional thing he could have tried, but I really think he went through all the stops to try to get that passed.
What's the one additional thing you think he could have tried?
The one additional, I think he should have shredded up all the loan documents for every individual in the country after they lost the election, and just as a core executive power, just shred all of the loan documents and officially renunciate all the loans. Now that might have had some problems, but if you make it impracticable for anybody to prove that those loans exist, I think that's the one additional thing he could have done. But that's not in Biden's character to do that. There could have been other ways, other documentation, but it would have been such a mess. But I do think he should have done it.
And imagine the political capital Republicans would have to expend.
I just can't accept the fact that Donald
we're going
Trump's
back trying to tape this shit together,
and that we cannot figure out a way. How can you be the president that pen strokes away all of the billions and billions of dollars in PPP loans, right? How can you?
I'm telling you that what I would do is, as president, if I were in Biden's shoes, is after all that shit was struck down, I would order the Department of Education to shred all communications and documents related to those student loans. Now that ultimately that might not have been effective because you could have had whistleblowers and people being like, we can't do this, we have to save all the documentation, but that is what I would have done, because I do think that it is important, and I think that after we have the core executive rulings from the immunity decision, all that stuff, I think you should have done it for sure. But in terms of that, you can't go after Biden on the student loan stuff. He did really try that, and the courts really did him over on that. And then after the court struck it down, he went with other the SAVE plan, other methods to try targeted relief, and they forgave billions and billions of dollars of relief. It was a very good thing that they did, and it's one of those things that they did not communicate well. But that was a tangible win for the American people.
Yeah, I was under the impression, Papisco, and you can elucidate this, because my impression was that within the power of the Higher Education Act, and I have a tweet about this from the past, I would be curious as a lawyer, I'm not a lawyer, but the Higher Education Act, couldn't he potentially, it says right here that there was no discussion of the actions that he could have taken through what's called the HEROES Act. and it lies within the power of the Higher Education Act of 1965, which he made no effort to pursue as a final effort after his initial ruling.
They tried both, and it was in the middle of the rulemaking situation. It took longer because there's additional procedures that they had to run, and they had to have a notice and comment timeline. And so they did end up using that authority that you're invoking. The one additional thing he could have tried is instead of capping at 10,000, 20,000, he could have gotten rid of it all. They had a stronger argument on that because the legal provision there was waive or modify. And the court basically said, well, they can do, you can waive all of it or you can modify a little bit. And they interpreted modify to be like a much more minor. But that would have been struck down anyway. And I think the court was signaling it that they were going to invoke what's known as the major questions doctrine. They didn't actually invoke the major questions doctrine in that case, but they basically signaled that if Biden tried to waive all the student loans, even though that was more cabin within the terms of the statute, that the Supreme Court was going to strike it down.
Yeah, it's really important to remember that anything that President Biden attempted to do via executive order or that could have been done congressionally via statute is still subject to judicial review, which means, to Pisco's point, the conservative supermajority on the court, they could have invented whatever reason they want to grant cert to the case.
Think here lies the fundamental problem with why Democrats always lose, because everything you just said might be true, but I don't care about it, right? Because I just watched them forgive billions of dollars for rich assholes that bought votes with that money, and that's how the American people feel. You know what I'm saying?
No, I totally
understand that.
We totally agree, but that's also another reason why I think for a lot of us here, court reform is so central to the case, and making it a case to the American people is so essential, because anything that you want done or we want done is going to have to be reviewed by the Supreme Court, and they're inclined to strike it down for precisely that reason. Trump will get away with his tax cuts for the rich and for all sorts of other egregious things because he has a sympathetic supermajority on the Supreme Court, and they're the final boss of democracy. Trump's the immediate problem, but the court represents an equally dangerous problem. It's just kind of looming in the background. You got to deal with both.
I want to say one other thing. Like, I am not just trying to constantly split the baby here. I do agree ultimately with Hutch in terms of the empirics of the makeup in the Congress and the fact that the base of the Democrats, they're not like the MAGA base. They don't exert that kind of control and power. And so I do think that Biden has to approach it a different way. Where I agree strongly with the vanguard is the following. Biden's presidency is a failure. It is a failure because of the one most important thing that he promised, which is to restore the soul of this country and to stop Trump, he failed on. And that, not exclusively, there were other challenges that are outside of his control, the resurgence of COVID, inflation, that kind of stuff, which, I don't blame on him. But the failure of communication and the lack of engagement due to his frailty, and then the hubris, the arrogant decision that if you really, I know people are clowning on Jake Tapper and stuff, and for good reason, but if you read the decision-making process that wasn't ever there when they decided to run for re-election, that this is how they were running the administration. And you can't tell me that that was optimal in terms of the domestic policy front and that everything was running on four cylinders when you're not meeting with your cabinet. And so do I believe that Biden was doing everything in his power and everything within his communication ability while he was president on the domestic front? No, I don't believe that. And I think that there are probably other things he could have done. And I think that you don't need to go on the all-out call Manchin a pig fucker tour. There are other approaches that I think he would have taken, Hutch. And I think what you have to grant, Hutch, even though I agree with you that you couldn't push Manchin move heaven and earth, and you ultimately probably wouldn't get $50 minimum wage, there was not even an attempt to signal. You have to grant that they did not even protest a little bit on that. And that has to be something you acknowledge.
I think in the case of Manchin, there was one time because people were complaining about the fact that he wasn't picking this fight. And I think he was asked a question at a press conference and he said some mild criticism of Joe Manchin, and Joe Manchin turned around and wrote a fucking op-ed for the Wall Street Journal that said he wasn't budging. You. So my
so
point
what would you do
is
if you were
that
President Hutch? What would you do? Would you let him dog walk you like that?
What is? You just told me I'm.
Yeah, Hutch, would you be Manchin's bitch? Just like Biden?
No. I agree with you that you can't.
You have this precious little time and this precious little political capital to spend. It's just, these are the historical trends. George W. Bush after 9/11, that he was the only guy to buck this trend in the post-war era. Every single other time.
Wait, Biden bucked the trend. Biden bucked the trend in historic fashion in 2022.
Yeah, I'm not talking about beating incumbents. I'm talking about when you give a trifecta to a government or to a political party, the American voters, you only get 2 years. It's just way easier to be on offense 24/7 when you're out of power, which is why you're going to see the Democrats have a lot of success in special elections.
Hutch, is your position just that Joe Biden should have rolled over and he was right to roll over, and that Joe Manchin was totally cool to call the shots, and you don't really see much of an issue with that? Like, you're not frustrated by this?
You're trying to frame it as though that it's this moral issue, and it's not.
Is.
No, it's not an issue of morality. It's an issue of practical consideration. If you only have so much time to deliver on your agenda with legislation that you can get passed through simple
Well,
majority,
if you're saying that all it takes
reconciliation,
to stall
why
an
would you-
entire piece of legislation is an op-ed in the Wall Street Journal, and you're just gonna
If
okay,
if I
Mr.
thought
Manchin, you're
that
right.
if I thought that I could get something out of it, then obviously you fight. But I don't think you guys fully
But
appreciate.
that's what's gonna lead to
Wait,
more
let me just
Donald
finish.
Trump, though, dude.
I
If you
don't
want
think
to
you
have
guys
a
fully
situation
appreciate
where
that
you-
the Congress sometimes says no. Every
I'm not
single
saying that the
president.
problem was that the Congress gave. I just gave you 10 other solutions of what I would do if the Congress said
Yeah,
no
you-
to me. My
your
man, what I'm
solution was
trying to point out to
executive
you is
order
that if
everything
the
you were gonna
Democrats
do
ever
with
wanted to have a
legislation,
chance
bro.
of winning, they have to deliver on
That
some
was
of
your-
these
hold on.
promises.
That
You might
was
have a
your-
really
that was
good
your
argument
solution.
as to
That
why
was
they
your
didn't
solution.
deliver on any of these
Hold on.
promises, but the
You
American
said your
people
solution
did
was
not
you were going to
feel
do
that
an
way.
executive order for everything that he would have done otherwise with the legislation, which is like a baby brain take.
That
You
is
don't
not a baby brain take. I
course
said,
it-
what could you
No,
do from the power
cannot
of
just
your
do
desk?
You seem to suggest that the president can do whatever they want with an
Have you
executive
watched
order.
Donald Trump's presidency, my guy? Does it
I
look
have
like it's
seen the
reigned
court
in check?
check him on executive orders
We're
like
circling the
dozens
drain.
of
We're-
I already
times,
told
bro.
you I agree with
We're
stacking the
circling-
court, Hutch. I
we're
already
circling
told
the
you
So
that.
do
drain,
I,
guys.
but
We're
that's not even
circling
on
the
the
drain.
what. That's a separate
We're
conversation.
continuing the
bro.
circle. It's an infinite circle at this point. Can I propose a slight change of topic? Because we've
and I
talked
probably-
about this. Well, I was just going to say we've talked about this. One interesting topic to kind of tie into is right now. This is kind of a historical debate. What should Biden have done? But right now, okay, this is an interesting question. We've got this big kerfuffle with the Epstein files, okay, and there's a question: what should Democrats do with this controversy today, and what should they do if they capture a House in Congress in 2026? I think that's that's the flavor of the week, guys. That's what's going on right now.
It is the flavor of the week, and I think it actually does relate to what we were just talking about, because in the modern era now, and like when we're not out of power, I am so pissed off at the people who are being pussies. I'm just so pissed off at the people who aren't fighters. I'm going to be honest with you in terms of like the messaging on this, on Mamdani, like the fact that we have conservative or I don't know, centrist Democrats or whatever you want to call them coming out and not supporting the nominee in New York pisses me the off. So I think that we should absolutely wield the bully pulpit on issues like Epstein, on issues like everything that Trump is doing, and I don't like the current leadership is failing us on that front. The era of Kristen Cinemas has to be over. You can maybe make the case, and I would make the case actually, that the conditions in 2021 were difficult for Biden. They were really difficult. He did not make the most of it, I agree, but they were genuinely difficult. But now we can't go back to that era where we're fighting for mansions and cinemas, and we need to primary the out of people like Fetterman, out of all, and I don't care if they're really in these, Uber whatever districts. People like Glusenkamp Perez, I don't like them at all. If you are giving Trump like all of these signaling victories and you're like condemning like Al Green when he stands up for Medicaid and all that shit, that pisses me the off. And so whatever you want to say, we can relitigate for the rest of time Biden's failures and the system that existed in 2021. But I don't want to go back to that. I don't want to go back to where we're having to rely on the mansions of the world. And so at the very least, when it comes to Epstein, when it comes to all this stuff, I want fighters. I want people who are stronger so we don't end up back in that unfortunate situation that we can't, figure out.
Well, there's fuel on the fire. I think we have found a fundamental limit to Philosophy Tube as a.
Okay, well, I can see why you got triggered there. What time is it? 2 o'clock? All right, I gotta go. What's the time on the train? 11 hours and 9 minutes. Thinking about just staying on for another 15 minutes, call it 12 hours. Call it 12 hours. Ooh, TikTok invasion.
Often
Yeah.
you suck, dude.
I got this one recently from YouTube.
They say I'm like a
Oh, that's
manatee
Garfield
communicating
Miku.
underwater. Oh my
Do you want
Turn it
a
off.
dope Miku tattoo?
No,
I got
stop.
you.
And then I won this from round
this
one.
is pure. Yeah, I am a monster for this. That's true.
Dylan Miku.
It's true. I'm
And then
super
I
happy
have
about doing this to
the
you.
Funko Pop down here.
Wow, you were like a hardcore Miku fan. Not even I have that much
Smoky
Miku
Man is bad
merch.
after all. Yeah, it's true. She's gonna
My
start
Funko
talking
Pop
again
collection's
soon. The faster we
outrageous.
get through
Oh,
this, the
fuck.
faster I can ditch this and move to something else.
This is why I go broke a lot.
Okay, again, for everyone asking if they can come up, be patient and the host
I
will
have
choose.
a lot of requests, and I like to be careful.
Alright, turn my camera off now.
Because not everybody is so friendly on the internet.
He said, turn my camera off real quick.
Oh yeah, this is a great form of torture. Check the dono chat, it'll save us. I'll check the dono.
Christopher, can I get your age?
Yeah, I'm 32.
Thank you. Questions, comments about the
Oh,
background?
Chris got on. Chris got on.
Can you hear me?
Yep.
Yes, we can.
Okay, so if Christians pray for you, that's violating your consent, correct?
No.
Oh, okay, but you said it violates your consent, so I'm confused here.
No. What I said is that I don't care if Christians pray for me. I have them pray for me all the time. I have a lot of Christian family members.
I'll check it soon. Hang on.
The thing I have an issue with is when Christians weaponize their religion and try to pray away my belief system so that I believe what they believe because they think that's true.
Oh God, this voice is awful.
So you get to impose your will on what they pray for.
No. No. That's not what I said at all. Nope.
Yeah, you just said it
Leaving this
violates
on
consent.
might be a human
Yeah,
rights
you
violation.
said they
True.
can't do that, so that's imposing your will upon them.
Not.
Christopher, you're not listening, bud.
It is a boundary
I am listening.
I have.
Yeah, that's imposing your will. You said
No,
you can't
it's
do that. That's saying you no.
No, it's not. It's having a fucking boundary.
Yeah, if you don't know what boundaries are,
That is somebody that doesn't know what consent is and doesn't listen to the answer no.
no.
Let me check the dono. Hang on. Maybe somebody saved you, but I doubt it.
Who's snoring?
Riza, like always.
No, Riza's muted.
Muted.
Oh, is it
It's-
Stone?
It's not me, I know that.
Yeah, it's Stone.
Nobody's saving you on dono, boys. Sorry.
It's Stone.
Okay, Stone can go down in the comments.
Bro,
Sorry,
please. This is my
Stone.
first time catching you live, and now I'm emotionally SA'd. You don't have my
goodness.
consent. I know. But if they deny they're praying for them, I didn't consent to
Okay.
that. Yeah. Sorry.
Yo, wait, are y'all seeing this username who just joined?
Hold
Wait,
on.
yeah, that's my girlfriend.
Nicole, can I get your age, please?
Yes, I am 40 years
Stegosaurus
old.
Rex.
No more
Yeah, that's my
torture, sir.
girlfriend.
I've been here for
Nicole is-
13.5 seconds.
No,
Says
Stegosaurus
Miami
Rex.
Shy.
Oh, I was like, wait, what?
I'm sorry, Miami Shy, but we're only
I know,
99% of the way there.
We had two people
Sorry.
talking at the same time. What was your age? I'm sorry.
This torture will continue until we're
I am
100%
40 years old
there,
from Las
Miami
Vegas,
Shy.
Nevada.
But thank you for the
Thank
500.
you. Welcome in. Did you have any questions or comments about the background?
You said, why does me being a witch bother you? I don't think it don't bother me at all, depending on if you practicing dark magic or white magic.
That terminology is actually racist in the United States because when Haitians were brought here against their will and forced into slavery, they were trying to practice their cultural practices, and it was dubbed black magic and evil.
Oh, I'm going to crank her up now.
No, Haitians
All
does
you're going
not-
to hear is that voice.
Haitians
voice.
does not.
All you're going to hear is that
Haitians
voice
does
until
not
we hit the
practice
100%.
dark,
Sorry.
more healing.
There's no such thing as dark and black.
That's
and white.
what I'm saying. The colonizers that forced them into slavery called their cultural practices black magic and evil because they happen to be people of color. Which is why
voice
we
is
stay
so
away
bad,
from
dude.
that terminology because it's steeped in racism and we don't want to perpetuate that racism. So we use baneful or positive instead of the dark or light or black or white.
Yeah.
Check it now.
Okay. So can I ask you this question? Do you
Nope, I
Is it
checked it.
more
Nobody's bailing me
healing?
out on the dono chat. Sorry.
Mine personally, yes, but witchcraft is a very umbrella term that covers many, many, many different
Oh my
practices
god, this
that
is so
differ
this is
from
horrid.
culture to
Oh
culture
my god,
and
thank
place
you.
to place around the
Thank
world.
you. Oh my god. Holy shit. That was okay, look. That was a fucking human right. I'm convinced now of rights because making you guys listen to that chick's voice, that was a human rights violation. It really was. I actually have to agree with that. That was maybe one of the worst things I've ever done to you guys. That maybe was one of the very worst things I've ever done to you. What is a house wearing a date? A dress? You suck. Let me move over to the Dono chat bar here, guys. I want to read these off. Mr. E, get them up, please. $10 from Jim Jones to offset my white guilt of being a product of Irish Catholics. Fair. $10 from Little Depresso. I was an atheist my whole life and then had a stint with Satanism before coming to Jesus Christ last year. It always ends the same way, dude. $10 from Nate Hooper. Super vocal fry means super smart, right? I guess. $5 from ZZ Fun. Okay. Yeah, we've had enough. $10 from Catherine. Andrew, praying for you and your family's well-being. Without your consent, hope this money will go towards your Death Star, Sith Lord. $5 from Travis. If she weighs the same as a duck. Yeah, that's right. Monty Python. $30 from Gage. Make it stop. Okay, it stopped. Yeah, that was inhumane. Okay, that was... All right, look, I'm not going to do that to you again. That was too much. That actually was too much. You know, like it was painful for me, so it must have been really bad for you. Like that must have really sucked for you guys. Badly. China could take notes from you on torture. It was bad, dude. It was bad.
Your lives before.
This you have? Hold on.
Yeah.
Your profile does not look familiar, to be honest.
Okay, question.
What?
I won't do it
Hail
again.
Donald Trump.
I won't do it
best
again.
president, best treasonous in office. We should have treasonous in office. Traitors are good in office. I embrace the fact that Donald Trump has a 2-inch dick. I embrace he's a pedophile, but I'm in a cult, so I don't give a fuck. Fuck the libs. Yeah.
Yo, bro. If I'm okay, host.
Good evening, man. How you doing?
You think that
Andrew, real quick, Andrew, age, state, and who you voted for?
I'm 41. I live in Michigan. I voted for Trump.
Okay.
But okay, host. Do you think that the government should give every single person basic human needs like housing, water, food, etc.?
Yes.
Okay.
Hold on, I'm trying to grab everyone
You know
here.
how much people would quit their jobs if that happened?
1 second.
Guy sounds like Game
Let's grab
Boy.
everyone real quickly here. Oh my god. How many? Okay. All right. Okay, there's one more spot I can put someone into. Oh. I'm gonna do this in order.
Donald Trump is low-key the GOAT. Yo, come on.
All right, real quickly, I'll start from the top here. Creed, age, state, and who you voted for.
27, Florida, Trump.
Max, age, state, and who you voted for, please.
Max, 19, Kansas, Trump.
Okay. Ham. Ham Newton, age, state, and who you voted for, please.
Yeah, you can call me Ham. I'm in Pennsylvania, and I voted for Trump.
Age for TikTok purposes, please.
Oh, my bad. 32.
Okay. Hydroxy, age, state, and who you voted for, please.
I don't want to answer your questions.
Okay. Well, that was weird. Gab, age, state, and who you voted for, please.
Arizona, 37, and I voted for Trump.
Okay. And Steele.
My name is Richard.
Steele, age, state, and who you voted for, please.
21, Michigan, Trump.
Okay. And we got another spot so I can put someone in. There we go. All right. DPG, age, state, and who you voted for, please.
43, Florida, and Trump.
Okay. So, Andrew, we'll start with you at the top there. What is your response to the prompt above me?
Well, it's actually really silly because it says if Trump wants to help the homeless, why turn them into criminals? And yet, the paradox here is that if they're turned into criminals, they won't be homeless because they'll get 3 hots and a cot, right?
Well, technically speaking, if they're in prison, yes. But
so then they won't be homeless. They'll have homes.
They're still criminals, though. They would still be
Yeah, but it's paradoxical because you're saying if Trump cared about the homeless, why make them criminals? And yet if he makes them criminals, they're not going to be homeless anymore. So it seems like you're criticizing him for solving the very problem you're blaming on him here,
It's
bro.
not solving the problem. It's filling up the prison system, and it's just helping out the private what do you call it? The private.
But it's also giving these guys mental health care, and they're getting a place to stay, and they get free food and health care. Like, what? This is like everything you ever wanted for a homeless person, they get.
And like also, we can build more in prisons. Trump wants to build more in prisons.
Somebody's bleeding through real bad in their background. Maybe they should mute themselves because I really hate host. I hate it when people do this. I don't know why. Sometimes I think they're just silly and dumb, but they really need to mute their backgrounds. Don't you agree?
Agreed.
Yeah, agreed.
Doesn't Trump want to build prisons? So like, you will have
Mute when you're not talking. Dude, somebody's got a really bad echo.
This is
terrible echo.
That's DBG. DBG, I gotta drop you for now, bud. But
oh, thank
you gotta
God.
fix your echo, dude.
Yeah. Just boot them. If they're too dumb to like mute their background, I mean, come on.
All right, let me bring up.
They shouldn't be up here.
Yeah, exactly.
It's kind of an L on their part, isn't it?
A big L for them.
Alexander, age, state, and who you voted for, please.
I'm 29. I live in the UK. I would have voted for Trump.
Oh, very familiar.
Really? You're going to have a guy come in here who's
Does he even
European to
fucking
talk
count?
about this? Come on. You don't count, dude. Get out of here, bro.
Hey, I let every voice up here.
I mean, at that
Okay.
point, then I would have
Just real
voted for
quick, I do gotta go, host.
Queen Elizabeth. The fuck?
Yeah, that's
gonna make
mean.
Gentlemen, come
No,
on.
that's an L. Queen Elizabeth is a Jew.
Yeah, I do gotta go, host. I just wanted to make one statement real quick. Yeah, it is funny. But what's your
Yeah, so
contention
original.
with Trump and what he's doing to the homeless?
Because why
Can you
should we
demonstrate how
criminalize
he's
it?
turning the homeless into criminals?
Because why should we criminalize homelessness when we can easily help people get back on their feet by giving them?
Because the vast majority of homeless people are on drugs, and we should imprison people on drugs.
We open them back up, mental asylums, and throw them in
One
there.
at a time, gentlemen.
Hold on, guys. I don't think he's putting people. Yeah, I don't think he's putting people in prison because they're homeless. I think he's putting people in prison because they're committing crimes, right?
So camping out when you can't afford to rent or to own a home, and you can't afford to even afford to eat for that matter, and you're out in the street living in a tent.
Yeah, he's not putting people in prison for that though.
Didn't you vote for Trump because he has nice hair, though, host?
I'm not understanding.
No, I
Wouldn't
didn't.
it be your fault if you couldn't afford even a house?
Well, hold on, guys. I'm genuinely curious as to why you believe he's putting people in prison for being homeless.
He's not necessarily putting them in prison. He's
making them
he's
into
having them
criminals.
arrested.
But like,
Well, but can you
Yeah,
explain?
because they're committing crimes.
Hang on.
Rose,
Can you hang on a
sense,
second?
like,
Can you just explain the process, your thought process here, as to how Trump is turning homeless people into
Actually, hold on.
criminals?
Hey Rose, you wanna help me up on this one because you've already explained your story to me before. You wanna come up and explain to these guys?
You
try
need
to
help?
Give them a better perspective.
so can you like pick?
Really? I'm sorry, but you really need help?
Hey, dude.
No, it's just that
I thought you were.
no,
I
it's
thought you were like
no.
really good
No,
at
no,
it
but
on
listen,
your own.
listen. My moderator here, Rosebud, she's been homeless.
Yeah, I'm listening.
Let's just.
Well, your moderator looks like a feminist.
We don't deserve her story, apparently.
Yeah, and women.
Yo, come on.
We don't deserve that story.
Feminists are evil.
Well, I mean, what's the problem with arresting homeless people? Aren't they loitering?
Her opinion on that?
No, they're not
Exactly.
necessarily loitering. They just don't have anywhere to go.
If you have a tent
Alright, I
in
gotta
front of
go
a
in and
McDonald's, you're loitering in
gotta
front of
go
the
in and
McDonald's, dude.
install
Hey, host, how about we throw them in mental asylums and they can get help that way? Would you support that?
Private land.
We like
I can't,
all
wait, I
hate.
can't hear
You
when
can
everyone's
drop me. I
talking.
gotta go do drywall
like
right
all
now.
hate
I gotta go do something
One
manly.
at a time, gentlemen.
Yeah, I gotta go do something manly, host.
Yeah, you go do that.
Host, I have a question.
Host, I'm asking you to
I
drop me to
promise
help
you.
your algorithm.
I can do this as well.
We all hate feminists. I promise you.
Hey, host, I have a question. Can
Not me. I like feminists.
Can you please bring up Rose so we can hear about her journey?
Yeah. I want to hear it.
Please, we hear our journey.
Someday
Come
love
on.
will find you.
Come up here, Rose.
Come on, Rose.
Now we've touched and we'll go our separate ways.
Oh my goodness.
Is that a man?
Can y'all like tone it
She might
down?
lecture us, everybody.
Is that a man?
Hear each other?
Put down the glass of wine.
Yeah.
Okay.
We could just start dropping people with.
I got
comments.
him, Rose. I got him.
There we go.
Sorry about these barbarians, Rose. They're uncouth and uncultured, but I would like to actually hear the story.
Well, I was homeless for several years. I was pregnant. At
I'm
the
just
same
kidding.
time.
Shut the fuck up, Rose. Nobody cares.
Okay.
Nobody cares, Rose. Nobody cares about your stupid stuff. Rose, nobody cares.
Okay.
Nobody cares, Rose. Nobody cares about your I couldn't help. Okay, I couldn't help it, Rose. Oh. Oh, poor Rose. Poor Rose, bro. What was that channel called? I want to listen in real quick. What was it called? What was that channel called, bro? What was it called? Zingo 110. All right, hang on. I want to hear it. I want to hear it. What's it called? Bingo 10. Ah, I think they ended it. But I wanted to hear the cope, bro. I wanted to hear the cope. Where's my cope? Oh well. No worries. I just thought that was really fucking funny. Barefoot Persistent send in $50 on the dono chat. Mystery, put it up, please. I asked her why she didn't have carnal knowledge with the black guy, and they booted me. Oh no. I can't get in. They banned me, and I didn't set up my.
Actually,
I usually have a way to get in through via a different way, but I didn't set it up tonight. But who cares? I'm gonna end the stream. Do you guys want to do? Do you want to do another one tomorrow? Do you? Normally I take Mondays off, but do you want to do an earlier one? You want to do like an 8 o'clock? You guys want to do an 8 o'clock TikTok invasion? One more? Yeah, I know they're probably still talking about me, but I can't get back on right now. Yeah. You guys want to do one more? Yeah, that was really fun. I think we need to do one more. We'll do one more tomorrow night. We'll do one more. Mystery, set it up for tomorrow, 8 o'clock. This was really fun. You guys did a good job. It was fun. It was respectful, and we followed their TOS. That's all we can really ever ask for. You know what I mean? So you guys did. You guys did well. You did very well. Let's send you out here. Who is live right now? Speakeasy again? Is he live?
Can I get your pen? Single father. I would say you really help you down. Oh God. Can I get your opinion on economic structure? I've been pondering it in my head. Yes, but not right now, not tonight. I'm gonna sign off anyway. I was gonna go until the 12-hour mark, but it's like 2:30, and I'm trying to like update this document that I need to fucking get on board with my team with, and I can't even fucking think right now. I'm updating like the older version of it. I have to update it to the newer version, and it was just so poorly done that I haven't even started on my part of it. I'm just cleaning up all the shit that people did before me, and I can't even think. I've been sitting in this chair for 12 hours, so always, yes, of course, but I'm gonna call it. I think I'm gonna call it tonight. We'll save it for when we catch up. For like Halo / the Wick feedback. We'll save it for that. I can't even think right now. This document I was working on just got me so frustrated. I was ready to tackle it, and then I just saw how fucked up it is, and I'm like, all right, I'm just gonna do this in the morning. That's me. Doing production for somebody, you might be able to jump in there. Yeah, do it. In fact, I was just gonna rate him. So, yep, sounds good. Thank you, Salty, Maida, Anoke, Grand Designs, Conrad, Maida, Hamster, Aceituna, weird Twitch people or Kick people. Phenomenal. The phenomenal sir for hanging out in the YouTube chat today. I really appreciate that. I'm going to send you over to the non-fauninator. So... should be more than that. Can raid from Kick using /host, I believe. I'm just gonna raid on the. Well, is that the same? Is hosting the same as raiding? Is he on that side? He is. Don't even know if I can do that. I should be able to. No, it's not working. I'll figure out the Kick side on another time. Yeah. I tried it. I tried the /host. It wasn't working. So, all right, whatever. I'll see you guys later. Appreciate you guys hanging out. I'll try to be on tomorrow. Peace.